In the spring of the year 1483 of the sea circle calendar, a series of thunderous knocks echoed through the air. "Horn, get up. I know you're back. Come out and play." The fierce knocking startled a black-haired, black-eyed youth from his dreams. Adney's Horn yawned and leaned out the window. A child of similar height with stitched lines on both cheeks came into view. "How annoying, Katakuri. Don't you know it's a capital offense to disturb someone's sleep?" Charlotte Katakuri, a cadre of the Rocks pirates, second son of Charlotte Linlin. He was a year older than Horn, and the two had grown up together as playmates. This fellow had a row of shark-like teeth and facial scars like a slit-mouthed woman. His striking appearance made many other children avoid him. Thus, apart from his own siblings, Horn was his only true friend. Hearing the boy's complaint, Katakuri rolled his eyes. "There's no such rule on Beehive Island. Stop talking nonsense, get up. You promised you'd play with me all day today. What a kid. Find him in a good mood today, so I'll let it slide." Horn sighed and slowly jumped off the bed. "Having a friend like me is your blessing. Remember, I'm sparing your life this time, so you owe me one. When I need your help later, you can't refuse." "Katakuri, I may be small, but I'm not stupid. How did I suddenly owe you a life? You bastard, you never let a single advantage slip." Katakuri scratched his head, looking exasperated. "Fine, whatever, let's hurry. If we're late, who knows what fun we'll miss." The pirate world offered little entertainment, especially for children. Even less so on an island of villains like Beehive. The adults' pastimes were limited to drinking, whoring, gambling, and murder. There was almost nothing suitable for children. So when bored, they had to find their own fun. Katakuri's favorite was a game of make-believe tailored to Beehive Island's rough nature. Inside a tavern on the island, a pirate screamed as he flew out, crashing into tables and barrels before landing in a heap. "Nice." The surrounding pirates cheered, raising their glasses. "Thomas, you're so pathetic. You can't even beat a kid. Yo, what a disgrace. How can such a weakling exist on Beehive Island?" Thomas stood up, brushing off with shavings and ale, and glared at the crowd. "That kid is a monster. If you think you're so tough, why don't you try?" A clear space had been cleared in the center of the tavern. Katakuri stood in the middle, twirling his trident into a graceful arc, and looked up at the rout. "Anyone else?" The laughter died instantly, faces stiffening. There were indeed pirates stronger than the boy, but everyone on Beehive knew that this kid was Charlotte Linlin's pride, the finest product of the Charlotte family. If you hurt him, you'd be in dire straits. And even if Linlin didn't retaliate, her fervent suitors would surely make you pay. Not to mention, if you lost to a child like poor Thomas, that would be a lifelong disgrace. Thus the tavern fell into a dead silence. Seeing this, a few burly pirates in the corner exchanged glances, and their leader stepped forward. "I thought Beehive Island was supposed to be tough, but you're all just weaklings who can't even beat a kid." The man flexed his arm, showing off bulging muscles. "With all due respect, everyone here is trash." He then turned to Katakuri. "Kid, being a pirate isn't a game. I suggest you run home and drink your mommy's milk." The onlookers' faces changed dramatically. Who was this bold fool? Someone recognized him. That's explosive Johnny Bounty 2. 53 million berries. He just arrived yesterday. A complete greenhorn. Hearing the bounty, those who had been itching to step forward paused. That kind of bounty was too low for Katakuri, not one to tolerate disrespect, raised his trident and lunged forward without a word. Seeing the kid charge at him with a weapon, Johnny was secretly pleased. He had chosen this moment to make a name for himself. Johnny had heard rumors about Katakuri, the Charlotte family's greatest achievement, a 9-year-old who could defeat bounty pirates. He dismissed it all as flattery. Today he thought if he could defeat this so-called genius in front of everyone, he would become famous. As for Linlin's revenge later, if he could use this fame to join another officer, or even Rocks himself had have backing, then he wouldn't fear a woman. So when the trident thrust toward him, Johnny didn't hesitate and swung his blade to meet it. In that moment he saw fame and status beckoning. But the next second, as the tips clashed, a monstrous force slammed into his arm. He was sent flying like a sack of rags, crashing through the air. Immediately Katakuri pursued, thrusting his trident forward. Blood burst forth, a gaping wound ripped open on Johnny's chest. He collapsed to the ground, twitched twice, and lay still. Seeing this, the tavern erupted in cheers. "Well done, Katakuri. Truly Linlin's son. So fierce." On the other side, Horn, leaning on the bar, clapped along with the shouting. As Katakuri returned and chugged a glass of milk, Horn gave him a thumbs up. Not bad clean moves. Looks like you had fun today. Katakuri, I Horn hereby name you the strongest 9-year-old on Beehive Island. What's with strongest 9-year-old? Why do you have to add that restriction? Katakuri pulled out a chair and sat down. Just call me the strongest kid. Are you getting cocky, or is my knife not sharp enough? Do you think you can beat me? Horn rested his head on the bar, looking sideways at his friend. Feeling the contemptuous gaze, Katakuri frowned. So you still count yourself among the kids, Horn? How shameless. New book just started, please share your thoughts. If you like it, add to your bookshelf. No wonder Katakuri had such thoughts. After all, whenever anyone builds up confidence in a game and goes back to show off to their companion only to be effortlessly pinned down and thoroughly humiliated from head to toe, after a long time anyone would start to doubt themselves. Especially since that guy was recruited as an intern by the Rocks Pirates just last year. Katakuri even began to wonder if he and that guy were even the same species. Speaking of which, Horn, you haven't played any games with me since you became an intern. What, lost interest? Pretty much. I found a more exciting pastime recently. Games like this just don't suit my taste. A more exciting pastime. As if thinking of something, Katakuri's mouth twitched, nearly pulling the stitches on his face. You're really something else, treating that as a pastime. TCH, you don't understand. I'm doing this for the harmony of Beehive Island, okay? Seeing Horn's righteous expression, Katakuri was speechless. How can you say that with a straight face? You're a real pirate. What's wrong with being a pirate? Are you discriminating against the profession? Bastard, don't confuse the issue. Knowing he couldn't win an argument and would only get beaten up, Katakuri could only glare in frustration. Grumbling, he picked up the donuts he had ordered at the bar and tossed them into his mouth. As he ate, he noticed Horn staring at him. A reluctant look flashed across Katakuri's face, but he finally gritted his teeth and raised the plate slightly. At most you can have one. Seeing his reaction, Horn couldn't help but roll his eyes. After all these years, he had thoroughly understood his companion. Most of the time, Katakuri was indeed a tough and decent guy like in the original story. He valued loyalty and friendship and was generous with family and friends. But when it came to donuts, his image instantly flipped. Not exactly stingy, but quite protective of his food. This was evident from the fact that his criteria for choosing a playground were based on the quality of the donuts. But what amazed Horn the most was that this guy could eat these sweet, greasy treats all day long, with chocolate donuts for breakfast, milk donuts for lunch, matcha donuts for dinner. Sometimes Horn really wondered if this guy's blood was made of icing and flour instead of blood. No thanks, donut alien. You can keep these to yourself. You said it. As soon as Horn finished speaking, Katakuri immediately pulled the plate back, without hesitation, looking as if he was afraid the other would change his mind. Horn. This guy is hopeless. Just then the companions of the troublemaker Johnny slipped out of the tavern, using the crowd as cover. Horn watched their backs, thoughtful. Hey Katakuri, there are still a few guys over there. Aren't you going to eliminate them completely? A bunch of scared cowards. Why bother? Katakuri mumbled while eating. I'd rather eat 2 more donuts. Aren't you afraid they'll come back for revenge? Them. Katakuri licked the cream off his lips contemptuously, his cheeks puffed like a hamster's. Scum like that'll kill them if they come. This guy's eating manners are terrible, no wonder no kids play with him. Katakuri, you're really such a kid. Horn said slowly, propping his chin on his hand. When will you be as kind-hearted as me? Lord Odd-Eyes could never bear to see separations and deaths. Therefore, whenever there was a conflict, he would ensure that the whole group set off together neatly. But Katakuri had not yet understood the cruelty of this world, and with his loyal personality, one day this guy would surely pay a painful price for his naivety. It had been many years since Horn came to this world. As a transmigrator who lived a second life with memories, his parents in this life were just 2 inconspicuous small pirates under the Rocks Pirates. They had neither fame nor background, and when Horn was just 2 years old, they both perished in the ocean waves during an expedition. Logically, an orphan child smaller than a wagon shouldn't have survived on Beehive Island, a den of demons. But Horn did it. It all came down to his extraordinary physique. Since he was born, Horn had noticed that no matter what he ate, his body never showed any signs of diarrhea. His stomach was like a super shredder, able to extract nutrients from anything he swallowed. Even when there was no food, he could survive by eating sand and dirt. Of course, there was a price. For example, the difficulty of certain bodily functions would be significantly higher than usual. As he grew older, this ability grew stronger, extracting more and more nutrients from food. Once he set a historic record of going 11 days with only intake and no output. With this innate ability, Horn managed to survive the hardest time after his transmigration. Thank you for the days of fighting with stray dogs and eating sand on the beach. That was truly an indelible childhood memory, especially having to avoid suspicious special job introducers and perverts with all kinds of hobbies every day. In this life of hiding, Horn's body gradually absorbed a lot of miscellaneous nutrients and his physical fitness improved at a visible rate. As of 2 months ago, Horn had just celebrated his 8th birthday, but now he had grown to 165 meters, becoming a sunny, cheerful boy with streamlined muscles. Unfortunately, no matter how well he developed with his baby face, Horn still looked like a child in others' eyes. Even at the tavern, the bartender always served him milk and juice. But if it were just physical excellence, Horn would only be slightly better than his peers on Beehive Island. What truly caused a qualitative change and eventually earned him an invitation from the Rocks Pirates was a devil fruit he obtained by chance. The fruit suddenly appeared in Horn's hand while he was eating fruit. Who could understand? The impression in his mind a moment ago was still that of a banana, sweet, fragrant, soft, and delicious. But the moment he took a bite, what rushed into his mouth was a mixture of stench, fishy smell, sourness, rancidity, bitterness, and spiciness, all tangled together. Horn was almost killed by that bite. But just as he opened his mouth to spit out the disgusting thing, who would have thought that the rotten banana would dissolve instantly in his mouth, leaving behind a strong, awful taste that lingered for a long time. The angrier he got, the more Horn decided to grab a weapon and go find the fruit seller to settle accounts. But it was this very action that made him inadvertently notice the strange arabesque pattern on the banana. Only then did Horn finally realize, this damn thing is not a banana at all. What he had just eaten was a genuine devil fruit, notorious for being even more disgusting than excrement. The ghost fruit. Moreover, as a hardcore One Piece fan, Horn immediately deduced the true identity of this fruit from the details. Paramecia type ghost fruit. If nothing unexpected happened according to the original development, this fruit would soon be eaten by Jiraiya of the Rocks Pirates, and decades later, it would become the ability of the Ghost Princess Perona. But now it had been accidentally bitten by Horn. Since discovering that he had become a ghost fruit user, Horn was actually a bit disappointed at first. According to his plan, his body should have been reserved for the Logia type rumble fruit or some mythical zone. What was the ghost fruit? Just some trash. The negative ghost was nothing but pure entertainment effect, but later, as he continuously developed the fruit's abilities, Horn gradually discovered that the ghost fruit seemed different from what he had imagined. The most obvious change was first in appearance. The ghosts Horn summoned did not have the same cute style as Perona's. Instead, they looked similar to Jengar from Pokemon. Round head, chubby body, inverted triangular eyes, and a huge gaping mouth. However, unlike Jengar's black-purple skin, the ghost's Horn condensed not only appeared in a dazzling azure blue, but also possessed the same super strong digestive function as his own body. Ghosts. At first, this debuff with a built-in flashlight effect made Horn dejected for a while. The original semi-transparent appearance was so good for sneaky attacks. But after receiving help from some kind-hearted people, Horn successfully discovered the terrifying aspect of this chain. As long as the ghost successfully entered a person's body, the target's soul would be like a delicious cake, slowly swallowed into the ghost's belly, becoming fuel for its enhancement. Meanwhile, as long as Horn withdrew his ability, then everything that the one consumed by the ghost had learned, knowledge, experience, skills, even blossoming talent, would be transmitted as nutrients into Horn's body, becoming nourishment for his growth. However, this ability sounded very powerful, didn't it? But in actual use, it was quite useless. First, for the ability to succeed, it must be ensured that the person whose soul the ghost slips into has a relatively weak soul or a very unstable soul. Otherwise, the ghost couldn't take a bite at all. Moreover, if the opponent used armament hockey or conqueror's hockey to resist the ghost's process of invading the body, would become extremely difficult. Even if it succeeded by chance, it would be quickly expelled. And among the souls that were consumed, there were not many things that the ghost could successfully replicate. Most of them contained a lot of chaotic, incomplete junk memories. Therefore, to obtain truly useful information from them was not only time-consuming and laborious, but also required a pair of observant eyes. At first, Horn was not proficient in controlling this ability, and was always plagued by the junk information copied by the Jengars. But the place called Beehive Island had too many kind-hearted people. Through extensive practice, Horn finally became proficient and gradually mastered a more efficient method of screening and deduplicating knowledge. At the same time, with the help of these kind-hearted people, he also found ways to improve how to make the ghost more completely devour souls. In fact, these Jengars that he separated using the ghost fruit could convey not only negative emotions, but also others like sorrow, anger, etc. Even positive emotions like cheerfulness and happiness could be applied to others. And as long as a certain emotion fluctuated violently and reached a peak, that person's soul would enter the most unstable state. Exploiting this loophole, the efficiency of the ghost's soul devouring suddenly skyrocketed. Only then did the ghost fruit finally shed its useless reputation and gain real combat value. Of course, all this was aimed at souls still inside the body, i.e., a living people. For those deceased souls or lonely ghosts that had just died, Horn took a different approach. Simply put, it was one word: devour. Although these absorbed souls could not give Horn knowledge, the soul power they contained could make the ghost more condensed and even gradually achieve a tangible effect. But not all departed souls were useful to the ghost. To understand this principle, Horn thought, and finally decided to regularly consult the great benefactors on Beehive Island. After spending nearly half a year with the joint efforts of Horn and the kind-hearted people, he finally figured the intensity of soul power was closely related to the strength before death and the age at death. The stronger one was in life, the closer to middle age, the more soul power they had. Additionally, souls burdened with evil thoughts, those who died from resentment, or those holding onto a strong obsession, had the strongest soul power. Every time such a soul was absorbed, the ghost's condensation was significantly higher than usual. Horn even gave such souls a nice name: fallen soul. And when the ghost condensed to a certain degree, Horn discovered some special uses. For example, gathering the ghost to his fingertip and then quickly releasing it forward could produce an attack like a pistol. Attaching it to the soles of his feet and using it as a floating platform, he could step into the sky. Moreover, Horn even condensed a carefully fed ghost into a magnificent soul lightsaber that shimmered with azure light. The hardness and sharpness of the lightsaber were comparable to ordinary good quality swords, and its size could be freely controlled by Horn. Of course, besides these crude methods, a chance encounter allowed Horn to discover another new path for self. If he summoned a small ghost and implanted it into a patient's wound, commanding it to digest the concept of, then the patient's psychological or physiological defects would heal rapidly. And during this gradual recovery, various knowledge and experiences within the patient's body would also be recorded by the ghost one by one. After the patient fully recovered in body and mind, when the ghost returned to Horn's body, the recorded knowledge would be copied and pasted again. This slow and steady method, compared to simply devouring the soul directly and gambling on what skills might drop, was significantly higher in both yield and efficiency. As for how to maintain this steady flow, how to make others accept the little ghost treatment for a long time. Don't ask. Asking too much would be offensive. However, it was this very habit that earned Horn the reputation on the island of being moody and unpredictable, not to mention his peers. Even many adults began to avoid this monster brat. Until last year, the 7-year-old Horn successfully attracted the attention of the Rocks pirates. Rocks, who usually didn't like kids, sent someone to test him a little, and then unexpectedly took Horn under his wing. After replenishing his energy for a while, Katakuri stepped onto the field again to engage in games. This time the quality of his opponents was noticeably higher than before. Therefore, Katakuri had already begun utilizing his devil fruit ability. The opponent's blade slashed at him, but it passed directly through Katakuri's body. This scene subtly hinted at the prototype of a future combat style. Although the Machi Machi no Mi was a special paramecia capable of producing effects similar to elementalization. But that was still not a true Logia. If Katakuri did not actively transform his body into Machi, he would. Fortunately, this greatest achievement of the Charlotte family was indeed exceptionally gifted. As early as last year, he had already awakened his observation haki. Thus causing him harm now would be quite difficult for ordinary people. And naturally, this included the encouragement and support of Horn, who had a life or death bond with him and had long served as his healer. After all, the harder you work, the luckier you get. Just as Katakuri knocked his opponent down with a Machi thrust bang, the tavern door was suddenly pushed open. 2 chubby little boys rushed in. Daifuku. Oven. Katakuri was momentarily stunned. The newcomers were the 3rd and 4th sons of the Charlotte family, the future bean minister and bake minister of the Tato Land Kingdom. Genie Charlotte Daifuku and shipstopper Charlotte Oven. The 4 Charlotte brothers. Katakuri, big brother, something terrible has happened. Perispero, big brother. What happened to him? Katakuri frowned. Perispero, big brother, has convinced Mont or Amanda and the others to join his faction. Hearing this, Katakuri, who was about to return to the bar counter to continue enjoying his donuts, suddenly stopped in his tracks. What? Horn looked at this suddenly very serious playmate, and a hint of doubt flashed in his eyes. In the original story, Perispero, as the eldest son, and Katakuri, as Charlotte Linland's most beloved son, were both among those in the Charlotte family who could inherit Charlotte Linland's legacy and power. But you guys are only a few years old now, already forming factions this early. Indeed, power struggles in big families start from childhood. Perispero was 3 years older than Katakuri. Before Katakuri fully realized his talent, the support he could obtain should be less than Perospero's. Calculating this way, should I now lend a hand to help this little brother of mine? Hey Katakuri, do you need my help? Horn sat up straight, speaking with a serious expression. No, you can't get involved in this. This is a clash of ideals between us and Perospero, big brother. Ideals? Exactly. Katakuri adjusted his collar and spoke solemnly. Perospero, big brother, has always believed that only candy is the ultimate delicacy in the world. That's wrong. Clearly the best thing in the world is donuts. As a member of the Charlotte family, how could he have such a mistaken idea? So Oven Daifuku and I have united to firmly defend the status of donuts. We must never allow Perospero, big brother's tyranny to continue overshadowing the Charlotte family. Horn's face twitched instantly. Crazy. I'm ashamed of having had such thoughts before. Indeed, the Charlotte family is a bunch of lunatics. Hakanosu, West Coast. On this beach littered with reefs, from time to time a few crabs scurried out of the sand in panic. If you look closer, you could occasionally see turbulent bursts of air explode on the sea surface. It seemed as if someone was fighting on the beach. And indeed, that was the case. On the golden fine sand, Horn's figure somersaulted through the air several times before landing on a huge rock. Since their last parting at the tavern, he had been avoiding Katakuri. Within the Rock's pirates, the status of a cabin boy was actually equivalent to that of a reserve executive. As a result, Horn's current treatment was actually much better than that of ordinary regular crew members, and he had obtained his own small territory on Hakanosu. But that place was no longer livable now. Especially after hearing about the donut candy war between Katakuri and Perospero on the island, Horn wanted even less to run into them. Nonsense. If Katakuri had a brain spasm and really made him join some donuts our best faction, wouldn't he be laughed to death? Therefore Horn simply slipped away, dragging his little brother, and came to this secluded beach to train properly. The Rock's pirates had always been like this. On the surface it was a unified whole, but internally small factions had long formed. The various executives were just one step away from completely splitting apart. It was just that Rox was like a magnet. Before he completely lost his magnetism, no one would take that step. In this environment, Horn could not avoid it either, and had to form his own small circle. And his top lackey was Rao Ji, who had accidentally wandered into Hakanosu. At this time, Rao Ji was still a martial artist who had just entered middle age, dreaming of spreading the glory of his family's earthly king fist style. As it turned out, the merchant ship he was on was intercepted by a gang of villains on Hakanosu, and Rao Ji was turned into a slave without knowing what was happening. If it weren't for Horn just happening to chat with the boss of the slave auction house and recognizing him, Rao Ji would definitely have had an unforgettable experience next. It was this debt of gratitude, coupled with the terrifying talent and powerful background Horn had displayed, that made Rao Ji not hesitate at all in the face of the invitation, directly pledging allegiance to this young man over 20 years his junior. In the original story, Rao Ji was a member of the Don Quixote family and even a frontline combatant who could fight quite well. During the Dressrosa War in the original, he easily defeated from the front the leader of the 8 Treasures Water Army, the great pirate Shinjo, with a bounty of 500 million berries. Don't say that Shinjo was old and his strength was far from his prime. Rao Ji was not young either at that time. As for later losing to Shinjeo's grandson Sai, saying that the young fist fears the strong would be more appropriate. After all, there was indeed a gap of several decades between them. As for Rao Ji's signature technique, Earthly King Fist, although it appeared to be a boxing style in essence, it was a relatively rare Qigong technique centered on cultivating Qi. And within Earthly King Fist, there was a secret technique called Battle Preserve Fist, which could store one's vibrant vitality and Qi during youth. When one grows old or encounters an invincible enemy, through the burst of Qi, one forcibly infuses the vitality contained in the Qi into the body, thereby achieving a comprehensive transcendence of physical abilities. In simple terms, it was a power-up, and such a good thing Horn naturally had no reason to pass up. Swish, swish, swish. The sound of waves echoed. The moment Horn steadied himself on the boulder, Lao Ji's figure appeared beside the rock, as if he had anticipated Horn's landing point, suddenly throwing a punch. Horn did not dodge, but quickly raised one leg, looking down from above, and directly stomped onto Lao Ji's. The fierce impact instantly erupted. Horn felt the boulder beneath his feet seemed to tremble, and faint cracks began to appear on its surface. Yet the stalemate did not last long. After only a single breath, Lao Ji, whose punch had been blocked, pulled back his waist, retracting his fist in an instant. Then he stepped forward half a pace, and in a swift motion his shoulder and elbow struck together, directly ramming his shoulder into the stone block where Horn stood. Bang! The already cracked boulder instantly shattered, exploding into a cloud of dust. The moment the dust dispersed, Lao Ji's sturdy figure had already charged into it. Then a series of crackling impacts and sounds of combat, accompanied by powerful air currents, continuously surged out from the dust. Lao Ji's punching speed was extremely fast. Within 3 to 5 breaths, his fist shadows in the dust were like a machine gun continuously covering Horn's entire body with thumping strikes. Horn, on the other hand, focused on a series of defensive counterattacks. Facing Lao Ji's fierce onslaught, he continuously turned his fists into palms, while the observation haki he had acquired from Katakuri operated at full speed, using extremely precise judgment to neutralize each of the opponent's storm-like fist shadows one by one. Perhaps Master Ma's combat skills were not strong, and he was somewhat comical, but his theory of receive, neutralize, and issue had some practical value. If one did not seize the initiative in battle, it was indeed reasonable to first receive the attack, then neutralize it, and finally counterattack. Especially such a rapid barrage of fists, which was inherently difficult to sustain for long. Moreover, Lao Ji was no extraordinary monster. After more than 10 seconds, the muscles in his arms showed signs of strain, and his punching speed gradually slowed. But this change was instantly captured by Horn. The next second, a pair of small hands precisely reached out from the flurry of fist shadows, grabbing Lao Ji's wrists, and the punch wind immediately ceased. At this moment, Lao Ji was in an awkward phase where his new strength had not yet emerged while his old strength had faded, coupled with the recoil of his previous burst, so he could not break free from Horn's grip. Seeing the slightly surprised look in the opponent's eyes, Horn really wanted to say at that moment, in the martial world, nothing is unbreakable, only speed is invincible. But considering the possibility that the opponent might trigger some mysterious code and directly stomp on his toes, forget it, no more jokes. In the blink of an eye, Horn had already raised his right foot. Then, pulling hard with both hands as the opponent stumbled, he directly delivered a knee strike aimed at Lao Ji's abdomen. But Lao Ji's reaction speed was also extremely fast. Upon realizing his imbalance, he immediately changed his move sharply, raising his left leg to block in front of his body. The next instant, another impact erupted. The vigorous air currents stirred up between the two immediately surged outward. After more than 10 breaths, the dust gradually dispersed, revealing the two figures locked in a stalemate. Lord Horn, I never expected that in just half a year you have mastered the Earthbound Fist to such a level. Truly terrifying talent. He had immersed himself in the Earthbound Fist for over 20 years, yet this achievement had been caught up by Horn at an incredible speed within just a few months. Seeing the admiration mixed with a hint of worship in Lao Ji's eyes, Horn raised an eyebrow proudly. Brother, you know now, cheaters are beyond reason. It's okay. Actually, last week, I vaguely felt I was on the verge of a breakthrough, but I just couldn't take that final. Pausing slightly, the corner of Horn's mouth curled into a smirk. But just now, after sparring with you a couple of times, I suddenly felt a sense of natural progression. Following that feeling, my chi flowed much more smoothly than before. Indeed, although you always say you have no talent, you are actually exceptionally gifted. Hearing Lao Ji's laughter, Horn shook his head without hesitation. No, compared to true monsters, I still have a long way to go. Looking across the vast sea, what were the monsters that roamed the seas like his children? Charlotte Lean, without any training, could kill a giant bear at 5 and defeat the giant elder Jururu at 6. Kaido became the strongest warrior of the military power, the kingdom of Wano, at the age of 10. And look at the future. Some straw hat fellow, after sailing for 2.5 years at the tender age of 20, swept through the old demurs who had dominated the seas for decades. Absolutely outrageous. Outrageous to the extreme. Lao Ji, unaware of such monsters, naturally thought Horn was being modest, so he didn't dwell on it. Instead, he asked excitedly, Lord Horn, what about your armament haki? Do you feel anything? Speaking of this, Horn shook his head regretfully. No, compared to observation haki, I still have no clue how to awaken armament haki. It couldn't be helped. Although the ghost could replicate experience, armament haki, besides talent and experience, was more of a hard skill honed through arduous training. He was only an 80-year-old child, not fully grown yet. Forcing the body's potential at this stage might yield some short-term gains, but in the long run, it would do more harm. Lao Ji understood this reasoning and said nothing more. Lowering his left leg that was locked with Horn, he took a small booklet from his bosom and asked in a low voice, Lord Horn, nearly 80 people have gathered at the arena again. What do you think? So many again so quickly. The Rocks Pirates banner is really convenient. Horn brushed the dust off his clothes, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. Has something big happened in the outer seas recently? Why have so many villains suddenly come to Hakanosu? It's said that the Marines have gone mad, sending people to capture pirates en masse, and their primary targets are those with bounties in the millions or tens of millions. As a result, many small pirate crews have come to Hakanosu for refuge. That's bizarre. Did the world government impose some KPI on Marine headquarters? With so many small pirates captured, can Impel Down's upper 2 levels even hold them all? Shaking his head, Horn didn't dwell on the matter. After all, more villains coming to Hakanosu was actually a good thing. Alright, since another batch of unlucky ones is here, it seems I won't be bored today. At noon, as the sunlight gradually shifted from yellow to white, Hoenn, having eaten and bathed, languidly reclined under the sunshade in the arena's stands. This position offered a good view, allowing him to see the entire arena. Boom. With a rumble, the two iron gates slowly opened. A large wave of dark figures entered the venue. They all held swords and knives, their eyes shadowed, and the atmosphere among them was exceptionally tense, making it clear they were not to be trifled with. At this moment, Lao Ji, standing beside Hoenn, spoke up. Everyone listen closely, there is only one chance. Next, you must prove your worth with the weapons in your hands. Upon hearing this, a commotion erupted in the dueling arena. Someone shouted in panic. Hey, is there some We came to join the Rocks pirate crew, but we never heard of any competition. These individuals were not from the same faction, but were a mix of several pirate crews and some scattered rogues. On Hive Island, there were often some who voluntarily approached, hoping to cling to Rock's power. But unless you had a recommendation from an officer or direct recognition from Rocks himself, you could only undergo a series of assessments to join the Rocks pirate crew. Only if you passed could you become an official crew member. Among the 80 or so present, quite a number were failures in the assessments. They had originally planned to leave the island after being eliminated, but had received word to all come here. Looking at the confused newbies around him, the assessment failures sneered. Did you think the gates of the Rocks pirate crew are open to just anyone? That master does not need trash. Hearing this, the noisy crowd suddenly fell silent. Indeed, Rocks did not need trash. If this bloody competition could truly allow them to join the world's strongest pirate crew, then, instantly the gazes among everyone turned dangerous. Observing the tense atmosphere below, Hoenn narrowed his eyes slightly, a satisfied smile appearing on his face. As expected, the poorly educated were easily deceived. Those rogues lacking culture could be easily manipulated, just concocting a reason for a resurrection match, and a large number actually believed it. These fools didn't even consider that this was a world where the weak were devoured by the strong. How could they possibly be given another chance so soon? However, their lack of intelligence worked to his advantage. After all, Hoenn did not intend to use these people to form his own faction. What he sought was the dark, oily souls of these individuals. In Hoenn's eyes, everyone in the arena was intertwined with various malevolent thoughts. Such souls were the best material for enhancing ghost strength. As for the life and death of these individuals, this was Hive Island. Those people below hadn't joined the Rocks pirate crew. Who cared about them? Kill. With a loud shout, the standoff in the arena was instantly broken. In an instant, the entire dueling arena erupted in sparks, with smoke flying into the air. Those who could thrive in the new world all had their skills, but they were also very protective of their lives. Even if some momentarily fell into a disadvantage, there were few signs of defeat visible. Noticing such a poor phenomenon, Hoenn shook his head in disappointment. This batch is surprisingly full of old hands. As expected, without any greenhorns, the efficiency is still too slow. After so long, the casualty rate is surprisingly low. He took a deep breath. No, it seems I need to add some fuel to the fire. Standing up, looking down at the blood-splattered arena, Hoenn shouted loudly. Everyone listen closely, I don't have time to waste, you have 2 hours left. If there are more than 10 people remaining in the arena, then all will be eliminated. Upon hearing this, the rogues who had previously held back immediately changed their methods. The scent of blood on the battlefield intensified significantly in less than 10 minutes. Suddenly, several blood blossoms erupted in the dueling arena, and severed limbs became increasingly common. After 20 minutes, the situation on the ground gradually became clear. A few individuals of superior strength began to stand out from the crowd. Through Lao Ji's introduction, Hoenn learned that these individuals were core members of various pirate crews. This was actually the norm in the world. Except for special cases like the gathering of monsters in the Rocks pirate crew, normally aside from 1 or 2 top-tier fighters, the rest were basically just cannon fodder. He absorbed the unwilling dark souls on the field into his ghostly body. Hoenn looked at the victors below, each injured and panting heavily, resting against the railing, and sighed. You truly lack motivation. It would have been better if you had done this sooner, you wasted time. Hey kid, according to what was agreed upon, we can now join the Rocks pirate crew, right? My. Hoenn tilted his head, looking at Lao Ji beside him. Not did I ever say that winning means you can join the Rocks pirate crew? Lao Ji shook his head expressionlessly. Lord Hoenn, I am sure I did not hear such words. You only said to let them prove their worth. The crowd below changed their expressions in unison, and the person who just spoke trembled. You? Kid, what do you mean? What I mean is, unfortunately, it seems you have misunderstood what I said. Hoenn sighed, a look of regret appearing on his face. When did I ever say you passed the selection? Didn't someone from your group say that the Rocks pirate crew does not need trash? Winning against another pile of trash does not mean you are not trash. You bastard. The crowd in the dueling arena looked as if they were about to burst, and the dark energy on their souls thickened once more. You actually played us. My. Hoenn looked shocked, really. You only just realized that. Damn kid, die already. With a roar, 7 or 8 figures leaped up, various weapons aimed at Hoenn's head. Seeing this, a smile unexpectedly appeared on the boy's face. Unwillingness, anger, Such delightful emotions. The most painful and unwilling moments for a person often come not from the initial despair, but from witnessing hope only to see it extinguished before their eyes. Although the method was a bit unkind, the effect was indeed good. With a slight push of his toes, Hohen's figure retreated like a ghost. The weapons of the crowd struck the ground fiercely, raising a cloud of dust without causing any harm. Now do you understand why you didn't pass the selection? In life and work you must often look for reasons within. As his words fell, Hohen waved his hand to the side and a deep blue Jengar leaped out from his shadow, transforming in midair into a long bow made of condensed light. Hohen grasped the long bow, while another Jengar that emerged from the shadow quickly transformed into an arrow knocking onto the bowstring. I've been practicing the Earthwing Fist lately, and I wonder if the Nine-Snake Island archery technique I got from Girolio has deteriorated. Drawing the bow, he shot the arrow. The arrow of blue light transformed into a blur, instantly traversing through the crowd. In the next moment, 3 white heads with red liquid splattered fell to the ground. 1 against 3. It seems I haven't practiced in a while, though I'm definitely a bit rusty. He extended his right hand, absorbing the dark souls ahead into the long bow in his hand. Looking at the bow that became more solid, Hohen couldn't help but nod slightly. Indeed, doing good deeds brings good rewards. Today was also a day for diligently cleaning up the garbage at sea. It not only increased his own strength, but also conveniently dealt with the rogues. A win-win. I who thought of such a method am simply a genius. In the next moment, several Jengars charged towards the remaining few despairing shadows. Oh, I forgot to tell you, if you can't control your emotions in front of me, you might just die. Feeling the various combat experiences conveyed by the ghosts, Hohen smirked, a look of disdain on his face. Forget it, from now on I'll leave such gatherings entirely to the ghosts. These individuals no longer had anything worth learning from. As the setting sun slowly dissolved like a cracked salted duck egg, Horn bare-chested strolled leisurely into his own courtyard, revealing a robust, yet not overly bulky physique. This estate had previously belonged to some villain who knew how to enjoy life, having dug a hot spring in the courtyard. But perhaps building the house had addled his brain. No sooner had the estate been completed than he impulsively decided to join the Luo Kasi pirate crew. However, his strength was far from sufficient, and his expertise in civil engineering had little competitive edge on Fengchao Island. Yet even so, he never gave up on that notion until one day he received an invitation to a resurrection match from a member of the Luo Kasi pirate crew. Indeed, after every gaming session, nothing beats a soak in the hot spring. Though the hot spring pool in the courtyard was not large, considerable effort had gone into arranging the surrounding scenery. Just as Horn leaned against the pool's edge, lazily savoring the pleasant sensation, Taku, Li holding a donut, opened the gate outside the courtyard. That fellow's sweet battle with Pei Luo had finally concluded, and he had emerged victorious thanks to the broader appeal of donuts. It was precisely upon receiving this news that Horn decided to let him in. You really are at ease, soaking in a hot spring as a devil fruit user. Considering that moisture would affect the taste of the donut, Li instantly tossed the dark chocolate donut in his hand into his mouth a few seconds before approaching. Even though he spoke with a muffled voice, Horn understood the teasing. Come on, just because you're a devil fruit user doesn't mean you can never touch water for the rest of your life, right? What's wrong with me soaking in a hot spring? Don't you take hot baths too? Horn retorted with absolute self-righteousness. Ridiculous. Decades later, there's a guy named Kuzan who is not only an ice fruit user, but even lost a leg, and he still soaks in warm water, doesn't he? Li rolled his eyes, too lazy to argue further with this jerk. He reached into his pocket, pulled out a document, and tossed it beside the hot spring. Take a look. The information you asked me to find is ready. Horn, I really don't get you. Why would you suddenly want to invest in a newspaper company? Seeing the document, Horn's eyes lit up. He waved his hand, and a gung-gui slowly emerged from the hot spring, its 2 chubby hands grabbing the document and floating up to hover above Horn's head. Li, this kind of thing is hard to explain to a kid like you. Just know that this investment will definitely pay off handsomely in the future. Looking at his companion's confident demeanor, Li's brows furrowed. Pay off handsomely. Just a small newspaper in the West Sea. Who knows when it might go bankrupt? Although the newspaper had a grand name, something like Jiejing Gxin Wen Bao, a name didn't mean. If it weren't for Horn asking him to check using the Xia Luo Ku family's intelligence network, Li would never have known such a newspaper existed in the world. By the way, what about the giant named Panzi Fu Lai that I asked you to find? Any progress? I recently discovered he's cooking on Nasi Dao, but that guy's whereabouts are erratic. If you want to cause him trouble, it'll take quite some effort. Really? As long as I know his whereabouts, I'll handle the rest myself. I nodded with satisfaction. His search for Panzi Fu Lai wasn't due to any personal grudge, but purely for his own future considerations. If things proceeded as per the original plot, next year would be the critical moment when the Luo Kasi pirate crew would fall apart. Hence, he needed to seriously consider his own future team building. A qualified seafaring team required at least 4 essential elements: a ship, doctor, a navigator, and most importantly, a cook. Logically, with Horn's digestive abilities, he could completely ignore taste and texture. But as the saying goes, a painful childhood requires a lifetime to heal. Now he could compromise on many things, but food was absolutely not something he would shortchange himself on. Back when he had no power, eating dirt was one thing. Now that he had developed, if he still had to eat dirt, what was the point of his development? And Pan Zifu Lai was an extraordinary chef. His unique, heavenly cuisine was hailed as the world's unparalleled volcanic cooking. If he could persuade him to join, his skills would definitely rival those of Chang Mianbao. Moreover, his daughter Li Ncite Ma Ku was a mini fruit user in the original story with decent strength. It was practically a buy-one-get-one-free deal. Apart from Horn's personal bias for a good cook, the most critical need for a sea voyage was a skilled navigator. This was especially vital in the Xian Shijie and Wei de Hang Lu, because in the 4 seas alone navigation patterns were somewhat predictable. With effort one could memorize key knowledge, and through practice manage to sail out. But once in Wei de Hang Lu, it was purely a matter of talent. In that bizarre environment, both weather and ocean currents changed modes extremely rapidly. This posed immense challenges to a navigator's knowledge, observation, and judgment. A single misstep leading to shipwreck and death was not uncommon. The Baihuzi pirate crew was formidable, but they still capsized. And Shiji was a classic example of a poor navigator. That fellow knew his own devil fruit's weakness, so he often studied navigation. But his talent for reading was limited, and the AI Dewa air sea battle was the best proof. Currently, there were only a few top-notch navigators on the seas, such as Jia Ba of the Luo Jia pirate crew and Yuhan of the Luo Kasi pirate crew. But none of them were people he could poach. Further down the list, there were La Fei Te the devilish sheriff, who helped He Huzi Di Chi sail on a raft made of logs, and Wei de Hang Lu and Na Mei the supreme matriarch of the Chow Mao pirate crew. But those two probably hadn't even been born yet, so expecting them to serve under him was too much to ask. Indeed, the great pirate era was a better time. No pressure, no motivation. These guys nowadays only knew how to fight and kill. Their brains were just as Horn was pondering these trivial matters, a rough voice floated down from above them. "Hey kid, get dressed quickly. Luo Kasi has ordered you to accompany me on an urgent mission." "Oh, I was just thinking about this guy, and now he appears. Lucky for me, sure G's observation hockey can't read minds, or else I'd get another beating." Naval Headquarters, Marineford. In the office of Admiral Kong, a group of high-ranking Navy officers had gathered. However, the atmosphere in the room was not particularly serious. It appeared more like a casual gathering among colleagues. Sengoku sat on the sofa holding a cup of tea. After taking a sip, he turned to Karp, who was struggling with a donut, and said, "I heard you recently went after the Roger pirates, but ended up failing again." Karp paused mid-chew, rolling his eyes as he replied, "Do you think Roger is one of those small fry you use to stuff your ship with? If he were that easy to catch, I wouldn't have failed over 40 times. Sengoku remarked, implying a sense of pride. On the opposite sofa, Crane chuckled slightly, saying, "No, I just think he has a thick skin." After a brief chat, Sengoku turned to Zifa. "Did you have any gains from your trip to the North Sea?" Over the past few years, the North Sea had been somewhat special for the Navy. Currently, 2 monsters emerging from the training camp, Sakazuki and Borsalino, were both from the North Sea. They had won the lottery for 2 consecutive years. This created an illusion among the high-ranking Navy officials that the North Sea was indeed a place of extraordinary talent. If they went there more often, could they perhaps draw a few more SSR cards? Therefore, periodically, whenever these high-ranking officials had free time, they would take trips to the North Sea to see if they could find more promising recruits. No. Zifa shook his head, but hesitated for a moment before adding, "I've noticed that in the black market of the North Sea over the past 2 months there seem to be many high-tech items. Some of these things I had only seen similar samples of in the laboratories of the scientific unit." "What a..." Sengoku frowned slightly. "Are you saying that samples from the scientific unit's laboratory have appeared in the black market?" Hearing this, the previously casual atmosphere among the group turned serious. This was not a trivial matter. The items researched by the Navy's scientific unit, whatever their level of advancement, were from the Navy's most important RD department. That place was heavily guarded and strictly monitored. It was not somewhere just anyone could sneak into. The fact that samples from the laboratory were being auctioned in the black market was alarming. "Zifa, please prepare a report about this and submit it to the Admiral. If there truly is a mole involved, it is beyond our capacity to handle." Crane calmly analyzed. "Indeed, this matter cannot be ignored." However, the mission cards from the world government were rigorously enforced, and Admiral Kong simply couldn't spare the time. He had originally intended to deal with Fire Mouse Myers, but now he had passed the mission to me. "Fire Mouse Myers? Who is that guy?" "Rox actually wants to send us 2 admirals." Walking towards the port on Honeycomb Island, Horn looked at the big shot next to him, his eyes filled with confusion. The person beside him was none other than one of the top cadres of the Rocks pirates, Shiki the Golden Lion. At this time Shiki had not yet experienced the Battle of Edward and naturally did not have that ridiculous oversized ship's wheel on his head. In the prime of his youth he not only mastered the 3 types of hockey, but also possessed the ability of the float fruit and was a top-tier swordsman. Rocks sending him to deal with someone named Fire Mouse clearly indicated that the opponent was not to be tried. Upon hearing Horn's question, Shiki slightly raised his eyelids and impatiently replied, Fire Mouse Myers is a Logia-type user of the flame fruit currently occupying the island of Vivinoto with a bounty of 580 million berries. 580 million. Horn was momentarily taken aback before immediately cursing, Uncle Shiki, just tell me honestly, is that guy Rocks drunk again? A pirate with a bounty close to 600 million leading a pirate crew. He actually only sent the 2 of us. I'm still just a kid. What does 580 million even mean? It's worth noting that as one of the highest bounty holders in the Rocks pirates, Shiki's own bounty was only around 770 million. Although bounty does not directly represent a pirate's strength, achieving a bounty close to 600 million as a non-member of the Rocks pirates is already terrifying. While the flame fruit is often jokingly referred to as the dog fruit, its lethality is no joke. And now I, Horn, an 80-year-old child, am expected to tackle such a mission with Shiki. Even if it's for the sake of training a trainee, this is way overboard. What's the matter? Are you scared? Shiki's eyes slanted slightly. You little brat, weren't you just acting all tough? Is this even something to be scared of, eh? Horn rolled his eyes. Uncle Shiki, that's a pirate crew, and it's just the 2 of us. You deal with the leader Myers and the rest are left to an 80-year-old kid. Isn't that ridiculous? I remember Kaido was supposed to be free lately, why don't you bring him along? Not to mention how useful he could be, at least he could serve as a target. Kaido, that bastard has been busy looking for a suitable devil fruit for himself. He doesn't have time. What about Sister Linlin? Is she also busy? She's getting married. Horn. Then what about John? He, Marlin, and Gon Xin all have missions. Don't ask about Newgate, that guy has already set sail. So in summary, the only one available in the entire crew is me. Horn furrowed his brows, pondering for a moment, then shot a suspicious glance at Shiki. Wait, how could it be so coincidental? This was all you're doing, wasn't it, Uncle Shiki? Horn's tone was assertive. Forget lean Uncle Newgate was just here for a drink the other day. How could he leave so? Moreover, I haven't heard of any major events happening in the crew lately. How could John and the others all have missions? So tell me, what exactly do you want to do? Shiki's footsteps came to an abrupt halt, and he shook his head helplessly. Horn, why can't you be as easy to fool as that kid Kaido? That's right, I recommended you to Rocks for this mission. As for the reason, I'll tell you when we reach our destination. If you don't tell me, I'm not going. Horn stood his ground while Shiki's eyes drooped slightly. Not going. You don't have a choice, little brat. In the next moment, Horn felt a sudden tug from behind, lifting him. Horn, damn, in broad daylight someone is so bold as to kidnap a child right in front of everyone, and no one is coming to stop this. Dear readers, if you think this writing is good, could you please refrain from just collecting the book? I beg you. Additionally, if you have any suggestions, feel free to voice them. The author will strive to improve. A New World, Vivinoto Island. This was originally a subsidiary island of the Ino Duchy, but due to its relatively remote geographical location and the fact that it was not on any of the main trade routes of the New World, it had been extremely impoverished for a long time. However, ever since the Fire Rat pirate crew took notice of this place and purchased the land at a high price from the Ino Duchy, the fate of Vivinoto Island began to change. In less than 2 years, under the careful management of the Fire Rat pirate crew, Vivinoto Island transformed into a well-known smuggling base in the New World. In fact, people have already begun to gradually refer to Vivinoto Island as the second Hive Island in the New World. Although this guy Locks is powerful, his management skills are utterly terrible. With such excellent resources and manpower on Hive Island, he still manages it with a laissez-faire approach, resulting in it becoming such a chaotic place. He even grandly claims pirates are free. Those who are bound have no right to go to sea. Nonsense. From Hone's experience over the past 2 years, this guy is just plain lazy. Indeed, under such lax management, Hive Island has indeed become the largest and most chaotic illegal territory in the entire New World. However, currently Vivinoto Island has begun to show some momentum in catching up. Although this island is as dark and evil as Hive Island, gathering a large number of fugitives and villains, it also has a designated order for pirates. The biggest difference between Vivinoto Island and Hive Island is that although there are villains here, there are also quite a few commoners. These commoners may have a twisted living environment and a low moral baseline. But relying on the island's dark economy, they not only have enough to eat, but each person also has some extra. In fact, there are a large number of luxury venues and entertainment facilities on the island, all developed by the Fire Rat pirate crew, which has brought in substantial financial benefits. Unlike Hive Island, where everyone basically queues at the Shaki bar every day. However, if Hone had to choose a place to live, he would still choose Hive Island. Because in the pirate world, money is always just a bonus, not a necessity. The only hard standard is the fist. What if your fire rat pirate crew can make money and develop? As the saying goes, when the neighbor stores grain, I store guns. The neighbor is my granary. If I can't win against you in normal competition, can I not use underhanded tactics? What's wrong with being second? As long as I take out the first, won't I become the first? Look, here come the robbers. At the port of Vivanoto Island, a medium-sized three-masted sailing ship with a golden lion head ram slowly sailed into the dock. This new ship, named Flying Lion, was just brought out from the shipbuilding Holy Land Loskyun Island by Shiki. He is still in the novice phase with this ship, having to use the ability of the float fruit to clean the entire ship. Looking at the endless stream of people ahead and the various merchant ships docked on side, and turned to look at Shiki, who stood in the center of the deck with his eyes closed. Tisk, Uncle Shiki, tell me, we're all pirates. How come the abilities are so different? Just look at them here, then look at us. Compared to this, Hive Island is really a shabby place. Hearing Hone's complaints, Shiki didn't even lift his eyelids, and replied lazily, these things are just for show. Pirates should not sit in one place making money like merchants. It's simply laughable. Hone rolled his eyes at this. Rob, that's all you care about. I know you too well. Just say you don't have the ability to make money instead of pretending to be traditional. Why is it that during the later era of the Four Emperors, the threat of pirates is much higher than in the Locks era and the era of the three legendary pirate crews? Apart from the arrival of the Great Pirate Era, it is also closely related to pirates transforming from simple bandits into warlords, gradually establishing their own territories. Why did the Flying Sky pirate crew fail once and then fall into a slump? Fundamentally, it was because Shiki's initial development model had problems. However, Hone didn't bother to say more. After all, it wouldn't be him who suffers in the end. Could Shiki really let him inherit the Flying Sky pirate crew? As various trash and dust were thrown into the sea by Shiki without regard for public morals, the spotless Flying Lion slowly sailed into the port. Hone aimed at the direction of the dock, took a deep breath, feeling the familiar sensation in the air, and couldn't help but smile faintly. Sure enough, this wave of foul and villainous aura blowing against the wind is the most delightful. Shiki intentionally took a couple of deep breaths, but felt no change. But seeing Hone's excited gaze, he immediately understood what this little brat meant by foul and villainous aura. I've been roaming the seas for so long, and this is the first time I've met someone like you, a natural-born bad seed. What's wrong? Has your peculiar hobby started to itch again? Hone's dealings on the island, setting up a gladiatorial arena and Lox's name for a bunch of villains, was not a secret. But the people in the pirate crew had seen all sorts of tricks. Besides, Hone wouldn't actively broadcast his abilities. Thus they all regarded it as just a strange hobby. Other than occasionally teasing him about it, they didn't say much. There's no helping it. Right now I feel like a hungry diner facing a feast, just thinking about how to indulge. Uncle Shiki, when are we having a meal? What's the rush? We're pirates. Before we get to work, we should at least rob a hull first. When Shiki was getting the ship from Loskyun Island, he accidentally learned that the Fire Rat pirate crew had recently received a shipment of gold worth 2 billion berry. Since the task Lox assigned was merely to destroy Vivanoto Island, he could completely pocket this money for himself. This was also the reason Shiki specifically brought Hone along. Utilizing the ghosts summoned by Hone's float fruit, he could ignore the characteristics of buildings and locate this batch of gold. Moreover, as the youngest and weakest Intern member, in the subsequent distribution of benefits, Shiki could definitely take the lion's share. At that time, being a bit generous, this little brat might feel grateful for bringing him along to make money. As long as Lox's pirate crew disbands, this favor might turn into a reason for the other side to choose to come over and make a deal. Damn, killing multiple birds with one stone, what a genius design. The sea breeze was quite boisterous. A pirate ship adorned with a skull and crossbones flag floated silently in the high sky. Leaning against the golden lionhead ram at the bow, a black-haired black-eyed youth let out a comfortable yawn as he felt the breeze brushing past his ears. Indeed, it's far more comfortable coming out with Shiki. This flying ship is way better than that broken Jybex Fury. Watching the white clouds drifting beneath his feet, Hua, and couldn't help but stretch. And I don't have to lift a finger myself. Shiki-san is such a meticulous man. As Shiki had anticipated, using ghosts to search for gold was indeed a brilliant move. Under the relentless probing of the Jengars, within less than half an hour, every secret the Fire Rat pirates had hidden was laid bare. Once the target was found, the rest was straightforward. Shiki stormed into the treasure vault with overwhelming might. Soon all the valuables the Fire Rat pirates had accumulated began to float skyward like hydrogen balloons. Meanwhile, Hua In, who remained on the Flying Lion, was tasked with pulling the floating treasures onto the deck using ghosts. One scouted, the other fought. One transported, the other received. Their coordination was smoother than that of seasoned criminals. By the time the Fire Rat pirates rushed to intercept, the vault was left in such a state that even a certain orange-haired thief cat would shake her head upon entering. But before Hua and could finish his reverie, the ship beneath him began to shudder. Feeling the gentle, steady descent, he frowned and sat up with a roll. He leaned over to peer downward, his face filled with confusion and disbelief. No way. Is it over? After instructing Hua-in to guard the treasure, Shiki alone stayed on the island to engage the fire rat pirate. Huan had initially thought that against such numbers, even with Shiki's strength, the battle wouldn't be easy. But now what did he see? The once prosperous Vivino Island was now a mess of ruins. In just 2 hours, Shiki had not only single-handedly taken on an entire pirate crew, but the shockwaves of their battle had also reduced this newly developed underworld den in the new world to history. No way. So your bounty of 580 million, half from the flame fruit and half from the Navy's inflation. With skills like this, how did the fire rat pirates dare to oppose their rocks pirates? Boom. The air cracked with thunderous roars, one after another. As far as Hua-in could see, the earth surged like wave soil, tearing from the island's depths and ruthlessly rolling forward. Layer upon layer of earth compressed and piled up as if kneaded by an invisible giant hand like clay. Watching the island heave violently below, Hua-in clicked his tongue in amazement, a flicker of heat in his eyes. Indeed, the float fruit is just too overpowered. This power combined mobility, destructiveness, and air superiority. Add to that Shiki's swordsmanship as a great swordsman. No wonder after Rock's death the flying pirates became the new dominant force. If not for the weakness of fearing storms, Roger wouldn't stand a chance. What a pity fate never favored Shiki. The man he admired became the captain of the Roger Pirates. The woman he loved became the wife of the Roger Pirates' first mate. The ancient weapon he sought, its secrets were always held by the Roger Pirates, never revealed to him. At his peak he was defeated by Roger and fell into decline. When he emerged again, he was defeated by the wielder of Roger's straw hat, the disciple of his rival Rayleigh. A true unlucky soul, forever living in the shadow of the Roger Pirates. Jahaha! A wild cackle echoed across the sky, breaking the youth's reverie. A flashy figure appeared in his sight. A man with striking golden hair, a cigar dangling from his lips, a cloak striped in orange and yellow draped over his back, and a cascade of gold and jewels swirling around him. With a casual wave of his hand, a shower of golden light rained down onto the flying ship. Oh, that's cool, Hua-in cheered and gave a thumbs up. Roger could wait, for now Shiki was still a solid ally. Without turning his head, Shiki lazily waved his right hand, and the surging waves below instantly solidified into 4 majestic lions crashing down upon the center of the island. The last traces of the town vanished in an instant, and many ferocious pirates were crushed into indistinct. Wow, awesome! Exclaiming, Hua-in's eyes black as pearls flickered as if searching for something. What ordinary people couldn't see, Hua-in could. Above the pirates' remains, thick black fumes began to rise like smoke drifting into the air. At the same time, several azure-glowing ghosts swiftly emerged from the island. In the next moment, those black mists were greedily devoured by the little ghosts. Watching the sky cleared, Hua-in narrowed his eyes and curled his lips into a smile, his mood visibly lifted. Who knew that Vivino Island alone would yield so many corrupted souls? What a thrill! Just then the rock-encased island exploded outward. Amidst the billowing dust, a figure burst into the sky. Wreathed in explosive flames, he shot straight up through the surging earth and waves. Seeing this, Shiki, floating in the air, snorted and twitched his cigar, blowing out a puff of smoke. He placed his hands on his hips, and 2 flashes of cold light shot forth. The blade edges blackened as they left their sheaths. Black lightning crackled across the blades, and the air around seemed to compress, causing a tightness in the chest. The next moment, slash wave. An immense, exaggerated slash tore through the sky like a dazzling arc sweeping toward the approaching figure. In an instant, the sky itself seemed to darken. Miles, the fire rat who was propelling himself upward through the air, changed expression drastically. Before his cry of shock could escape, the slash struck him head-on, sending him flying back down. Slap, slap, slap. Brilliant. Clear applause rang out. Hua-in's eyes glinted, and he offered a flattering smile. Shiki-san, I think that slash of yours is already on par with the captain. How about you go pick a fight with rocks when we get back? If you win, maybe Sister Shaki will look at you differently. Hearing this flattery, Shiki's face lit up with a flicker of temptation. But soon he came to his senses and shot Hua-in a glare. You little brat, don't think I don't know what you're up to. I'm not going to play your little doctor games like those idiots. Besides, Rocks sent you along not to clap and cheer for me. Huh. Hua-in's smile froze slightly. He rubbed the back of his head awkwardly, then put on a look of terror. You mean you want me to fight that guy with a bounty of 300 million? No way. I may look big, but I'm only... Sure, Shiki made him look like a child, but as a little newbie who hadn't mastered any hockey, if Hua-in were foolish enough to fight that Logia user, he'd definitely be taught a lesson. Shiki. At that moment, the ground below erupted again. With flames rising beneath his feet, a furious Miles the Fire Rat shot up like a cannonball lunging. Logia users are really tough to kill. Hua-in tilted his head with a smirk. Given the situation, Shikisan, it seems our enemy is more eager to fight you than me. Shiki took a slow drag from his cigar and blew out a smoke ring. What a troublesome fool. Never mind, he'll handle this one. But you don't think you can slack off? There are a few rats trying to escape from the east side of the island. Go stop them. With that, Shiki glanced sideways at Hua-in. Don't give me that I'm 8 years old crap. When you were tormenting those pirates in the arena, you didn't act like an 80-year-old. Hua-in rolled his eyes watching the ghosts finish absorbing the last wisps of black mist in the air. He quickly walked to the ship's railing. TCH, you turn on people so fast. No wonder Sister Shaki rejected you 13 times. Why would a young, beautiful woman like her settle for an old geezer like you? Before Shiki could react, Hua-in leaped off the ship. Hearing the enraged roar from above, he smirked. A grown man picking a fight with a kid like me. No wonder you ended up alone in the end. Serves you right. Meanwhile, on the sea not far from the airship, a warship was slowly sailing towards Weiwei near Duo Island. Sengoku sat busily in the cabin, occasionally using a transponder snail to communicate with marine warships across the sea, discussing plans to capture pirates. The fax machine in his cabin never stopped running. Almost whenever he sat inside, it continuously transmitted documents back and forth. Compared to this busy vice admiral, the two spirited young men on the deck were clearly much more leisurely. Borsellino set up a sun lounger on the deck, pulled out a sleep mask from his pocket, and lay down on the chair to sunbathe and doze off. Beside him, Sakazuki had somehow acquired a small folding stool holding a fishing rod and enjoying the charm of sea fishing. Both were still trainees in the training camp, not yet officially enlisted in the Marines. This voyage was purely to accompany Sengoku and gain some experience. However, anyone with discerning eyes could tell that these two were only a single transfer order away from formal service. Moreover, monsters like them might even become field-grade officers right upon enlistment. Therefore, even though the two were so leisurely, no one around came to reprimand them. Hey Borsellino, how much longer until we reach the destination? The one holding the fishing rod, Sakazuki, suddenly asked. Upon hearing this, Borsellino, who had been dozing off, didn't remove his sleep mask, but yawned lazily. What's wrong? Can't stand the boredom. This is how sea voyages are. They sound very eventful, but in reality they are often tedious. As someone with experience, they'll give you a piece of advice: pack some sleep masks in your pocket. Sometimes you might just sleep your way to the destination. Sakazuki rolled his eyes and muttered in complaint. Come on, don't act like you're a veteran. Rather than sleeping, rather practice swordsmanship. Honestly, if you weren't so lazy, your strength would have surpassed this level long ago. You, a fishing fanatic, have no right to criticize me. Isn't fishing just as lazy? Borsellino retorted in annoyance. What do you know? I'm training my observation hockey. Besides, fishing can bring more food supplies to the warship. You're just daydreaming. How can we be compared? Sakazuki retorted unceremoniously. Sakazuki shot back, without hesitation. After all that talk, have you caught a single fish? You rookie. Borsellino tugged at the sleep mask on his head and cast a disdainful glance. I've only just started. Regardless from the final outcome, my fishing is indeed more useful than your sleeping, isn't it? Hearing that twisted logic, Borsellino became quite annoyed. He glared and stared fiercely at Sakazuki. This was the daily routine of the two on the ship. Both were young and impatient. In a lonely and monotonous environment, it was unbearable not to find something to do. Bickering and banter became a mutual understanding to add fun to their voyage. Usually it was Borsellino with his sharper tongue who had the upper hand. But now it seemed that after long practice, Sakazuki's verbal skills had also improved significantly. So how much longer until we get there? Sakazuki asked again. Although both were trainees, due to Borsellino's lazy nature, Sengoku would deliberately or inadvertently add some responsibilities to him. Therefore, after handling many trivial matters, Borsellino knew quite a bit more than Sakazuki. Don't worry, we're almost there. Give me an exact answer. Every time I ask, you brush me off like this. Borsellino looked up at the sun, made a quick estimation, and then said, at the latest we should arrive by noon today. That's good. Sakazuki's mood instantly brightened. After more than 10 days at sea, nothing was more delightful than the imminent arrival at the destination. Just then the fishing rod in his hand suddenly trembled. A glint of light flashed in Sakazuki's eyes, and he laughed heartily. Ha ha, finally a fish has taken the bait. As he spoke, he gripped the rod and jerked it upward with brute force, sending a powerful pull along the line. In no time, a huge figure was yanked out from beneath the sea. The creatures in the pirate world had bizarre appearances, especially in the sea. It was a hodgepodge of abstract. Take this sea beast that Sakazuki pulled out, for example. Its head bore ox horns, but its face was a standard horse-like visage with protruding fangs exposed beyond the lips, and 2 rows of blade-like fins on its back. Its body was half the size of the warship, clearly a formidable foe. Borsellino was also startled by the commotion and sat up halfway. Oh wow, an ox-head horse-faced beast. I recall reading about it in a book. Its meat has a sort of rugged beauty. I didn't expect that after all these days you'd actually haul this thing up. As soon as he finished, the ox-head horse-faced beast now yanked out of the sea, charged straight at the warship. Seeing this, Sakazuki immediately drew the sword strapped to his back, leaped into the air, and rushed forward. Bone cleaver. With a few flashes of cold light, the once ferocious beast was instantly dismembered into a pile of bones in midair. The bloody organs fell back into the sea, and the fresh meat thudded onto the deck. I didn't expect your swordsmanship to improve recently. Feels like it won't be long before you rise to the rank of sword master. Hearing Borsellino's teasing, Sakazuki waved his hand and said nonchalantly, the title of sword master means little to me. I don't seek such vainglory. As long as I'm strong enough, that's all that matters. His voice paused briefly, then he turned to Borsellino. Seriously, we haven't had a good exchange in a long time. How about today? What he meant by exchange was naturally a fight. Hearing this, Borsellino directly shook his head and refused. No, you never stop once you start fighting. It's too troublesome. Sakazuki grinned. Don't worry, just a little while. However, just as he was about to make a move, a warning suddenly came from the observation deck above. The lookout's voice rang out from the intercom. Attention, all hands. Pirate ships spotted in the water. Off the coast of Waiao Island, a pirate ship was desperately charging outward, leaving a trail of white foam in its wake. The pirates on board were pale-faced, pulling the sails while constantly looking back over their shoulders. In their eyes, Waiao Island had gone completely mad. An invisible force had kneaded the entire island like dough, sculpting it into a terrifying tomb. It's that monster, the Golden Lion. All because of the captain who provoked the Rocks pirates. What's the use of complaining now? The Fire Rat pirates are finished. Let's just get out of here. No one on the ship spoke of going back to fight. After all, facing that apex lion, the only choice left was— But just then the sky suddenly lit up. What's that? The lookout, scanning the surroundings, jerked his head upward, but soon his pupils shrank. It wasn't light. It was a cascade of azure rain falling from the sky. Before the lookout could react, a streak of blue light pierced straight into his forehead. The next moment, thud, 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 thud. Countless glowing arrows rained into the deck and screams erupted without end. At the same time, a slender figure landed on the mast. A youthful, clear voice rang out. Sorry, everyone. Ahead, no passage allowed. Gazing at the thoroughly terrified pirates before him, Horn cleared his throat and revealed a gentle smile. Per Rock's orders, not a single member of the Fire Rat pirates gets to live today. But since I'm in a good mood today, how about this? Let's play a game. If you win, I'll let you go. How about it? Watching the youth who had suddenly appeared on the mast and their groaning comrades around them, all the pirates' eyes slowly widened. Who was this guy? What did he mean by win the game? Was that rain of arrows his doing? As they pondered, the first to act appeared. Little brat, screw your game. They'll split you first. It was a burly man with a massive build, with a soul arrow embedded in his chest and arm, swinging a heavy double-edged battle axe. Captain Hank. The man seemed to have considerable prestige among the group. Many wounded pirates, seeing him charge, gritted their teeth and followed suit, rushing forward. Even if this kid was from the Rocks pirates, he was just a brat. Maybe there was a chance. In an instant, the ship's clamor of battle cries swelled. Horn gently twisted his neck, his smile fading. A bunch of bastards. Didn't they see how cheerful he was? Could his carefully practiced smile only fool the little girls on the island? The next second, a ghostly figure emerged behind Horn. The pirates, who had been gritting their teeth and charging forward, suddenly looked as if they had seen the most terrifying thing in the world. Their faces, once thick with bravado, twisted into contortions. Forget swinging their blades. They couldn't even stand straight. Some immediately wet their pants, while others covered their mouths and vomited bile. A few even rolled their eyes back and collapsed limply. What did you do? Hank, the burly man at the forefront, was now staggering backward. In his eyes, Horn's figure seemed to grow larger and larger. An endless, boundless pressure crushed any thought of resistance. Unexpectedly, you, this stray dog, can still withstand my power. Horn looked at the pair of horns on the man's head, his eyes gleaming with even more interest. A Zoan-type ability user. That means you might be more valuable than I thought. Horn tilted his head, then a naive smile curled at the corner of his mouth. The offer still stands. Win the game, and I'll let you leave. Don't worry, you'll definitely be familiar with the game rules. From now on, there are no rules, no limits. As long as you become the last person standing on this deck, I swear by Captain Rock's name that I will set you free. As the words fell, the azure ghost behind Horn drifted slowly into the air. The youth's lips twitched upward as he snapped his fingers. Soon the ghost coalesced into a massive longbow with countless arrows of condensed light nocked and ready. You can also choose to quit. Of course, as long as you're faster than my arrows. Hearing this, the surrounding pirates were stunned. Kill everyone else, and you survive. Under extreme terror, a restless agitation began to simmer. How can I trust what you say? What if you go back on your word? A pirate frowned and muttered under his breath. But before he could finish swoosh, several points of cold light shot through the air, skewering the unlucky one into a pincushion. I don't need you to believe. I just need you to choose. I've said my piece. Play. Or not. The remaining pirates exchanged glances, and for a moment the deck fell into silence. But soon, the first to strike appeared. It was Hank, the one with the double-edged battle axe. Without a moment's hesitation, he swung his axe at the back of a comrade ahead, cleaving the poor wretch's head in two. Hank's move was like a starting gun at a race, plunging the entire deck into utter madness. The will to survive crushed fear and cowardice. Comrades who had just been united in escaping now turned into uncontrollable beasts. But what the fighting pirates couldn't see was that with each kill, the black smoke swirling around the survivors grew denser. As for the unlucky ones who fell, their resentment and regret stained their souls black. All those souls eventually turned into wisps of smoke drawn into the great bow in the sky. Yet the instigator of it all merely pursed his lips, a trace of disdain flickering on his face. TSK. Just as I thought, even with this kind of stimulation, these coward souls aren't very strong. Forget the scum of Beehive Island. They probably can't even match the poor bastards who got caught in Shiki's crossfire. After ordinary souls failed, the effect of ordinary corrupted souls is getting worse too. If I want to strengthen my ghost like before, it's going to get harder and harder. Before long, the bloody battle on the ship finally drew to a close. Hank, the one wielding the double-edged battle axe, emerged as the final victor. He had cut down 17 of his comrades, and the black aura on his soul had become far denser than an ordinary person's. What a scumbag. But I like it. A vicious grin spread across the youth's face. The next second, he moved at incredible speed, appearing right in front of the burly man. In the latter's confused and terrified eyes, a palm pressed directly onto his forehead. You? But before he could open his mouth, a streak of azure light shot straight into his forehead. You broke your word. What I said was whoever can stand alive on this deck will be set free. But you, as you are now, clearly don't meet my requirements, do you? Just as Horn was about to turn and leave, a massive fireball suddenly plummeted from the sky, crashing onto the deck of the pirate ship. Fire Mouse Miles. Horn stared in shock at the short figure suddenly appearing on the deck, engulfed in flames. Was this the one that Shiki had shot down again? But if he's here, where is that bastard Shiki? He wouldn't seriously want me to fight him, would he? With this thought, Horn quickly formed a ghost into a platform and jumped on it, ready to escape. The next moment, a sharp voice mixed with anger and astonishment rang out. Hey, little brat, if I remember correctly, you were the one who collected the treasure on the flying ship before, right? Horn turned around, giving an awkward smile, carefully trying to cover the newly tattooed pirate crew emblem on his forearm. Just as he was about to make up some excuse, a burst of flames suddenly filled his vision. Since you have the guts to attack our Fire Mouse pirate crew today, you're dead for sure. Glancing up at the still sky, Horn sighed slightly. As expected, in the end, a fight is unavoidable. The dead lion is probably hiding somewhere watching the show. Just a bit of teasing, and that bastard holds a... Raising his hand, Horn summoned a ghost to block the incoming flames. Using the counterforce, the ghost's skateboard beneath his feet shot up into the sky like it was equipped with a jet engine. Seeing his attack miss, Miles the Fire Mouse had his whiskers resembling those of a mouse quiver slightly. He had been continuously beaten by Shiki before. Now, although he did not know why the opponent hadn't continued the pursuit after sending him flying, escaping from a user of the flotation fruit was no easy feat. And this little brat in front of him was closely related to Shiki. If he could capture him, he would have the leverage to negotiate with the opponent. Thinking of this, Miles narrowed his small eyes slightly, and flames erupted from the soles of his legs as he quickly chased after Horn, who was escaping into the air. Along the way, both of his arms transformed into fiery serpents shooting towards Horn's back. Feeling the heat behind him, Horn waved his hand again, and two ghosts quickly condensed into shields blocking the rushing flames. At the same time, 5 or 6 Ginchi appeared above his head, swiftly forming a union. A bow glowing with blue light ready to fire pointed directly at the Fire Mouse Miles, who was striking a classic pose. Go! Whoosh! 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 The bowstring released, and 5 arrows shot out, forming a human shape in the air. Noticing that these blue arrows carried no powerful hockey, Mila's originally serious expression relaxed instantly, and he immediately activated his elemental transformation. In the next moment, his body was quickly pierced by the 5 arrows, but with flames rising, his body remained. Little brat, don't struggle uselessly. Today let me show you that a nature type is not just any opponent that can be defeated easily. Oh, is that so? Hearing this, Horn's fingers twitched slightly, and he turned back with a strange smile. The arrows that had just pierced through Mila's body came to an abrupt stop in midair. In the next moment, the arrowheads turned into tails, and the tails turned into arrowheads. At the moment of transformation, the 5 arrows shot towards Mila's back as if they had been launched again. At a critical moment, Miles, who received a frantic warning from his observation, Haki decisively activated his elemental transformation and narrowly avoided this sudden ambush. Looking at the ethereal blue arrows that passed through him again, although he suffered no injury, a cold sweat broke out on Mila's forehead. What a cunning little brat. Damn. Cursing inwardly, the flames on his body surged even higher. Seeing this, Horn burst into hearty laughter. Haha, I wonder if you, this flaming mouse, can sustain your elemental transformation for 3 days and 3 nights. Damn little brat. Mila's face darkened as he extended his hands toward Horn. Fire God, make a path. As his words fell, a torrent of flames erupted instantly. Mila's face darkened as he extended his hands toward Horn. Fire God, make a path. As his words fell, seeing this, Horn also put away his smile, and over a dozen ghosts floated out from his shadow. One after another, they transformed into shields blocking in front of the fiery vortex. It was at that moment that a triumphant smile appeared at the corner of Mila's mouth. He suddenly changed tactics and merged directly into the fire tornado. With his addition, the flames that originally moved along a fixed trajectory seemed to come to life, surging through the gaps of the ghost shields and right in front of Horn. In the next second, in Horn's panicked gaze, a blurry figure emerged from the flames with claws formed from fire aimed at Horn's head and chest, striking down fiercely. Little brat, this childish pirate game ends here. Go down. Is that so? Fool, I've been waiting for you to make a move. You shouldn't underestimate me. Horn muttered softly, and a tiny blue ginchi suddenly shot out from his chest pocket, charging directly at Miles, who had turned into a fire figure. Useless, how could someone without Haki possibly harm me? Before Miles finished his sentence, he suddenly felt an overwhelmingly negative thought surge in his mind. I can't even quickly take down a little brat like this. Oh, what meaning does my existence have in this world? But soon this thought was suppressed. But just at that moment, another blue ghost rushed out from another pocket in Horn's chest. Seeing this, Miles immediately canceled his elemental transformation and quickly covered himself in armament Haki. Still trying to use such little tricks to disturb me. A brat is just a brat. Indeed, the ghost charging forward collided with Mila's chest again, but due to the barrier of Haki, the ghost couldn't penetrate his chest like before. Hasn't that guy Shiki taught you that armament Haki can negate the effects of devil fruit abilities? Is that so? A strange smile reappeared on Horn's face, and he clenched his hand, causing the ghost to explode right in front of Mila's chest. An irregular stone that had been wrapped in the ghost all along fell into the collar of Mila's shirt due to the shock of the explosion. Feeling a sudden wave of weakness surge within him, Mila's eyes widened as he let out a scream. See, congratulations, you got it right. Horn grinned wickedly as a ghost floated into his hand, quickly transforming into a blue lightsaber. Since the opponent had temporarily lost his abilities, he had to take advantage of this moment. Holding the sword with both hands under Mila's terrified gaze, Horn exerted all his strength, thrusting the lightsaber fiercely into Mila's chest. Next is the time to present you with your award. What exactly is the use of armament Haki? This thing has a wide range of applications. The powerful armor formed by armament Haki can greatly enhance one's defense, and when attached to an attack, can multiply its offensive power. However, for nature-type users who can elementalize, the fundamental use of armament Haki is merely the difference between 0 and 1. Unless one finds a means to counter it, or uses Seastone, ordinary people have no way to deal with these natures. As a novice who has not yet cultivated armament Haki, Hoenn has been contemplating what he would do if he ever encountered a nature-type user. In the end, he felt that the Seastone plan was evidently more reliable. Thus, he specifically purchased a number of small Seastone pellets from the black market and had a craftsman encase them in iron. This approach is naturally to prevent accidental direct contact that could adversely affect him. Before going out each time, Hoenn would summon a ghost to hold 2 processed Seastone pellets, keeping them in it. Unexpectedly, this precaution was put to use today, and judging by the results, it was indeed effective. The ghostly sword pierced directly into Mila's chest, and the powerful impact erupted from his suppressed abilities, causing his soft body to explode. Cough. Even in the final moment, Miles used all his strength to raise his hands, desperately gripping the ghostly sword in front of him, but the fierce strike that pierced his body still caused this great pirate to spew a mouthful of blood. Seeing that his attack had not achieved its full effect, Hoenn furrowed his brow. Seastone could only temporarily disable a user's abilities, not completely eliminate them. Now, although Miles was weak all over, he still had the strength to reach into his clothes for the Seastone. Thus, the opportunistic Hoenn had no intention of giving this guy any chance to breathe. Releasing the ghostly sword, he leaned slightly back, spreading his arms as 2 gung gue materialized in his hands. In the next second after obtaining his new weapons, Hoenn did not hesitate to strike down towards the already descending Miles. Just at that critical moment, Miles endured the overwhelming weakness and the intense pain in his chest, quickly raising his hands and wrapping them in a layer of armament Haki. Mila's Haki power is not very strong. Or rather, many nature-type users, due to an over-reliance on their elemental abilities, have similar shortcomings in hockey and physical combat. Even in the future, among the Navy's nature-type generals who have overcome this shortcoming when it comes to physical skills in hockey. One was knocked out for several minutes by Old Man Garp's headbutt, while another was taken down for several minutes by Luffy's headbutt and the White Star Spear. Thus it can be seen how arrogant nature-type users are towards physical combat and hockey. Yet even so, Miles still managed to use his meager armament hockey to block Hoenn's continued assault. Anticipating that his attack would yield little result, Hoenn quickly changed his approach. Utilizing the downward momentum, he twisted his wrist. The two soul swords in his hand struck towards other parts of Mila's body like venomous snakes at bizarre angles. With no points of support in the air and his body growing softer and weaker, Miles immediately fell into a passive position against such rapid successive strikes. Soon blood holes began to emerge all over his body. In less than a moment, this pirate worth 580 million had turned into a bloodied figure. Watching the black mist swirling around his opponent thickening, Hoenn couldn't help but wear a greedy smile. Savor your hatred, your unwillingness. What kind of treasures could the soul of a great pirate produce? Yet just as Hoenn was lost in thought, a sudden sound of slicing air came from behind them. Hoenn's expression changed. He stepped onto the ghostly platform beneath him and quickly turned around. But Miles, who was being pummeled, did not have such good fortune. A long knife piercing through the air covered in a rich layer of armament hockey came directly for a lethal strike at Mila's throat. Seeing Miles clutching his throat on the verge of passing out, Hoenn did not even have time to worry about increasing the success rate of his possession. Taking advantage of the fact that the opponent was not dead, yet he summoned the ghost and quickly dove into Mila's body. A few seconds later, after feeling the massive influx of information from the ghost, Hoenn finally let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, I succeeded at the last second. 8 treasure locations, 6 secret trading lines, black material on dozens of noble kingdoms, and experiences in cultivating armament and observation hockey. There are even secret documents from the Navy. What is this? Development insights on the burn fruit. What use is this? After roughly sorting through the memories of Mila's soul consumed by the ghost, Hoenn did not have time to examine them in detail when a particularly flamboyant young man silently floated beside him. I say, what exactly do you want to do, Uncle Shiki? When I don't want to fight, you push people onto me, and now that a victory is about to be decided, you come to snatch the kill. As a senior, you should at least set a good example in front of this little kid. If the ghost had not successfully possessed just now, Hoenn would have suffered significant losses in this battle. Do you know how much effort and money it takes to get a piece of sea stone? Who? Exhaling a puff of smoke from the corner of his mouth, holding a cigar, Shiki looked at Mila's body gradually sinking into the sea and said leisurely, I didn't expect this guy to be brought down by you like this. You little brat, you actually thought of such a method, how cunning. Looking at Hoenn's defiant expression, Shiki shook his head. Enough, you kid, don't complain in your heart anymore. The situation has changed a bit. There's no time for you to play how change. Hoenn scanned his surroundings, and when he looked towards the distant sea surface, his previously indifferent expression suddenly changed. A warship, a massive warship from the Navy headquarters. Judging by the direction it was heading, it was undoubtedly coming straight for them. Although the Navy is powerful now, there are not many who dare to seek trouble with Shiki. So which powerhouse is coming? Gathering the ghosts floating around the battlefield back into the shadows, Hoenn fixed his gaze on the distant warship and softly asked, Uncle Shiki, can you sense who they are? Not sure, we'll only know once we engage. Unlike most pirates, Shiki was much more aggressive. Whether it was Roger or Whitebeard, even if they were not afraid of the Navy's power, generally speaking, upon seeing a warship, they would retreat if they could, avoiding conflicts whenever possible. But Shiki never did such things. Usually once he spotted a warship on the sea, his first choice was often to take the initiative to attack. In fact, after learning of his good buddy Roger's capture, Shiki audaciously took the helm of a grand ship and went to challenge the Navy headquarters at Marineford alone. Of course, his end was quite tragic. At Marineford, he was directly confronted by Sengoku and Garp, who overwhelmed him, Tunon ultimately landing him in the deep-sea prison, impelled down for rehabilitation. By the time he made his next appearance, his strength had significantly declined, and he had even changed his appearance to resemble cosplay of Steel Shadow, clanging as he walked. In the end, he was even taught a lesson by the rookie Monkey D. Luffy, who had only 3 gears. But at this moment, Shiki still had the confidence of arrogance. If there were no top-tier experts in his team, no matter how many warships came, they were all just toys to him. Come, let me greet them and see which old acquaintance it is. A sinister smile crept across Shiki's lips. As his words fell, his body swiftly descended. Until his toes lightly tapped the surface of the sea, an invisible force rapidly spread from beneath his feet. Currently, Shiki's combat power had not yet reached its peak. For instance, the float fruit he possessed had yet to awaken to the point where he could manipulate objects midair. Therefore, at this moment, he still needed to make contact with a part of his body to unleash his abilities. But even so, the power of the float fruit was already quite formidable. The next second, the previously calm sea surface was suddenly stirred up. A massive tsunami appeared with an overwhelming force directly blocking the path of the advancing warship. Then the size of the tsunami expanded, rising like a mountain, roaring directly down towards the sailing navy. Meanwhile, aboard the warship, Sengoku, who emerged from the cabin, looked at the surging waves in the distance, somewhat bewildered. Isn't the weather in this new world a bit too extreme? It was just calm moments ago. How did it suddenly become tumultuous? Sengoku did not expect that someone was secretly causing trouble. According to the intelligence he received, Devil Island had always been the base of the Fire Rat Pirates, and Fire Rat Mile was a natural type user of the flame fruit. If a sea of flames appeared ahead, he might have suspected something. But now there were waves, and how could Fire Rat Mile create such a huge disturbance? He didn't have that capability, you know. This scene resembled the commotion caused by that bastard Shiki the Golden Lion. At the same time, on the deck of the warship, looking at the increasingly rising tsunami, the two young men, Akainu and Kizaru, were equally shaken. Although they had been labeled as monsters in the training camp, they were still quite a distance from the world's top powers. Speaking of which, both had previously only been in the North Sea and had since been undergoing unified training at Marineford. When had they ever witnessed the pinnacle of power in this world? Such a cataclysmic scene could only be felt with immense shock when experienced in person. However, despite their astonishment, they ultimately did not worry too much. After all, Vice Admiral Sengoku had fought against tsunamis before. Although this one seemed larger than usual with Sengoku stationed on the warship, there was no reason for anything to go wrong. Indeed, the next second the bow of the warship jolted violently, and a golden light cascaded down from the bow in the eyes of Akainu and Kizaru. Although they could not see clearly, both had already guessed what had happened ahead. If nothing unexpected occurred, it should have been Sengoku making a move. As a user of the human fruit, mythical beast form, Sengoku not only possessed the unique high recovery and robust physical attributes of a Zoan-type user, but could also exhibit a special ability: the shockwave. During the War of the Best in the original story, he had once struck all members of the Blackbeard Pirates with a single slap, and the scene had been incredibly brutal. Now that highly destructive shockwave had rapidly erupted from the bow of the ship. The surging tsunami, powerful enough to shatter a massive warship, was instantly crushed by this formidable attack. The waves stirred up after the tsunami dissipated caused the warship to bob uneasily. Grasping the edge of the ship, Akainu steadied himself while looking at the distance in shock. So strong. Is this the power of Vice Admiral Sengoku? He felt that these top figures could wipe him and Kizaru out with just a sneeze. At that moment, an arrogant voice suddenly rang down from the sky. Kik, so it's you, Sengoku. Hearing that voice, Sengoku, who was standing at the bow retracting his powers, instantly turned grim. Encountering Shiki at sea was a very bad situation, especially since he still did not know whether there were other members of the Rocks Pirates around. How did you get here, Shiki? Are the Rocks Pirates allied with the Fire Rat Pirates? Sengoku's words once again provoked Shiki's laughter. Allied? Don't say such childish things, Sengoku. Open your eyes and see clearly what Fire Rat Pirates are left in. Hearing this, Sengoku quickly opened his observation haki. Upon noticing the empty sea ahead, he stared intently at Shiki, his lips moving slightly, as he quietly instructed his aide beside him report the situation here to Admiral Kong, and also notify the engine room to prepare for retreat. The warship I brought this time is quite fast and sturdy, so even if it gets caught in the aftermath of the battle later, it shouldn't be too affected. But after all, the opponent is a user of the float fruit, and fighting on the sea is incredibly advantageous. Currently, the best strategy is to fight while retreating. The figure of Shiki in the sky moved without wind. He no longer meddled with the sea, but redirected his gaze back to the island of Yvinuo. With a snap of his fingers, the warship of the Fire Mouse pirate crew, which had been anchored on the sea, swiftly ascended. Shiki waved his hand domineeringly at Horn, saying, "You go back to the ship. First, I want to see an old friend." After speaking, he raised his hand and pointed forward. The enormous pirate ship in the deep sky was drawn towards the direction of the warship, as if pulled by an unknown force, crashing directly into it. After sending out this greeting, Shiki seemed to have not had enough. He lifted both hands, and the various wrecks scattered across Yvinuo Island floated up, transforming into massive cannonballs that rushed out. Sengoku glanced at his deputy beside him, lightly reminding him, before suddenly leaping forward, his figure exploding out with incredible speed. Shiki's ability to fly posed no issue for the high-ranking naval officers. After all, with the support of the Six Forms Moonwalk, they could similarly traverse the air. Don't get too cocky, Shiki. The gigantic Buddha, radiating golden light, waved its palm, and several powerful shockwaves immediately destroyed the obstacles in front. Soon the enormous golden palm crashed down towards Shiki's figure in midair, as if intending to squash the bothersome lion like swatting a fly. Seeing the dazzling golden light ahead, a hint of excitement appeared on Shiki's face. The two swords hanging at his waist unsheathed themselves, landing perfectly in his outstretched hands. In the next second, the blades, crackling with black lightning, crossed in front of him, firmly blocking Sengoku's approaching massive palm. A violent clash of domineering aura erupted instantly from the point of contact between the two, causing the surrounding airflow to become chaotic, with countless swirling currents releasing waves in all directions. "Shiki, why are you here?" Sengoku questioned while applying pressure with his palm. "I'm a pirate." Shiki's arrogant face broke into laughter. "I can go wherever I want without needing to explain anything to you. This sea isn't ruled by you pirates." Sengoku snorted coldly, and as his voice fell, his palm erupted with another powerful shockwave. The sudden surge of force pressed Shiki down, forcibly driving him from the sky to a position not far from the sea surface. However, Shiki did not mind at all. Even with the raging sea behind him, he still wore that wild grin on his lion's might, ocean's wrath. The already tumultuous sea surged rapidly at this moment, as two gigantic majestic sea lions leaped towards Sengoku in the air. "Exterminate evil." Sengoku pushed forward with his uncovered left hand, his golden light growing even more radiant. A powerful formless shockwave erupted from his hand again, brutally smashing the two sea lions into a spray of water. It was at this moment that Shiki moved. His figure darted through the water spray like a phantom. Sensing something, Sengoku immediately retracted his arm, coating it with armed haki, and abruptly dodged. In the next second, two sharp, renowned blades crackling with black lightning struck fiercely against Sengoku's raised right arm. Thud! Once again, a moment of impact erupted. Endless air waves scattered the water spray, and Sengoku stepped forward, pressing his body against Shiki, beside him, his hands reaching out from either side. However, Shiki had no intention of engaging in such close combat. He lightly stepped, withdrawing his blade, and his figure floated away, skillfully creating distance from Sengoku. As an old rival, he understood the strength of his opponent was not to be underestimated. Especially in close combat, Shiki knew very well that if it came to that, he would undoubtedly fall short. Likewise, Sengoku was aware of his strengths and weaknesses. Therefore, before Shiki could fly 3 to 5 meters away, the shockwave from his palm had already surged forth, clearly intending to force Shiki back into close quarters. Seeing this, Shiki did not hesitate, wielding his twin swords as he turned back to exchange blows with Sengoku. Meanwhile, on the moving flying ship, Horn sat back down on the golden lion's head, one hand holding a piece of roasted meat, while the other propped up his head, enjoying the scene below where chaos erupted. Such a battle at this level was simply not something he, a mere Kara, could take part in. Now Horn's best job was to protect the flying ship for Shiki, ensuring that the efforts they made earlier were not in vain. Of course, more importantly, there was something he needed to understand. Under Horn's command, a gung-gui floated out from the shadows. In the next second, as his thoughts moved, a bright blue flame suddenly appeared on the round body of the gung-gui. Looking at this flame, Horn's eyes filled with confusion and bewilderment. No, although he knew that the burn fruit was notorious for being able to be linked to anyone before this, he had truly never touched porcelain with the ling fruit. How did he swallow a Myers and experience gene mutation? It is well known that after the death of a devil fruit user, their ability rapidly dissipates and randomly remanifests in any corner of the world. The operational logic of this mechanism remains unclear to this day, considering the rule that other than the dark fruit, two devil fruits cannot coexist in one body. Horn felt that the rebirth mechanism of the devil fruit might be somewhat related to the soul, but what exactly the details are to this day, he still has not found any clues. Previously, among those good people who helped Horn develop fruit abilities on Hive Island, there were also quite a few devil fruit users. However, after Horn consumed them with the ghost fruit, such a situation never arose. Could it be because the natural type abilities are inherently superior? Indeed, I'm still lacking in research materials. But natural type users are so rare, where can I find them? While muttering, Horn's gaze unintentionally swept across the sea. In the next second, two familiar figures suddenly appeared in his line of sight. While Shiki and Sengoku were locked in an intense battle, the Marines on the warship began to assemble. Though everyone knew well that such a level of combat was not something ordinary soldiers could partake in. But the Navy had its own regulations. Even if you were utterly useless, you had to be ready to deploy at a moment's notice. After all, this was also a form of baptism by war. If one could face such a formidable enemy and survive, the soldier's temperament and horizons would be elevated. Moreover, with this experience and qualification, whether for promotion and pay raise or for boasting and banter, you would have an edge over others of the same rank. The overall command of the warship was taken over by Sengoku's vice admiral, as the most common and standard strategic weapon within the Navy. Although the warship appeared little different from a sailing vessel, its interior was far from simple. The power system aboard included not only the most common sails for routine patrols. The warship was also equipped with retractable paddle wheels on both sides and numerous oars for maneuvering. These were not driven by human power, but by the engine room hidden within the ship. The various devices in the engine room were primarily developed by the Navy's science unit with the aim of making the warship an all-weather battleship adaptable to any extreme environment. Now under the Vice Admiral's orders, the paddle wheels on both sides were fully extended and the engine room's energy was replenished. Clearly thorough preparations for evacuation had been made. Meanwhile, standing by the ship's railing, Borsellino and Sakazuki were intently watching the great battle in the distant sky, their hearts brimming with exhilaration. One day I too will become as powerful as them, Sakazuki vowed silently in his heart. Previously, he had lacked a clear concept of true strength, only able to imagine through intelligence reports. But now, having witnessed firsthand the world's top-tier power clash, his fierce competitive spirit was instant. Yet as Sakazuki was pondering this, his peripheral vision caught a small-statured marine rushing hastily. The moment he saw the figure, Sakazuki's heart inexplicably jolted. He felt that something bad was about, but before he could react, the small marine had already collided into him. Then Sakazuki felt a sharp, piercing pain in his chest. Looking down, he saw a dagger embedded straight into his chest. At the same time, a strange exclamation, "Ah, you didn't even dodge. Have you not eaten a devil fruit yet?" Hearing this, Sakazuki wanted to curse. "You run over and stab me just to see if I've eaten a devil fruit." He was a swordsman. Why would he eat that thing? Meanwhile, Borsellino had also noticed something amiss between the two. He stepped closer, about to say something, but the next second the dagger in Sakazuki's chest came into his sight. "You!" The exclamation caught in his throat as the small marine turned around. Before Borsellino could continue, the man leaped up swiftly, drew another dagger from his coat, and lunged straight at Borsellino's chest. Borsellino didn't dare to be careless. He immediately retreated, but the small marine relentlessly pressed forward, looking as if he harbored a deep, abiding grudge. Slap, slap, slap. The sounds of their scuffle soon alerted the patrol on the warship. Hearing the approaching footsteps, the small marine quickened his attacks. As a renowned monster in the training camp, Borsellino was quite skilled in hand-to-hand combat. Facing the small marine's flurry of attacks, he countered each move, leaving no openings. Seeing that he couldn't gain the upper hand, the small marine feigned a strike, and while Borsellino dodged, dashed quickly into a cabin. Stop! Borsellino naturally couldn't let him escape. Without a second thought, he followed the small marine into the cabin. At that moment, a sharp sound of something cutting through the air rushed toward him from the darkness. Borsellino reacted swiftly, sidestepping slightly to avoid the sudden attack. But the next second, a spray of blood scattered in the air. Borsellino's pupils shifted left. He realized a thin cut had appeared on his cheek. The wound seemed trivial, like an accidental scratch in daily life, barely breaking the skin. Yet as the blood flowed, a sigh echoed from the darkness. "So you're not a devil fruit user either, huh?" "What? Whether I'm a user or not, what's it to you?" Borsellino frowned, his gaze following the direction of the voice. Then his pupils contracted sharply. Several lit bombs appeared in his sight. "No." Boom. The explosion instantly drew the attention of everyone on the warship. At that moment, a malicious figure, taking advantage of the chaos, slipped back into the sky. Indeed, the small marine who had opened Sakazuki's chest and disfigured Borsellino was none other than Hoyen. His purpose in coming was to try his hand at Sakazuki or Borsellino, using them to study the effects of Logia abilities on spirits. After analysis, Hoyen concluded that these two were still very young. Even if they had eaten a devil fruit, they probably hadn't developed much. He still had a sea stone in his pocket. If he replicated the tactic he used on Miles, maybe it could actually work. But unfortunately, reality was cruel. These two were indeed fresh recruits. Not only had they not awakened their abilities, they hadn't even started training in hockey. Thus, realizing they were not what he expected, Hoyen decisively chose to vanish after a failed strike. Sigh, what a coincidence. Forget it, I'll go back and watch Shiki and Sengoku's passionate fight. I wonder when this show will end. Sengoku and Shiki fought continuously for a day and a night. Finally, with the arrival of Zephyr's support fleet, the battle drew to a close. This was a major reason why many pirates were unwilling to fight the Navy at sea. Their reinforcements were just what started as a unknown duel gradually turned into a gang fight. Who could withstand that? As for why Shiki didn't call for backup, first, he truly couldn't be sure if anyone from the Rocks pirates would bother to respond. Besides, even if someone did come to help, they'd likely shower him with sarcasm before taking action. How could this proud lion ever swallow such humiliation? A real man has his pride. Thus, upon spotting the familiar face of Zephyr, Shiki wasted no time, decisively forcing Sengoku back and retreating to the flying lion. Sengoku and Zephyr could only watch helplessly as the flying ship made its graceful escape. The enemy possessed supreme aerial mobility. Using moonwalk for offensive skirmishes was one thing, but chasing meant certain death. And so a fierce clash ended anticlimactically. The next day, the world government's newspaper detailed every aspect of the battle to the world. Aboard the flying ship, Navy Vice Admiral Buddha Sengoku repelled the great pirate Golden Lion Shiki yesterday in the Mahadi Sea. The enemy fled in panic, discarding their armor. The Navy suffered only 2 injuries with no other losses. Holding a copy of the recent world news bought from a small island, Horn scanned it and found it filled with nothing but praise and flattery for the Navy. Shiki's image was even caricatured into a cowardly, cunning, and sinister clown. No wonder Morgans managed to build up the world economic news. These mainstream media outlets all follow the same narrative. It's a wonder anyone isn't tired of it. However, for the big boss of the world economic news, the poor quality of the official papers was actually a good thing. Once that guy Morgans eventually perfects the news bird, every one of these official newspapers will be forced to beg on the streets. Just as Horn was calculating the returns on his investment, a loud laugh interrupted his thoughts. Shishishi, what are you daydreaming about, kid? Turning around, he saw Shiki sitting at a large square table feasting on meat and chugging alcohol. The table was laden with steaming hot food and chilled rum. Come over and eat something. I've been traveling all day, I'm starving. It had to be said Shiki lived up to his epithet, the Golden Lion. He ate like a true lion, bold and utterly unrestrained. Even with grease smeared on his face, he didn't look the least bit disheveled. Instead, he exuded an aura of arrogance and ferocity. No, I'm thinking about something right now. Not in the mood to eat. Horn waved his hand, glancing at the messy table Shiki had left. Aura aside, he really couldn't stand the thought of someone else's spittle in his bowl. Just then, bang. A leftover bone smacked Horn right on the forehead, followed by Shiki's grumbling voice. You're too particular for a brat your age. Since you're not hungry, go change the wind dials to speed up. Let's get back to Beehive Island early. Maybe we can still grab a few drinks at Mississippi Shacky's place. Damn simp. Horn muttered inwardly, sighing lazily. You sure know how to order people around, Uncle Shiki. The new ship with its Golden Lion head ram exuded Shiki's strong personal style. He had embedded a large number of wind dials from Skypea on the bottom and rear of the vessel. Combined with the Fua Nome's ability, its mobility was unmatched on the seas. But the problem was, back then Shiki had been in such a hurry to snatch the treasure alone that he hadn't brought any crew except for one child laborer. As a result, all the miscellaneous chores on the ship fell on the shoulders of an 80-year-old kid. And that shameless bastard actually called it training. After directing the ghost to adjust the rear wind dials, Horn returned to the deck. Shiki wiped his face with a napkin, let out a satisfied burp, and looked refreshed. Come on, kid, let's loosen up a bit. Work off the meal. All right. Horn nodded, his eyes lighting up. But we have a deal. No matter what happens during the fight, you can't use life return. You have to let me heal you. There was so much to learn from Shiki, especially his swordsmanship. It was practically a legendary manual. That was precisely why Horn had endured this long. Seeing his eagerness, Shiki chuckled. You're only this enthusiastic at times like this. With a casual wave, the dining table on the deck floated away. Then 2 long swords flew through the air and thudded into the wooden planks before Shiki. Gazing at the gleaming Mikoku and Sakujo ahead, Horn flicked his wrists, and 2 dazzling light swords formed from ghosts materialized in his palms. Shiki lit a cigar, took a puff, and slowly exhaled a thick cloud of smoke. Ready? The moment Horn nodded, the 2 swords embedded in the deck seemed to come alive, shooting up with a screech and streaking toward Horn like vipers. Didn't you say you wanted to digest? Does standing still count as digestion? Horn twisted his wrists, effortlessly deflecting the dancing blades. What's the rush, kid? This is just the beginning. With that, Shiki leaped into the air, caught the swords that had traced a sharp arc, and charged straight at Horn. In the blink of an eye, the deck erupted with a cacophony of clashing sounds. Clang, clang. Sparks flew everywhere. The screech of metal grated against the ears. Both combatants swung their blades with terrifying speed, layers of sword light enveloping them in an impenetrable barrier. But after a while, Horn began to struggle visibly. For Shiki, this might have been just a post-meal diversion. Yet even at this level of swordsmanship, it was far beyond what Horn could match. All he could do was desperately block the relentless waves of attacks. At the same time, wow, that move was so cool, Uncle Shiki. My God, how did you dodge that? That's incredible. If you hadn't held back, I'd probably have another wound on me. Horn's sweet talk flowed like honey showering comp. As the saying goes, the world is not about fighting and killing, but about human relationships and etiquette. Since Shiki was willing to teach him real skills, a little flattery cost nothing. Sure enough, Shiki's smile grew wider. Shishishi, I still need to polish my flying sword style. Right now, it's only good for bullying a little brat like you. His laughter boomed, but then his tone shifted. Still lasting this long shows impressive progress. In that case, let's step it up a notch. The moment the words fell, Horn felt the attacks suddenly become sharper. Both force and speed increased noticeably. Caught off guard, Horn was sent skidding backward, leaving 2 faint trails on the deck. Hey, you're taking this too seriously, Uncle Shiki. I'm still a kid. But despite his words, he showed no sign of backing down. The next second Horn charged forward again. After all this post-meal sparring was essentially a lesson. Ever since joining the Rocks Pirates, the officers had been quite kind to him. Horn knew what they were thinking. Everyone could see the Rocks Pirates couldn't last forever. Eventually, everyone would go their separate ways. Many had been planning ahead for a long time. Their willingness to train Horn was in a way an investment in the future. He was young, highly adaptable, possessed a healing skill, and had a pleasant way with words. Despite some quirks, his talent and abilities were truly remarkable. If they could recruit him into their crew, he would be a valuable asset. Even if not, building a good rapport couldn't hurt. This was not the great pirate era. Competition among pirates was not so fierce. In fact, often facing the pressure of the world government and the navy, whether in the New World or the Grand Line, pirates banding together for warmth was a common norm. The return journey passed quietly amidst such sparring sessions. Before long, Beehive Island came into Beehive Island, the headquarters of the Rocks Pirates. Even in the perilous New World, this place was universally recognized as one of the most dangerous locations. Often merely hearing its name was enough to turn countless faces pale. On the seas, the renown of Beehive Island was no different from that of a man-eating den. Yet if one were to visit without knowing the inside story, the first impression of Beehive Island could be quite pleasant. The sunlight was bright, and the climate was agreeable. The sea breeze was warm and humid, sending a languid shiver through one's bones. Upon the golden sands, every grain was as fine as powder. With a perpetual summer of abundant sunshine, purely in terms of environment, it was undoubtedly a top-tier resort. Of course, the reason Beehive Island never became a famous vacation spot was never the scenery. Rather, it was the villains living on the island, every pore of their bodies exuding the scent of crime. The flying lion ship slowly descended from the sky into the port. Upon witnessing this sight, the pirates instantly erupted like a boiling pot, becoming rowdy and chaotic. Boss Shiki is back. So soon. The Fire Rat pirates are finished that quickly. As expected of the Golden Lion, a great pirate with a bounty of 580 million berries. Isn't that obvious? Anyone who dares to oppose our Rocks Pirates ends up dead. That Fire Rat Myers didn't know his place, daring to set up a pirate island and steal Boss Rock's business. Horn stood by the ship's railing, stretching his neck to look down at the bustling scene below, clicking his tongue and shaking his head. Such popularity, Uncle Shiki. Truly the superstar of our Rocks Pirates. But we went out together, and I contributed too, yet no one even mentions me. Indeed, the joys and sorrows of men are not connected. Ooh, I only find them noisy. Stop your nonsense. Shiki glanced sideways at Horn, who was making a racket beside him. You're not much better than them when you start babbling. He was now a composed adult, long past the age of being stirred by cheers and excitement. So at this moment, Shiki genuinely found the noise below a bit too much. He lightly tapped his toes, and the moment the flying lion ship entered the port, he soared into the air. With a gentle wave of his right hand, Horn also rose into the sky. Let's go find Rocks first. In the center of Beehive Island stood the strikingly conspicuous giant skull building. Not only did it house the Rocks Pirates base, but it was also Rock's personal residence. However, when Shiki descended with his companion, they did not see their captain. Stop looking. That bastard Roger had a clash with us in the Edward Sea, so he took Ling Ling and Kaido to go settle the score with him. In the spacious office, a tall blonde man with a crescent-shaped mustache holding a wine jug cursed as he drank. That dog? He left me to watch the place. The speaker was another officer of the Rocks Pirates, Whitebeard Edward Newgate. What did you say? Hearing the other's words, Shiki's expression instantly lost its composure. His eyes bulged and his tongue twisted several times. That bastard Rocks didn't wait for me to come back. Damn, how can such a big event as chasing Roger? Hearing this, Newgate slammed his cup onto the table in anger and grumbled. What nonsense are you talking? I was left behind and you think you could go. That bastard wanted to personally deal with Roger. Upon hearing this, Shiki immediately became displeased. Newgate, what are you saying? Just because you're left behind, why can't I go? Do you think you're stronger than me? What, isn't that the truth? Newgate shot a glance. I'm stewing with anger right now, Shiki. I warn you, don't provoke me, or I won't hesitate to sink you into the sea. Huh, you're stronger than me. Veins bulged on Shiki's forehead, his face turning from green to black, and black lightning suddenly crackled around his body. Speaking of which, we haven't sparred in a while. We'll want to fight. If you're not afraid, come on. Newgate's white mustache trembled slightly, and the air itself grew heavy. Boom. The entire skull building shook violently. Although he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, based on Horn's experience, that tremor just now likely shook the entire Beehive Island. Haha, the two uncles are about to start brawling again. Horn's eyes lit up, and he wisely stepped back a few paces. Such scenes were common in the Rocks Pirates, almost a daily routine. After all, within the world's strongest pirate crew, the core was a facade of unity. Especially when Newgate and Shiki clashed, it was the moment Horn anticipated most. Given their devastating destructive power, a single area effect strike could sweep up countless unfortunate souls on Beehive Island. Thinking of this, Horn nearly clapped on the spot. Great. Their obsession with Roger is just great. If that bearded man wasn't far away, Horn might have hugged and kissed him. Without instigation or manufactured accidents, just using a name thousands of miles away could make Newgate and Shiki find a topic to quarrel over. Roger, that sea demon who maddened everyone, was incredibly useful. Hearing Horn's words, Newgate looked down. Kid, you actually dared to come back. The disdain in his eyes was undisguised. After I finish beating this stupid lion, he'll settle accounts with you properly. Uncle Newgate, what are you talking about? I don't understand. Don't understand. Newgate, with black lines on his head and drooping eyes, gritted his teeth. You wrote love letters to Gloriosa in my name. Do you know that because of this, that crazy woman Buckingham has nearly torn Beehive Island apart? Now she comes to harass me even more every day, so much so that I can't even drink in peace. Before he finished speaking, a dramatically exaggerated, cloying female voice suddenly sounded from the doorway. Newgate, I bake you a cake. Come and try it quickly. Hearing this, Newgate shuddered, casting an even more hostile. Soon a woman burst into the office, pushing a cart with fervent enthusiasm. She was extraordinarily beautiful. Her delicate features and flawless visage were a testament to her striking allure. Her short golden hair complemented her figure, which was captivatingly beyond the ordinary. The most eye-catching elements were her long legs encased in black stockings and the white leather miniskirt that hugged her slender waist. Undoubtedly, she was a stunning beauty of immense impact. Yet regrettably, her pretty face was tinged with an unhealthy flush, hinting at something amiss. Her expression twisted unnaturally, the corners of her mouth curling into a bizarre and unsettling grin. Most peculiarly, 2 streams of blood dripped from beneath her nose. She looked no different from a deranged woman, a sight that radiated an eerie and disconcerting aura. Alas, what a waste of such a face and body. Huen sighed inwardly. Still, it's fortunate that Stussy is not the only one. The woman who had suddenly barged in was none other than the cadre of the Rocks Pirates, the earliest tech girl of the pirate world, a member of the MADS organization, and the one who loved Whitebeard Newgate so obsessively that she later secretly bore him a son, Miss Bajin. Newgate, who had been glancing sideways at Huen, saw her, and his expression of disdain instantly doubled. Bajin Gamu, what dubious concoction have you added this time? Miss Bajin wiped the drool from her lips, letting out a silly chuckle. Added something? Not at all. I haven't done a thing. Newgate, just take a bite and try it. Miss Bajin sliced off a small piece of cake with a smile, then presented it to Newgate with eager anticipation. Just then, hey, that's enough. Persistently clinging to a man only diminishes your own value. Another woman entered. She was equally stunningly beautiful. Her long hair flowed freely, her attire was bold, and a large serpent striped in red and white coiled around her body. Guluo Liosa. She was the former captain of the 9 Snakes Pirates before the previous one, and now, like Stussy, she served as a cadre of the Rocks Pirates. She strode briskly to the cart, ignoring Miss Bajin's glare, and directly exposed the other's scheme. Newgate, I advise you not to touch that. What this fool used to make the cake is nothing but the aphrodisiac potion for sea kings. Guluo Liosa. Seeing her perfect plan thwarted, Miss Bajin instantly broke down. She let out a shrill scream and lunged at Guluo Liosa. You're asking for death. But as a research specialist who had left her usual combat tools behind, she was no match for the former pirate empress. Guluo Liosa rolled her eyes, sidestepped effortlessly, and evaded Miss Bajin's flurry of attacks. She even had time to greet Huen. Yo, little Adonasi is back too. You seem to have grown taller since yesterday. By the way, I really liked the love letter you wrote for Newgate last time. If possible, could you change the signature next time? And just like that, the fighting spirit was completely shattered. Huen sighed inwardly, but on the surface he offered a sweet smile with impeccable politeness. Sister Guluo Liosa, long time no see. I can't believe you've become even more beautiful than yesterday in just one day. I almost didn't recognize you. If Uncle Luo Jie saw you like this, he'd be rooted to the spot. With a nimble sidestep, Guluo Liosa dodged another lunge from Miss Bajin, casually struck her down, then turned to Huen, both bashful and delighted, and ruffled his hair. You little rascal, always saying sweet things to flatter me. Did you have fun this time? Of course. Huen nodded with a beaming smile. It had been a long time since he had absorbed such a large number of fallen souls. Shurji indeed was a useful. Seeing the chaos before him, the fighting spirit that had been stirring within Newgate was completely extinguished. He had lost all desire to continue. At this, Shurji could only click his tongue in annoyance. Kid, I'm going to cash in the bounty. Want to grab a meal together later to celebrate. Huen had retrieved the corpse of Fire Rat Miles from the sea using a ghost. 580 million. By the split, he would get 100 million. That money couldn't be wasted. No thanks. If I go with you, I'll definitely end up at Sister Xiaqi's place. I'm not as loaded as you. I can't afford to be fleeced by her. Hua-en shook his head repeatedly. This woman who would later become Rayleigh's landlady and the spark of the God Valley incident was now the darling of the Beehive Island. Her bar was notoriously expensive. A glass of tap water was priced at an outrageous 1,000 berries. Yet despite that, every day there were still countless simps like Shurji lining up to be her obedient followers. With these brainless fools around, Hua-en couldn't even get away with a free meal at Xiaqi's place. And he was still an 80-year-old child, not yet at the age of being interested in women. Going there now would be pure. Seeing Hua-en refuse, Shurji waved his hand impatiently and turned to Newgate. What about you? Newgate nodded without hesitation, a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. Let's go. Hearing Newgate agree so readily, Miss Bajin, who was still fiercely attacking Guluo Li Osa, Newgate, you're going to see that vixen again. But Newgate couldn't be bothered to respond, walking shoulder to shoulder with Shurji out of the office. Wait for me, I'm coming too. Watching Miss Bajin push the cart and scurry after Newgate, Guluo Li Osa couldn't help but roll her eyes. What a fool blinded by love. Hearing this, Hua-en couldn't help but purse his lips. He wondered who was suffering from lovesickness over Luo Jia. You dare to say that about her? I don't think you're much better than Yopopo. No wonder this is the era of suppress. The emotions of these great pirates were like a food chain. You love him, he loves her. The relationships were truly chaotic. Just wait and see. Fools are trapped by love. The wise do not fall into its river. You old farts can wallow in these false emotions. I am not yet strong. When I am strong, things will change. I am not yet strong. When I am strong, things will change. Declining Gloriosa's invitation to dine together and discuss, Roger Horn followed Lao Ji to a luxurious restaurant on Honeycomb Island. The restaurant was utterly empty save for a table at the very center laden with fine food and wine. Clearly the place had been entirely reserved. A stout, heavy-set man with a slicked-back hairstyle clad in a garish purple suit sat by the table waiting in silence. As soon as Horn entered, the man rose immediately, his face beaming with a smile as he approached. Ha ha, brother Horn, long time no see. I heard you've been exceptionally valiant on Vivanoto Island lately. Truly a hero emerges in youth. That's nothing compared to you, the new god of fortune. My exploits are but minor skirmishes. 580 million berry for the fire rat miles is no small feat, brother. Your future is boundless. At these words, Horn grasped the man's hand, a hearty smile spreading across his face. Like two inseparable friends, they exchanged flattery and took their seats at the table. The man was none other than the future infamous Dark Emperor of the pirate world, the king of finance, Duffield. In the narrative era decades later, he would manipulate countless powers, great and small, through usury, even earning favors from the celestial dragons. More terrifyingly, he not only funded MADS and Vegapunk's SSG project, but also infiltrated the Revolutionary Army and the Navy with money, and even stood behind the Four Emperors Buggy's Navy hunting plan. But now Duffield was merely a young heir who had just inherited a dark investment bank. The story of how Horn met him was rather cliché. Simply put, it was a classic case of from enemies to the dark slave auction house that had once sold Lao Ji was owned by Duffield. Horn had made a profit without any capital at the auction house. According to the usual script, Dufield's next move should have been to send waves of men to serve as experience points. But as a Dark Emperor yet to rise, Duffield, despite his fury after learning Horn's specific situation, chose to ignore the scornful gazes of others and decisively reconciled with a 7-year-old brat. And as it turned out, the man's judgment was indeed sharp. 3 months after the auction incident, Horn caught the eye of Rox and officially debuted as a pirate apprentice on the Rox Pirates. The moment the news spread, Duffield immediately sent a congratulatory gift. By now their relationship was quite harmonious. In fact, when Horn invested in the West Seas World Economic newspaper last time, Duffield had contributed significantly. The reason he did so, of course, was his faith in Horn's future. Even if Horn had not yet fully grown, the gleaming label of Rox Pirates alone was worth courting. What brings you here today with such a grand display, eh? Horn kept a smile on his face, but his eyes were unused. Dealing with people from the underworld always required caution. Even if this man was a business partner he knew, and these fellows were no easier to handle than cunning devils. I'll make it short. Not long ago, our bank issued a loan of 1 billion berries to a certain Navy officer. But when the repayment date came, that bastard flatly refused to acknowledge it. My partners, upon hearing it was the Navy, all dared not get involved. Now I have no choice but to come to you. Hearing this, Horn raised an eyebrow. The Navy? From your tone, this person must be quite influential. Duffield nodded helplessly. Yes. He's the vice-base commander of Navy G-11 branch, Gaspard, a user of the special paramecia gummy fruit. The gummy fruit. The ability of that Navy traitor Gaspard from the original story. Horn had a fairly vivid memory of this fruit. After all, there weren't many foods that Luffy disliked, and even fewer that he would swallow only to spit out into. The gummy fruit allowed the user's body to transform into various shapes like gummy candy and when struck physically it could cause the enemy's body to sink into the user's own. Its strength lay in strong defense and the ability to freely form hardened sugar spikes as weapons. Its weakness was that the body became gummy-like and could be solidified using powder of edible ingredients. It was essentially a lower-tier imitation of Katakuri's Machi-Machi fruit. Still possessing such quasi-elemental abilities as a vice-based commander of a Navy branch, it was no wonder Field found it troublesome. Field, to be honest, I haven't mastered armament hockey yet. Even if I want to help, I'm afraid I lack the strength. Horn spread his hands, not intending to beat around the bush with this man, and bluntly stated his difficulty. But Field, as if already knowing, shook his head with a smile. No problem. Although the gummy fruit is a special paramecia, if you cover him with dry flour, that Gaspard can't use his quasi-elementalization. With your skills, taking him down is no issue. Horn frowned. That's simple. Then why choose me specifically? Don't give me that nonsense about no one daring to do it. If the price is right, even a Navy admiral would have people willing. True, if the price is right, there are plenty of desperados on the sea. But, well, to be honest, my funds are a bit tight right now. Other than you, I really can't think of a better candidate. You do feel the future king of usury have tight funds. Are you kidding me? Seeing Horn's incredulous expression, Field sighed helplessly. Recently, the West Sea has been acting strangely. The world government has been buying up slaves and war criminals in large quantities. I followed the trend, hoping to make a profit from the spread. But last month, the government's purchasing window suddenly tightened. My cash flow got stuck in the upstream and downstream trade chain. Now I don't have much liquid capital on hand, so I have to save wherever I can. Are you indirectly calling me cheap? Horn squinted, a look of disdain on his face. However, buying up slaves and war criminals in the West Sea, combined with the recent continuous Navy sorties capturing large numbers of pirates, those world government folks are probably preparing for another hunting competition. So the God Valley incident is entering its final countdown. In that case, Field, considering our good friendship, I can charge you a friend's price. But you need to agree to one condition. Name it. I want to acquire a weapons manufacturing plant. It doesn't need to be too big, but it must have a legal business license from the government. Also, I need to meet a few people, an ID like you, to make introductions. The G11 branch is one of the several branches re-established by the Navy in the New World in recent years. Its purpose is to enhance control over the maritime regions of the New World. Throughout the 800 years of the world government's history, the Navy has not always held an absolute position of strength. In the waters of the Great Trade, there have always been a few era-defining figures who have turned the world upside down. When faced with such a dimensional blow, the Navy does not confront it head-on. Instead, it adopts a strategy of circumnavigation, accumulating strength and waiting for the right moment. They strive to seize the opportunity and deliver a fatal blow. During such times, the Navy branches in the New World are generally granted the authority for decisive action by the Navy headquarters to respond to sudden situations. Over time, various branches inevitably develop a tendency towards regionalism. In many places, those who have been living independently for too long may even exhibit a disregard for orders. In the original work, the Navy's G5 branch showed such tendencies. Now the G11 branch is also slowly forming its own small circle. Whether it's collecting tolls or acting as a protection racket, as long as it can make money, the G11 branch will basically have a hand in it. If anyone dares to refuse, they might find themselves surrounded by a group of unfamiliar but powerful pirates. Now, although the G11 branch has only been established for 2 years, its name has already spread throughout the surrounding waters. Every quarter, the Navy headquarters allocates military funds to the common account of each branch based on a set ratio, which is then distributed uniformly within the branch. This is quite a large piece of tempting meat. However, those who can become senior officials in the branch are still quiet. They know that their ability to wield power in their territory is largely due to their strength, and most importantly, the adequate military force they command. If they dare to cut military funds, their subordinates in the Navy would naturally not follow in their footsteps, engaging in corruption and colluding with the enemy. However, while eating meat is not allowed, skimming off the fat still yields quite a considerable profit. The military funds for this quarter from the G11 branch were sent down from the headquarters 2 days ago, and Vice Admiral Harry, the commander of the base, immediately deposited the money into a bank account. According to past practices, this sum could bring a decent short-term profit to 5 senior officials of the base, including himself and 16 mid-level officers. If combined with various bribes and protection fees collected within their jurisdiction, each person could receive between 7 million to 10 million berries. However, soon Vice Admiral Harry would not need to rack his brains to secure benefits for himself, as this morning several scheming scoundrels had already arrived on the island where the G11 branch is located. Unlike the G1 branch, which is a pure military port, the island where the G11 branch is situated has several small towns in addition to the military base. The towns are mainly inhabited by the families of branch personnel and various transient merchants. Therefore, if one is truly determined to infiltrate, it is not particularly dangerous, albeit a bit troublesome. For instance, Hoenn and Rao Ji, disguised under a merchant convoy's banner, easily mingled into the G11 branch. After docking their ship, Hoenn and the others did not leave the port immediately. Instead, they sold some specialty products acquired from the convoy. After all, to act is to do the full set. At that moment, Dewfield, who had infiltrated earlier, approached them. I say, is this really a Navy base? I see the level of vigilance on Honeycomb Island is even higher than here. Hoenn pointed at the Navy soldiers sitting together playing cards, a bit amused. Dewfield chuckled upon hearing this. It is precisely because this is a Navy base that the vigilance is relatively lax. After all, aside from us who would be bold enough to think of attacking here. Being at ease and peace, it is natural to become complacent after staying in such an environment for too long. Hearing this, Hoenn nodded in agreement. Each Navy base is a war fortress, and there isn't much profit within. Generally, only bored pirates would think of attacking them. That's fine. We can easily slip in and catch them off guard. To be honest, he had never thought he'd one day be attacking a Navy base. No need to complicate things. I've already received intel that bastard Capus has a woman at a residence in town. Every Saturday night, he goes to that woman's place under the guise of patrol. Saturday, so that's today. How prepared are you? Dewfield, knowing what Hoenn was asking, nodded affirmatively. Don't worry, I had people prepare plenty of flour in that room. It will definitely be enough. That's good. Seeing Hoenn had no further questions, Dewfield nodded. All right, I'll arrange for someone to keep watch. Well, sneak over tonight and take off Capus' head. Looking at Dewfield's retreating figure, Rao Ji leaned closer to Hoenn and whispered, Lord Hoenn, are we really going to leave everything to him? It's fine, Rao. This guy Dewfield has plenty of room for cooperation with us. There's no need to go that far. Besides, we also have our own backup plan. On a dark, windy night, a perfect time for murder and mayhem. As Hoenn and the others stealthily approached a certain residence under the cover of darkness, most of the townsfolk had already fallen into a deep slumber. There were indeed Navy personnel outside the residence keeping watch for Capus, but at that moment they were gathered in a circle chatting, showing no sign of vigilance. This guy is having a good time inside, while we're out here freezing. It's truly infuriating how some people are treated so differently. Come on, let's not complain too much. Major Capus is actually quite decent, at least he remembers us during good times. Look at Base Commander Harry, he's truly stingy. I heard that this month's military salary is going to be delayed by a few days. Do you know what happened? While they were happily chatting, a large light in the street cast a long shadow, immediately catching the attention of the 4 Navy soldiers. Who goes there? Looking out, a child appeared in their line of sight. Big brother, do you know how to get to Dock No. 1? I seem to be lost. Little brother, if you want to go to Dock No. 1, you need to cross the street ahead, and then turn right. As soon as the Navy soldier's words fell, he suddenly felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Just before he lost consciousness, he saw the originally timid child reveal a dazzling smile. Inside the mansion, Guy Pa, wearing a major general's uniform, held a wine glass in one hand, while cradling a seductive beauty in his arms, speaking with smug satisfaction. Ha ha, you should have seen it. Dewfield's face was black with rage, yet in the end he couldn't say a word and slunk away in disgrace. The beauty blinked with admiration and asked in a puzzled tone, My lord, I've heard that Dewfield has considerable influence in the underworld. Aren't you afraid he'll retaliate? Guy Pa took a disdainful sip of red wine and sneered. That guy is nothing more than a rat in the gutter. When would he ever dare to bare his fangs at the Navy? Is he even worthy? So, my lord, you've been itching to deal with him for a while. The bowtie's timely flattery greatly satisfied Guy Pa's vanity. Of course, that 1 billion berry is his tribute to me. As the deputy base commander of G11, Guy Pa was likely to be promoted to the rank of vice admiral at headquarters next year. Though in the original story vice admirals seemed as common as street dogs, in reality reaching that position meant considerable power and authority. Thus, facing a newly emerged underworld scion like Dewfield, Guy Pa truly didn't take him seriously. The woman nestled in Guy Pa's arms upon hearing the words 1 billion berry immediately lit up. She curled up, brushing her hair ends against Guy Pa's chest, wrapped her arms around his neck, and whispered seductively, My lord, now that you've gotten such a large sum, haven't you thought about buying me a gift? Guy Pa chuckled, set down his wine glass, and pulled the woman's slender waist close. You little vixen, how could I forget you? With that, he pulled out a small box from behind him. This is the paramecia type mimic fruit. Once you eat it, you'll gain the ability to mimic others. From now on, every time I visit, you can transform into a new look, and then well. But just as Guy Pa was envisioning his future pleasures, a sudden sound of an object cutting through the air came. He quickly dodged to the side with the beauty in his arms. A blue glowing arrow burst through the door, grazing his hair and striking the sofa they had been sitting on. Though his long indulgence in wine and women had diminished his strength, the combat instincts honed in the past were not entirely forgotten. After finding cover, he immediately drew his saber. At that moment, several more blue lights shot in from outside the door. Gipa set the woman down and deflected the arrows one by one with his blade. Just then, with a loud bang, the wooden door crashed open, and a small figure darted out from the dark. Without a word, the figure rushed to Gipa's side, wielding a blue glowing longsword. Seeing it was a child, but his movements didn't pause, he aimed his blade at the attacker's head and swung down. In the next instant, a ghost materialized from the child, morphing into a shield that blocked Gipa's attack. Simultaneously, a white powder erupted from the ghost. Caught off guard, Gipa was drenched in the— "Is this flower?" Feeling the sluggishness in his body, Gipa's pupils constricted. Who was this brat? How did he know the weakness of his devil fruit so well? In his shock, the child closed in again. Light on his feet, he half floated, his sword arcing upward from below, aiming for Gipa's chest. Caught off guard, Gipa instinctively raised his saber, coating it in armament hockey to block the attack. But the next second, another ghost flew out from the attacker's coat pocket, clutching an irregular stone and charging straight at Gipa. Watching the Navy Major General he had just defeated with the same trick, Horn let out a few clicks of his tongue, feeling a pang of emotion. How could everyone relying on their ability to ignore physical attacks fight so recklessly? Indeed, the environment of Beehive Island had influenced him too much. He used to be a cheerful, sunny boy, but now he was growing increasingly adept at these cunning and treacherous methods. Indeed, the environment of Beehive Island had influenced him too much. He used to be a cheerful, sunny boy. Please, don't kill me. I'm just a petty kept here. I know nothing. Her tear-streaked face was exceptionally pitiful. If it had been those long-suppressed lectures from Beehive Island, the act might have worked. But unfortunately, she was now facing a minor Sigma male. With a flick of his hand, a blue arrow struck the woman's shoulder. Horn's face remained cold as he raised his palm. I don't want to hear your nonsense. Tell me everything you know, or the next arrow will hit your chest. After a moment, he sent a signal to the two waiting outside. Lao Ji strode in, followed by a stunned, "It's already over this quickly." Entering, Du Feared looked at Gipa, who was pinned under Horn's foot, only able to grunt, and exclaimed in disbelief. "You? Horn, you're a monster." Even though Du Feared had already held a high estimation of Horn's strength, he never imagined an 80-year-old child could defeat a Navy Major General as easily as killing a chicken. "What do you plan to do with him? Kill him outright, or keep him for questioning?" Horn tossed the devil fruit box he had taken from the woman, looking at Du Feared. Unexpectedly, there was an unexpected gain from coming to help this time. "Just kill him. I need his death to show everyone that my money, Du Feared's, is not so easily taken." "Is that so?" Horn tossed the box to Lao Ji. "Since you have no other needs, could you indulge me in a small— I think we still have plenty of time." Naval Headquarters, Marineford. Inside the Navy's first rehabilitation hospital, Borsalino was lying in the yard, basking in the sun. He had just returned to the headquarters a few days ago, looking rather miserable, with his entire head wrapped in bandages, leaving only one eye and his mouth exposed. At the same time, it seemed that one of his arms was broken, wrapped in a triangular bandage hanging in front of his chest. Not far from Borsalino, another figure fully bandaged on the upper body stood. It was Sakazuki. Compared to a certain slacker, Sakazuki was clearly much more diligent at this moment. He was sweating profusely while holding a huge barbell and making sword-swinging motions. Watching the other party, Borsalino yawned. Seeing that there was no one around, he slightly tugged at the bandage on his face and tossed a grape into his mouth. "I say, Sakazuki, you're still a patient, aren't you?" Sakazuki ignored him and continued to train hard. "Really, it was just a careless stab. Why are you so concerned?" Borsalino muttered quietly, shaking his head in helplessness. He knew that Sakazuki was very proud. At a young age, he had earned the title of monster in the training camp and had gained the attention and favor of the higher-ups in the Navy. Previously, when he followed the training camp out, Sakazuki had fully showcased himself and received a lot of praise. But this time, while General Sengoku took them out to gain experience, they were the only two who were injured on the entire ship, though this was mainly due to the ambush by the enemy. But a defeat is a defeat, and he was stabbed through the chest, suffering serious injuries. If the patrol team had not noticed something unusual at that time, or if Borsalino had not acted in time, then Sakazuki might not be in the rehabilitation hospital now, but rather at the memorial monument. How could such a result not concern someone as proud as him? But, "Hey Sakazuki, have you been training for so long that you can't take a break? Doing this makes me look lazy." Just then a sound of footsteps approached behind Borsalino. A deep voice followed suit. "If you know this, then why don't you learn from others?" Hearing this voice, Borsalino let out a helpless wry smile. Teacher Zifa is still wrapped in bandages, and that guy Sakazuki is just obsessed. A look at his chest, it's starting to ooze blood again, likely that the wound has reopened. Zifa glanced at him, sat down on a nearby chair, and casually tossed all the grapes Borsalino had prepared into his mouth. "I think you're just lazy. It's not like you can't use your life to repay. Oh, what does this little injury count for? Oh, when getting stabbed through the chest is considered a minor injury." Zifa shot a glare at the lazy dog and slapped him on the shoulder. Who said Sakazuki? I'm talking about. Did you think wrapping yourself up so tightly would fool my eyes? Pretending to be injured using life as a disguise, how clever of you. Cold sweat suddenly broke out on Borisolino's forehead. He thought he could fool the military doctor, which should have been. Unexpectedly, after enjoying just a few days, he was ruthlessly exposed by Zifa. Teacher Zifa, I couldn't help it. I just wanted to rest a couple more days. Bang. Before he could finish his sentence, a fist the size of a sandbag slammed down. Borisolino hurriedly dodged to the side, his eyes wide open, completely unaware of why he was suddenly hit. Good, I said, with your personality, how could you possibly be so badly injured? I originally just wanted to come and test it, but I didn't expect to be right. Looking at Zifa's furious visage, Borisolino gasped. Damn, can it be played like this? You and Navy Vice Admiral actually ambushed me, a mere intern from the training camp. Sakazuki saved me. Moments later, Borisolino, who no longer needed to pretend and was already covered in injuries, limped back to the lounge chair. He looked at the Vice Admiral, who had obviously calmed down quite a bit, and grinned. By the way, Teacher Zifa, have you found out who the bastard that ambushed us was? I found out, but if I tell you, you need to be mentally prepared. Zifa nodded. Mental preparation. Borisolino was taken aback. Could it be that notorious pirate? Don't worry, Sakazuki and I are not that impulsive. We will definitely wait for the right moment before seeking revenge. Zifa's face flashed with a strange expression. He shook his head and sighed. It's not a notorious pirate. On the contrary, if my deduction is correct, the one who attacked you should be an intern from the Rocks Pirates. An intern from the Rocks Pirates. Borisolino's mind instantly conjured up a tall figure. No, Teacher Zifa. If I remember correctly, that guy Kaido should be around 5 meters tall, but the one who attacked Sakazuki and me seemed to be only a bit over a meter. No, it's not Kaido. It's a newcomer who just joined last year named Adonis Horn, a user of the Ling Ling fruit ability, who just turned 8 a few months ago. Upon hearing Zifa detail the intel, Borisolino initially thought little of it, but when he learned the opponent was only 8 years old, his youthful face suddenly couldn't hold its composure. 8 years old? You mean the little brat who made a hole in Sakazuki's chest and almost disfigured me is an 80-year-old kid? Teacher Zifa, are you sure you're not mistaken? Zifa shook his head. On the day of the incident, someone saw Adonis Horn fighting alongside Shiki against the Fire Rat Pirates. No matter the height, location, or background, that little brat matches perfectly. Upon hearing this almost conclusive conclusion, Borisolino gasped. What to do? Being beaten like this by an 80-year-old kid, how will he face anyone in the future? But soon Borisolino thought to himself, Teacher Zifa, about Sakazuki, could you please not inform him of the investigation results for now? Otherwise, with his personality, I feel he might take extreme measures. Zifa paused for a moment upon hearing this side, and said, All right, I'll listen to you, but this matter won't be kept secret for long, as that little brat's bounty notice is already being expedited. Bounty notice? What's the reward? Devil Child Adonis Horn bounty of 79 million berries. Hua En was unaware that he had already gained fame. He was currently hiding with Dewfield and Raoji, evading the pursuit of the warship behind them. The situation was rather simple. After subduing Jia Epac, Hua En did not immediately finish him off, but instead played a little game of sparring. To put it simply, Hua En first struck Jia Epac, then used his ghost ability to refine the skill, repeating the process to learn Jia Epac's techniques. After 4 hours of friendly exchanges, the game progressed very smoothly. Hua En obtained all of Jia Epac's bank passcodes, vault codes, a pile of blackmail material on G11 branch officers, and various membership credentials from several underground trading houses. However, the one thing he most hoped to extract, the valuable Navy 6 styles training materials from Jia Epac's mind, was nowhere to be found. Later, realizing that the game had dragged on too long, an impatient Hua En decided to take a gamble and directly consume Jia Epac's soul with his ghost ability, hoping for a better outcome. But the result was still disappointing. Aside from acquiring some soft candy fruit development experience, he didn't even catch a glimpse of the Navy 6 styles. Come on, how much of your life has been devoted to training? With someone like you, how could you possibly become the deputy base commander of the New World Navy? To make matters worse, after noticing that Jia Epac had not returned to the camp for a long time, G11 branch commander Admiral Harry personally came to demand an explanation. Then the two groups collided directly. As a Zoan-type fruit user proficient in dual-color hockey and skilled in dual swordsmanship, he was a standard admiral. Hua En quickly realized that this was not an easy opponent after exchanging just 2 moves. Thus, he released his ghost to distract Admiral Harry and his group. He grabbed Raoji and Dewfield, turning on his heels and running without looking back. Upon learning of Jia Epac's death, Admiral Harry felt no turmoil within, but as the base commander, he still had to maintain appearances. Therefore, shortly after Hua En and the others set sail, he took the warship and caught up with the small boat that Dewfield had prepared. Bang! 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 Watching the cannonballs explode near the boat, Dewfield frowned and turned to Hua-in, saying, "I thought you could fly. Why didn't you just take us and fly away?" Hua-in replied helplessly, "If I could do that, would I still be stuck on this broken ship waiting to be bombed?" Huan shot an arrow exploding a cannonball and rebutted helplessly. The ghost platform could indeed support flight, but it wasn't a long-term solution. After all, there was still a vice admiral capable of moonwalking behind them. "So what should we do now? Should we go?" "No need to rush. Just keep sailing," Hua-in replied. "Just keep sailing." Dewfield was taken aback. "Our boat might be faster than the warship, but it won't shake them off in no time. What kind of crazy idea are you plotting?" Hua-in shook his head with a smile. "There's no crazy idea, but I have an ally." As soon as he finished speaking, a series of cannon explosions suddenly erupted around the sailing warship. Just as Dewfield was puzzled, a large pirate ship, rugged in appearance and adorned with a mermaid statue at the bow, gradually came into view on the horizon. "Ha, right on time. Look, our ally has arrived." The moment Hua-in spotted the pirate ship, a smile immediately appeared on his face as he signaled Raoji to steer the boat closer. The Navy on the warship naturally noticed this uninvited guest. Admiral Harry's expression darkened. He didn't care about the sea anymore. Drawing his sword, he leapt into the air. Dual sword style fox hunt. 2 brilliant slashes erupted from his dual swords. Seeing this fierce attack, Hua-in showed no intention of defending, instead standing at the bow with his hands in his pockets, still smiling. In the next second, a shadow appeared above him, stepping on the air. "Hey Harry, at your age, bullying a kid isn't much of a skill. Why not spar with me for a couple of moves?" Seeing this burly man in a black suit casually disperse his attack, Admiral Harry's previously grim face turned completely dark. "What are you doing here, Chief Malong? In this line of work, being able to fight is one aspect, but having a background is even more important. Indeed, your Lord Aiden's has connections. Although the members of the Rocks Pirates aren't very united with some cost, it is still possible to enlist the help of many powerful figures. For instance, Malong, reputed as the leader of the West Sea Mafia, was specifically brought in by Hua-in as a bodyguard. Chief Malong was tall, sporting a messy mustache. Every time Hua-in saw him, he felt as if he was looking at a middle-aged version of Capone Beach. Especially after realizing that this guy was also a castle fruit user, the sense of deja vu became even stronger. However, unlike Capone Beach, Malong's aura of a godfather was not as strong. He resembled a very generous brother from the underworld. Unfortunately, it was this very personality that led him to die in the original story while guarding Shaki, ambushed by Wang Ji. Otherwise, he would have shown some presence in the Valley of Gods. If you think about it, Malong was the first member of the Rocks Pirates that Hua-in got to know. The quality inspector sent by Rocks to test Hua-in was him. Sometimes when Hua-in obtained some blackmail material about the West Sea nobles that he couldn't use himself, he would gift it all to Malong. Thus their relationship was quite good. Before heading out to prevent Dewfield from pulling any tricks, Hua-in specifically asked Malong to stay in the nearby waters of the G11 branch. But unexpectedly, Dewfield didn't see this coming and instead fell into the hands of the Navy. Upon witnessing Malong spring into action, Admiral Harry immediately knew that today would yield no gains. However, he couldn't just slink away in defeat. Therefore, after tentatively exchanging a couple of moves and leaving some harsh words, Admiral Harry returned to the warship. Originally, Hua-in planned to team up with Malong to see if they could capture this G11 base commander. But who would have thought the guy would retreat so quickly? Looking at Hua-in's eager expression, Malong shook his head. "Let's forget it, Hua-in. We don't have time to get in." Rocks is back. In a certain sea area of the New World, aboard the Oro Jackson. The future legendary pirate, the ultimate riddle master, the male succubus of the seas, the most loyal son of Navy hero Carp, the most faithful father of Shiki, the first travel blogger to set foot on Raftel, the captain of the Straw Hat Pirates who seduced a girl into pregnancy, was betrayed by his brother and crowned as the official #1 pirate by the world government. Joel D. Roger was feeling gloomy all by himself. At this moment, the intelligence officer Spencer suddenly shouted as he rushed in with a report. Captain Roger. Breaking news, Miss Shaki has opened a shop on Hive Island, and it's said to have received high praise." Upon hearing this, before Roger could speak, the members of the Roger Pirates beside him started to get excited. "Mr. Mamora," clapped his hands excitedly, "we were all very sad when we heard that Shaki had stepped down as Empress, thinking we wouldn't see her again, but now, Tankino, now we know where she is, and we can go meet her." Although Jinbei was also very excited, he still voiced his concerns. "But Hive Island, is that guy Rock's territory? Is it really okay for us to just barge in?" While everyone was immersed in joy, only the navigator Jabba noticed Roger's unusual demeanor. He quietly approached the silent Rayleigh and jokingly hooked his arm around Rayleigh's neck, saying, "Rayleigh, I've noticed Roger's unhappiness seems to be related to you. This phenomenon appeared after you two talked in the captain's cabin." Seeing his old buddy's teasing expression, Rayleigh's face showed a hint of cold sweat. This bastard, did he find out something? Seeing Rayleigh's awkward and nervous look, Jabba's smile widened even more. What on earth did you two talk about? Rayleigh, no. We didn't say anything. If I reveal that I've received love letters and invitations from Shaki, it wouldn't just be Roger who is unhappy, but all of you would be too. No, it's not that I'm unhappy. I would probably get beaten up by everyone. Meanwhile, Roger, who overheard Jabba and Rayleigh's conversation, couldn't help but remember the talk they had not long ago in the captain's cabin. Receiving such a gift, yet pushing it away, saying they don't want to be tied down. That bastard, don't give it to me. But not long after, Roger perked up again, rolled up his sleeves, and huffed toward the sea. Everyone, I will not. In the next moment, with a smile restored, he turned to look at his comrades. Plundering is the essence of being a pirate. If you want something, just take it. Am I right, brothers? Watching their captain's usual erratic behavior, the crew was not too surprised. They just felt that Roger's mood changed incredibly quickly. Is the captain talking about Miss Shaki? It should be. But why specifically on Hive Island? Opportunities are equal for everyone. Let's go and take her back. Roger, I'm hungry. Marcus, I want to eat. The food has been ready. Eat as much as you want. On the other side, inside Shaki's bar on Hive Island, Gurori Osa looked at the newspaper in her hand, her brows slightly furrowed. That kid Horn has actually been given a bounty. 79 million, that's quite a high figure. Haha, that little brat actually has abilities that can rival mine, so it's only normal for him to have this bounty, right? But he's only 8 years old this year. Gurori Osa's brows remained tightly knitted. At such a young age to have such a high bounty, what will he? Haha, Gurori Osa, who do you think he is? He is our Rocks Pirate's intern. Without such a bounty, how could he deserve such a title? Shaki wiped the wine stains from the corner of her mouth grandly. And is 79 million very high? I remember I was offered 50 million when I was 5 years old. After saying this, she turned to look at Katakuri, who was standing beside her like a small figurine on his shoulder. Aren't you usually having fun with Horn? Learn from him more and strive to get a similar bounty when you set sail. Katakuri, maintaining his balance, nodded earnestly. Yeah, I'll try my best, Mom. Though I say this, Katakuri still couldn't help but grumble about Horn, that kid from another family. After receiving her outstanding son's affirmative response, Shaki turned her gaze to Daifuku and Oven, who were munching on donuts. You two need to work hard too. Okay, Mom. This heartwarming scene made Gurori Osa unable to help but sigh repeatedly. Ling Ling, you are the best. Giving birth is just like popping popcorn. There are no worries for women, unlike me. Just then a peal of delicate laughter came from nearby. Oh, didn't someone say not long ago that always chasing after men would only lower one's value? Why are you here sighing today? The speaker was Miss Bakine, sitting at the bar with a cocktail in hand, her face full of schadenfreude. But Gurori Osa couldn't be bothered to respond to her, and turned directly to Shaki, who was holding a drink and stuffing a pile of cash into her pocket. Shaki, a gentleman at table 1, said you've been working hard for so long, and ordered a dragon tooth whiskey to send to you. Oh really? May I ask who that kind gentleman is? I want to thank him. Properly sitting at table 1, Newgate, who was wiping the cork of Conqueror's hockey, immediately looked up at this. It's me, Shaki, no need to thank me. Ooh, just go home and rest well. As soon as this was said, Shiki, who was a beat late to speak, immediately jumped up. Newgate, you bastard, it was me who ordered a drink for Miss Shaki. You jerk. At this moment, Miss Bakine couldn't care less about continuing to mock Gurori Osa. She jumped onto Newgate's shoulder, tugging at his beard in frustration, shouting, Newgate, how can you order drinks for other women? Don't you only like me? Newgate frowned a bit impatient and said, when did I ever say I liked you? What did you say? In the incredibly enticing Miss Bakine. Do you know how many men are chasing after me? Isn't that great? Don't just focus on me. Newgate. When Horn pushed the door open and walked into the tavern, the chaotic daily life of the Rocks Pirates once again hit him full force. Outside Xiaqi's tavern, a long queue had formed as expected. Inside the tavern was equally lively. So the reason you called me back so urgently is entirely because that idiot captain wants to throw a party. Inside the gathering area of the Rocks Pirates, Hua-in sat beside Malin, who was slowly sipping his wine. Holding a glass of juice, he rubbed his slightly throbbing temples. If I weren't afraid of getting beaten up, I'd really like to give him a couple of punches. Uncle Malin, I remember you guys also wanted to teach him a lesson, right? How about we gather some others one day and throw a sack over his head? Malin set down his glass, his eyes inadvertently sweeping over the graceful figure at the bar. His tone was quite perfunctory as he replied, a sack is no good. Too much noise. I think we could try slipping some drugs into his wine. Drugs? No. I once tried giving him a sedative that could knock out a sea king. That guy downed 3 bottles straight and didn't even flinch. Hearing this, Malin's body stiffened slightly. He turned and looked at Hua-in with disbelief. Wait, I was just joking. You actually did it. Seeing the look in his eyes, Hua-in scratched his head and chuckled awkwardly. Well, after that incident, I was a bit miffed, so in a moment of impulse. The incident Hua-in referred to was the big stunt he pulled last autumn. This guy, along with smuggler Ganjay and jewel collector John, had tricked a group of slave traders carrying pirate slaves into setting foot on Beehive Island on the pretext of buying slaves, and then, without honor, ambushed them in the shadows. The spoils from this operation went to Ganjay and John, while all the slave traders and pirate slaves became Hua In's assets. Hua In assembled these people, then incited the island's villains to hunt them down, creating a bizarrely styled battle royale event. Then he used his ghosts to harvest souls to his heart's content. Unfortunately, due to the event organizers' lack of experience, the participants got a bit too carried away, causing unwarranted damage to many houses and streets on the island. Because of this, Rox gave Hua In a harsh lesson, showing no mercy despite his age. Then Hua In, furious and unable to fight back, thought of using the wine to get back at him. But as it turned out, Rox was truly worthy of being the king of monsters. He had consumed nearly half a pound of knockout drug purchased from Duffield, rumored to be potent enough to knock out a sea king. That guy's eyes only narrowed slightly. "What are you two whispering about here?" A voice came from behind. Malin and Hua In both broke out in a cold sweat. "Hey, Captain. Long time no see. We were just saying how handsome you look today." Hua In turned around and gave a thumbs up to the grinning, spiky-haired man. The speed of his expression change amazed Malin, who was sitting nearby. Indeed, the burly man with blue-white hair draped over his shoulders and purple tattoos on his face was the most terrifying figure of the great age of suppression, the captain of the Rox Pirates, Rox D. Jibek. But Hua In's somewhat exaggerated act didn't fool him. Rox grabbed him and pulled him into his arms, his right fist pressing against Hua In's temple and twisting back and forth. "You think I didn't hear you, you little brat? You even wanted to throw a sack over my head and knock me out. And that wine I drank last time, I thought it was just strong, but you tampered with it. Ah, you damn Captain, let go. It really hurts." Hua In struggled, flailing his arms and legs. That bastard Rox had no sense of restraint, even using hockey on a kid. How low? And Malin, who usually acted like a brother, had already slipped away on his own. No loyalty. "Rox, how about a whiskey? I'm in a good mood today, they'll give you 20% off." Xia Qi's voice was like heavenly music, causing the violent captain's hand to loosen slightly. Hua In seized the opportunity to break free, rubbing his head as he scurried to the other side of the table to hide. Looking at the radiant woman before him, Rox took the glass with a calm expression. This demeanor immediately piqued Xia Qi's curiosity. "Yo, Rox, you seem a bit off lately. Your body is here, but your heart isn't open to me. So suspicious." "Huh? What are you talking about? I don't understand." Rox feigned ignorance and replied vaguely. Hearing this, Charlotte Lean, who was sitting nearby, immediately teased him. "Mama, how scary, Rox. Don't underestimate a woman's intuition." Seeing that everyone was starting to make fun of him, Rox barked impatiently. "Shut up, Lin. This is a top." His roar only served to pique everyone's interest. Newgate set down his glass and asked curiously, "What's going on? Did something extraordinary happen during your trip?" Miss Backen, who was secretly drugging Newgate's wine, looked up in surprise. "You're so oblivious, Newgate. Look at Rox. He's clearly got a woman. Look at that blissful expression of his. He might even have a kid." "Rox, how did you guys guess that? That's outrageous." Just then Hua In chimed in with a timely jab. "Oh, the captain has a kid. Someone actually likes him like that. This kid really needs a lesson." Suddenly a commotion broke out outside the tavern. Soon, with a bang, the door was flung open and a group of people swarmed in. "Roger, Xia Qi, I'm here." "Gabon, Miss Xia Qi, it's me. The rest of the Roger Pirates, and us." Seeing the newcomers, Xia Qi's eyes lit up, but after scanning the crowd, her gaze quickly dimmed. At that moment, "Roger, you bastard, how many times have I told you? This island is my turf. What the hell are you doing here?" Roger showed no fear and shot back. "So what? This is Miss Xia Qi's bar. You can come, so why can't I? You porcupine. There's a long line outside, right? How did you get in?" Rox, the rule follower, grumbled. Roger, the rule breaker, waved his hand. "Huh. People in line. I didn't see anyone in line." "You bastard, what do you take Beehive Island for?" The two pirate captains leaned in forehead to forehead, heads together like two childish brats, spitting insults at each other. Everyone around was just watching the show, with no one stepping in to stop them. Some in turn even secretly took out a camera to capture this precious moment, planning to send it to the newspaper for a big scoop. And of course there was a repeat offender who quietly slipped to the door. "Hey, Newgate, pay the bill." "No worries, just put the tab on Rock's account." Due to Rayleigh's last-minute retreat, Xia Qi's lovesickness suddenly flared up, which is why the Roger Pirates didn't stay long on Hive Island and hurriedly left. Hive Island seemed to have returned to its usual chaotic state until... What did you say? Bruley was attacked. That guy Katakuri went to the port alone. Seeing the chubby Owen and DeFu rushing over to inform him, Horn frowned. Yes, Horn, the attackers are those thugs whom Katakuri taught a lesson in the tavern before. They have now allied with Wang Ji. Those guys couldn't defeat Katakuri, so they went to cause trouble for Bruley. They even said someone as ugly as Katakuri shouldn't have such a lovely sister. While those people are really buffed up, it seems Katakuri might really rage later. Such naive fools. Who told them that as long as they allied with Wang Ji, they wouldn't have to fear Charlotte Linlin. Although they are all members of the Rocks Pirates, how could someone like Wang Ji compare to the future Emperor Big Mom? So you came to find me to help Katakuri establish order. Seeing both chubby kids nodding in unison, Horn was somewhat surprised. As expected of Linlin's offspring, these two may be young, but they are not foolish. In an ordinary family, informing the parents would naturally be the best option. But this is Hive Island, where evil factions run rampant. Not to mention whether Charlotte Linlin would make a big deal out of this minor matter. If Katakuri does this, people would think you are just a spoiled brat relying on your mother. When Charlotte Linlin goes on an expedition one day, you can wait to be trampled upon. But if you find Horn, it's different. This is the standard method for pirates to form alliances and call upon brothers. No one would think you're just playing connections. They would only believe you are capable, have a good character, and possess person. As Horn, led by Owen, arrived at the dock, he unexpectedly bumped into Katakuri, who was searching for someone. Just a few hours apart, this guy had already changed his appearance. A red and black scarf was wrapped around his neck, covering half of Katakuri's face. Upon seeing this, Owen was taken aback. Katakuri never cared about how others viewed his appearance before, but now he had actually covered his mouth voluntarily. Horn looked at his good brother's strange yet familiar appearance and couldn't help but sigh. With such a cool new look, you'll definitely be liked by many in the future. No matter what story, cold-faced, pretentious men are indeed very popular. Someone like him, a lively and adorable sunny boy, doesn't have as much advantage. I don't need others' likes. Oh, I just don't want my appearance to hurt my family again. The port of Hive Island is always bustling. This place gathers no less than 20 pirate crews daily, with an astonishing number of people coming and going. Otherwise, with Horn's flashy moves in the duel arena, Hive Island would have long turned into a ghost domain. At a corner of the port, near the warehouse. Haha, let's see if that kid Katakuri dares to be arrogant again this time. We can't beat him. Can we not deal with a mouth like an eel? He deserves to have a disfigured sister. Haha, well said. That weird mouth guy is probably crying while hugging his stinky sister. A few thugs were gathered together, drinking and celebrating, their faces filled with smugness, unaware that they thought they had accomplished something monumental. At that moment, a low voice rang out from behind them. I found you, scum. The thugs turned around simultaneously as Katakuri slowly approached, dragging a trident. He couldn't be bothered to waste words. Just as the thugs were preparing to taunt, his arm suddenly elongated like dough, and the trident in his hand transformed into a black line, swiftly piercing through one thug's throat, sending the person flying. What? The remaining thugs hadn't reacted yet. Katakuri pulled with his hand, and the sharp blades of the trident sliced through another thug's neck. The large head fell to the ground with a thud, and the splattering blood shot up like a fountain. Only then did someone finally react, terrified and collapsing on the ground. Wait, Katakuri, wait, we are Wang Ji's people and members of the Rocks Pirates. You. Glutinous rice spike. Katakuri's eyes were filled with murderous intent, seemingly not in the mood to listen to what was being said. After swiftly performing craniotomies on all remaining people with the spinning trident, he stood among the tragically dead bodies, instantly engulfed in silence. Horn slowly walked up from a corner after feeding the souls of a few thugs to the ghosts. He looked at Katakuri, standing still, and couldn't help but click his tongue. This guy, although he usually has a fiery temper, wasn't so vicious after all. As expected, family is his weakness and motivation. In the next moment, an overwhelming aura erupted from Katakuri's body, catching Horn's attention with bright eyes. Is this the awakening of Conqueror's Haki? Good kid, I knew I didn't misjudge you. While Horn pondered how to coax Katakuri into fighting him a few more times, and then replicate his experience of awakening Conqueror's Haki. After a long silence, Katakuri finally opened his confused eyes. Horn, what should I do? I don't want to see any more of my siblings get hurt. Horn raised an eyebrow and patted Katakuri's shoulder with an air of wisdom. It's simple. Oh, let them grow up with you and become stronger together. Isn't that enough? Don't think that relying on one's strength can protect everyone. You must know that you can't even defeat me. Katakuri couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his eye. I've already become stronger. Oh, let's have another match. Sure, I'm always up for it. On Beehive Island within Hua En's courtyard, Lao Ji and Hua En bare-chested began their training once again. Ever since mastering the Earth Elder Fist, the two would spar daily and exchange insights on cultivation. In terms of Hua En's current progress, although he had fully grasped the core techniques of the Earth Elder Fist and acquired a sense of chi, it was still quite difficult for him to achieve complete mastery of the fist art and unleash its maximum power. For the core philosophy of the Earth Elder Fist was to store the inexhaustible vigor and vitality of youth into one's chi, thereby achieving a state of explosive power. This consequently meant that Hua En's daily storage capacity was limited. After all, you were forcibly merging vitality into your chi. Overexerting the body could potentially damage the foundation, doing more harm than good. Thus, according to Lao Ji's understanding at this stage, it was essentially a matter of painstaking effort emphasizing gradual accumulation over time. But this clearly did not meet Hua In's expectations. The Earth Elder Fist he envisioned was a trump card-like burst skill. Using it once required years of storage. The efficiency was simply unimpressive. Therefore, while practicing the fist art, Hua In was also contemplating how to adapt it to better suit himself. This was not a baseless notion. His confidence stemmed from two main aspects. First was his extraordinary digestive ability. Because he digested so much, both the quantity and efficiency of nutrients he absorbed from food far exceeded that of ordinary people. Others progressed slowly in the Earth Elder Fist largely because they feared insufficient vitality to squander. But Hua In was different. He only needed to eat voraciously and then integrate the excess nutrients that his body couldn't accommodate into his qi. Additionally, through experiments, Hua In discovered that his qi infused with vitality could not only be stored within himself, but also within the specters he summoned. They could serve as vessels. Others could only practice the Earth Elder Fist once a day, but in Hua In's hands, as long as food was sufficient, he could practice it 100 or even 1,000 times. This was because he had abundant capital to freely squander. By now, Hua In had nearly completed the deduction of the revised Earth Elder Fist. Instead, the greatest limitation now was his own physical constitution. The explosive power of the Earth Elder Fist involved fully infusing the vitality originally contained in the qi into every corner of the body, forcibly enhancing one's constitution to achieve a state of transcendence beyond normal limits. Therefore, this also adhered to objective laws. Your body's tolerance limit was fixed. If it couldn't withstand that much qi, no amount of reserve storage would help. And what constituted the body's tolerance limit was something Hua In had to explore step by step. For instance, right now, although Hua In stood still, his body suddenly expanded several times in size, then in the blink of an eye rapidly deflated, and the next moment several mouthfuls of foul blood spurted from his mouth and nose. Lord, Hua In cultivation should not be rushed. If you are too impatient, it may cause internal injuries. Before Lao Ji could finish his words, a small specter drifted out from the shadow of the fire and swiftly burrowed into Hua In's body. After a few seconds, Hua In's originally disordered breathing suddenly became steady. The internal injuries caused by his previous failure had clearly recovered considerably. Sorry, my ears were ringing a bit just now. I didn't catch what you said. Is there something? No, nothing. Seeing Lao Ji shake his head, Hua In paid him no further attention and continued to enter his cultivation state. Not long after, with a bang, Hua In's face suddenly flushed red. Clearly, he had failed again. Yet with the same practiced operation, he quickly regulated his internal injuries and then resumed his cultivation. Thus passed an entire morning. Just as Hua In was about to go out for some food to replenish his energy, Shiji, with a cigar in his mouth and a defiant expression, descended directly from the sky. He glanced at the bloodstains visible everywhere in the courtyard, and his brow instantly furrowed. Kid, what mischief are you secretly plotting again? That guy Luo Kusi has been in a foul mood lately. If you don't want to get a beating from him, you'd better behave. Hey, Uncle Shiji, what are you talking about? I'm still a kid. What bad things could a kid do? I'm just simply staying at home to cultivate. Hua In pouted, a hint of defiance on his face. Do you even believe that yourself? Not to mention others, just how many times have I had to clean up after you? The island-wide battle royale from last year still lingered fresh in Shiji's memory. Now that this brat wasn't out causing trouble, but instead shut himself at home to cultivate, Shiji was genuinely afraid that he would quietly pull off some big stunt again. Uncle Shiji, I'm not a 7-year-old kid anymore. How could I possibly still do such boring things? Hua In said with a grin, his eyes squinting into curved crescents, looking as obedient as could be. Better be that way. Shiji snorted. You just mentioned cultivation. Speaking of which, we haven't sparred for a few days. How about we have a meal together later and do some post-meal exercise? Strictly speaking, Shiji wasn't much of a good teacher. Or rather, as a pirate from a rough background, he was never good at proper education. For instance, a certain mediocre teacher after 2 years of teaching only taught the basics of hockey. The more advanced applications were still understood by the protagonist through his own battles. As for the renowned Master Kai Kai, his teaching tool, named the 8 Shackle, was not something ordinary people could withstand. Without talent, one would likely only end up knocked unconscious. Fortunately, Hua In didn't need anyone to teach him. He only needed to let his body familiarize itself with the experiences brought back by the specters. This was actually one of the important reasons why Hua In enjoyed sparring with Shiji. With swordsmanship, as long as the experience was sufficient, the proficiency could really skyrocket. However, just as Hua In was about to nod in agreement, an unexpected incident suddenly occurred. A pirate underling rushed into the courtyard, shouting anxiously, Lord Shiji, it's bad. A Navy warship has arrived outside. The captain says you need to go deal with it. Hearing this, Hua In's face immediately showed surprise. The Navy? Whose subordinate was this? Could they be so brave? How dare they venture into these waters? Didn't they know this was a restricted zone designated by the world government? Exhaling a puff of smoke, Shiji frowned. Me. Today Miss Xiachi is personally cooking. Why doesn't that bastard Luo Kasi call someone else? Damn it, if I'm late for the meal those bastards won't leave me anything. Having said that, he glanced at Huan beside him, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Huan, since you've got nothing to do anyway, how about leaving that warship to you? Me. Huan was taken aback and instinctively pointed at himself. You want me to go? No way. A warship that dared to sail into this place might very well have monsters like Kapu or Zhangguo on board. How could I possibly fight them with my head? Meanwhile, inside the command center of the naval warship on the sea, chaos had already erupted. It's bad, Vice Admiral, we've gone off course. According to chart comparison and the lookout's report, we seem to have arrived at the waters of Beehive Island, which is the stronghold of the Rocks pirates. Hearing this, every Marine in the command center turned pale, and many began trembling with nervousness. It's over, this is truly over. That madman Rocks isn't on the island right now, is he? How do we end up here? What about headquarters? What is headquarters' response? Looking at the chaotic scene around him, a middle-aged man with the rank of Vice Admiral furrowed his brow and roared, "Everyone calm down. You fools panicking now will only get you killed faster." In his heart, he was also cursing his luck. He had thought that after his promotion to Vice Admiral, his first mission, capturing a small group of pirates, would be a breeze. But fate had cruelly thrown a storm at them, and now their course had drifted to this godforsaken place. Pass my order, prepare to turn around immediately. All hands full speed retreat. What other choice was there? They could only gamble that they hadn't been spotted and make a swift escape. He had no desire to have any connection whatsoever with the fiends of the Rocks pirates. Yes, Vice Admiral Allen. With clear orders, the Marines immediately took their positions and began frantically maneuvering the warship to turn around. But just then another report came from the lookout tower. Attention! An unidentified figure is approaching rapidly. What? Vice Admiral Allen sharply raised his head, scrutinizing the black but growing closer in the sky. His hand gripped the hilt of his sword, and sweat poured from his palm. Flight ability. Could it be someone from the Rocks pirates? Shiki the Golden Lion, or Big Mom Charlotte Linlin? Soon the black dot gradually took on a human shape. When they saw that the figure suspended in midair was a child, almost everyone on the warship breathed a faint sigh of relief. But Vice Admiral Allen's brow remained deeply furrowed. Don't let your guard down, everyone. That's the Rocks pirate with a bounty of 79 million berries, the demon child Adonai's Horn. Hearing his epithet shouted with such intensity from below, Horn's face twisted into an expression of utter disgust. What kind of naming genius had come up with that? How awful. Why was it that Nico Robin, also 8 years old with the same bounty of 79 million berries, could get the cool name Devil Child while he was stuck with Demon Child? Demon Child? Might as well call me Spirit Gun. And I don't even wear smoky eye makeup. Excuse me, Marine sir, could you call your headquarters and ask them to change my nickname? Do you have any idea how much psychological trauma such a lame title inflicts on a 90-month-old child? Stepping on a platform of condensed spirits to keep himself aloft, Horn continued his rant. And my name is Adonis Horn, not Adonais, you fools. Facing Horn's complaints, Vice Admiral Allen did not respond. Instead, he stared fixedly at Horn, who hovered motionlessly in the air. As the saying goes, he who fights from above has the advantage. Vice Admiral Allen understood this well. According to intelligence, the demon child's devil fruit ability was likely the paramecia type spirit fruit. But now, when had the spirit fruit developed the ability to fly at such heights? Just as Vice Admiral Allen was pondering a countermeasure, Horn's voice came down again. Since fate has brought us together, it would be impolite not to give you a little gift today. The next second, under the astonished gazes of all the Marines below, a massive longbow shimmering with azure light rapidly took shape in midair. At the same time, 8 giant spears of blue light, each as thick as a man's waist and 6 meters long, were knocked and ready on the bow. Back on Beehive Island at Shikuyakis Bar, Shiki, gazing through the window at the scene above the distant sea, couldn't help but curl his lips into a smile. That brat sure is something, huh? He turned to Newgate, who was quietly drinking. No need to watch anymore, I've definitely won this bet. Newgate didn't reply, but shot a glare at the cocky Shiki before turning his gaze back to the distant sky. I never thought the kid would develop his abilities to this extent. 8 years old, it's almost absurdly exaggerated. No wonder the Marines gave him the epithet Demon Child. A mad brat had landed a power that let him go completely wild. This combination couldn't be more dangerous. Jaha. That's exactly the kind of exaggeration I like. I wonder though, between Horn's spirit fruit and Linlin's soul fruit, which is stronger? One bestows souls, the other devours them. If that kid grows up well, I'd love to see him go head-to-head with. Back on the warship, Horn was of course unaware of what his 2 commanders were discussing. He looked up at the 8 giant arrows above his head, a trace of helplessness flashing in his eyes. Indeed, even with all his might, he could only assemble attacks of this fleet-sinking level. compared to the monsters who could single-handedly hold off an entire fleet. His stats were still far too lacking. But what Horn didn't know was that what seemed insufficient to him had already become synonymous with terror for the Marines below. You have got to be kidding me. A Marine captain, his face ashen, felt his blood run cold, his teeth chattering. What kind of monster is this kid? Beside him, another Marine commander roared outright. Vice Admiral, we're counting on you. Vice Admiral Allen nodded slightly, then leaped into the sky using the long sword at his waist was drawn in an instant, and a fierce slash surged from the blade, coated in armament hockey, hurtling toward the arrows poised in the air. One sword style, soul severer. Break. As the azure slash drew closer, Horn casually flicked his finger, and one arrow from the longbow shot forth instantly. Come on, let's clash beams. I'm on the right side. What do I have to fear? It must be admitted that although AI Lewin was a rookie who had just been promoted to Vice Admiral, he indeed had some real skills. After a brief standoff of a few seconds, that azure blue slash directly cleaved the descending arrows in two. Only when Hua En fired another arrow did the attack finally dissipate. Witnessing this, Hua En raised an eyebrow, ascended a few more meters into the sky, and a smaller longbow appeared. Such swordsmanship combined with armament hockey. Indeed, it was better not to get too close to this guy. I'm still a growing child, and I currently hold the advantage of the sky. Only a fool would engage in close combat instead of kiting. Brilliant. But this is far from enough. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. From the great bow above, giant arrows shot out one after another. Vice Admiral AI Lun gritted his teeth, raised his blade, and prepared to cleave them all apart. But precisely at that moment, whoosh, an arrow suddenly burst out of the sea, striking the completely unprepared AI Lun directly in the shoulder. The attack was swift and fierce. Even though Vice Admiral AI Lun used hockey to defend himself at the first moment, the sudden ambush still sent him crashing into the sea. In the sky, Hua En slowly lowered the blue longbow in his hand. An arrow made from one unit of chi doesn't seem to have as much destructive power as I imagined. The chi produced by the D1 fist after condensing life force. Hua En measured it in units based on scale. 1 unit equaled the total life force of Hua En's current body at one time. It sounded exaggerated, but the life force an 80-year-old child could condense was actually not that much. Still, it's quite good for sneak attacks. Unless one specifically uses observation hockey to see it usually hits. With Vice Admiral AI Lun no longer blocking, the azure blue giant arrows surged like wild horses, slamming fiercely onto the deck one after another. The sturdy warship faced with this immense penetrating force was as fragile as a sheet of paper. In the blink of an eye, the entire vessel was riddled with holes. Seawater poured in, and soon the hull emitted the sound of cracking under unbearable strain. For a moment, screams mingled with the roar of waves, and the entire sea was thrown into chaos. Hovering in the sky, Hua En recalled the arrow that had been cleaved in two to his hand. He carefully examined the smooth cross-section, and his brow furrowed slightly. It seems the strength of the spirits also needs to be enhanced. Although they can recover quickly, being split in two by a Vice Admiral still shows they are too weak overall. However, fortunately, like the soul fruit, the activation of the spirit fruit's ability did not place a heavy burden on the user's stamina. Thus, no matter how severely the spirits were injured, the cost of restoring them would not significantly affect Hua En's own combat power. With a gentle squeeze, the two halves of the arrow fused back together. Then Hua En pulled his hands apart, and the arrows lodged in various parts of the warship rapidly transformed into tiny azure blue specks of light. The specks of light rose swiftly and soon transformed into countless tiny light needles, each no larger than a toothpick floating in midair. Speaking of which, I've always been curious about what the Marines' official training is really like. That last deputy base commander had nothing useful in his mind, but today I have so many reference subjects. As his words fell, the tiny light needles descended like raindrops. Soon cries of agony echoed from every corner of the warship. One by one, spirits drifted out from behind Hua En, leering and swooping down upon the Marine officers writhing in pain, who wore cloaks emblazoned with the word justice. Hua En took a deep breath, absorbing the flood of memories from the spirits. The anticipation in his eyes gradually faded. TCH, nothing special, just some physical training. What about the renowned 6 powers of the Marines? Am I this unlucky? Didn't even get it this time. As he muttered, a furious roar erupted from the sea. Aditos, Hua En, you bastard. What the hell have you done? Hua En looked down and saw Vice Admiral AI Lun clutching his shoulder, rising from the water while standing on a broken plank. His eyes were bloodshot as if flames were about to burst forth. Pirates kill Marines, Marines kill pirates. Isn't that only natural? Why are you so worked up? And besides, didn't I tell you my name is Adonais, you bastard? Hua En curled his lip and with a thought urged his spirit surfboard higher into the sky. The other party's expression clearly indicated he was on the verge of a rampage. To avoid being caught in an indiscriminate onslaught, Hua-in decided it was safer to keep a greater distance. Don't think you can run, you scumbag. He'll kill you today. Vice Admiral A.I. Lewin kicked off the air, propelling himself upward wildly. The murderous intent radiating from his body was so thick it seemed ready to overflow. Hey, don't say such scary things to an 80-year-old kid. Aren't you a Marine? As his words fell, a translucent spirit suddenly emerged from a cloud, passed through A.I. Lun's chest, and came out the other side. In an instant, an overwhelming wave of negativity surged into the Vice Admiral's mind. I can't even protect my subordinates. What right do I have to live in this world? Under the influence of such emotion, his moonwalk rhythm instantly broke, and he staggered in midair. Although Vice Admiral A.I. Lewin recovered after a few breaths, Hua-in, who had been prepared, swiftly loosed a soul arrow from his hand. Thud! One arrow in the abdomen, one in the chest. The powerful force carried by the arrows once again sent A.I. Lewin crashing into the sea. But soon the water surface split with a splash, and the Marine headquarters Vice Admiral resurfaced. Yet sensing the still vigorous life force below, Hua-in was slightly astonished. What kind of body structure do you have? 2 arrows in your body, and you're still bouncing around. You're way too durable. And the bastard even used his muscles to force the arrows out of his body. You son of a bitch. This time Vice Admiral A.I. Lewin did not recklessly leap into the air. Instead, he stood on a wooden plank like a madman, swinging his long blade wildly at the sky. Die. Just die already. Slashes of flying swords shot up from the sea, slicing the clouds above into irregular chunks like bread. But unfortunately, Hua-in was already over 100 meters away by then. Dodging at such a distance was almost effortless. Your mental fortitude is so weak. How did you become a Vice Admiral? It was well known that among the ranks of Marine Vice Admirals, there were many who were unremarkable. They often gave the impression of being stepping stones. But in this true pirate world, a Marine Vice Admiral was already a formidable power. Anyone who held this position at least had no major flaws in any aspect. I understand your feelings very well, but unfortunately you are no longer a match for me now. Splash. A Jengar suddenly burst out from the seabed and lashed directly onto Vice Admiral A.I. Lun's back. The next second, an even greater surge of grief and indignation welled up in his heart. This gave the Jengar the perfect opportunity. Soul Devour. At dawn on Beehive Island. By the window of a small 2-story building, Haitan Muchan leaned against the frame, peering outward. Sister, what are you looking at? Haitan Chanwen, clutching a pipa, approached with curiosity. This pair of siblings, who would later cause great trouble for the country of Hajigua, were now members of the Luokisi pirates. Only because the Battle of Shinji Valley had yet to begin, Haitan Chanwan had not seized the barrier fruit amidst the chaos. And the copy fruit had already been intercepted by Hua-in. Thus these two siblings, lacking in strength, were now merely insignificant nobodies within the Luokisi. Chanwen, what do you think? If we could trick that boy Hua-in into going to Hajigua and let him help us exact revenge, would it be feasible? Haitan Muchan let out a sinister chuckle, turning to look at her brother. Haitan Chanwan frowned in puzzlement. You mean that Intern and the crew? Sister, why did you suddenly bring him up? Haitan Muchan pointed out the window at a small figure running. She smiled. A few days ago that kid single-handedly defeated a Marine Vice Admiral, yet he shows no sign of arrogance. Every morning, he runs on time, engaging in repetitive training. A person like that cannot possibly amount to nothing in the future. And he is still a child with an immature mind. If we could win him over, it would be a tremendous help in our plans to exact revenge on Hajigua. Is that so? Haitan Chanwan muttered, moving to the window to look outside. Sure enough, a figure carrying professional weight equipment came into view. Seeing the vest soaked through with sweat, Haitan Chanwan asked, is he going to run around the entire island? Yes, this is his 3rd lap. If it's like usual, the kid still has 2 more laps. Haitan Muchan nodded. 5 laps around the island. That much exercise. Can a little brat like him really handle it? Haitan Chanwan asked in astonishment. I don't know, but from my observations, he hasn't shown any discomfort these past few days. Yesterday there was a heavy rain, but he still didn't change a thing. Hearing his sister's description, Haitan Chanwan clicked his tongue. Indeed, anyone who catches the eye of Luokisi, even if it's a mere child, is no simple character. But what the two Haitan siblings didn't realize was that the perseverance they marveled at had only recently begun to take shape in Hua-in. That Vice Admiral A.I. Lewin, who had been eliminated by Hua-in due to emotional agitation, was in a sense a gift from heaven. By replicating that man's training memories, Hua-in not only finally obtained the coveted Rokushiki, but also garnered a wealth of cultivation tips for various derived techniques. The Rokushiki is one of the foundations of the world government, a comprehensive martial arts training method developed by generations of masters through constant summarization and combat. These techniques were not uncommon on the seas. Even some talented pirates without systematic training could mimic 1 or 2 forms passably. But to fully master them, official training was essential. However, what Huayan valued was not the flashy offensive capabilities of the Rokushiki. Rather, it was their function in developing the human body and unlocking potential. In truth, the original intention behind the creation of Rokushiki was not to make them powerful attack techniques. On the contrary, it was a technique for solidifying foundations. Through familiarity with the 6 forms, one could deeply develop and tap into various aspects of the Buddha's physical capabilities. Shave, moonwalk, finger gun, tempest, kick, paper, art, iron body. Mastering each one allowed the body to reach a superhuman level in a certain aspect, breaking through inherent limits. If one could complete the training of all 6 forms, integrate them, and use them proficiently, it meant that one's physical condition had entered the peak of human potential, transcending the normal human limit. At this point, one could control the body with extreme precision, even able to freely move the hair, which is normally difficult to control. This technique was called life return. And once life return was mastered, it meant one had 100% control over one's own body. Based on this foundation, training in other martial arts or swordsmanship could be quickly mastered. Therefore, both the Marines and the CP agencies regarded Rokushiki as their basic work. No matter what path one would take in the future, whether devil fruit abilities, swordsmanship, or relying on iron fists, everyone had to learn the 6 forms first. Newgate, now in his 70s or 80s, was riddled with hidden injuries and had to take intravenous drips every day. In contrast, Sengoku, who was around the same age, could still walk around energetically with a little sheep every day. The difference, aside from the fact that pirates' medical conditions were inferior to the Marines, was also related to their training methods. Why had Horan been afraid to train in Busashoko Haki before? Wasn't it because he feared making a mistake during training that would affect his future development? He was not like Kaido or Charlotte, lean monsters who could endure negative buffs with their abnormal physiques. Wouldn't it be better to honestly train in the Rokushiki, using the most scientific and correct methods summarized by the world government over the years to fully develop the body? Thus, after obtaining AI Lun's Rokushiki experience gift, Hua and organized and summarized it overnight. His morning runs were part of the training. Running seemed simple, but there were nuances in adjusting breathing, targeting muscles rarely used, running more efficiently, and avoiding hidden injuries from prolonged running in a certain posture. Accumulating these tiny differences day after day would lead to a world of difference. After running, Huan would proceed with strength-based exercises like push-ups and weightlifting. In short, compared to the previous state of wild growth, now, with official guidance, Huan could finally relax and focus on honing his body. But the good times did not last long. The Luo Kisi pirates soon encountered a major event. Next month, I'm going to Elbaf. Anyone want to sign up? Inside Xiaqi's bar, watching the crew members laughing and joking around, Rox leaned back on the sofa and announced the surprising news. Shurji, with a cigar in his mouth, burst out laughing right then. Jahahaha, going to see how Liardo again. Rox, you haven't given up yet. Nearby, Nyogai-te, who was wiping his kanjiunki, looked up and scanned Rox with a surprised gaze from head to toe. How many times have they turned you down? Do you have to make another wasted trip? Xia Luo, Lingling, on the other hand, brightened up at once, looking especially interested. Mama Elbaf. Such a nostalgic place, I want to go. But as soon as she finished speaking, Rox refused without a second thought. No. Anyone but you. Don't come and mess around, you idiot. Rox, what do you mean? Xia Luo, Lingling's eyes widened abruptly, and just as she jumped up, a young man in leather clothes and pants grabbed her from the side. Don't hold me, Kai Duo. The young version of Kai Duo was calm, speaking unhurriedly. Lingling, Rox isn't wrong. Don't you know what reputation you have among the giants? Kai Duo, you little brat. Even you start mocking me now. Ignoring the scuffling siblings, Rox turned his gaze to Nyogai-te. Hey Nyogai-te, you bastard, you seem to have nothing to do lately. Come with me. I don't. The debts you dodged at the bar before all cleared. I'm fine, since you put it that way, I don't mind. Nyogai-te snorted and didn't refuse. Hearing Nyogai-te's decision, Miss Bajin, who had been swooning on the side, immediately raised her hand. Captain, I want to go too. Rox nodded and didn't refuse. Just then a small hand was raised high. Uncle Rox, I want to go to Elbaf. Giants. In his lifetime plus his past life, he had never seen what a giant looked like. Rox glanced at Huan, thought for a moment, and the corner of his mouth curled slightly. All right, since you're so eager, I'll take you this time. With the candidates decided, the usual party turned into a farewell. For a moment. Karara. Jiahaha. Garuru. Mama. Various exaggerated and strange laughs rose and fell one after another. Huan listened to the weird laughter around him, and for some reason, he felt a sense of inferiority inexplicably. So out of place. Why is my laughter just the normal ha-ha-ha kind? This doubt still occasionally flashed through Huan's mind, even the next day when they boarded the ship. Smelling the salty sea breeze, Huan stood at the stern and waved vigorously at Lao Ji, who was seeing them off on the dock. Lao, leave the matter with Du Fei aired it to you. Also remember to contact Mo Gen C and tell him not to forget what I said. Lao Ji on the dock nodded solemnly. What bad things are you sneaking to prepare again, kid? Rox lounged lazily in a large sun chair, squinting his eyes and warning in a low voice to the little brat waving his arms behind him. You better behave yourself. I don't want to see a repeat of last year's mess. TCH, what do you mean bad things? I only do proper things. Juan waved his hand, pulled out a lounge chair from the cabin, and laid down beside Rox. Don't worry, when we return Honeycomb Island, we'll still be perfectly intact. Better be. You little brat. Rox snorted with closed eyes. This trip to Elbaf, you might get into big trouble, maybe even get killed in an instant. Huh. Huaen's eyes widened. What do you mean, Uncle Rox? Didn't you say Giant King Hala Erda is your friend? I haven't offended him. Why would he have such deep hatred for me? It's not Hala Erda, it's someone else. Rox turned his head, thought for a moment, then straightened it again. Forget it, you'll know when the time comes. Huaen almost couldn't hold it in. What do you mean forget it? I might get killed. You bastard old man. Rox rolled his eyes. If you don't want to die, then get stronger quickly. Easy for you to say. How about letting me organize a few more competitions on the island? If you want to die, you Huaen. And this is supposed to be an adult. Can't even take a joke. Honeycomb Island was not too far from Elbaf. After catching the sea current following the specific direction of the pointer, in less than a week the large ship carrying Rox and his crew soon approached the waters around the giant kingdom. During these days, besides continuing to train his body according to the six powers, Huaen also had a little exchange of practical combat experience with Nyogaite and Rox. It must be said all pirates' teaching methods felt similar to Huaen. Simply put, just two words: practical. As for theoretical foundations in Rox's words, Huaen had actually reached a level where he didn't need any Anyway, just go at it hard until you learn. This also resulted in Huaen feeling that his body was covered in bruises all the time these days. This made Huaen seriously suspect that these two old farts were mixing in personal grudges when they fought. Wasn't it just that when Nyogaite defaulted on his bill, he conveniently charged it all to Rox? Wasn't it just that when you were drinking I used a few negative ghosts on you too, making you lose face in public? Wasn't it just that when you were fighting, I secretly gave you an anger buff under the guise of cheering? I didn't even hold a grudge against you, yet you guys are picking on a kid like me. Is this the world's strongest nation, Elbaf? Huaen stood on the deck, gazing into the distance at the indescribable scene before him. What a distinctive place. The land of giants. Although he had seen the manga in his past life, Huaen already had certain expectations in his mind. But when he truly laid eyes on the grandeur of Elbaf, he was still left speechless. Kurarara Kid spectacular, isn't it? Even though I've been here many times, every time I see this sight, I can't help but lose myself for a moment. A colossal tree rose from the sea, as if it were holding up the entire sky. The dense canopy blocked the sun, divided into two layers. Countless waterfalls cascaded down from the top, looking from afar, like white ribbons draped over the massive tree. This giant tree was none other than the world's largest and most precious treasure tree atom. It was also the very foundation of all of Elbaf. The layering of the canopy divided Elbaf into three regions from top to bottom: the celestial realm, the solar realm, and the underworld. In the middle layer, the solar realm, Huaen also saw an absurdly massive giant sword. The sword pierced diagonally through the lower canopy of the atom tree and plunged straight into the island below. He wondered who could have once wielded such a weapon. The mere thought of the strength needed to lift it sent chills down it. Meanwhile, on the coast of Elbaf, the giants on duty at the port also noticed the approaching pirate ship. That's the Rox pirate's ship. Rox is here again. Quick, notify King Harold. The port erupted into chaos, but as the ship drew closer, Huaen saw only giant sentries who couldn't even be bothered to draw their weapons. Moreover, their eyes held little wariness, instead filled with resignation and delight. Mr. Rox, are you here to see King Harold again? That's right, Emu. I'm here to drink with Harold again. Where is he now? Hearing Rox address Huaen looked up. He studied the giant before him, who looked like a mere grunt, and almost burst out laughing. Brother, that name is way too grand. Be careful it doesn't weigh you down. But Emu, completely oblivious to Huaen's expression, scratched his head and said awkwardly, Mr. Rox, King Harold once instructed us not to reveal his whereabouts. Huaen, go fetch a barrel of good wine from our ship. King Harold is currently in the east village of the solar realm with Ida and the two princes. Rox grabbed the rope binding the wine barrel and tossed it forward. Thanks, Emu. When I come back, I'll spar. Great. Watching Emu wave goodbye with an excited face, Huaen blinked at Rox beside him. Captain Rox, you seem to be pretty popular here in Elbaf. Even the sentries know you. Huaen was well aware of the entanglements between his captain and the giant King Harold. The two had once caused a huge ruckus in Mary Geos, an acquaintance born from a brawl. After that, Rox had constantly tried to persuade Harold to join his pirate crew, so he visited Elbaf often. Thus to the giants here, Rox was a face so familiar it couldn't be more familiar. Haha, lucky today, we ran into Emu. He's a drunkard who loves to learn from those stronger than him. With those two weaknesses, it's easy to get some information out of him. Hearing this, Hua En's face remained calm, but his body trembled involuntarily. Please don't say that name again. I can't hold it together anymore. Just then Newgate stepped forward, glanced at Hua En with confusion, then turned to Rox and asked, what do we do next? Do we go up from the underworld as usual, or? No, I don't want to climb the tree. Rox shook his head and strode to the bow. Since that bastard is home, why should a guest use the back door? As he spoke, black-red lightning erupted from Rox's body, shooting into the sky. A terrifying conqueror's haki burst forth like a volcanic eruption. In that moment the air screamed, and the entire space pulsed with a deep heart-like thumping sound. Herald! Rox's voice rose powerfully as he looked up at the massive canopy above. Hurry up and lower the rainbow bridge for me. Boom. The overwhelming aura surged again, making the enormous atom tree rustle, as if stirred by the wind of this force. Wow, Captain Rox, your conqueror's haki is a bit too much. Juan looked up, eyes brightening since the version update Conqueror's haki infusion had become even more crucial, as it could now suppress the godlike speed bump's extraordinary regenerative abilities. This thing was truly the ticket to the top. So when would his own Conqueror's haki awaken? And just as these thoughts wandered through Hua En's mind, the next second a red-black lightning bolt streaked across the sky, aiming straight for the branches of the atom tree. Thump! In the village on the tree path, the resting giants felt a tremor beneath their feet. After a moment, an irate voice echoed from some corner of the canopy. What an uninvited nuisance. You're still as flamboyant as ever. As the words fell, a rainbow descended slowly from above. A dreamlike bridge of 7-colored lights stretched from the solar realm on the second layer of Elbaf, reaching down to land right before Rox and the others. Hua En, who had been marveling at his captain's terrifying haki, immediately shifted his attention at this overly fantastical sight. Is this the Rainbow Bridge? Indeed, Elbaf is a ridiculously magical place. Hearing this, Rox burst into laughter. This world is far bigger than you can imagine, kid. Hold on tight, boys. We're about to sail vertically. The Rainbow Bridge was not only a marvel, but also adhered to scientific logic. Its slope was absurdly steep, making it seem utterly impossible for a ship to traverse. Yet it functioned somewhat like a conveyor belt with friction nearly zero and no resistance. Thus, even a gentle breeze could propel the ship along its surface. Once the pirate ship landed on the Rainbow Bridge, it glided as smoothly as if riding an automatic slide. This is utterly astonishing. Hua En gazed at the radiant 7-colored light surrounding him, finding it hard to believe that this was created by a magical or called sunstone. Indeed, it was literally a painted rainbow. Though how the giants had concocted such an absurdly extraordinary thing remained a mystery. Nevertheless, it was undeniably extraordinary. Ascending the bridge, the group soon arrived above the below lay an expansive canopy with small villages nestled on the sturdy branches of the atom tree. Of course, the term small was relative to giants. From Hua En's perspective, even the smallest dwelling seemed as vast as a mountain. Soon the ship descended, and at the end of the Rainbow Bridge, a tiny figure appeared. You've come again, Lox. The figure shouted with excitement, his face brimming with enthusiasm. That commotion earlier was your doing, wasn't it? At the sound, Hua En immediately turned his gaze. Undoubtedly the figure was also a giant. But he was shorter in stature and looked quite youthful, likely just a child among the giants. That's Loki, Harold's youngest son, Lox said with a smile, casting a knowing glance at Hua En as if anticipating a good show. The cursed Prince Loki, the future fully equipped pirate tribearer. Hua En squinted, observing the towering figure with horns on his forehead, bandages over his eyes, and a massive spiked club dragging behind him. Loki was only 25 this year, but giants lived 3 times as long as humans, and their growth cycle was similarly prolonged. By that measure, his mental age was around 7, roughly on par with Hua En's own physical age. As the ship came to a halt, Loki trotted over, eagerly approaching the vessel and bending down with a broad grin. Hey Lox, I've been waiting for you. Let me join your crew this time. It'll show you the might of Elbaf's strongest warrior. Lox curled his lips slightly, his eyes icy as, how many times do I have to tell you, Loki? Piracy isn't a game. I'm not interested. You bastard, you're rejecting me again. Loki's eyes widened, disappointment etched across his face. I'm already strong, why won't you let me board? Lox waved his hand impatiently. My ship doesn't need brats. Get out of the way, I'm going to see Harold. Hearing this, Loki reluctantly stepped aside. But as everyone passed him, he suddenly turned and fixed his gaze on Hua En. Isn't that kid also a brat? Why is he on your ship? The bandaged young giant pointed his finger at Hua En, who had been grinning a moment ago, now instantly losing his smile. What the hell, how did this get dragged onto me? Wait, Lox said earlier that someone in Elbaf would want to kill me. Could he mean Loki? Hearing Loki's words, Lox paused, then a peculiar smile curled at the corner of his mouth. You mean Hua En? He's no ordinary kid. Loki bristled. But I'm not ordinary either. Why can he board your ship, and I can't? As the words fell, a sudden sense of foreboding struck Hua En. Sure enough, the next moment, You're not convinced. Fine, if you can beat this kid, he'll let you join. How about that? Locks, you son of a bitch. I knew something was off about you the whole way, and now you spring this on me. Do you even hear yourself? This kid Loki may only be in his 20s, but with his ancient giant bloodline, he's already 12 or 13 meters tall. His fist alone is bigger than my entire body. How the hell am I supposed to fight that? And I never agreed to this. Hey Captain, what does this have to do with me? Before Hua and could finish, a whistling sound came from above, accompanied by an excited shout. Locks, you can't go back on your word. Hearing the wind, Hua En swiftly retreated, darting sideways to put distance between himself and Loki. Boom. The heavy spiked club crashed down, gouging a small crater into the hard atom branch as with chips scattered in all directions. Seeing Hua En's displeased expression, Locke's face turned cold as he rumbled, Hua En, I'm warning you. If you lose, don't bother coming back to Beehive Island. The Locke's pirates have no use for a loser who can't even beat a kid. So ruthless, Captain. Hua En sighed. Back on Beehive Island, he was the one putting pressure on others. Now the tables had turned, and he was the one under pressure. Loki, indifferent to Hua En's thoughts, charged again, with gleaming eyes like a beast spotting prey, brandishing his club. If you don't want him on the ship, don't use me as a shield. You claim it's because Loki is a kid, but really you're just afraid of offending his father, so you keep turning him down. Dodging another swing of the club, Hua En leaped into the air on a ghost pedal. Always bossing me around. Even interns have rights, you know. Rox, what were you thinking letting them fight on your own? Pressing down Miss Bikini, who was trying to leap onto his shoulder, Newgate gazed at the scene before him, a tableau of a child chasing insects, and furrowed his brow. Indeed, the battle between Horn and Loki resembled a child wielding a thick, heavy club in a futile attempt to swat at the tiny flies buzzing around him, a sight both absurd and comical. What, you don't have faith in that boy, Horn? Rox ambled forward slowly. He's an intern in our crew. That brat Loki can't possibly beat him. Newgate gripped his Murakamichiri and followed, his face taut with tension. That's as may be, but Loki is no ordinary opponent. When we came last time, Harold mentioned that the boy had conquered the underworld of Elbaf with nothing but his innate brute strength, turning it into his personal playground. Newgate, do you know what you remind me of right now, eh? Rox paused mid-step, casting a sidelong glance. You're like a nervous parent watching their child take an exam, fretting on the sidelines. Remember, not long ago, Horn defeated a Marine Vice Admiral and earned his first bounty of 79 million berries. When I was his age, I wasn't that strong. Then how could he possibly lose to someone his own age? Hearing this, Newgate cast a sideways glare. Rox, have you lost your mind? What same age? Loki is 20 years old. Nanny, I thought he was only 7. Meanwhile, on the fierce battlefield not far away. You coward, are you just going to keep dodging? The 10-meter-tall young giant strode forward, swinging his massive spiked club at the tiny figure in the air, each footstep thundering against the ground. Face me, heeding, you coward. Boom. Watching the craters, Loki's blows left in the earth, Horn, dodging and weaving in the air, couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. Such monstrous strength. If he were hit, even once, he'd probably be turned into a shooting star. He had to admit the giant's physical stats were utterly absurd. Combining immense power with thick, resilient skin, even an ordinary adult giant could match a Marine Vice Admiral in combat capability. And Elbaf, conservatively speaking, could field at least 20 to 30,000 adult giants. With a giant king like Harold who could rival Rox himself, it was no wonder the country was called the world's strongest. Even the great villain Emu in the original story coveted this place. And now young Loki, though not yet at full power, was already exhibiting the awakening of his ancient giant lineage. What was the Adam's treasure tree? It was the hardest, most resilient wood in the world of pirates, standing unyielding even through the ravages of war. Yet Loki was smashing craters into it with each swing of his club. Fortunately, Loki also suffered from the giant's common weakness, lack of agility. Otherwise, Horn had no idea how he could fight. For ghosts drifted out from his shadows, swiftly coalescing into a massive bow and arrows above his head. As Loki's spiked club swung through empty air, once more Horn raised a hand, and 3 arrows, like javelins, lined up in a single trajectory and shot forward in an instant. Faced with an attack that could pierce a warship in an instant, Loki didn't hesitate. He swung his club upward. A dull impact exploded, and the shockwave rustled the surrounding leaves. The first arrow was easily deflected by Loki's club, but the second arrow with sheer force slammed into the tail of the first. A sudden surge of pressure transmitted straight into Loki's palm. The next second, the third arrived. Sensing the escalating impacts, Loki gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his arms. Yeah. Boom. Watching his strongest attack get smashed apart by Loki, Horn gained a much clearer understanding of the boy's monstrous strength. But Loki wasn't exactly unscathed either. He was still just a child, his power not yet at an invincible level. After that swing, he staggered backward a few steps involuntarily. This guy. Loki's heart skipped. None of the beasts he had tamed from the underworld could trade blows with him like this. He never expected such a tiny figure to launch such a ferocious attack. In that moment, the contempt in Loki's eyes vanished, and he became fully serious. Immediately, arrows like javelins once again streaked across the sky. But this time the number of arrows was no longer 3, it had doubled to 6. Moreover, the arrows no longer flew in a straight line, instead they swirled around Loki, tracing intricate arcs, as if controlled by an unseen hand. Soon Loki felt a sharp pain in his right ankle. An arrow had grazed past its razor-sharp tip, leaving a deep gash on his ankle. Seeing his attack land, Horn nodded repeatedly. Loki's frontal firepower was immense. But, height advantage, distance advantage, strike from above, strike from afar, it was a deadly combination. Lu Sun never lied. Damn it! Loki roared, swinging his club wildly in all directions. Just then 2 arrows flew behind him, aiming straight for his shoulder blades, and shot downward. Annoying. Loki spun around, sweeping his club in a horizontal arc. Bang! Bang! The iron club smashed the arrows away. But in that instant, an arrow that had silently crept to the top of Loki's head, exploiting the moment his strength was spent, suddenly descended, straight toward his bandaged face. Loki instinctively reached out to catch the arrow, but at that moment his gaze suddenly blurred. One of the arrows had reverted to its ghost form, passing silently through Loki's chest, amplifying the sorrow within his heart. In an instant, a flood of memories surged into Loki's mind. Abandoned by his birth mother at infancy, he had crawled back up the Adam's treasure tree to the upper world, tears streaming. Many citizens of Elbaf believed he had brought a rare calamity upon the nation, branding him the cursed prince. He tried to approach his mother, but was harshly rejected. She even ordered soldiers to gouge out his eyes. At just 1 year old, his mother, filled with hatred for him, left this world in agony. He suffered abuse from his uncle, who starved him and fed him only garbage. In retaliation, Loki killed him and threw his body into the underworld. He destroyed villages seeking attention, but earned only endless blame and curses. Even when he tried to die by leaping from the upper world into the underworld, his superhuman physique made even death impossible. Scene after scene. In Horn's astonished eyes, the giant who had been so fierce moments ago collapsed to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. The next second, wah! A soft whimper at first, but as the bandages grew soaked with tears, Loki's sobs grew louder. After a few breaths, heart-wrenching wails mingled with high-pitched cries echoing through the entire tree path. Horn, watching the little giant who had abandoned his spiked club and was now bawling, scratched his head awkwardly. He turned to look at the stunned Rox and Newgate. Captain, I made him cry. That should count as my win, right? Indeed, a mere child. Rox looked at Loki, who was kneeling and wailing with a face full of helplessness. He had originally thought the two would engage in a splendid clash of underdogs. Little did he expect it to end in such a dramatic manner. You win. Let's go. We'll go see Harold together. Without sparing another glance at Loki, Rox turned and walked ahead. He hadn't taken 2 steps when he sensed something off. Horn, what are you dawdling for? Horn looked at Rox, then glanced at Loki, who was wiping tears and wailing beside him, shrugged, and spread his hands. Uncle Rox, are you sure I should go too? Isn't it a bit inappropriate? He had just made the man's son cry, and now he was going to visit. Wasn't that provoking trouble? Harold is a formidable man who can match Rox. If I go with my small frame, can I come out intact? What are you thinking? Harold is not such a narrow-minded fellow. Hurry up, don't make me come over and drive you. Rox said impatient. All right. Uncle Rox, if he really disregards martial ethics and attacks me, a child, you must stop him immediately. Amid Loki's tearful farewell, the group slowly walked toward the edge of a canopy. This was not the royal castle of Elbaf, but a small tavern. Of course, small was only relative to giants. As he approached the tavern, Horn gained a clear understanding of the concept of huge for the first time. Just then a deep voice suddenly came from inside the tavern. Sorry, Rox, my son has caused you trouble again. The absurdly large tavern door slowly opened, and a figure like a mountain gradually emerged. Horn tilted his head up and saw a supergiant with a burly build, a stern face, and 2 horns on his forehead, just like Loki's, walking out toward him. Judging by his size alone, this guy's height probably exceeded 60 meters. The beard on his face was extreme. In particular, the 2 crescent-shaped mustache tips, very similar to Newgate's, combined with a thick beard on his chin, made him look exceedingly dignified. So this is the king of Elbaf, Harold. Horn muttered softly, cautiously hiding behind Rox. Among the extremely warlike giants, Harold was a rare exception. He advocated peaceful coexistence with other races, using communication, trade, and mutual understanding to lead Elbaf in gradually establishing friendly exchanges with countries around the world. At the same time, he was a super powerhouse almost unknown to the outside world. He was the one Rox had always longed for, but could never win over. Thinking of this, the face of Shiki suddenly appeared in Horn's mind. The same ambition to dominate the world. The same downfall from a single battle. The same defeat in a 2-known situation. The The same being finished off by someone else in the end. The same person lingering in his heart. Shiki, your future life is practically a 1-1 replica of Rock's. Ha ha ha, no trouble at all. I feel your son had a great time with my crew. Rox laughed out loud without any preamble and said bluntly, Alright, I won't waste too many words on you. Harold, I've recently sensed that a major upheaval is about to happen in this world. Are you sure you still want to join me this? Harold looked disgusted and shook his head bluntly. Don't tempt me. I am a king. I must think of my people. How many times do I have to refuse you? I have no interest in your ambition. Right now I only want to see Elbaf grow more prosperous. Bastard. Rox snorted heavily. Once we take the world, won't you be free to develop the giant race as you wish? There is no eternal power in this world. Come on, Harold, as long as we join forces, conquering the entire world is only a matter of time. No, that's the world. You bastard. You are the only one who dares to refuse me again and again. Hearing this, Harold laughed heartily. It seems I should feel honored by this. But then his expression gradually turned serious. Each has his own aspirations. I'm sorry, Rox. Rox snorted, his grim expression remaining grim. The next second, Harold suddenly fixed his gaze on Horn behind Rox's eyes, showing more interest. What's with this kid? Haven't you always said you have no interest in brats? Feeling the gaze, Horn, who had been trying to minimize his presence, remained calm on the surface, but was panicking inside. Why would he notice me? It can't be. The giant king shouldn't be so petty. The next second, two large hands gently landed on Horn's head and rubbed it. This little guy is a carefully selected intern of mine. He's different. Harold was stunned for a moment, then grinned. He seems like a truly remarkable child. Thank you for your intervention earlier. Loki keeps everything bottled up inside. It's good that he can cry like this for a while. Making someone's child cry and having the parents thank him. Although it felt strange, Horn couldn't help but breathe a sigh. Afterwards, Harold led Rox and the others back into the tavern. Here Horn met Harold's other son, Hadrudin, one of the officers of the Straw Hat Grand Fleet. Although Hadrudin was Loki's older brother, as an ordinary giant, he was not only significantly shorter than Loki, but also much weaker. However, compared to Loki's hellish start, Hadrudin's childhood was noticeably happier because he had a loving mother. The tavern owner was a friend of Ida. She came here to learn a certain liquor recipe, so she could add a new flavor to the bar by the port of the underworld. After entering, Rox greeted Ida familiarly, then sat down at the bar table and chatted with Harold about recent. Horn, meanwhile, was devouring a large piece of roasted meat. He was still training in the Geokin, and the nutrients he needed daily were astonishing. Horn had originally prepared to unleash the ultimate technique of Geokin, the battle-preserved fist. However, the opponent's character flaw saved him the cost of going all out. Lox was recounting the ruthless deeds he had done on the seas over the years. Meanwhile, Harold was pouring out his grievances, complaining about how troublesome it was to govern a country. Horn listened for a while and immediately felt uncomfortable. With such a wide gap in their ideals, how could they even manage to talk together? You speak your piece, he speaks his. That persistent fellow would occasionally bring up an invitation only to be firmly rejected. TSK. So boring. Horn yawned, and just then a large shadow suddenly enveloped him. Hey you. That round doesn't count. Let's have a rematch. Horn looked up and immediately saw that it was Loki standing before him. This guy had new bandages wrapped around his face, gritting his teeth with a thoroughly unconvinced expression. What a troublesome kid. Horn thought for a moment, his eyes darting around, and then a sweet smile immediately spread across his face. Actually, you're not really interested in competing with me at all. Your main goal is to join the Lox Pirates, isn't it? So what if it is, eh? Loki's voice unconsciously softened a little. See, you've completely gotten into a dead end. You've equated joining the Lox Pirates with defeating me, which is wrong. After hearing Horn say this, Loki's brows instantly furrowed. What's wrong with that? Didn't Lox say it himself? No. You need to know that standing before you is a super genius who was taken under Lox's wing at the age of 7. No one understands better than me how to join the Lox Pirates. Loki was slightly stunned, his mouth wide open. 7. You're that amazing. Of course. Horn put his hands behind his back, looking proud, and spoke slowly. Do you know why you keep getting rejected by Uncle? Loki shook his head in confusion. He really couldn't figure it out. Lox clearly said he didn't take in kids, yet on his ship there was a kid even younger than him. Right, so it's correct that you can't figure it out. Horn clapped his hands, wearing an expression of a teachable student. You don't even understand the reason why you're being rejected. How could you not be rejected? Huh, so that's how it is. Loki scratched his head, feeling dazed. Although these words sounded a bit off, they also seemed quite reasonable. As a 25-year-old baby who had spent years mingling with beasts, Loki's brain indeed wasn't that sharp. Faced with a mischievous brat like Horn, who was old beyond his years and hardly human, he could only end up confused. However, considering how destined we are, I can teach you how to join the Lox Pirates. You mean it? Loki suddenly became excited. Even though his eyes were not visible, Horn could feel his gaze burning fiercely. Of course it's true. Horn nodded without hesitation and jumped directly onto Loki's shoulder. But before that you have to do me a favor, take me on a proper tour of Belfoff. What's there to see in this place? How about I take you to the underworld to see my good buddies? No, I think Uncle Locks won't be chatting much longer. He'll go next time I come. Horn shook his head. All right. Loki nodded, just about to set off. But the next second, he suddenly stopped, suspiciously tilting his head to the side. You're not trying to trick me, are you? How could that be? I gain nothing from tricking you. Who would do something with no benefit? Horn said with a sincere, that's true. Loki thought for a moment, then nodded. The stopped steps moving outward again. Watching the two youths leave Newgate, who was drinking, turned to look at Ida, who was adding wine to his cup. I think you should give that kid Loki some lessons on how to avoid scams. Ida smiled gently and shook her head. It's fine. A little twist in a boy's growth makes him even more endearing. Speaking of which, I haven't seen Loki so lively in a long time. I'm really happy that he's made a new friend. Newgate. Being friends with that brat Horn. Our parents these days, so open-minded. On the other side, experiencing the feeling of his new mount below, Horn couldn't help but click his tongue. It had to be said that Loki's popularity was indeed poor. He was the future heir to the kingdom, yet along the way most people upon seeing Loki would turn their faces away in disgust. Only a few people would greet him with a sycophantic smile. TSK. Is this the treatment of the curse? To have such a mother, Loki really had the worst luck. The two traveled along the tree paths, visiting various sites, such as West Village, Warriors, Spring, Artisan Village, Hunter Village, and Fisherman Village. Loki showed Horn all of them. They also visited the Harley mural inside the Atom Tree. Looking at this giant painting that had been preserved from the Void Century, depicting 3 worlds and 4 great deities, the closer Horn got, the more awestruck he felt. Even though he already knew some of the mural's content, when actually experiencing it, he couldn't help but be overwhelmed by its grand spectacle. Hey, it's just a painting. Is it really worth being so shocked? Loki said with a nonchalant expression. This is not an ordinary painting, but a prophecy that sees through the future. There's no harm in appreciating it. Horn was too lazy to explain too much to this little illiterate. He took out the visual din mushy he had prepared earlier and snapped a picture of the mural. Then he stretched contentedly. All right, I've seen everything I wanted. I guess Uncle Locks and the others should be about done chatting by now. Let's go, Papiji, let's go back and meet up with them. Oh, Loki had just nodded, but the next second he immediately reacted. Call me Loki, you bastard. And now you should tell me how to join the Locks pirates. No rush, we'll talk about that after you take me back first. You bastard. Loki cursed fiercely, but his legs still obediently ran back. However, at that moment, an unparalleled burst of hockey erupted from the underworld below. This aura. It's that Locks guy. The one matching him. Could it be Harold? Weren't they just drinking peacefully a moment ago? Why did they suddenly start fighting? In Irbafu, the underworld. A brutal force tore through the wind and snow. A giant blade and a longsword halted midair. The air suddenly burst apart, with red-black lightning wildly scattering outward. The sheer force and pressure directly lifted the surrounding ground, and massive gullies instantly spread like a spiderweb in all directions. The trees standing around were completely flattened by the formidable opposing currents. Not only the ground. If someone looked up at the sky at that moment, they would notice that the clouds above seemed to have split into a spectacle of awe-inspiring might. And the ones who had forged this scene of heaven and earth changing were none other than Luokisi and Haladi, who had clashed together again. But if one observed their battle closely, they would notice that no matter how many times they clashed, the weapons in their hands never directly touched each other. Between the crossed blades, a distinct gap twisted continuously. It was the supreme power of the sea, the conqueror's haki, locked in opposition. After a few breaths of stalemate, the erupted haki shattered, and the surrounding snowflakes burst again. Midair, Luokisi took the opportunity to land. Meanwhile, Halade slid his foot back and created distance. I never thought you'd be swayed by those bastards from the world government, Halade. Meanwhile, Halade slid his foot back and created distance. I never thought you'd be swayed by those bastards. Halade shook his head gently, a trace of guilt flickering in his eyes. I hesitated too and asked myself, must I kill a friend to achieve what I want to do? But in the end, you still obediently listened to them. Luokisi leaped up, gripping his long sword with both hands as he charged fiercely. Don't you realize they're using you, you bastard? Bang! The blades of the two friends collided once more. Luokisi's face darkened and he roared with immense rage. Haven't you seen it yet? To the world government, the giants are just a military force they can deploy at will. You'll be drafted into various armies like slaves. You bastard. Where has your warrior pride gone? Where has your will gone? Haladi, now furious at being berated, felt the muscles in his arm bulge as a brutal force erupted. Bang! He swung the giant sword that had been blocking Luokisi forward, sending the latter flying, while Halade began to shout back, stop acting like you know everything. Luokisi, that violent history called Warriors is a shackle to Elbaf, which now aims for peace. In that instant, a flood of painful memories surged into Haladi's mind. Haladi, we think you're a good person, but this country has suffered giant attacks in the past, so making the people accept Haladi, the terror that giants once wrought, cannot be easily erased. I'm sorry, but those scars left by history still bleed to this day. Gazing at Luokisi, who lay in the snow staring blankly at the canopy above, Haladi regained his composure and spoke softly. Listen, Luokisi, of course I know what the celestial dragons are like. But no matter how foolish or arrogant they are, those bastards ultimately hold the power to bring Elbaf into the world. Before he could finish, Luokisi, who had been slumped in the snow, suddenly changed expression and sprang to his feet. Shut up, you bastard. You coward. He swung his blade, and an invisible shockwave struck Haladi's chest, sending him flying instantly. Our friendship is over. He'll never come to invite you again. Haladi struggled to sit up, his expression bitter and enraged as he shouted, Luokisi, I am a king. I cannot gamble with my people's lives. How could a villain like you understand the pressure and responsibility of carrying a nation on your shoulders? By the time Luoji carried Huan to the duel site, the battle between Luokisi and Haladi had already concluded. Neither side had won. At the same time, neither had convinced the other. Seeing Huan's arrival, Luokisi, now bandaged, stood up and walked toward the shore without looking back. Let's go, kid. His voice was extremely flat, yet it carried a faint sense of dejection. Huh, finished catching up so soon. Huan was astonished. It took us nearly a week to get here, and you want to leave after just a few hours of chatting, Cap? According to the code of the sea, at least, there should be a proper feast. And after that meal, he was still hungry. No need. Talking more is useless. Staying here any longer is pointless. Luokisi's expression was cold, his tone hard. Besides, I said we're leaving. Why ask so many questions? Oh. Huan nodded, jumped down from Luoji's shoulder, and looked up at the big kid, his eyes filled with regret. Looks like we have to say goodbye. We'll come back to Elbaf to see you sometime. We'll have a good talk then. Luoji stood there dazed, nodding subconsciously. Seeing this, Huan patted the boy's foot gently, then naturally fell in step with Luokisi and Nugate. Watching their receding figures, Luoji felt he had forgotten something. The more he watched, the more something felt wrong. When the pirate ship hoisted its sails, Luoji suddenly snapped back to reality and shouted excitedly, Wait. Didn't you promise to teach me how to join the Luokisi pirates? You bastard, take me with you. Huh. Friend, what else is there? Huan turned around from the stern, looking surprised. We only met a few hours ago. Are you really that reluctant to see me go? Bastard. Watching the pirate ship recede from the shore, Luoji's eyes burned with fury. That guy hasn't taught me how to join the Luokisi pirates yet. Oh, so you still remember that? Huan slapped his forehead, showing a look of sudden realization. Haha, with that, Huan's expression instantly turned serious. I do have a very good method, 100% success rate. Hearing this, Luoji pricked up his ears in anticipation. Tell me how. Simple. Huan planted his hands on his hips, looking cocky. Once I become captain of the Luokisi pirates, I'll just recruit you aboard. Easy, right? Huh. Luoji was stunned for a moment, then burst into rage. You bastard, you're messing with me. I'm not messing with you. Next time we meet, make sure you're stronger. Otherwise, I won't let you on board either. Damn it. Just wait. I'll kill you. In the year 1484 of the ocean-round calendar, at Horn's small courtyard on Hive Island, the strongest 10-year-old child Kakuri and the strongest 9-year-old child Horn were engaged in a sparring match. It has been nearly half a year since returning from Elbaf. Back then it took Rox almost 3 days to finally emerge from the shadow brought by Harold, regaining his previously ambitious demeanor. He led the Rox pirate crew, continuously making headlines on the sea, resulting in a skyrocketing bounty for everyone in the crew. Even someone like Horn, who hadn't made much of a name for himself, now boasted a hefty bounty of 70 million bits. Of course, aside from the increasing bounty, Horn's strength had also undergone significant changes compared to before, which Katakuri felt most directly during their encounters. Previously, when they sparred, Katakuri could occasionally counterattack using the power of the Machi fruit. But now, even without using his abilities, Horn had completely surpassed Katakuri in hand-to-hand combat. All of this could naturally be attributed to the 6 styles of the Navy. After months of rigorous training, Horn had mastered all of the 6 styles. Although some of the derived techniques specifically for attacking didn't look particularly graceful when he executed, Horn had already gained enough control over his body to enter the life return state, and utilizing the characteristics of life return, his efficiency in training the Earth King Fist had undoubtedly increased. In fact, during battles, once Horn entered the life return state, he could adjust his Bodis pressure-bearing capacity to the limit. As a result, the explosive value of the Earth King Fist's mysteries in combat would also be maximized. Horn had previously tried this privately with Malone. Under extreme conditions, his body could simultaneously accommodate 4 ghosts storing chi. When the explosive rate reached 25%, Horn could easily withstand Malone's attacks. When it reached 50%, he could directly throw Malone, who had transformed into a castle, away. And once the explosive rate hit 100%, he could even stand toe-to-toe with Kaido. Apart from the 6 styles and the Earth King Fist Horn had finally awakened armament haki, and with Katakuri's help he had also slightly improved his observation haki. As for the rare Conqueror's haki, he had not awakened it, and Horn wasn't even certain if he possessed it. This ability is purely based on talent. While a small number of people may awaken Conqueror's haki, due to their future living environment, most possessors are simply born with it. The power of haki also ranges from beginner to mastery, and then there are different derived stages beyond that. For example, Katakuri, who is currently sparring with him, will be a super expert in observation haki capable of seeing the future in the future. Clang. The trident collided violently with the light sword Horn conjured using ghosts. Perhaps due to both of them not being particularly deep in haki, their clash did not generate much turbulence. With a thrust of his trident, Horn propelled himself forward with a burst of speed, instantly vanishing from Katakuri's line of sight. Soru. Meanwhile, a glimmer of gold flashed in Katakuri's eyes as he swung his trident, creating a sharp shadow that sliced through the air behind him. As expected, in the next moment, the tip of the trident struck the blade of the light sword. Your observation haki has become increasingly proficient, you guy. Hearing Horn's remark, Katakuri did not show any signs of pride. He knew that compared to this guy in front of him, his progress was actually not fast. This guy is a monster. In the next second, Katakuri used his legs to propel himself, instantly disappearing from his spot. However, Horn did not evade. Instead, he tensed his body, allowing the trident to stab deep into his shoulder. Iron block. Clang. The rapid sound of metal clashing echoed as Katakuri's trident, named Earth Dragon, while immensely sharp, still failed to inflict any injury against Horn's defense. I heard that Sister Lingling is planning to get married again, he asked while blocking the blow. Yes, Mom just agreed to Felderan's proposal, and if nothing unexpected happens, we will be able to enjoy wedding cake again next month. Katakuri nodded. Felderan. That long-legged guy with a bounty of 390 million. Sister Lingling really has charm, managing to attract another big pirate under her skirt. Horn exclaimed while engaging with Katakuri. Speaking of which, counting the recently born Mondor, you now have 18 brothers and 11 sisters. How does it feel? Is the pressure too much? Yes, this is the main motivation for me to become stronger. I don't want to see another incident like Brulee's again. Is that because your strength is lacking? As a pirate, you still don't understand the principle of leaving no roots when cutting weeds. It's purely a matter of having a broken brain. With a swift motion, Horn pushed aside Katakuri's trident, his expression turning serious. Be careful, I'm going to start using armament haki. Upon hearing this, Katakuri's expression changed instantly. Hey, you bastard, what are you planning to do? But before he could finish his sentence, swirling energy suddenly appeared on the light sword in Horn's hand. In the next moment, the light sword struck at an awkward angle towards Katakuri's chest. The latter could not withstand it at all, and his body was sent flying backward, as if knocked down by a fierce tiger. Katakuri quickly utilized pseudo-elementalization in midair, avoiding a disgraceful fall, and after rolling twice in the air, he landed unsteadily. Bastard, were you trying to kill me just now? Katakuri angrily cursed. How could that be? I was using the blade of the sword, okay? Horn shrugged and spread his hands. If you had dodged using observation haki, it would have been fine, right? Katakuri replied. After mumbling a few unprincipled words, the perfect man quickly composed himself and sat down to rest. Looking at Horn, who was opening a water bottle to drink, Katakuri suddenly asked, Hey Horn, did you hear? On a beach somewhere on Hive Island, Dewfield lay on a sun lounger, beside him a small table adorned with fine wine and delicacies. With a cigar clenched between his teeth and a glass in hand, he was indulging in his own drink. After about 10 minutes, a sound of footsteps approached from behind. Just as Dewfield was about to turn around, a voice reached his ears. Hey, you said you would treat me to drinks. I thought you would prepare a grand feast, but turns out we're just picnicking here. Ha ha ha, you can't blame me. At your age, which tavern on Hive Island would serve you a glass of rum or whiskey? Dewfield laughed heartily. That's why I say these guys have a problem with their thinking. I've already become a pirate, yet they still care whether I'm underage or not. Besides, how come this bunch of bastards adheres so strictly to the consensus that minors can't drink? Sitting cross-legged and cursing, it was Hoenn. He picked up a glass from the table and poured himself a drink. After gulping it down, he immediately spewed it out. What the hell is this? It's both sour and astringent with a hint of bitterness. How could you possibly drink? That's because you're just a kid. This kind of drink isn't like juice that you can chug down in big gulps. You need to sit. Dewfield chuckled. Come on, it tastes bad, so it tastes bad. No need to put on an act. After a bit of sarcasm, Hoenn reached for the milk on the table, took a sip, and asked, You, this busy man, suddenly decided to come to Hive Island. It can't be just to prank me, right? So what exactly do you want from me? It's not a big deal. Remember you asked me for a weapons factory. I came today to get you an order. Dewfield said with a smile. An order? Hoenn raised an eyebrow. Previously, he had helped Dewfield deal with the smuggler-base chief of G11, and his reward was a weapons factory. And at that moment, Hoenn's right-hand man Lao Ji was stationed at the factory. The weapons factory was located at the edge of the windless zone in the North Sea, very close to the upside-down mountain. This geographical position ensured that the factory could easily ship goods to the other 4 seas or sell them in the New World. Moreover, the factory had a legitimate operating certificate from the world government. Over the years, Hoenn had gathered a lot of dirt on nobles and various underground trading channels through the Phantom. Thus, his weapons factory actually had no shortage of customers. However, if someone came to do business, Hoenn couldn't possibly refuse them. And an order that caught Dufield's attention was likely not simple at all. "You such a big boss finally thought of me today. So tell me what kind of order is worth you personally coming over." Hearing Hoenn's teasing, Dufield took a puff of his cigar, pondered for a moment, and said, "Do you know the country of endless war?" "You mean that bizarre country that has been at war for years and has turned the entire nation into mercenaries?" "Exactly," Dufield nodded. "The country of endless war, a nation whose original name has been forgotten by the world, remembered only by its bloody moniker. The reason this country has become this way is not due to any complex reasons, it mainly falls on the celestial. As a member of the world government, the country of endless war must pay a large sum of heavenly gold each year, or else it cannot enjoy the protection of the Navy. In the New World, once an ordinary kingdom loses naval protection, it basically becomes a paradise for evil factions. Moreover, the country of endless war has no specialty products and no geographical advantage, so it can only sell its labor in exchange for national security. They've recently received quite a few large orders, and the consumption of weapons has been high. Recently, the king of the country of endless war contacted me, planning to take out a loan to purchase a batch of arms. I thought to myself, why let outsiders profit from this money when we brothers can split it directly? This is the arms of a nation. What do you think? Am I generous enough?" "I have to say Dufield is indeed generous this time. If this deal goes through, Hoenn could easily make 10 small targets. That's enough to buy a life of Newgate." However, compared to making money, Hoenn is more interested in the country of endless war itself and a certain infinitely promising talent within it. Douglas Barrett. In the original work, Barrett was a child soldier from the country of endless war who was hailed as a hero due to his war achievements. But later betrayed by his superiors, Barrett destroyed his own country and army in a fit of rage. Later he met Gold Roger and joined his pirate crew. After Roger was executed, Barrett, having lost his gold, began to wreak havoc and was ultimately arrested by the Navy under the demonization order, imprisoned in level 6 of Impel Down. During the war on the top, Barrett successfully escaped during the chaos caused by Blackbeard and used Roger's treasure as bait for a grand showdown. Although he was ultimately defeated by Monkey D. Luffy due to a theater kill, the sense of oppression and power Barrett displayed was simply astonishing. After the Rocks pirates disbanded, Hoenn would definitely have to build his own force in the future. Generally, those who have already made a name for themselves would not easily submit. Even if he really brought them in, he wouldn't dare to trust them completely. The only ones he could truly trust are those he has personally trained. The core members of the 4 Emperors' crews were basically cultivated step by step. Lao Ji is indeed good, but his talent is not as excellent as the top ones, nor is it lacking compared to the lower ones. He is sufficient, but not extraordinary. However, Barrett is different. This kid, younger than him, has astonishing talent. As long as he is trained well, he will undoubtedly become a reliable right-hand man in the future. Besides Barrett, Hoenn is also very interested in the country of endless war itself. Where is the place with the most fallen souls? The battlefield. Where is the place most easily influenced by emotions? The military camp. And conveniently, both of these are the specialties of the country of endless war. Sending Hoenn to this country is akin to letting a mouse into a rice warehouse. At the port, Hoenn was currently making some preparations before setting sail. The attendance system of the pirate crew was not strict. When Rocks had not issued any orders, everyone basically went about their own business. However, if an emergency notice was issued and you failed to return on time, Rocks would show no mercy. He might not just beat you up, he could even stab you a few times. But in the past few days, Rocks seemed to have gone to the West Sea again. With his wife and children tying him down, the chances of him stirring up trouble were probably low. Without external factors, the only things troubling Horn's departure now were the ship and the crew. The issue of the ship was very easy to solve. Dufield owned countless pirate ships under his name. Horn merely mentioned it, and this wealthy second generation, without a second thought, had someone bring over an almost new medium-sized 3-masted sailing ship. Tisk having a wealthy friend was really satisfying. As for the crew, since his strength had increased, the meager drops of fallen souls from the arena were no longer worth Horn's attention. With Lao Ji having gone to the North Sea, Horn had indeed recruited some underlings during this time. These people were not particularly strong, but at least they had clear responsibilities and could manage to run a pirate ship. After a brief chat with Rocks via transponder snail to report his plans, and seeing that everything was ready, Horn called his men and sailed the ship he had just named the Unity Victory away from the dock. Come to think of it, this was the first time Horn had left Beehive Island alone. However, before leaving, he also dragged Duffield, who was about to leave the island, onto the ship. "Hey, I'm just an intermediary here. Why did you drag me along for no reason?" Inside the cabin, Duffield, holding a glass of whiskey, sat down helplessly. "Do you have any idea that I earn tens of thousands of berries per minute? How could I possibly have the time to be your guarantor?" A guarantor was a profession born in the underworld to ensure the safety and stability of transactions between parties. Generally speaking, without a guarantor, the likelihood of a double cross in underground deals was very high. Of course, if the intentions were impure from the start, it was not uncommon for the guarantor to be taken out during the transaction. And the warring states had no prior relationship with Horn. Therefore, to ensure the smooth completion of this arms deal, it was normal to want to set up a guarantor. But who said I kept you here to make you a guarantor? His purpose regarding the warring states was not limited to arms deals. Why would he bother setting up a troublesome? Horn took a glass of milk and sat down beside Duffield. "What I want to ask is about the matter I asked you to contact those madmen for. It's been so long now. How is it progressing?" "Madmen?" Duffield was momentarily stunned, then asked with some surprise, "You mean those guys from MADS?" MADS was the name of a private illegal scientific research group. The people involved were extremely among them were Queen, who later became a major cadre of the Beast's pirates, the genius scientist Vegapunk, a judge the king of the Germa kingdom in the North Sea, Miss Bakken, who was still a member of the Rocks Pirates, and M. Caesar Clown. However, the current MADS group consisted only of Judge Queen and Vegapunk, and they were not very famous. If Horn hadn't specifically mentioned them, Duffield probably wouldn't have paid any attention to this group. "As you requested, I've gotten the transponder snail numbers of all three of them. You can contact them anytime." "When did you become so interested in scientific research?" This guy hadn't yet discovered the charm of technology, nor had he become the sucker who would pour a huge amount of funds into the MADS group. Therefore, Duffield was now at a complete loss to understand Horn's train of thought. After all, whether from the perspective of age or profession, Horn should have had no connection to this field at all. Could it be that this kid had seen the light, abandoned the dark side, and wanted to become a scholar instead of a pirate? Looking at the utterly bewildered expression on Dufield's face, Horn narrowed his eyes. "Old dude, there's no rule that says a pirate can't like scientific research. That's professional discrimination. Besides, I'm still a kid. Is it so strange for me to admire scientists?" "A kid wouldn't be strange, but you..." Duffield silently grumbled in his mind, then asked, "All right, as if I don't know you, you little opportunist who never lifts a finger without profit. What exactly do you want from them?" "What else? Of course I want them to develop some flagship products for my weapons factory." Downing the milk in one gulp, Horn said, without batting an eye, "Otherwise, if I keep making those low-tech, ordinary weapons, when will I ever make big money?" Horn wasn't entirely bluffing Duffield. This was indeed one of his purposes in seeking out the MADS group. Thanks to the world government's incompetent rule, the most profitable businesses on the sea at the time were arms and slave trading. High profits and high returns naturally attracted more people wanting a piece of the pie. The entire world was still in the era of great suppression. Conflicts were widespread, but not particularly intense. Therefore, the arms race had not yet entered a period of frantic internal competition. But once the great pirate era arrived, weapons would become a truly hard currency. If he didn't expand the market now, by then the energy and berries Horn would have to invest would be on an entirely different level. And how to expand the market? Naturally, by having his own star products. But besides this simple and crude reason, Horn was thinking more about preparing for the future. Technology was the primary productive force. This saying was not an exaggeration in the world of pirates. Whether it was the Pacifista or the Seraphim or the ancient robot Emmet that could stand up to the five elders, all displayed extraordinary power. And the MADS group was full of talents. Apart from Vegapunk, who was the world government's prized possession, the others were all potential targets for poaching. Especially that guy Queen. Not only was he a technical talent, but he also spoke well and was quite powerful. Horn admired him greatly. So he would build good relations now, and after the MADS group disbanded in the future, he would absorb all those people under his command. By then his arms business would sweep the seas, and he might even get his hands on some rather advanced cutting-edge technologies. After hearing Horn's description, Duffield didn't find anything wrong with his reasoning. In fact, sensing the business opportunity within, he felt a hint of temptation. Having obtained the contact information for the MADS group, Horn was in no rush to ingratiate himself with them. With neither money nor strength to his name, those fellows would be unlikely to pay him any mind. Did he think that by radiating an aura of dominance others would bow before him? Come on, even novels wouldn't dare to write such a scene. Thus, having received the answer he sought, Horn consulted Duffield and casually dropped him off on an island along the way, then urged his underlings to continue sailing toward the war without end kingdom. Guided by the eternal pointer, the journey went smoothly. In just 4 days, Horn spotted his destination. Gazing at the island whose outline gradually came into view, Horn quickly activated his spirit fruit ability, and his eyes lit up. "Hey, just as I thought. This place is really something. It wasn't in vain that I traveled so far to come here in person. Within Horn's sight, the island where the war without end kingdom now stood was shrouded in towering black smoke, so dense it enveloped the entire coastline, appearing remarkably appetizing. Lad, speed it up. Once we land, I'll treat you to a feast tonight. Ooh. Half an hour later, the moment he set foot on the port of the war without end kingdom, Horn took a deep breath and released all the ghosts from within his shadow. Finally, a chance to feast. It was noon, and the port was bustling with people. But a glance revealed many elderly with white hair and stooped frames, as well as children gaunt from hunger. Besides them, there were pregnant women with swollen bellies loading and unloading cargo on the dock. Of course, that wasn't to say there were no young adults here. The soldiers patrolling back and forth by the dock, rifles in hand, were not old. Is this the war without end king? Conscripting the entire populace to this degree is truly beyond my expectations. In Horn's understanding, a soldier is essentially a non-producer. To support one non-producer, at least 5 producers must labor. Therefore, in a normal country, the army size is usually 1/1000th of the population. Even the most militaristic nations rarely push that ratio above 1%. But here in the war without end kingdom, Horn estimated they had pushed the conscription rate to nearly 10%. This was no longer treating soldiers as non-producers, but as commodities to be sold and consumed. Yet just as Horn was lost in thought, a startled and angry voice rang out from a distance. Who are you? The speaker was a patrol soldier who now aimed his rifle at Horn and his crew. Before approaching the port, Horn had ordered the flag of the Lukisi pirate crew to be lowered. But a ship suddenly disgorging dozens of burly men with fierce faces and menacing attire, clearly not up to any good, would put anyone on alert unless they were blind. Especially since some unscrupulous pirates at sea deliberately concealed their flags to disguise their identity and launch attacks. Horn's current actions appeared no different. Hearing the soldiers shout, the surrounding patrol squads raised their rifles and hurried over. As the soldiers closed in with tense expressions, a pirate underling with a sword-shaped scar on his forehead edged closer to Horn. Boss Horn, should we take care of them? Seeing the underling make a slashing motion, Horn waved his hand dismissively. Take care of what? We're here to negotiate, not to kill. Why resort to such violence? With that, he stepped forward. The next instant, an invisible wave of force burst from his body, spreading rapidly outward. An oppressive pressure swept through like a tidal wave. The charging soldiers didn't even have time to let out a cry before they collapsed like wheat scythed down, falling. The pirate underlings behind Horn felt the pressure crashing toward them, and their eyes lit up. Wow, as expected of Boss Horn. He possesses the king's aura that only 1 in a million can have. Come on, the boss is a monster who got a bounty over 100 million at just 9 years old. Having conqueror's haki is only natural right. Soaking in the exclamations behind him, Horn narrowed his eyes with a look of satisfaction. The idiots were mistaken. What Horn had used was not conqueror's haki, but a new application of his spirit fruit, soul impact. By merging the chi of the D-Wing fist with the ghosts, he expelled the soul energy within his body. Against those with weak souls, it could instantly knock them unconscious. This technique felt very similar to conqueror's haki. Of course, as of now, it was only useful for clearing out, but it looked cool. Strength is temporary, but style is eternal. If Horn had already mastered conqueror's haki, he wouldn't need to put on such a show. But since he hadn't awakened it, yet letting others mistake him for having the king's aura was a great way to unite the crew. Hadn't some of the underlings behind him already started to get stars in their eyes? Walking slowly toward a collapsed officer, Horn looked at the man's trembling legs and spoke in a very gentle tone. Excuse me, could you trouble yourself to inform your king? Tell him that the man who promised a great deal has arrived. Half a day later, a full 3,000 heavily armed soldiers crowded the port. King Clayton II of the war without end kingdom stepped down from a carriage. He took a deep breath, adjusted his already immaculate mustache and his meticulously neat collar, then turned to the kingdom's general beside him. Are you certain it's him? The kingdom's general nodded firmly. Yes, from both his appearance and the manner of his recent attack, the child at the head is definitely a member of the Luokisi pirate crew, the Demon Child, with a bounty of 110 million berries, Adnethus Horn. Moreover, Lord Dewfeard has confirmed that the weapons merchant he introduced to us is indeed one of Adnethus Horn's subordinates. Hearing this, Clayton too took a deep breath. I never imagined I would one day be connected to the Luokisi pirate. Let's go. Let's go see this Demon Child. Inside the harbor, Horn was reclining on a lounge chair under a sunshade. Beside him knelt a man with a badly bruised face. The man was named Douglas Gray, a military captain of the Eternal War Nation. While the harbor patrol went to notify the king, Horn also had someone invite this fellow over. At first, Douglas Gray was utterly unwilling to engage in proper conversation with Horn, even threatening to have someone kill this brat. Now, however, the man pressed his forehead firmly against the dock tiles, his body trembling violently like a tisk, tisk, tisk. Mr. Douglas, if only you had been so cooperative from the start. But you had to act like a stubborn wretch needing a beating before you'd comply. Hearing these words, Douglas Gray's trembling intensified. Seeing him like this, Horn couldn't be bothered with further nonsense, and said directly, "Relax, if I wanted you dead I'd have done it long ago. I summoned you for a reason. I hear you have quite a few child soldiers here. I happen to need some brats to do odd jobs on my ship. Go bring all your child soldiers to me later, they'll pick a batch, and take them away." Hearing this, Douglas Gray was momentarily stunned, then his mind raced. But before he could say anything, a voice suddenly came from not far away. "Lord Horn, our kingdom has more than one troop of child soldiers. Shall I bring the others over as well so you can make a thorough selection?" Horn turned his head in the direction of the voice and saw a middle-aged man in splendid attire with a smile on his face slowly approaching. "And you are?" "I am Clayton Newt, the king of this nation." A hint of fawning flashed in Clayton Two's eye. This was a golden opportunity to curry favor. If Horn truly took a group of their child soldiers, then as long as these people were with the Rocks pirates, the external pressures facing the Eternal War Nation would undoubtedly be alleviated. Moreover, if a steady arms trade with Horn could be maintained, the combination of these two factors might just allow their nation to make many pirates steer clear. "All right, bring them all over for me to see." Taking in more brats was after all a good thing for Horn. If any among them possessed real potential, it would be a huge win. Even if they lacked potential, having grown up in an environment of blood and fire, these youths were already far stronger than their peers. Upon receiving the order, Douglas Gray quickly scrambled away. Not long after, just as Horn and Clayton too had finalized some specific details of the arms purchased, the man had swiftly brought all the child soldiers from the entire kingdom. Horn swept his observation hockey over them in one glance. 236 half-grown kids around his own age stood in a straight column. Their faces, though still youthful, had been honed by war into numbness and cruelty. Horn had no way of knowing which among them was Barrett. After all, the name Barrett wasn't innate. It was given by Douglas Gray only after the boy had displayed astonishing talent and strength. But picking him out wasn't particularly troublesome. Whoosh! A soul shock swept over the child soldiers. A spine-tingling sensation instantly surged through every one of them. Clayton, too, seated beside Horn, felt his heart leap into his throat, his breath even stopping for a few seconds. In the next instant, 80% of the 236 children collapsed. Horn narrowed his eyes and intensified the force of the soul shock. Among the remaining 40-odd children, half more fell in succession. After a moment, as the force grew stronger and stronger, only 3 small figures remained on the field, struggling to stay upright. However, the kids on the left and right were now pale as sheets, their teeth chattering, their breathing ragged. Only the one in the very center with a badge marked 9 on his chest maintained the most perfect stance. Even though his fists were clenched so tightly that his teeth had bitten through the tip of his tongue, he stubbornly refused to bend. Seeing this, Horn suddenly recalled something. Barrett's code name was said to be the 9th bullet of the kingdom. So this tough-minded fellow before him might just be the one he was looking for. Withdrawing the soul shock, Horn nodded and said, "Not bad. What are your names?" The few children did not answer. At that moment, Clayton, too quick-witted as ever, immediately interjected, "Soldiers, by the king's decree from this moment on, you are no longer part of the kingdom's army. You shall officially become the exclusive subordinates of this gentleman, Mr. Horn. Therefore you must answer his questions without delay." The child soldiers did not know Horn, but they knew Clayton too, and the only thing they had been drilled with since childhood was one principle. That was obedience to orders. Thus, even though they didn't know why their country had handed them over to a stranger, the child soldiers immediately reacted. The one in the center, "No." 9 promptly answered, "Report, we have no names, only numbers." "No names?" Horn raised an eyebrow. "Since you're with me, not having names won't do. Tell you what, since I'm Adnets Horn, from today on you all will also bear the surname Adnets." With that, he pointed directly at the young girl on the far right, whose chest bore the badge 11. "You shall be Adnets Browning." Next, Horn pointed to the child on the far left with the badge 16, who appeared the oldest. "And you, Adnets Gatling." The next second, his finger moved to the center, pointing at the kid with the 9 badge. "As for you, you shall be Adnets Barrett. Now I give you your first order." Horn gestured lightly with his finger toward Douglas Gray, who stood rigidly. "You 3 give him a thorough beating." Barrett, Browning, and Gatling hesitated for a split second, then unanimously looked toward their former commander. Cold sweat broke out on Douglas Gray's forehead. "Mr. Horn." Before he could finish, a fist shot out like a cannonball. Barrett's right hook landed solidly on Gray's stomach. Gray doubled over instantly, his eyes nearly popping. At that very moment, a dark shadow darted before Douglas Gray, and a slender leg kicked up into the bridge. The leg belonged to Browning. In the next instant, a pair of small hands grabbed hold of Douglas Gray's belt. Then, with a tremendous force, the bleeding military captain was lifted into the air. Gatling made his move. As the muscles in the boy's arms rippled, Douglas Gray, flailing in midair, was hurled. Witnessing this miserable scene, Horn nodded with satisfaction. "Not bad, full of spirit. From now on, you 3 are my direct underlings. How to enter the North Sea from the New World is a question worth pondering." There are roughly two methods. The first is to directly traverse the calm belt. However, such an approach carries immense risks. After all, the calm belt is the stronghold of sea kings. If one lacks sufficient strength and charges in recklessly, they are not setting sail, but rather offering themselves as a buffet. Moreover, vessels relying on wind power cannot navigate within the calm belt. Thus, to take this route, one must procure specially modified ships. Therefore, most people traveling from the New World to the North Sea take the other path. Using the holy land of Mary Geos atop the Red Line as a transit point, they traverse the land passage of the Red Line, bypassing the calm belt entirely to enter the North Sea. This route not only saves time and shortens the voyage, but also offers high safety unless one is exceptionally unfortunate enough to encounter the celestial dragons. It is precisely this unique geographical hub advantage that has allowed Mary Geos to thrive for 800 years, gradually becoming the sacred site in people's eyes. As the saying goes, monopolies yield the greatest profits. Controlling the only safe sea route in the world connecting all major seas, the world government naturally charges exorbitant tolls from those who wish to use it. The fee structure is simple. The first option is merely for passage of individuals, costing 10,000 berries per person per trip. The second option is for cargo transportation. Due to the existence of the Red Line and the calm belt, it is extremely difficult for ships to move from one sea to another. Thus, in most cases, merchants traveling the Mary Geos route choose to transport people without ships moving goods via transshipment. They first unload cargo at the port of Mary Geos in their current sea, then hire laborers to transfer the goods to new ships at the target port on the other side before setting off again. Of course, there is also a service at Mary Geos that transports both ships and cargo together, but the price is beyond the reach of ordinary people. Depending on the size of the vessel, the toll can sometimes reach 8 figures. At this moment, Hua-En stood on a massive wooden platform, watching the giant bubbles slowly rising around him, his gaze gradually moving upward. Whether for cargo or people, the first step to enter another sea is to take this bubble cable car. However, since Vegapunk had not yet been officially recruited by the world government, the bubble cable car at that time truly lacked any technological sophistication. If Hua-En recalled correctly, this contraption was apparently operated by several giant slaves. Having frequent contact with the second-generation underworld boss Du Hua-En was also privy to some inside information on this matter. A giant slave's current market price was around 20 million berries. In other words, the power source of this bubble cable car on Mary Geos amounted to merely a labor cost of about 1 or 200 million. Everything beyond that was pure profit. I must say the slave trade is truly a lucrative business. Indeed, relying on exploiting others to make money is outrageously profitable. Nevertheless, Hua-En was not particularly fond of the slave trade. This was not out of misplaced compassion, but rather because he believed that using slaves for labor was utterly outdated. Productivity was low, efficiency was nothing to boast about, and if they died or fell ill, one would have wasted the purchase. In contrast, was it not far better to use beasts of burden who required no purchase price, whose illnesses were not one's concern, and who could exert their own initiative, achieving high efficiency and productivity, all for a fixed monthly wage? For instance, his factories in the North Sea all adopted an employment system, 2 shifts of 12 hours each day. The efficiency was several times higher than those slave-operated assembly plants. The inspection at the port of Mary Geos was not rigorous at all. Hua-En simply applied a bit of makeup and slipped. The Tuanjie Xingli Hao was sailed back to Beehive Island by his subordinates. For this trip to the North Sea, he brought only the 3 underlings he had recently recruited from the land of endless war. Browning, who was naturally restless, gazed at the unfamiliar scenery around him, and finally couldn't resist tugging at the sleeve of Barrett beside him, whispering, "Wow, number 9, look. The sun is so bright here." Barrett frowned and turned to glare at Browning, making a fuss over nothing. "It's only been a short while. Where is your discipline, Browning? And don't call me number 9. Call me Barrett." Gatling, standing by, scratched the back of his head foolishly and chuckled, but didn't Lord Hua-En say we shouldn't be so tense all the time? "Barrett, you're actually going against orders by acting like this." Exactly. Browning chimed in, nodding repeatedly. The commotion of the few youngsters behind him naturally did not escape Hua-En's notice. But as Gatling had said, he did not want these 3 to stand around like statues all the time. Children should have the vitality of children. On this trip to the North Sea, Hua-En had 2 purposes: first, to personally witness the starting point of his future blueprint, and second, to arrange for these 3 little ones. He estimated that the God Valley incident would erupt before long. By then he would definitely join Rox in the battle. The 3 underdeveloped, Barrett, Browning, and Gatling, whether they were caught up in such a war or left behind on Beehive Island, would essentially be courting death. Therefore, it was better to send them to the North Sea now. This would not only prevent them from encountering mishaps, but also allow Lao Ji to properly lay a foundation for these 3 kids. The duty of child soldiers was essentially no different from that of suicide squads. How could the land of endless war invest more effort into such cannon fodder? If not for Barrett's exceptional talent, he might have met an untimely end during some mission long ago. Now with the guidance of the Chi Master Lao Ji, Barrett might even surpass his original self. While Horn was lost in these thoughts inside the Pangu castle of Mary Geos, not far from him a young man, with a crescent-shaped hairstyle, dressed in resplendent attire, slowly walked into the office representing the highest authority of the world government. What a rush you are, Garling Saint. Maz Saint leaned against the sofa holding a cup of black tea, and spoke lightly, "Why have you come to see us?" Figureland Garling Saint, a member of the God's Deceleration Belt, looked respectfully at the 5 elders in the room, and said, "My lords, I have just returned from the God Valley in the West Sea. Therefore allow me to report a special matter. In God Valley, I discovered traces of the great pirate Roxd. Jybek and his family." By the time Horn returned to Beehive Island, a month had passed since his departure. During that month, he thoroughly inspected and reorganized his industries in the North Blue, while also helping Lao Ji handle a few trivial matters. For instance, he studied the application of thin iron products with several criminal gangs eyeing his weapon factories. He also chatted and drank tea with several neighboring kings discussing the possibility of acute heavy metal poisoning. For instance, he studied the application of thin iron products with several criminal gangs eyeing his weapon factories. He also chatted and while attending to these trivial matters, Horn did not avoid the presence of the brats like Barrett. Instead, he sometimes let them take the lead to hone their abilities. Thus the 3 little ones grew rapidly and soon became Lao Ji's capable assistants. After resolving the trivialities, Horn did not linger long, instead cutting straight through the calm belt and entering the new world. In truth, over the years, Horn had obtained several relatively safe routes through the calm belt with fewer sea kings from the memories of his enemies' minds via his ghosts. It was precisely these routes that allowed Horn's weapon factories, even though located in the North Blue, to deliver their products to the New World. Moreover, without having to pay a hefty toll to Mary Geos, the weapons produced in the factories, despite comparable quality, were considerably cheaper. Why hadn't Horn taken that route when he came before? First, he wanted to see Mary Geos and appreciate the rare. Second, he wished to avoid risks. The frequency of Sea King encounters was a matter of chance. If attacked midway as a devil fruit user, he would be unable to dive into the sea to rescue anyone. But what Horn hadn't expected was that the timing of his return was rather coincidental. Cake! Cake! Walking through the center of town, Charlotte Linland's eyes were dazed, and a deep rumbling sound escaped her throat. Today she wore a brown pirate captain's hat, its brim adorned with a blue scarf dotted with pale yellow spots, a cherry earring dangling from her ear. Her beautiful face combined with her exceptionally fiery figure gave no hint that she was a mother of over a dozen children. Some ignorant souls, seeing this extraordinarily graceful beauty walking alone on the street, brightened and prepared as usual to approach and offer their attentions. But more people who had lived on Beehive Island for a while noticed the familiar strangeness in Charlotte Linland and, startled, immediately turned and fled. Cake! 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 Ignoring the surrounding crowd, Charlotte Linland's muttering grew heavier. Bruley, who happened to be nearby buying ice cream, looked at Katakuri in surprise. "Brother, what's wrong with Mama?" Katakuri's face tensed, his brows furrowed. "Not good. Mama is suffering from a craving attack due to excessive longing for the wedding cake. We must contact Chef Longbread quickly." Unlike Bruley, Katakuri had witnessed his mother's craving attacks a few times before. He knew that once this condition flared, unless the head chef Longbread could quickly prepare a dish that met her demands, there was no stopping it. But what truly worried Katakuri was not the surrounding people, but the afflicted Charlotte Linland herself. Indeed, Charlotte Linland was gifted with extraordinary talent and overwhelming power. If she suffered a craving attack in most parts of the world, it would be nearly unstoppable. However, Beehive Island was definitely not one of those places. After all, though Charlotte Linland was formidable, this place was full of monsters. If not stopped in time, her mother would surely be beaten black and blue. And most likely she would be gang-beaten by the most ferocious thugs of the sea. But what Katakuri didn't know was that Longbread had left Beehive Island that very day for a procurement trip. During the siblings' conversation, Charlotte Linland had grown extremely agitated. The dazed look in her eyes was gone, replaced by a burning, almost manic intensity. At that moment, a figure appeared beside Charlotte Linland. It was Fedoran, a great pirate about to become her 14th husband. "Linland, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" He had come to assert his claim over the shameless suitors nearby, but unfortunately the timing was somewhat off. Fedoran's greeting immediately drew Charlotte Linland's attention. With a single grab, she lifted the formidable long-legged tribesman into the air. "Hey, where's the wedding cake?" Charlotte Linland roared. "Tell me where the wedding cake is. Give me the wedding cake right now." "The wedding cake is only for the wedding day, of course." As he said this, Fedoran felt the grip on him grow tighter. Panicked, he screamed, "Lean, don't you recognize me? I'm your husband." But at this moment, Charlotte Linland couldn't hear anything unrelated to cake. The next second, the power of the soul fruit activated, and a deep purple aura quickly enveloped Ferdinand's entire body. Soul incantation activated. The soul incantation judges the life of the target by questioning them. If even a trace of fear arises, the soul is instantly extracted, and the soul can be arbitrarily deprived in units of lifespan. Facing the bloodshotted Charlotte Linlin, even though Ferdinand knew she was about to become his wife, the intimidating aura surrounding her instantly shattered his composure. In the next moment, Charlotte Linlin grabbed a wisp of pale purple smoke from behind Ferdinand and threw it into her. This poor wretch, before the wedding was even held, had already suffered a life-threatening bout of domestic violence from his wife. But after chewing a few times, Charlotte Linlin, finding the taste wrong, flew into a rage. She took a deep breath, her figure visibly swelling, then opened her mouth wide and let out a deafening roar with a terrifyingly monstrous voice. Aya, give me the wedding cake. I want the wedding cake. Under the impact of the extremely high decibel sound waves, the surrounding houses and ground cracked and shattered. Those who had just been about to approach and flatter her were now the most pitiful victims. Oh, it hurts. My ears. They clutched their bleeding ears, rolling on the ground in pain and screaming. Just then a figure suddenly dashed out and struck Charlotte Linlin, who was still standing and howling with a club. It was Kaido. But soon this little brother of Charlotte Linlin noticed something wrong with his sister's body. He felt as if he had hit not a person, but a solid iron pillar wrapped in thick rubber. Kaido clearly saw that the skin, fat, and muscles at the point of impact on Charlotte Linlin sank deeply, but then rebounded with considerable force. Nevertheless, the heavy blow sent Charlotte Linlin flying a great distance, crashing with a thunderous bang into a warehouse by the dock. Horn, who had just set foot on the dock, had no idea what was happening. Suddenly, a massive black shadow slammed down beside him, and the ground trembled instantly. Horn, is this a welcome ceremony for me? Amid Horn's bewildered gaze, dust billowed. The plump, voluptuous figure tumbled down and buried itself in a pile of rubble. Cough, cough. What the hell? Did a free-for-all start on the island again? Uncle Rock sure is something holding such a fun event while I'm away. As he grumbled, Charlotte Linlin, who had been knocked away by Kaido's club, did not lie in the ruins for long. She let out a demonic roar, grabbed the scattered bricks and rubble around her with her long arms, and stuffed them into her mouth, chewing vigorously. Not this, not this. After eating a few mouthfuls of dirt and finding the taste completely wrong, Charlotte Linlin began to throw another tantrum. Her eyes were bloodshot, her appearance that of a demon crawling out of hell, enough to scare even grown adults. Recognizing her, Horn immediately understood what was happening on the island. He let out a soft sigh and lamented with a hint of disappointment. What a pity. So it's Sister Linlin having enough. Inside the skull building of the Luo Ku Sea pirate crew. Having regained consciousness, Charlotte Linlin touched the bandages on her forehead and chest, her gaze complex as she swept over the bunch of scoundrels around her. This was the first time she had been so severely injured. Those fellows truly showed no mercy when dealing with a patient. Yet, she had never imagined that her food craving disorder could be cured in such a manner. Indeed, Charlotte Linlin's food craving disorder had been completely eradicated from her body, and the one responsible for this consequence was Huyen. Huyen himself had never expected that his plan to use ghosts to amplify Charlotte Linlin's emotions, thereby inciting a chaotic brawl of Big Mom versus the Luo Ku Sea crew, would lead to this. As soon as the ghost entered Charlotte Linlin's body, it was like a cat in a seafood market or a rat in a granary, discovering that the surroundings were filled with all kinds of food. Those were precisely the souls that Charlotte Linlin had extracted from others intended to create homies. Previously, due to Charlotte Linlin's iron body, Huyen had never had the chance to let his ghost enter her, so he was unaware of such a vast treasure hidden within. What else was there to say? He had to seize the moment to feast. Consequently, after Huyen had absorbed to his heart's content Charlotte Linlin, who had been under relentless assault from a group, miraculously awakened from her food craving disorder. Moreover, Charlotte Linlin clearly felt her obsession with wedding cake rapidly dissipating. Though she still craved it, she would never lose her sanity over it. Huyen, thank you. If you hadn't used the soul fruit to stop mother's food craving disorder in time, I fear. Kata coolly patted Huyen on the shoulder, his eyes filled with relief and gratitude. Those fellows like Shirji showed no restraint in their attacks. If Charlotte Linlin had not regained her senses, they might have kept fighting endlessly. All right, counting this time, you owe me 5 lives. Remember, when I need your help in the future, you must carry it out, even if it costs you your life, understand? Huyen waved his hand lightly, speaking with a serious expression. This time Kata coolly did not retort, but nodded solemnly. On the other side, Charlotte Linlin, unaware of being taken advantage of, heard Kata coolly's description and smiled at Huyen. Little Huyen, the food craving disorder has plagued me for so long, and now you have cured it. Tell me what you want, and I will surely grant it. When facing children under 10, Charlotte Linlin appeared as a kind and gentle mother. Now that Huyen had solved her internal problem, this beautiful female pirate looked upon him with increasing favor. I see you get along so well with Kata Ku Li and the others. How about I betroth Buluo Huai to you, so we become one family? Huan, I think of you as a sister, but you want to be my mother. And Kata Kuli, why are you nodding? Buluo Huai might look decent in the future, but she is only 5 years old now. I address your mother as sister, so by seniority, I should be your uncle. What are you willing to sell out your own sister, just to climb above me? However, just as Juan was about to criticize this bad practice of arranged marriage, a pirate underling rushed into the room in a panic. Big sister Lean, terrible news. Miss Xia Qi has been kidnapped. Charlotte, see. Huan, Kata Kuli. On Fengshao Island, a storm swept in from the sea. Pirates ran with torches through the rain, their footsteps and curses mingling, plunging the island, which had just ended a chaos, into turmoil once more. Have you searched everywhere? The eastern district has been thoroughly combed. No clues at all. No trace in the western port either. We've turned the Black Rat's dwellings upside down, but still nothing. Amid the shouting, a cry of alarm rang out. Malong has passed out. He's severely injured. And all his men are dead. This cry struck the crowd like a thunderbolt. What the hell? Ma Long is a cadre of the Luo Ku Sea pirates. He was just attacking Charlotte Linlin with Shiji and the others. How could? Was it a sneak attack? Otherwise, with Ma Long's strength, how could anyone kidnap Miss Xia Qi right under his nose? Who is it? Damn it, which bastard took advantage of this time to kidnap our Fengshao Island's treasure? Inside the Skull Building, when the gathered members of the Luo Ku Sea pirates heard the news, Shiji, standing at the center, was the first to spring to his feet. His furious roar nearly tore off the roof, and the residual force of his conqueror's haki spread uncontrollably. Beside him, Nyo Gaite narrowed his eyes, a trace of murderous intent flickering in his pupils. As for Gu Luo Liu Sa, who was biting into a piece of grilled meat, she instantly lost control of her emotion. The meat in her hand fell to the ground with a thud, and her body went limp as she collapsed to the floor, tears of disbelief streaming from her wide eyes. No, this can't be true. Xia Qi. Her piercing cry like a fuse instantly ignited the entire Fengshao Island. Soon every able-bodied person on the island began to join the search voluntarily. But as time passed, the reality of finding nothing made the chill in people's hearts grow deeper. No witnesses, no traces left behind, no clues pointing to the culprit. It was as if Xia Qi had vanished into thin air, mysteriously disappearing from Fengshao Island. In the midst of this chaos, in a dark corner obscured by the storm, Wang Ji, a cadre of the Luo Ku Sea pirates, known as the Pirate Patriarch, greedily counted the money in his hands. A faint smirk curled at the corner of his mouth, a cold smile of certainty that his plan was proceeding as scheduled. CP0. They think they're using me, but they never imagined they are just a part of my plan. Xia Qi. What a pity. Between women and empire, I still prefer the latter. Stashing the money in his pocket, Wang Ji glanced around, then pulled his hood over his head and quickly strode out of the dim corner. Next, I just need to find the right moment to tell those fools of the Luo Ku Sea pirates. The storm on Fengshao Island grew fiercer, heralding a brewing tempest. But no one knew that the world was also about to face a storm. The news of Xia Qi's kidnapping could not be hidden. Soon a newspaper office in the West Sea quickly reported this explosive news. Within a few days, an invisible tsunami spread across the entire ocean. On a small island in the New World, the Luo Jia pirates, who had just disembarked from the Oro Jackson, also heard this shocking news. At first, they couldn't believe it was true. After all, what kind of place was Fengshao Island? It was the stronghold of the Luo Ku Sea pirates. How could anyone go there and kidnap Xia Qi? That was something even their own Luo Jia pirates couldn't accomplish. But as they looked at the detailed truths listed in the newspaper, the Luo Jia pirates finally abandoned their illusions and accepted the cruel reality. But the next second, rip, the newspaper was torn in half by a pair of large hands, paper scraps flying in the wind. That bastard Luo Ku Sea. What the hell is he doing? Luo Jia's eyes rolled back in anger. I'm going to beat that bastard to a pulp. Captain, let's go to Fengshao Island. Pick a fight with the Luo Ku Sea pirates. Yes, go demand an explanation. So many people, yet they couldn't even protect a single weak woman. Amid the agitated crowd, Lei Li picked up the torn newspaper, looked at the familiar photo of Xia Qi, and Xia Qi. His hands trembled as he silently prayed. You must be safe. The news continued to spread, and soon more people across the sea fell into despair. The world economy even stagnated for weeks. What in truly the Great Suppression era? The residence of the gods. As a sacred place exclusively belonging to the celestial dragons in Mariewa, no one else is qualified to enter except for the celestial dragons and their servants. At this moment, in the central area of the residence of the gods within a grand palace of the Topman family, many celestial dragons from various families had gathered. This is the customary banquet held before the hunting event. All participants will first indulge themselves here before embarking on their journey to compete for glory for their families. The Topman family holds a high status among the celestial dragons in Mariewa. As the head of their family, is none other than the current Elder's topman Vacheli, who serves as the Justice Warlord. However, amidst this gathering of celestial dragons, there was an unusual individual present. He differed from the standard attire of the other celestial dragons. He was neither wearing the bulky spacesuit nor sporting the strange bubble helmet. Instead, he casually donned an extravagant formal outfit, letting his golden hair flow freely, and strolled through the crowd with a glass of wine. Upon seeing this person, many celestial dragons around him instantly revealed looks of disdain. Tisk, why is this outlier here? I heard he backed out of the hunting competition for some bizarre reason. I can't believe he dares to show up today. Having someone like this from the Don Quixote family is simply embarrassing. Ignoring the surrounding whispers, the golden-haired man casually approached a young man with green hair. Icegud Saint, have you found any clues regarding those books I asked you to keep an eye on? Icegud Saint, who was toying with a devil fruit, gently shook his head. Huomingu Saint, can't you have a better hobby? Reading books. Uncle Tang Danaz has signed you up 3 times for the hunting competition, yet you didn't show up even once. Do you realize that your last-minute withdrawal is a complete insult to our Don Quixote family? Icegud Saint's Uncle Tang Danaz is none other than Huomingu Saint's father. Huomingu Saint is the father of the notorious news king Don Quixote da Flamingo in the pirate world. Hearing his cousin's complaints, Huomingu Saint furrowed his brows and scratched his head. I am really not interested in this whole fighting and killing business. Besides, they're human too. His voice grew quieter, the last few words barely audible. People are talking about you, saying you don't look like a world noble. Icegud Saint snapped his fingers, and a nearby servant immediately presented a tray filled with a variety. Stop staying cooped up at home reading all the time. Learn from me, go out and have some fun. Isn't that better? After saying this, he tossed the devil fruit into the hands of a nearby slave, ordering him to eat it quickly. Watching the other man's head gradually transform into that of a pig, Icegud Saint frowned immediately. Celestial dragons never check the manuals before using a devil fruit. Making a slave consume it in such a manner to witness the changes in the fruit's abilities gives them a sense of unboxing a surprise. However, this clearly animal-type pig fruit user showed that Icegud Saint's luck with this unboxing was rather poor. Hey Icegud Saint, are you guys from the Don Quixote family planning to start a pig farm? A passing celestial dragon couldn't help but let out a mocking laugh upon witnessing this scene. Hearing this, Icegud Saint, who originally intended to throw this slave into the beast arena to see how he performed, instantly changed his expression. He looked at his servant beside him and whispered angrily, "Why aren't you handling this embarrassing thing quickly?" The pig-transformed slave, upon hearing this, naturally did not want to wait for death and struggled against the chains, trying to resist. Naturally, the servant following Icegud Saint wasn't idle. He stepped forward and precisely thrust his finger spear into the slave's chest, instantly crushing his heart. Such a bloody scene did not disgust the surrounding celestial dragons. Instead, they became increasingly excited. Gilma Saint, you fool, why did you encourage Icegud Saint to kill him? I was hoping that if I ever found a carnivorous devil fruit user, he could eat this pig, a young celestial dragon complained angrily. Hearing this, the one who had just mocked Icegud Saint immediately slapped his forehead in regret. Why didn't you say so earlier? How was I to know you were so foolish that you didn't think of such a fresh idea? How dare you call me foolish? My father has never called me that. Gilma Saint kicked the young celestial dragon in the calf, causing him to cry out in pain and lunge forward like a rabid dog. The two began to roll around and fight in the banquet hall. Watching the scene unfold before them, the surrounding celestial dragons showed no signs of panic. In fact, many were cheering them on. Hit him quickly, twist his arm. Kick lower, yes, remember to step on his toes. Gilma Saint, go for it, beat this bastard into a pig's head. Oh, I've never liked him. Fighting among celestial dragons can't be said to be very common, but isn't rare either. Sometimes when these fools get drunk or high, they tend to cause trouble. The surrounding servants naturally did not dare to provoke them, but the other celestial dragons would not let it slide. Fortunately, both sides were equally weak, and even if they fought for a whole day, they probably wouldn't inflict any serious injuries or fatalities. It can even be said that the duel scenes of the celestial dragons are more abstract than that so-called battle at the peak of the Forbidden City. But what everyone present failed to notice was that beneath the banquet table a hollow copper pipe was slightly trembling. Not far from the banquet hall, in the underground slave prison, a little girl with bright pink short hair pressed her ear tightly against a copper pipe, listening intently to the sounds coming from inside. Beside her, a big-head boy with purple hair nervously watched the little girl, his face filled with anxiety as he spoke. "Ginny, how is it? Can you hear clearly?" "It's a bit noisy, but I did hear some things." "Ivanov, brother, I'll read a sentence, you remember it quickly." After a moment, looking at the wall densely covered with Ivanov's writing, a flicker of sorrow and despair crossed the eyes of the two little ones. "Hunting game. Prize. Rules. Iva. Ivanov, brother, I'm so why do we have to go through this? I want to live, I want to know what freedom feels like." I want to experience the joy of a full stomach. Ivanov, trembling uncontrollably, hugged the crying Ginny tightly, his expression gradually firming up. Don't worry, Ginny, as long as we don't give up, we will definitely survive. A hunting game, huh? I've got an idea. West Sea God Valley. Gazing at the figure she had yearned for day and night, the red-haired woman, filled with the joy of reunion after a long separation, threw herself directly into her beloved's embrace. Jolin. Her voice was as light as a lark, brimming with surprise and contentment. I knew it. You would come back. Gently inhaling the familiar scent of her lover, the red-haired woman seemed to recall something. She quickly ran back into the room and pushed a baby stroller out. She leaned down gently and spoke in a tender voice. Come, Shamrock Shank, say hello properly. This is your... Hearing their mother's call, the pair of twins in the stroller with their round eyes glistening let out a sweet, happy giggle. The two little ones, as if understanding, but not quite, stretched out their tiny hands and waved at their father, whom they had never met before, babbling cheerfully. At this moment, a smile appeared on Jolin Saint's face. Twins. How adorable. The red-haired woman nodded gently, her smile growing even brighter, and a hint of anticipation flickered in her eyes. They are your children. So, Jolin, can we live in God Valley forever? A gentle breeze swept over Jolin Saint's moon-shaped head, the flowing strands of hair concealing the coldness in his pupils. There's no need. These words were like a bucket of cold water, dousing the red-haired woman's burning heart. Jolin, you. Just now. I said there's no need. Jolin Saint's voice was calm to the point of coldness. We can never be together, and moreover, this island will soon be completely destroyed. What are you saying? The red-haired woman stepped back half a pace in disbelief. What are you even talking about? She couldn't believe that the man who once whispered sweet nothings to her had become so unfamiliar. What I mean is, I've already found a suitable wife. Once I win this competition, I will marry her. The confusion in the red-haired woman's eyes deepened. What competition? What wife? I don't understand any of what you're saying. Before she could finish her words, a cold gleam suddenly appeared. With a wet thud, the white blade tip emerged from the woman's back. Drops of blood trickled down the baby stroller and onto the ground, blossoming into a vivid patch of red. Jolin. The woman, as if drained of all strength, slumped down beside the baby stroller. Through her blurry vision, the man she once loved most slowly reached into his pocket and pulled out a den. Prepared to begin. Yes, sir. The reply from the den mushy was crisp and cold. Soon a series of low broadcasts echoed from across the sea. Everyone prepare to land. The next moment, gray-black warships closed in on God Valley from all directions. A massacre began. Meanwhile, on Beehive Island in the New World, while the Rocks pirates were still immersed in the grief of losing Xia Chihua-in, returned alone to his own residence. He drew the curtains and carefully took out a white den mushy from his pocket. This was an anti-eavesdropping den mushy he had purchased at a high price from Duffield, specifically to ensure that his subsequent words would not be overheard by any third party. Bring. As the distinctive busy tone of the den mushy abruptly ceased, a low voice slowly emerged from the mouth of another communication den mushy in Hua-en's palm. Lord Hua-en, how is the situation, Rao? Hua-en frowned. We don't have much time left. Rest assured, Lord Hua-en. Half a year ago, I organized a team under the pretext of unclogging the sewers and started construction. All the work was completed 5 days ago. As you requested, a secret tunnel from the center to the port has been built beneath God Valley. The children you instructed me to arrange last time are now all hidden inside the tunnel. Furthermore, the submarine we purchased is already docked at the tunnel's exit, ready to depart at any moment. Hearing Rao G's report, Hua-en did not reply but quietly pondered. In God Valley alone, there are no fewer than 8 top-tier devil fruits, and the treasure is worth an incalculable amount of celestial gold. As a time traveler who knew all the ins and outs, Hua-en naturally couldn't just watch such a golden opportunity. But the members of the Rocks pirates were all wolves in nature. They wouldn't simply let a mere intern like him take all the treasure for himself. Especially once Rock's restraint was gone, everyone would have to rely on their fists. Therefore, as early as half a year ago, Hua-en had already begun to lay out his plans for this treasure trove. First was Rao Ji. Hua-en had him temporarily set aside some of his work at the weapon factory and take time to build a secret tunnel buried beneath God Valley. The world government's focus on God Valley was mainly on the Daiwei clan, and they paid little attention to such mundane tasks as sewer maintenance. Thus, Rao Ji disguised himself slightly and specially brought a construction team from the North Blue. To this day, the secret passage has not encountered any flaws. The personnel responsible for transporting the treasure in the secret passage were the child soldiers from the war-torn country. Although Barrett and the other two had been sent by Hua-en to the North Blue for intensive training, he had not neglected the rest of the child soldiers. Rather than letting them be wasted as cannon fodder on the battlefield, it was better to use them for himself. No kidding. These wolf cubs, raised from childhood, who had bled and braved mines on the battlefield, Even if they couldn't become high-ranking officers once they grew up, they could easily serve as squad leaders under his command. Moreover, compared to those who would come seeking to curry favor in the future, these people's loyalty was definitely a notch higher. As for the submarine, it was one of Hua N's insurance policies. No choice. An 80-year-old kid who had made a huge fortune in God Valley, if he dared to flaunt it openly at sea, some old friends would surely come to take a cut. To avoid hurting the feelings among them, Hua N felt it was better to keep a low profile. And now everything was ready. All that was missing was the east wind. I recall that the world government seems to be ill-prepared for God Valley. Should I give them a little reminder? But how can I make them block more of the obstacles to my fortune without hindering my own gain? Inside the Valley of the Gods, panic erupted almost instantly. As the Marines poured in en masse, the island's inhabitants couldn't help but stir restlessly. What's going on? Why are so many warships here? Are they here to catch criminals? With such a commotion, which high bounty fugitive has escaped to our island? Panicked footsteps echoed through the streets, and the once lively market descended into chaos. Enough talk, hurry, and take the children home. Right, let's rush home and hide. Meanwhile, at the coastal assembly point, under the leadership of numerous Marine officers draped in the cloak of justice, nearly 5,000 Marines split into dozens of squads, steadily advancing into the Valley of the Gods. During the march, squad leaders lowered their voices, issuing commands with an irrefutable authority. Remember, everyone use only tranquilizer rounds. Capture everyone alive. Just then, a young Marine with spiky hair could no longer contain himself. He stepped forward to block the commanding officer. Major. His face was solemn, his back ramrod straight. I'm confused. What is the true purpose of this operation? The Major turned to look at the young Marine, his face brimming with impatience. This is a military exercise. You're still a decade too early to question me, rookie. But sir. The young Marine intended to press further, but the next second the Major turned and bellowed at someone nearby. Hey, who is this insolent fool? Nearby, a squad leader draped in the cloak of justice quickly stepped forward, saluting and apologizing. Sorry, Major, I'll discipline him properly. With that, the squad leader grabbed the young Marine's arm and forcibly dragged him away. But none present knew that the young man, still struggling in the squad leader's grip and desperate for answers, was none other than Monkey D. Dragon, son of Marine Headquarters Vice Admiral Monkey D. Garp. At that moment, a plainly dressed man cautiously emerged from the jungle. Excuse me, could you tell me what's happened? Before the man could finish, a gunshot rang out. A tranquilizer dart shot forth. The man's body jolted violently, then quickly lost strength as he collapsed forward. He didn't even have time to scream before losing consciousness. Seeing this, the man's wife shielded her 2 children tightly in her arms. But the next moment, several Marines quickly surrounded them. Bangs, bangs, bangs. More gunshots, and the entire forest fell silent once more. Dragon, dragged far away, glared at the scene with fury. Why? They're just ordinary civilians. The squad leader who had pulled him away paused, but still turned and shouted, don't overthink it. Personal thoughts only hinder military will. Your primary task now is to focus on executing orders. Understand, newbie? Hearing this, Dragon felt a chill surge up his spine, cold sweat gathering on it. What? His fingers gripped his flintlock pistol, knuckles turning white. The next moment, a man ran toward Dragon, instinctively raised his gun, hypnotizing himself deep inside. It's okay. It's just a tranquilizer dart. It won't hurt them. I'm sorry. If you surrender quietly, I promise I won't shoot. Dragon's persuasion had no effect. The charging man raised a wooden club high, screaming in despair. I don't know what crime I've committed nor what's happening, but no matter what, I have to leave this island. Get out of my way. Another gunshot. The man stiffened, clutched his chest, and collapsed. At his own instinctive atrocity, Dragon's mind went blank. Just then, a dull explosion echoed from not far away. Simultaneously, the Major's voice came over the loudspeaker. Sleep gas has been released. Everyone put on your gas masks immediately. Hearing this, Dragon froze, confusion flickering in his eyes. What am I supposed to do? What is happening on this island? On the sea not far from the Valley of the Gods, a massive marine prison ship carrying over 1,000 slaves sped toward the Valley of the Gods. Inside the communications room, a petite figure flashed by. The sound of footsteps was masked by the constant signals from the Den Mushi. Even if some patrolling Marines sensed something amiss. After searching and finding nothing unusual, they dismissed the noise. Soon, in the bottom holding cells reserved for slaves, a small pink head emerged from a damaged pipe opening. Cautiously, she climbed down the cage, landed safely, and hurried over to the purple-haired, big-head young man. Ivanovson, the plan is going smoothly. Ginny, I'm so glad you're safe. Ivanov's eyes lit up, and he clasped his hands excitedly. Those Marines never dreamed would use their communications to send intelligence to the outside world. Ginny nodded, revealing her tooth-gapped smile. Now we just wait for information. Houses move. The duo's excitement didn't infect those around them. A slave lifted his drooping eyelids and grumbled irritably, shut up, you 2 fools. If your foolishness gets exposed, don't drag us into it. Exactly, your reckless antics might get us all in. Hearing the demoralizing words of Ivanov erupted in fury. He spun around, glaring fiercely at the cowardly, hopeless slaves resigned to death, and cursed, "You idiots. Do you have any idea what's coming? We're doomed. Don't think salvation will come without effort. How could such a miracle happen?" He made an international obscene gesture with both thumbs pointing down. Miracles only happen to those who never give up. Don't underestimate the power of miracles. Jenny lunged at Ivanov and grabbed his waist. "Enough, big brother, stop talking." On the other side, listening to the roar from the adjacent cell, a big shaven-headed boy couldn't help but smile. "Sounds like my neighbor is a lively fellow." Within the stronghold of the world government's intelligence agency Cypherpol, a bird-like man, wearing a striped hat, a white shirt, suspenders, and a black coat draped over his shoulders, strode in with an arrogant demeanor. "Hey, you guys collect intelligence here, right? I've got some explosive news to sell to the world government." Upon hearing his words, the receptionist at the front desk immediately frowned. "Mogency, what exactly are you trying to do?" The young president of the World Economic News Agency Mogency paid no heed to the attendant's attitude, instead puffing out his chest and extending his hand. "Come on, stop playing dumb. You guys must have already gotten wind of it. Do I have to spell it out for you?" He spread his wings and made a money-rubbing gesture. "The news I've got is absolutely worth every penny. Bring the money now." The intelligence agency staff were baffled by his roundabout way of speaking. However, a black-suited man of slightly higher rank caught Mogency's insinuation. He stepped forward slowly, a puzzled expression on his face. "Mogency, as far as I know, your outfit is nothing but a local tabloid that sounds like child's play. How could you possibly have such formidable intelligence-gathering capabilities? And even if you did, what then? Do you dare to publicize it?" Hearing this, Mogency was not intimidated. Instead, he burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha. If you think you can stop me, then go ahead and try it." He spread his wings and declared with unwavering confidence, "I'm not afraid to tell you. I'm not the same as before. Behind me stands a figure you wouldn't dare to provoke. If you think I'll believe you just because you say so, you..." Before the black-suited man could finish, Mogency cut in. 3 weeks ago, the former pirate Empress Xiaoqi was kidnapped. Back then, our cooperation was quite pleasant. So why are you turning against your partner today?" Mogency's words startled the black-suited man. He had heard some rumors about Xiaoqi's kidnapping, and the Cypherpol agency had played a significant role in it. Located in the West Sea, Mogency's intelligence network could never extend into the New World. So, hiss. At this thought, the black-suited man drew a sharp breath. He looked Mogency up and down in disbelief, furrowing his brow. "You mean you're that man's subordinate? What else? Now that you know my identity, hurry up and pay up." Mogency didn't even blink as he spun his tail. He leaned closer to the black-suited man and whispered, "If you miss this piece of intelligence and something goes wrong, I don't know if your superiors will be safe. But you little minions, you'll be doomed for sure." Hearing this, the arrogant expression on the black-suited man's face instantly twisted into a sycophantic smile. "Mr. Mogency, it's not convenient to talk here. How about we go inside for a detailed discussion?" "No problem, but I must say I prefer your rebellious attitude from a moment ago." After some time, Mogency, escorted out by the CP agents, returned to his news agency headquarters. Without delay, he dialed his Den Mushy. "Hello, Juan. What's the matter?" Hearing the crisp, childish voice from the Den Mushy, Mogency thought for a moment and replied, "What in as you instructed. After receiving the intelligence, I immediately went to the Cypherpol stronghold. Just as you predicted, once I dropped Wang Ji's name, their attitude changed completely. On Beehive Island, in a secluded alley." After listening to Mogency's account, Juan chuckled. "That's normal. Wang Ji is not only a cadre of the Rocks Pirates, but also has ambiguous ties with the Cypherpol. With those two identities combined, those low-level lackeys naturally wouldn't dare to offend you. Actually, you didn't need to drag Wang Ji into it. Using your real identity would have had the same effect." Mogency flattered Juan briefly, then continued, "But I don't understand. Since you already knew the inside story, why did you want me to sell the information about the Rocks Pirates' plan to attack God Valley to the world government so early? Intelligence is only valuable if you know it in advance." Facing Mogency's confusion, Hua impatiently explained, "The world government's intelligence network isn't blind. Once the Rocks Pirates make a big move, they'd be on high alert at this critical moment. So it's better to just sell the information for some money. But wouldn't that allow the world government to prepare thoroughly, making the Rocks Pirates' attack even more difficult?" "Difficult? That's exactly what I need." In the original timeline, the surprise attack by the Rocks and Roger Pirates caught the Navy off guard, leaving only Garp to quickly reinforce. This gave the pirates an overwhelming advantage during the Beehive Island battle. But for Hua In, that wasn't necessarily a good thing. Without a force to check the monsters within the pirate crew, gaining more benefits in God Valley would be far more difficult. Only if both sides were locked in a fierce struggle could he fish in troubled waters. Mojinsi naturally didn't grasp this, and didn't intend to elaborate. Although he had invested in the World Economic News Agency, his relationship with Mojinsi was merely one of cooperation. Revealing everything wouldn't earn the other's trust. It would only make him look like a fool. Mojinsi, you should know that many of us in the Rocks Pirates often can't stand each other. Hearing this, Mojinsi, the internal discord within the Rocks Pirates was no secret on the seas. Many casinos even had betting pools on when the crew would disband. So I'm taking this opportunity to use the Navy's hand to quietly eliminate some of the old timers who love to throw their weight around, all in preparation for my future succession to the Rocks Pirates. I'm sure you understand. To be honest, if I weren't still young and my strength hadn't matured, I wouldn't need to resort to such means. Hearing this, Mojinsi frowned. Wait, are you joking? Succession to the Rocks Pirates. Did you really think that would fool anyone? Yet Mojinsi didn't call out the flimsy lie. Instead, he went along with Hua's words. So it's all for the captain's position. You're a cunning bastard. Forget it. This kind of low-key matter, better to avoid trouble. I need to hurry to God Valley and not waste any more time. Both hung up with their own agendas. Huan gazed at the distant skull-shaped building and narrowed his eyes. The storm was about to break. Whether he could ride the wind and soar depended on this moment. Muttering to himself, he adjusted his expression, put on a panicked look, and rushed toward the building. Captain, something terrible has happened. I've received the worst news. At the Navy headquarters, Marineford, inside the Admiral's office. Based on the information leaked by CP and the news we received from our undercover agents on Hive Island, it is highly likely that the Rocks Pirates have gathered with the intention of heading to God Valley. As Crane finished her report, Steelbone Kong's face was left with only seriousness and fatigue. This matter is truly troublesome to the extreme. He raised his head and rubbed his temples, trying to alleviate the pain in his head. Have we traced the source of the... Sitting beside him, Sengoku nodded. We have verified it repeatedly. The signal originated from the prison ship, transporting slaves. As he said this, Sengoku's voice suddenly paused, and his tone grew heavy. Admiral, I've heard that someone from CP suggested that given such a huge oversight, we must also transfer the Navy personnel from the prison ship to God Valley. At that moment, the air suddenly fell silent. Steelbone Kong's fists clenched unconsciously. Those bastards from CP, even now they are still trying to shift the blame. I will try my best to negotiate for leniency with the government. Right now, the most pressing issue is the troop shortage on the God Valley side. Crane, who was nearby, spoke with a disgruntled expression. This situation was caused by the government's own... Little Crane, mind your words. Before Crane could finish, Steelbone Kong quickly interrupted. At the same time, Sengoku hurried to the door, looking around before quickly locking the office door. On the other hand, Steelbone Kong sighed softly and looked at Crane, shaking his head. Hunting the celestial dragons as a test of the Navy's will was a rule established since the founding of the world government. Even if it's just a complaint, if it's overheard by someone with ulterior motives, the consequences would be unimaginable. Little Crane, you should learn more from Sengoku in this regard. Sengoku, who had turned back, mumbled, Big Brother Kong, precisely because of such rules, many of the soldiers at God Valley are still new recruits. Therefore, to say this is the world government's own fault is not an exaggeration at all. Alright, what I need now is for you to come up with solutions, not complaints. So what are your thoughts? Who do you think should be sent to support God Valley? I recommend Sengoku. Also, isn't Garp on vacation recently? He could be called in to help out too. Crane, Garp. Steelbone Kong pondered for a moment. That guy has never been interested in such matters. Getting him to come over is not easy. According to intelligence reports, the Roger Pirates seem to have also received news about God Valley and are heading there at full speed. Crane handed over a document, and as Steelbone Kong read it, he felt an intensifying headache. How did those celestial dragons stir up such a hornet's nest? However, Roger. After a moment of silence, Steelbone Kong reached into his drawer and took out a din mushy. Boo. Soon a relaxed voice came from the other end of the line. Hello, what's up? I'm enjoying a pool party right now. What? A school trip for the celestial dragons? I'm not interested in that. I've said it before, Shaki is a treasure of pirates. The fools from CP went to provoke the crazies from Hive Island. They let them handle it themselves. Seeing that no matter what he said, Garp remained indifferent, Steelbone Kong had no choice but to resort to a special. I heard that the Roger Pirates are also mobilizing towards God Valley. If you really aren't interested, then. Before he could finish, Garp's eyes suddenly widened. What? You should have said so earlier. I'm setting off right now. Looking at the suddenly disconnected call, Steelbone Kong forced himself to suppress the throbbing veins on his forehead. Looking around, he sighed helplessly. I hope that guy can hold back once he gets to God Valley. After saying that, he turned to Sengoku. Sengoku, urgently dispatch 10 warships to set sail immediately. Once you arrive, await orders and don't act rashly. Also, keep an eye on Garp and make sure he doesn't act recklessly. Yes. Steelbone Kong turned to Crane again. The government has dispatched the giant King Harold to lead a team to intercept the Rocks Pirates. Little Crane find out the location of their battle and mobilize warships for support, try to buy as much time as possible. Yes. Meanwhile, as the Navy mobilized its forces, the Rocks pirates on Hive Island were already prepared. At the dock where the Jybeck Fury was moored, two kids watched the busy scene ahead, their faces filled with amazement. Wow, this is too exaggerated. The Rocks pirates have so many people. Horn crouched on the roof of a warehouse, carefully counting the pirate ships converging on the sea. There are probably close to 100 large ships here. Nothing surprising. Crouched beside him, Kakuri chewed on a blade of grass. I heard from my mom that the Rocks pirates command a total of 54 pirate crews. This nearly 100 ships are just about 80% of them. Oh, so our Rocks pirates are that impressive. I thought Uncle Rocks was going for a small elite force. Ha, when you think about it, that makes me a big shot with tens of thousands of little brothers. Decades later, Whitebeard's pirates could muster 50,000 pirates for the Marineford War, which was already quite exaggerated. Unexpectedly, there are actually experts here. Just this expedition, the Rocks pirates will probably have more manpower than the Whitebeard pirates. Come on, don't forget your own identity, apprentice. If we really count, you should have a few thousand more big brothers than I. Katakuri pouted begrudgingly at the magnificent fleet behind him. But I really envy you for being able to hunt the celestial dragons. Alas, too bad my mom absolutely refuses to take me. Come on with your strength, what's there to sigh about? Isn't that a battlefield you should be in? Sister Bruley is doing this for your own good, my dear nephew. Horn said with a cheeky smile, his tone quite annoying. If it weren't for the fact that I can't beat you, I would have already taken you down. Katakuri shot a sideways glance, snorted coldly, his face full of defiance. Don't get too cocky, Horn. I've been training hard under my mom's guidance recently. I've made great progress. When the time comes, after you return from the West Blue, I will definitely show you a different side of me. Yes, you train so hard every day, and I only know how to eat, sleep, and chat with the pretty girls on the island, so I will soon be surpassed by you. Horn yawned, looking at the proud Katakuri. Then I'm looking forward to the next time we meet, what kind of surprise you will be. Katakuri looked up at the bustling and lively port, his eyes filled with dreams for the future. When that time comes, I will officially become a member of the Rocks Pirates. We will go out to sea together and fiercely conquer those bastards. Horn looked at the young man, whose eyes were shining with ambition, and smiled without speaking. Such a pity, my friend. Reality and dreams always have a gap, don't they? As dusk fell, a banquet commenced aboard the Jybeck's Fury. As always, Neogate shamelessly mooched drinks. Miss Bajin, like a koala, clung tightly to his shoulders and arms, refusing to let go for a long time. Guluo Li Osa meticulously groomed her makeup, while beside her lay a message about the Luo Jia pirates' mobilization. On the other side, several loyal sycophants of Xiachi, led by Shiji, gathered to discuss a rescue plan named Capturing the Lattice Heart. Eventually, the group broke into a fight at the slightest disagreement. Unlike these representative figures of the Great Suppression era, Xia Luo Lingling's eyes gleamed with greed as she looked at the intelligence newspaper that had been passed around repeatedly. The Celestial Dragon's prize game. There must be many rare devil fruits inside. She licked her lips, turned to Kaiduo, and whispered, "Hey Kaiduo, how about we join forces and pull off a big heist? Haven't you been looking for a suitable devil fruit lately? When we find one, I'll let you pick first." Hearing this, Kaiduo quickly leaned in, his eyes wide. "Are you serious, old hag? If you dare to trick me, don't blame me for turning hostile." Xia Luo Lingling grinned and said with certainty, "Of course you're my little brother. But if there are extra rare devil fruits, you have to give me a larger share. I have many children at home, and we can never get enough of these things." "No problem." Kaiduo nodded seriously. Of course, as they said this, both of them were secretly harboring ulterior motives. Once the fruits are found, there will be no sharing. This old hag little brat can go as far away as possible. Amidst this chaotic revelry, Luo could see the captain sat alone with a wine bowl, pouring drink after drink, a strange glint flickering in his eyes. At that moment, a small hand holding a glass of milk reached out to Luo, who see gently clinking against the rim of his bowl. "Captain Uncle, you seem to be in a bad mood. What are you afraid of, going head-to-head with the world government? You little brat." Luo Kasi snorted heavily and couldn't help but laugh and scold. "Don't clink glasses with me using milk. That's too childish. How can you blame me? Neither you nor those bastards on the island would sell me any alcohol. I'm not a kid anymore." Hua En pouted with a hint of defiance. "I'm already 9 years old." 9. Luo Kasi squinted and said calmly, "The world government won't care if you're a child. Once the war starts, you won't be able to hide either." "Huh." Hua En deliberately dragged out the sound, complaining innocently, "Really? I thought this battle was just... Come to think of it, if I really join a battlefield of this level, I'll definitely be killed instantly." "Stop pretending. When we get to Shunji Gu, you'll outlive everyone." Luo Kasi snorted, and somehow images of a big and a small figure appeared in his eyes. Sigh, if only they could have as much strength as Hua En. However, just as Luo Kasi was lost and thought the lookout on the mast suddenly shouted a warning. Attention! A huge ship ahead. A really huge ship. No wonder the lookout was so shocked that his tongue twisted. For the giant ship that appeared before Luo Kusi's fleet was indeed extraordinarily large. Looking up from afar, one could see a colossal shadow that blotted out the sky. This was the giant tribe's royal flagship, its hull towering like a mountain resembling a moving continent. Giant soldiers in armor lined up along the ship's railings. At the bow, Hala Air, clad in heavy armor, stepped forward. Luo Kusi. His roar quickly reached the Jibike's fury. Just as the Luo Kusi pirates were clamoring to teach the giant battleship a lesson, Luo Kusi slowly raised his hand to stop them. He walked to the bow and shouted up at the towering Hala Airda, "Are you here to stop me?" More or less. Hala Airda crossed his arms, a look of disdain flashing across his face. Or rather, my orders are to stop a pirate crew infatuated with a certain woman. Luo Kusi, you should know that if I go all out, sinking your little ship would be a piece of cake. Is that so? Luo Kusi smiled. Would you attack me for such a thing? Hala Airda didn't move, but his eyes glanced to the side. See that ship in the distance? That's a world government surveillance ship. So I can't just let you pass, Luo Kusi. Hala Airda, do you think doing this will earn you merit with the world government? You underestimate us. Luo Kusi laughed heartily, and the officers behind him stepped forward, the atmosphere suddenly tense. It seemed that a great battle would erupt on these waters at any moment. But at that moment, the arrogance on Luo Kusi's face vanished, and he said with utmost sincerity, "It's been so long since we last met. Can we talk? Just the two of us." The moment these words fell, not only the Luo Kusi pirates, but also Hala Airda, standing on the giant ship, was visibly stunned. At a time when war could break out at any moment, a private chat. What the hell is this guy up to? No one knew what exactly Luo Kusi and Hala Airda talked about except for the two parties and a certain time traveler. But soon a violent clash of conquerors hockey erupted on the giant tribe's royal warship. Then invisible pressure and pure force exploded at the top of the warship. The terrifying shockwave and raging flames instantly engulfed the bow of the royal warship. Taking advantage of the chaos, the Luo Kusi pirates and their subordinate fleet, like wild beasts unleashed, broke through the giant tribe's blockade and plunged into the calm belt. Hala Airda's roar and Luo Kusi's triumphant laughter echoed across the sky. The next moment, a giant wave surged, swallowing the distant world government surveillance ship in an instant. Incredible as it may seem, every 3 years the celestial dragons would randomly select an unlucky, non-member country of the world government as a hunting ground to hold a special hunting event for themselves. What made it special was that the prey used in this event were all living human beings. Among these people were not only slaves from Mary Geos and prisoners from Impel Down, but also all the natives of that non-member country. And this time the chosen location was the West Blue God Valley. The blade pierced through his body. Accompanied by a scream, a burst of blood sprayed from the back of the king of God Valley. He collapsed to the ground, his face full of confusion and disbelief. "Hey, Garling!" A celestial dragon wearing a strange mask and holding a spear yelled in annoyance. "You're not planning to start early, are you? The competition hasn't begun yet." "Nothing. I just couldn't wait any longer." Figureland Garling Saint flicked the blood off his blade and replied nonchalantly, "If you think it's unfair, you can deduct 10,000 points from me. Doesn't matter. The winner will still be me." "Hey, that's too arrogant." Another celestial dragon with a spear pouted in defiance. "The Topman family isn't to be trifled with." Garling Saint glanced at him indifferently, then turned to a short young man beside him. "Sorosu, take good care of the treasure I entrusted to you. After the hunt, let your sackless family pick a trophy as well. But if you lose it, don't blame me for being merciless." Sorosu Saint trembled under Garling Saint's cold gaze. "Rest assured, I've placed them in a safe place. You can go ahead and compete with peace of mind." Garling Saint nodded slightly and slowly walked toward the stage. Watching his back, Sorosu couldn't help but mutter, "That Garling, when did he manage to have 2 children? And at a time like this, he makes me babysit. Isn't that ridiculous?" However, as he was grumbling, the sound of a din mushy suddenly rang. Sorosu didn't think twice and immediately answered the call. The next second his face changed drastically. "What? The children are missing." Meanwhile, in the ruins of the town, a massive temporary stage was lit up with flickering lights. Exquisite decorations, lavish layout, and red carpets covering the entire venue. This opulent scene stood in stark contrast to the corpse of the king of God Valley lying nearby. In the center of the stage, several exquisite treasure chests were placed. Each chest was sealed with chains and raised high on display stands. In front of the chests, a celestial dragon wearing a bubble helmet raised his head and shouted with passionate excitement, "Everyone, I will now announce the grand prize of this competition." From the Grand Line's Amazon Lily, the former empress, known as the most beautiful woman in the world. Shaki, The winner of this competition will have the right to decide. Make her your wife. After a brief pause, an even louder roar followed. Or your slave. The moment the words fell, all the celestial dragons below erupted into frenzy. Oh, so beautiful. Don't try to compete with me. I will have her. Bullshit. She's mine. As the arguing escalated, the scene even descended into chaos, with several celestial dragons directly grappling with each other. On the nearby stand, Somas Saint wore a frivolous smile and declared arrogantly, "If I win, ill make." Beside him, Garling Saint made no effort to hide his possessiveness and said coldly, "Don't dream. She will be my wife, Somas." In contrast to the lively stage, Sorosu in the corner felt an inexplicable chill creeping over him. Holding the Den Den mushi, he pleaded in a low and urgent voice, "Mafi, for the sake of our clan, please help me. If this goes wrong, Garling will definitely kill me." On the other end, a female version of Doflamingo looked at the Den Den mushi sweating in her hand and let out a fufufu laugh. "Sorosu, remember, you owe me one. Tell me what exactly happened." Hearing that she was willing to help, Sorosu let out a long sigh of relief and quickly recounted what he knew. "You mean an injured woman impersonated Garling's wife and smoothly tricked the guards you arranged into handing over Garling's children? Are you sure you're not making this up?" On the other side of God Valley, in the shadow of a ruin far from the stage, a marine recruit holding a spear stumbled upon this place. Monkey D. Dragon looked at the unfamiliar buildings around him and tightened his grip on his weapon. He had been separated from the main forces, wandering here amid the chaos. However, just as Dragon was alert to his surroundings, a baby's cry immediately caught his attention. Dragon followed the sound and soon discovered a pool of blood outside the door of a low small house. Dragon opened the door. On the floor, a red-haired woman lay in a pool of blood with 2 bundles beside her. The crying was coming from those bundles. The woman's breathing was very faint, her chest barely rising and falling. Dragon cautiously stepped forward. At that moment, the woman, hearing the sound, suddenly opened her eyes. She fixed her gaze firmly on Dragon, as if using her last strength, her lips trembling. "This marine officer, please. Take my children." Every word she uttered seemed squeezed from her throat. "Please take them away from this island." Her voice paused and her breath hitched. Don't let him take them away." With her last words fading, the woman's gaze fell upon the tender faces of the twins in her arms. Her face still bore a gentle smile, but her eyes, which spoke of boundless longing, had lost their luster. At that very moment, a loud announcement echoed across the entire island. "The prey has been released. Attention, everyone, the hunting competition officially begins." Across the island, the celestial dragons, fully equipped, mounted their steeds, trembling with excitement. In an instant, cries, screams, and pleas for help melded into a chaotic cacophony. Accompanying this despair were the dense crackling of gunfire and the mad laughter of the celestial dragons. The Den Den mushi, deployed for live broadcast, turned their vacant eyes, faithfully transmitting every sight before them. At Mary Geos, the celestial dragons who had not joined the competition gathered in the vast viewing plaza, gazing at the clear screens ahead, their cheers rising and falling. "Oh, go. Can Figureland Garling actually make a comeback, even after falling behind by 10,000 points? The Manmaya family holds a significant advantage. It seems they will achieve excellent results this year." These individuals commented on the brutal killing scenes displayed on the images, as if watching an ordinary competitive match, their tone remarkably light. On the viewing platform, Gilma Saint nudged his companion Scud Saint and asked with curiosity, "Why did your Don Quixote family send such a person up there? Are you planning to finish at the bottom of this family ranking again?" "Oh, don't mention it. Our Don Quixote family has only 3 people in this generation. I'm not strong enough, and Hamagu is a freak. What else can we do? We can't send that brat Doflamingo who's still nursing up there." Meanwhile, Dragon's figure began moving toward the coastline. But now he carried 2 swaddled infants in his arm. "I must save them." Dragon, draped in a cloak, clenched his teeth tightly, his breathing growing heavier. Witnessing a mother leave this world with the greatest despair and regret of her life, the justice within him let out a continuous lament. "If I do nothing." He ran, his steps growing more resolute. "Then I can never stand here again." Soon Dragon noticed a commotion ahead. A young man with a purple afro, clad in ragged slave clothes, stood on high ground waving his arms. His passionate speech continually inspired the surrounding slaves. At that moment, a celestial dragon, wearing a bubble helmet concealed behind rocks, carefully observed everything. The creature grinned, revealing an excited, greedy smile. "A 10th Sandpoint SR. Haha, I can't believe." He quietly raised his gun, the dark muzzle aimed directly at a tall child ahead. "This is the 10-kill rifle I specially prepared for this match. 10,000 points, here I come." Watching this, Dragon's heart trembled violently from behind cover. He instinctively raised his gun, but at that moment the cold voice of the Marine commander echoed in his mind, "If you lay a hand on a celestial dragon, then our entire ship will be buried with us." His finger on the trigger froze instantly, reason and emotion wrestling within him. But then his body moved involuntarily. Bang! A tranquilizer bullet shot out, and the celestial dragon almost instantly lost consciousness, collapsing into sleep. Damn! I couldn't hold back. Dragon stood frozen, gun still raised. Yet the next moment, a deafening explosion jolted him back to his senses, also startling the celestial dragons who had been indulging in their playful mood. What's going on? Who made such a racket? Annoyed by the interruption, the celestial dragons turned and barked at the nearby Marines. Before the Marines could explain, a cry came from the communication channel from the observation post on the eastern side of the island. Emergency on the east coast. A large fleet of enemy ships has appeared on the open sea. The communicator paused, as if confirming what it's the Rocks Pirates. No, not just them, their affiliated independent pirate crews are appearing one after another. On the sea horizon, hearing the piercing alarm suddenly sounding ahead, Rocks stood at the bow, arms spread wide, a defiant grin on his face. Lads, ahead is God Valley. There are countless treasures, power within easy reach, and our Hakanosu jewel, Miss Shaki. Internal strife benefits no one. So cooperate first, then we'll split it evenly after returning. Any objections, you bastards? His words ignited the ship like an explosion. The fishman Babel was the first to object. Shaki can't be split evenly. Shiki, brimming with enthusiasm, twisted his neck excitedly as he eyed the island ahead. No, of course, whoever contributes the most will catch Miss Shaki's eye. Beside him, Silver Axe roared with equal fervor. Right, I will never back down on this. John, rolling his eyes, looked contemptuously at these muscle-brained fools. No, the one Shaki will fall for is the one with the most treasure. Nearby, that Sundara Whitebeard made a limited-time appearance. Say what you will, oh, I'm just worried about her safety as a friend. But if she really takes a liking to me, I'll reluctantly accept it. Upon hearing this, Miss Backen, who had been trying to sidle up to Newgate, instantly bristled. Huh? What do you mean, Newgate? It should be me you love. No. Newgate pressed a hand on Miss Backen, who was trying to lunge at him, and stated firmly, I will not accept you, Backen. Their antics went unnoticed by Gloriosa beside them. The former Empress of Amazon, Lily, couldn't stop thinking to herself, if I rescue Shaki, would Roger be grateful enough to marry me? No, marriage is too fast. I should board his ship first and cultivate feelings. Seeing this group of incurable simps and love-struck fools, Horn suddenly doubted his earlier arrangements. These unreliable guys. Was my previous effort to summon reinforcements overkill? But soon a loud laugh beside him interrupted Horn's thoughts. You idiots, even if you play the hero, Shaki won't spare you a second glance. The true master of love, Lean, delivered the verdict of this dog-gathering event. But a group of simps lost in fantasy will not listen to reason until they wake from their dream. So their eyes remained as steadfast as ever. Of course, there were other clear-headed individuals in the Rocks Pirates. For instance, young Kaido wasn't thinking about any damn love. His mind was wholly occupied with the promise Charlotte Lin had made. Hey, Lean, are you really going to give me the devil fruit? Meanwhile, standing at the bow, Rock's defiant face suddenly flashed with a hint of worry. Father, Mother, Alice, teach. Wait for me. I'm coming. The news of the Rocks Pirates' arrival was like a splash of hot oil, instantly setting the main venue where numerous celestial dragons had gathered ablaze. Damn it, pirates are here. What are the Marines doing? If anything happens to us, you'll all be hanged. The reputation of the Rocks Pirates was known even to the pampered celestial dragons. Moreover, these people were merely spectators who had come to watch a live performance, utterly defenseless. Once captured by pirates, the consequences would be unimaginable. At the thought of this, the world nobles completely lost their composure. The Marines beside them instantly became the perfect outlet for their emotions. Screams and angry shouts filled the entire venue. Seeing this, the Marine officer in charge of security quickly tried to calm them down. Please remain calm, my lords. Rest assured, our defensive line still holds. We will handle this special incident as soon as possible. However, before he could finish speaking, an even greater commotion suddenly erupted from the other side of God Valley. Immediately after, the lookout's stammering cry echoed through the broadcast. Enemy ships have also appeared on the west coast. It's the Roger Pirates. In an instant, the main platform, which had been buzzing with noise, exploded in chaos. What? Another one. Quickly protect me and get me out of here. I don't want to die here. Hearing this explosive news, not only the celestial dragons, but also the surrounding Marines exchanged glances, their faces turning pale with dismay. The supreme commander of the hunting competition, Saint Saturn, one of the 5 elders, looked at the chaos around him, and his expression turned cold. What are you waiting for? The Marines and CP agencies will immediately escort the nobles to a relatively safe coast. They must not be injured. Also, notify the God's Knights that the hunt is over. Have them assemble and prepare to face the enemy. Under his command, the escort convoy hastily set off. These pampered pigs, usually so refined, now had no choice but to retreat in a frantic and disheveled manner toward the coast. Meanwhile, on the east coast of God Valley, Rock's figure had long since disappeared. All that remained were a group of frenzied monsters. TCH. Newgate swept his gaze forward and let out an annoyed grunt. That bastard Rocks, he sure runs fast. He gripped his longsword tightly, and a rapidly flickering orb of light gathered at the tip of his blade. The next second, a slash imbued with terrifying tremors swept out. In an instant, the sky collapsed, the earth split, and the air shattered. The Marine defense line, just established, was torn apart like paper. Behind Newgate, a burst of wild laughter drew closer. The towering Charlotte Linlin leaped into the air, and the flame she had gathered erupted instantly. Boom! The raging inferno swiftly engulfed everything ahead. The Marines, who still intended to resist, didn't even have time to scream before they were burned to ashes. At the same time, Shiki swooped down from high above, his sword's wooden claw, and Sakura, Ju, slashing continuously. Countless cuts gushed out like a storm, further crushing the remaining Marine resistance. Kaido and the rest of the Rocks pirates, with low growls, followed the three big shots as they charged forward. Thanks to these monsters, the entire east coast was thrown into complete chaos. The Marines desperately tried to hold the line, but were repeatedly forced back by the overwhelming, unreasonable attacks. Just then, a figure quietly approached this deadly battlefield. Dragon, cloaked and clutching two infants tightly in his arms, ran desperately forward. Where are the warships? He muttered, carefully scanning the surroundings. But at that moment, Dragon suddenly felt his skin prickle and his hair stood on end. His pupils contracted sharply, and the corner of his eye caught a tall silhouette. Damn, did I run into pirates? The thought had barely crossed his mind when the tall figure had already sprinted behind Dragon. It was Socrates Mafagong of the God's Knights. This mentally unstable girl who resembled the celestial Yaksha held a den mushy and let out a fuffle laugh. A red-haired baby. Found you, but not in a woman's hands, rather in a Marine's. Oh, twins. That can't be wrong. The moment she finished speaking, Mafagong opened her gaping mouth wide, and a beam of light gathered within. Zzz. A blinding laser shot out. The next second, Dragon's shoulder was instantly pierced by the intense heat. The searing pain made him stumble, his body rapidly losing balance, and he crashed heavily into the dirt. The twins in his arms were flung away by the impact. Fortunately, the surrounding grass was thick, so the two children were unharmed. Done. Mafagong bent down, picked up one of the infants, gave it a casual glance, then raised the den mushy, and said in a relaxed tone, Soros, you owe me a big favor, got it? Excited thanks came from the other end of the den mushy. Thank you so much, Mafi. If I'd lost them, Garen would have killed me for sure. Mafagong lit a cigarette, took a puff, and looked at the crying infant in her hand. So this is Garen's child. Never thought. A guy like Garen could have kids. By the way, weren't they twins? Where's the other one? As Mafagong looked around, Dragon beneath her struggled to lift his head, his eyes fixed on the infant she held. No. I can't let her take this child. This is the only redemption I can achieve after participating in this killing game. Hearing Dragon's muttering, Mafagong's face twisted in annoyance. What the hell are you rambling about? She casually drew a long sword from her waist and thrust it directly at Dragon's head. But just as the sword tip was about to strike, boom! A terrifying slash swept across the sky. The air screamed, trees were uprooted, and the ground groaned under the unbearable pressure. Squelch! The slash cut through Mafagong's body without resistance. The next moment, her towering form was neatly sliced in two. What power is this? A flicker of surprise flashed across Mafagong's face. But before she could even activate the God's Knight's monstrous regeneration, a small blue glowing blade tip emerged from her full chest. Yo, look what I found. A delicious loner. Deep within the jungle, two towering figures crushed the underbrush as they emerged from a cloud of smoke. Newgate slowly retracted his Mura Kamajeri, the aftershocks of its vibrations still lingering on the blade. I told you I wasn't aiming at you. Beside him, Charlotte, lean, her clothes stained with dirt and blood, wore an expression of pure fury and irritation. Don't lie to me. You nearly got me killed just now. If you're looking for a fight, let's settle it right now. What the two didn't notice was that Dorag, leaning against a thick tree stump, was curled up, panting heavily. He cautiously looked up at the two massive silhouettes, and his pupils sharply contracted. Such enormous pirates. What is going on with these people? At that moment, a figure diving from the sky let out a fierce roar. Newgate, you bastard. You were trying to kill me, weren't you? Shiki halted midair, gripping his longsword as he prepared to strike. But before Newgate could even turn to respond, another towering figure burst out from the pile of debris in the forest behind them. Hey, this is completely different from the plan we agreed on at the start. Just as a great battle was about to erupt, a group of pirates suddenly swarmed in from the surroundings. Gazing at the three infamous pirates of the New World, their eyes held no fear or retreat, but only a burning desire for a chance to rise to fame overnight. It's the executives of the Rock's pirates. If we take them down, we'll make a name for ourselves. Watching these scums surging in like sharks, scenting blood, Shiki sneered and slowly descended from these bastards. I thought they were after Shaki too. Kaido cracked his neck, looking thoroughly annoyed. They're just small fry, and yet they dare to look down on me. Charlotte Linland's lips curled into a cruel, Mama, since they're delivering themselves to us, let's just blast them all away. But Newgate, standing at the front, noticed something amiss. These guys, where do they get such audacity? Watching the carnage not far away that resembled a meat grinder, Hua and narrowed his eyes and discreetly retracted the tiny specters back into his shadow. As expected, whether for treasure or fame, the pirates who come here never lack desire. So uncles and aunties, you can have fun playing the boss rating game here for a while. After muttering softly, Hua and turned his gaze to Mafagong, who was pinned firmly to the ground. To prevent this woman from moving, Lord Adneus, after cutting her in half, thoughtfully prepared a Shangyang special for her. At the same time, he inserted a randomly picked longsword into each severed part. Tisk tisk, what a monstrous regenerative ability. What kind of power is this that even dismemberment doesn't kill you? Seeing the look of inquiry in the young boy's eyes, Mafagong, pinned to the ground, felt a chill run down her spine. She forced out a hoarse voice, "You bastard. If you're smart, let me go now, or once I recover, I'll tear you limb from limb." Before she could finish, Hua En swung his light sword, slicing off Mafagong's right hand. The sudden excruciating pain made the normally pampered celestial dragon let out a blood-curdling scream. As expected, although ordinary swords have no effect, the soul blade formed from specters can still make you feel pain. In that case, swish. He split the severed hand in two with one stroke. Seeing that Mafagong didn't scream again, Hua En raised an eyebrow curiously. Is it that limbs separated into smaller volumes don't cause pain when cut again? Or is it that too many cuts have automatically isolated the pain sensation? Or perhaps this one's pain tolerance has increased. Numbed by the agony. Swish, swish, swish. With a few more slashes, Mafagong's severed arm turned into a mass of writhing flesh. Listening to the rhythm of her screams, Hua En's eyes lit up. So it was the first one. So where exactly is the main pain point for this one? In the head or the heart? With that thought, he raised his sword and plunged it straight into Mafagong's abdomen. After a series of small experiments, Hua En finally halted his exploration. After using a specter to smoothly devour the completely broken soul of Mafagong, Hua En absorbed the intelligence from this one, and a smile crept onto his lips. So the warehouse where the prizes are stored is arranged here. This place is exactly above the tunnel I had Lao and the others prepare. Looking at the still fierce battlefield not far away, the upward curve of Hua En's smile became impossible to suppress. Indeed, a boy who smiles never has bad luck. Just then he felt something tugging at his trousers. Lowering his head, a flash of glaring red suddenly appeared. This was, at his feet, a tiny baby stared with round, curious eyes at the light sword in Hua En. The little one was chewing on his fingers, babbling incomprehensible sounds. You are. Hua En recalled the original story. If he wasn't mistaken, this baby was none other than the twin brother of the future face fruit user, 4 Emperors Shanks. Figure Lenchikisi. No Shamrock. This little guy is here, so where is Shanks? Hua En looked around, but saw no other red shadow. Could he have been blown over to Newgate and the others? Seeing the scene of flying limbs not far away, Hua En immediately abandoned the idea of running over to pick up the child. After all, it's more important to go get the treasure first. And with the one underfoot, it's not like I've come away empty-handed. Do you want this? Hua En crouched down, waving the light sword. Little Shamrock's head followed the movement of the sword, and soon his eyes began to spin in circles. Seeing the baby like this, Hua En laughed heartily and scooped Shamrock into his arms. You're lucky to have met, little one. From today on, you're my little brother. From now on, your name is Adneus Godan. After 2 loud laughs, he summoned a specter to hold Shamrock securely, and Hua En quickly strode toward the warehouse where the prizes were stored. On the other side, Dorag struggled to prop himself up against the tree roots. His gaze involuntarily drifted toward Hua En's retreating back. The cruel methods he had just witnessed left a deep impression on the future revolutionary leader. I'm saved, but the child. In an instant, a wave of helplessness surged into Dorag's heart like a tide. Yet just as he lowered his head, a tiny figure in the grass caught him off guard, making him freeze. Staring at the small baby knocked unconscious by the impact, it seemed as if a beam of light had pierced through Dorag's dark world. Newgate and his companions unleashed their power without restraint. The immense commotion inevitably drew the attention of a certain monster. Garp, who had just arrived at the battlefield, punched a group of surrounding pirates into the air. He was about to charge forward when in the next moment his footsteps abruptly halted. Turning his head to look at the distant forest, Garp grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. Yo, a first-class fishing ground. Hey Sengoku. He turned to look at Sengoku, who was assisting him in battle, and grinned while giving a thumbs up. I'm going to check out that area over there. Seeing the direction Garp's thumb was pointing, Sengoku's heart skipped a beat. No, Garp, our mission this time. But before he could finish, the figure ahead had already leaped into the sky like a cannonball. Damn it. That bastard never follows orders again. If he acts impulsively and causes irreparable consequences, the more Sengoku worried, the more anxious he became. Just as he was considering whether to pursue, a messenger rushed to his side and reported urgently, Vice Admiral Sengoku, the defense line to the northwest facing the Roger pirates is about to collapse. Vice Admiral Roy has sent a request for reinforcements. The northwest. Sengoku quickly activated his observation haki. Sensing the dire situation ahead, his face darkened instantly. This is about to collapse. The defense line is practically being shredded. Considering the positions of Roger and the others, Sengoku thought for a moment and immediately issued an order to rush to their aid. Although he detested the celestial dragons, if anything happened to them, the Marines would suffer greatly. As for Garp, forget it, let that guy have his fun in battle. After all, with Whitebeard and the others around, he shouldn't have time to cause trouble for the celestial dragons. Meanwhile, the group of 4 who were slaughtering pirates blinded by lust also sensed a powerful threat approaching. They all looked up simultaneously, and in the sky a dark figure was descending rapidly. TCH. Troublesome guy is here. Shiki snorted in annoyance. Without hesitation, he flew straight into the sky. Newgate also looked at the descending shadow with disgust and turned to leave. Charlotte Lean, however, reacted more intensely. She grabbed Kaido, who was still frozen in place, and rushed away in panic. The horned gorilla being dragged turned back to glare at Charlotte Lin, resentfully muttering, "Why be afraid of that guy? There are so many of us here. Are you saying we can't fight him?" Hearing this, Lin nearly stumbled in anger. While sprinting, she yelled, "You idiot, that's Garp. Even if we could win, if we get tangled up with that mad dog, this trip to God Valley will be for nothing." Just then a wild laugh rang out from the sky. Along with it came the terrifying swift fist force. "Prepare yourselves, you sea kings." Boom. The fist imbued with conquerors and armament haki crashed down. A violent shockwave exploded outward with unparalleled ferocity. Kaido, who was still resentful, was closest and bore the brunt of the damage. His massive figure was instantly sent flying, crashing through several thick trees before finally coming to a stop. The eager look in his eyes immediately cleared up. Charlotte Lin also felt a surge in her chest from the blow. "Bastard." She frowned, abruptly stopped, and turned to face Garp, who had landed. "Zeus. Prometheus." "Yes, Mama." Lightning and fire intertwined, forming an elemental storm that roared toward Garp. Heavenly fire and thunder. A blinding white light instantly swallowed the entire scene, and a massive mushroom cloud rose. But the next moment, within the storm of flames and lightning, the sound of footsteps slowly emerged. Soon a demonic figure gradually revealed itself. Both the raging flames and crackling lightning were forcibly repelled by the armament haki covering his body. "This little fire can't even grill a ribeye steak." Lin. Seeing Garp completely unharmed, Charlotte Lin's expression changed entirely. She didn't hesitate any longer, spat lightly, and quickly fled. Not far away, sensing the massive commotion behind him, Hua In paused for a moment, briefly scanned with observation haki, then continued walking forward. For that humanoid monster who could cancel skill startups with a laugh, lock onto targets with every move, and still suppress an admiral at 80 years old. He had no interest at all. Let Newgate and the others deal with that kind of guy. As a harmless little brat like himself, the main task now was to grab some pocket money. For this hunting competition, the Celestial Dragons had built 3 treasure vaults to store the prizes. Among them, Vault No. 3 was directly above the tunnel dug by Lao Ji. With a little digging, it could be emptied without anyone knowing. Vault No. 2, though near Vault No. 3, still had some distance to successfully transport the treasure out of this heavily guarded area without exposing the tunnel. He had to use his brain. So what should he use as a breakthrough? Just then a frivolous voice came from not far away. "Jump down quickly, I won't hurt you." Huan looked in the direction of the voice. He saw a middle-aged man in luxurious clothes with a lecherous expression standing under a large tree, continuously kicking the trunk. A child was desperately clinging to a branch, tears swirling in his eyes. That guy was Somaz St, the most vulgar member of the Holy Knights. Somaz St's voice was light and gentle, as if encouraging the child on the tree to be braver. But if one observed carefully, they would notice that the ground beneath the tree was already covered in thorns. The dense spikes on the thorns were like a net waiting for fish to bite. The child's father rushed out from the side, screaming in a terrified voice, "Please stop." Somaz St tilted his head, seemingly contemplating the request. But the next second, bang! He kicked the trunk directly, the powerful force causing the child clinging to the branch to lose balance, instantly screaming as he fell. The child's father didn't hesitate for a moment. He leaped forward, using his own body to shield the thorns. The sharp spikes pierced through the father's body in an instant, and the child also fell into the thorny thicket covered in blood. Somaz St. witnessed this, covered his head exaggeratedly, and sighed with a pompous and hypocritical tone. Tisk tisk tisk, what a touching scene. Just then a voice rang out. Indeed touching, but with a scumbag like you here, everything becomes disgusting. The next instant a figure flashed past Somaz St. A fleeting azure blade slashed across his waist. In the blink of an eye the holy knight's body was cut in two. As Somaz St. was dazed by the sudden pain, he felt as if a stone had been shoved into his mouth. As compensation for the mental damage you've caused me, borrowing your head shouldn't be too much, should it? The holy dragon people gathered within. A dust-covered naval soldier staggered in front of the officer in charge of the guard. Report. The southeastern coast has fallen and the rocks pirates have begun to advance towards the center. As soon as the words fell, a sudden silence enveloped the officer. In the next moment fears spread like a What's happening? How could they arrive so quickly? Are you all useless naval forces? Where are Sengoku and Garp? Didn't they go to fend off the pirates? Why hasn't there been any news of victory? And what about the Knights of God? Where have Galen and his group gone? This was the last stronghold of the holy dragon people in the Valley of God. Whether it was the warehouse for placing rewards or the logistics support for the participants, everything was within this stronghold. Previously under the protection of the Navy, the spectators had long been evacuated to the warships. Now those remaining here were the contestants and their families. The naval officer in charge of security looked at the chaotic scene beside him, feeling overwhelmed. This group of nobles could neither be reprimanded nor scolded. At this moment, he could only let them make. Yet in this chaotic moment, no one noticed a short figure in naval uniform carrying a package on his back and chest stealthily slipping into the prize-filled warehouse. No. 3. Upon entering the warehouse, the short naval soldier first looked at the empty treasure chests on the shelves with a satisfied gaze. Then he quickly approached a shelf marked with the number 7, moved it aside, and tapped the floor below with a very rhythmic pattern. After a few breaths accompanied by a slight sound, the floor was moved aside, and a small head popped out. The girl who peeked out from the ground had a doll-like face, and was named Werluata. She was also one of the child soldiers that Horn had abducted from the endless war. At only 6 years old, despite her young age, Werluata had already become a battle-hardened little leopard. However, due to her cheerful personality and unique kindness, she was considered a half-favorite in the child army. In this mission in the Valley of God, Raoji was in charge of the overall situation, and Werluata was his. This cannot be blamed on Horn for exploiting child labor. He had no choice aside from Raoji, who was somewhat reliable. The rest were either untrustworthy or minors like Werluata. Werluata, how is the situation with the mission? Horn adjusted the package on his chest and walked down the staircase into the secret passage beneath the tiles. At this moment, Werluata was holding a cup of milk ready to hand it to Horn. Seeing him ask, Werluata quickly put down the milk, took out a notebook, and seriously replied, Lord Horn, we have collected a total of 30 treasure chests in this warehouse, among which there are 8 devil fruits, all of which were immediately taken by Mr. Rao. In addition, there are 5 famous swords and countless jewels. Upon hearing Werluata's report, Horn couldn't help but smile. Even AK couldn't suppress his excitement. 30 treasure chests. Based on a value of 1 billion berries, each his total gain had already surpassed 300 billion berries. This amount of money was higher than the total bounty of the Rocks Pirates at present, and this was just 1/3 of the total rewards from the Valley of God. Indeed, in the pirate world, robbing the Holy Dragon people was the most profitable. With this thought, Horn became even more eager for the upcoming trip to Warehouse No. 2. At this moment, Werluata noticed that Horn had 2 packages hanging on his chest and back. She walked up gently and quietly asked, Lord Horn, are you tired of carrying these things? Do you need me to help you carry them for a while? Hearing her question, Horn smiled and unfastened the package from his chest, handing it to Werluata. Ha ha ha, if you hadn't mentioned it, I would have almost forgotten. To his surprise, the little guy was so quiet. Werluata opened the package and saw a red-haired baby. Wow, it's a little brother. The little girl was instantly captivated by the cute smile of the little doggy. She hurriedly picked up the milk she had just set aside, preparing to feed the baby. But upon realizing that this was a drink specially prepared for Horn, Werluata's hand froze in midair. All right, just let him drink it. After all this running, the little guy must be starving. It's just a cup of milk. You can go get another one for me. Werluata smiled brightly and carefully brought the cup of milk to the little doggy's mouth. The little doggy was indeed starving at this moment. He stretched out his hands and started sucking on the cup. Werluata poked the soft little face of the baby and then turned to look at the other package hanging behind Horn, curiously asking, Lord Horn, what about the one on your back? Is it also a little brother? No, this guy is no little brother. He is a complete scum. Saying this, Horn directly placed the package from his back down, revealing the head of Saint Somas stuffed with a sea prism stone. Seeing the sudden appearance of the head, Werluata did not react with the usual fear that a child might have. Instead, she looked at the squirming head with some surprise. Lord Hornhe. This guy is a member of the Knights of God among the Holy Dragons. His body is kept somewhere else. This is on the western coast of Shinji Valley. Luo Jie, who had been trampled like a speed bump by his subordinates, retook the vanguard position with his king's wings, Lei Li and Jia Ba swiftly returning to his side. Driven by the concerted force of these three humanoid giants, the defensive line, despite the Marines' repeated pleas for reinforcements, was torn apart, like a tattered rag mercilessly ripped asunder. Even Vice Admiral Luo, irresponsible for the entire front, had become a mere roadside casualty. His eyes rolled back as he was cut down and cast aside. Yet the Luo Jie pirates showed no desire to linger in battle, charging relentlessly toward the island's center. Until, boom, a golden shockwave descended from the heavens. At the sight of it, Luo Jie's expression turned abruptly serious. He drew AC from his waist and unleashed a slashing strike to meet it. Bang! The two immensely powerful attacks collided in an instant, sending rocks and dust flying in all directions. As the stirred sediment gradually settled, a gleaming golden giant Buddha abruptly blocked the path of the advancing force. Luo Jie at the forefront suddenly halted his steps. Lei Li and Jia Ba almost simultaneously locked their gazes on the figure ahead. Damned pirates, do you think justice can be trampled so easily? At the sight of the golden Buddha before him, a brilliant smile spread across Luo Jie's face. Oh ho ho, so you've come, Zhonghua. The surviving Marines erupted in cheers. It's Vice Admiral Zhonghua. Reinforcements have arrived. The chaotic front line suddenly found its backbone reforming anew. Luo Jie, looking at the grim-faced Zhonghua, grinned and said, "Since you're here, that bastard Ka Pu must have landed on the island too." Zhonghua did not reply, though instead a faint golden light gathered in his palm. Seeing this, Luo Jie raised an eyebrow and subtly unleashed his observation haki. After a brief scan, he immediately detected the earth-shattering commotion in the distance. How arrogant, Zhonghua. Without Ka Pu, do you think you alone can stop us? Let's talk, pirate. If you want to move forward, you must defeat me. Gazing at the man's resolute expression, Luo Jie slowly shook his head. Sorry, Zhonghua, but these are special times. Lei Li, Jia Ba, come on, well, take him together. Zhonghua, what? This wasn't how I imagined it. Shouldn't we be having a unknown duel? At the very least, shouldn't he leave one to face me while the others advance? Luo Jie, you bastard, you're not playing by the rules. Meanwhile, at the entrance of Warehouse No. 2 in the assembly area, a patrol squad rounding a corner came face to face with a tall figure. The squad leader was about to bark an order, but the next second his voice caught in his throat. For what now met his eyes was an ostentatiously extravagant robe. And on Shinji Valley, only one kind of person wore such attire. That was the Shinji Knights Order of the Celestial Dragons. The discovery sent a chill through the squad leader. Trembling, he lifted his head, his lips quivering, and soon saw a middle-aged man whose face was etched with impatience. The squad leader felt his vision darken, a silent lament escaping his heart. Why did I have to run into this scumbag pervert? I am sorry, I didn't mean to offend you, esteemed Saint Swamatsi. Are you saying I bumped into you? Saint Swamatsi's voice carried no emotion, yet the squad leader felt an endless chill creep up his limbs and spine. He recalled the days when he had joined the Marines with high spirits, vowing to eradicate pirates. The vibrant, thriving scene was still fresh in his mind. But now 3 years had passed, and could Shinji Valley truly become the graveyard of his dreams? Respected Saint Swamatsi, this is all my fault. I hope you will not take it out on these soldiers who patrol with me. They are loyal to the world government. The squad leader, head bowed, tearfully confessed his wrongdoing. But just as he prepared for his miserable fate, an elbow gently nudged his waist. Captain, why are you crying? Even if you had intimate contact with a world noble, there's no need to weep with excitement. Could it be that the captain is a fan of Saint Swamatsi? Hearing the increasing teasing around him, the squad leader finally sensed something amiss. Wait, I'm fine. That pervert didn't do anything to me. Is he in such a good mood today? Elsewhere, Saint Swamatsi, having left the patrol squad, had arrived at the main entrance of Warehouse No. 2. He looked at the Marine guards around, waved his hand dismissively, and said arrogantly, "Open the door." Saint Swamatsi, this is a prize storage area. Do you have a pass? What pass? I'm here on the orders of Saint Jalan to inspect the prizes. The guards at the main door exchanged glances and said hesitantly, "Sorry, Saint Swamatsi, without a pass, even if you are a member of the Shinji Knights, we cannot let you in." Saint Swamatsi frowned, his expression darkening instantly. The next second, he raised his legs and kicked each Marine. After knocking them down, Saint Swamatsi, ignoring their cries, pushed open a small side door and strode in with an arrogant gait. The two Marines scrambled to their feet. Without even brushing the dust off their clothes, they stumbled into the warehouse. Saint Swamatsi, the pass was specifically mandated by the Wulaoxing. This is against regulations. Before the Marine could finish, 2 azure specters rose from the ground behind them, piercing straight through their chest. Watching the two Marines collapse into unconsciousness, Saint Swomatsi smiled and waved lightly toward the ground. Lord Hua-in, my acting wasn't bad, was it? As his voice faded, Hua-in's figure slowly emerged from the ground. A bit over the top, but under my guidance reaching this level does show talent. Enough, Wirelud, get to work. We have about 15 minutes. As planned, grab the devil fruits, gems, and famous swords that are easy to carry. Yes, Lord Hua-in. At the periphery of the celestial dragon's gathering ground, the Marines and CP agents huddled together, forming a fragile defensive line to shield the celestial dragons behind them. Just then a sudden cry rang out. The camp is on fire. Put out the fire. The guards at the front couldn't help but look back, only to see a column of thick smoke rising into the sky not far behind them. What's going on? That's the ammunition depot, isn't it? How did it catch fire? At that moment, a dark figure darted out from warehouse No. 2. Is that Adneas Horn, the brat of the Rocks pirates? As the Marines stared in shock, Horn, who was flying in the air, suddenly waved his hand, and a massive blue longbow appeared in his grasp. The next second, arrows of light rained down like a storm. The concentrated attack forced the Marines who were about to raise their guns to keep their heads down. You little brat. Go to hell. Just then, with a roar, Somaz St. of the God's Knights also ran out of warehouse No. With a stern expression, he charged through the rain of arrows and reached Horn, directly throwing a punch at the latter's raised forearm. Horn did not linger in the fight. Exchanging blows, they fought their way to the front of warehouse No. 3. At that moment, Somaz St. seemed to see through the opponent's flaw and kicked the evil brat of the Rocks pirates flying into the warehouse. He unhesitatingly plunged into the warehouse as well. Hearing the crackling sounds from inside, just as the Marines were about to rush in to support the fight, Somaz St's urgent shout came from within. Everyone listen. That fire was a trick by the Rocks pirates. Their primary target is the former pirate. Hurry up and move that woman. They'll handle this brat. Hearing this, the gathered Marines hesitated no longer and immediately headed toward the storeroom where Shaki was held. Meanwhile, inside the warehouse, the two fiercely fighting figures, sensing no movement outside, exchanged a knowing smile and immediately stopped. Lord Horn, what is this form of yours? I feel like my punches are hitting you without any effect. The slightly bloated Somaz St. gently pushed aside the shelves, prying up the floor tiles as he asked in confusion. Oh, that's my ghost clone. It's normal that you can't hit it. Indeed, Horn appearing in the warehouse was not his true body, but a ghost clone created by his Horo No. The ghost clone can freely fly through the air, pass through walls, alter its body size, and even render all physical attacks ineffective. However, while using the clone, the true body is highly vulnerable. Therefore, unless there were special circumstances, Horn would not normally use this technique. But this time there was no choice. Without the ghost clone, pulling off this ruse would have been much harder. But not everything went smoothly. Looking at Somaz St. still lingering at the secret passage entrance, Horn frowned. Well, why aren't you going down? Lord Horn. I seem to be stuck. Horn. After Somaz St. had shed some burden and fully descended the secret passage, Horn restored the floor tiles and shelves to their original state, then summoned several Jengar covered in flames. Moments later, the Marines fighting the fire at the ammunition depot were astonished to see that warehouse No. 3, where Somaz St. had been battling the Rocks pirates villain, had also erupted in raging flames. Worse still, from the outer defense line, a rising roar of fury began to spread. Get out of the way. Give us back Shaki. Silver Axe charged ahead, his giant axe like a siege hammer, smashing everything in his way. Shaki, wait for me, I'll be the first to save you. Shiki descended from the air, his dual swords slicing through the Marines' fragile defenses like giant scissors. No one the first. Let me take this. Captain John grinned, quickly activating his Jiki Nomi's power, and a ferocious mechanical arm was violently thrust forward. Stop arguing, the first is mine. The Rocks simps descended. Meanwhile, after quickly defeating the sudden elite monster Sengoku, the Roger pirates also arrived near the defense line. Under the pincer attack, the already fragile defense line crumbled instantly. The sounds of gunfire, slashes, and explosions intermingled, completely engulfing the center of God Valley. At that same time, inside the secret passage, Lord Hornweave struck it rich again. Looking at the pile of treasure shaken out of the clothes, Wilrod couldn't help but narrow his eyes delightedly, sidling up to Horn floating in the air. But the little girl clearly forgot that she was still wearing Somaz St's face. A sleazy uncle leaning in with a coy look seeking praise made Horn almost lose his composure. All right, hurry up and count and load it. Don't come so close to me with that face. Due to time constraints, they had only managed to pilfer 6 devil fruits from warehouse No. 2, but they had taken quite a few famous swords. The little girl Wilrod had stuffed them all around her waist. As for the various gems, Lord Horn, it's not that I didn't want to take them, but the space in my clothes is limited. Ooh, I had nowhere to put them. You dare say that? I told you to take more gems, but you took so much gold instead. Those things take up space and aren't worth much. Why take them? With that extra room, you could have stuffed in more gems. I was afraid the gems might damage the devil fruits, so I took more gold to cushion them. The little girl looked aggrieved, but with Soma's S face it made Horn's fists clench again. Cancel your ability right now? If you're naughty again, it'll double your homework assignments when we get back. These children in the army, whether fighting, killing, or setting fires, never flinched. But when it came to studying, they were the worst of the worst. Picking up a book was like a death sentence to them. By the way, notify Lao Ji to set off immediately. The rendezvous point is still the Lelugia Kingdom, as previously arranged. That John guy has already awakened his Jiki no Mi. If he sucks the submarine directly up, we'll be in for a real laugh. Lord Horn, aren't you coming with us? Wilrod asked curiously. I still have some things to finish here. For one, Rox has taken care of me for so long, I need to see his final act through to the end. And I also need to test the results of my 9 years of hard training. After much contemplation, I decided not to take the meatball fruit and the azure dragon fruit mainly because their hosts have too great an impact on the plot. One relates to the Revolutionary Army, and the other concerns the treatment of the Wano country. I lack the skill and creativity to handle the crab, so it's best to let them return to normal. However, other fruits like the phoenix and the 8-headed serpent are still worth exploring. Inside the first warehouse of Hive Island, the defense line had become extremely tense, thus even the Navy stationed at the warehouse joined the fight against the pirates. This in turn provided an opportunity for certain individuals to act. Creak. A heavy wooden door was gently pushed open, and a large head with a purple afro peeked through the gap. It seems no one is around. Ivan coughed, suppressed his voice, looking back with a face full of surprise. Bear, come quickly. The large bear behind him nodded seriously and followed Ivankov's footsteps closely. The two moved cautiously within the warehouse, carefully observing every treasure chest around them. At that moment, Ivankov seemed to discover something, pausing in his tracks with a look of surprise on his face. I found it, the special treasure chest described by those celestial dragons. With a click, as the iron lock was easily pried open by Ivankov, 2 devil fruits resting on a velvet cushion instantly came into their view. This must be the powerful devil fruit the celestial dragons spoke of. Bear, let's each take one. As long as we have the abilities, we can save everyone together. Ivankov grinned widely, his face lighting up with joy. However, just as he opened his mouth to take a bite of the fruit, boom. This must be the powerful devil fruit the celestial dragons spoke of. Bear, let's each take one. As long as we have the abilities, we can save. Ivankov's large head was slammed against the wall, causing the devil fruit in his hand to slip away. As the dust settled, the towering figure of Charlotte Linlin gradually emerged. She pinned Ivankov down with one hand, while skillfully catching the falling devil fruit with the other. In the next moment, Charlotte Linlin's greedy gaze shifted towards the large bear. Kid, give me that one too. At this time, Ivankov gritted his teeth against the pain and yelled as loudly as he could, Bear, don't hesitate. Quickly eat it. Upon hearing this, the large bear did not hesitate at all and immediately bent down to shove the fruit into his mouth. Ivankov burst into laughter at the sight. Yes, just escape like that. Even if only one person makes it, that's our victory. Charlotte Linlin's face darkened, her lips twitching. You two little brats. She then glanced at the large bear, a glimmer of contemplation in her eyes. Since you ate the fruit, I wanted you will be my subordinate from now on. Huh. The large bear was taken aback, quickly shaking his head. Sorry, I don't want to be a pirate. You have no say in this. Charlotte Linlin's eyes flashed with impatience, but in the next second, slap. A light sound echoed through the air. Ivankov's body was suddenly sent flying by an invisible force. Immediately after, the large bear's figure also vanished in an instant. Only Charlotte Linlin remained staring in disbelief at the empty ground. What on earth was that ability? But as her gaze fell upon the indigo fruit in her hand, a hint of a smile flickered in her eyes. Fish fruit, phantom beast type, azure dragon form. Fortunately, having this harvest isn't a loss. I'll let Paraspero eat it, and my future pirate ship will have a powerful force. Charlotte Linlin's gaze seemed to penetrate through time and space, envisioning her impeccably perfect future. Powerful offspring, a utopia where all races coexist harmoniously, the strength and power to rule the seas. However, just as Charlotte Linlin was immersed in her delightful imagination, a huge shadow quietly approached her from behind. An iron rod swung out, featuring an overwhelming brute force mixed with fully unleashed armament, hockey, smashing solidly against Charlotte Linlin's cheek. Bang! A deafening thud exploded. Even though Charlotte Linlin had a body as strong as a steel balloon, she was still caught off guard by this sudden fierce strike, causing her head to tilt back and her eyes to go white. At that moment, the devil fruit in her hand slipped away, tracing an arc in the air. Almost the instant the fruit left her hand, Kaido, who had just landed a successful sneak attack, immediately jumped up at the fastest speed of his life. The bull-headed gorilla opened its mouth wide and accurately swallowed the fruit, chewing it without a hint of disgust. His upper face was already twisted by the unpleasant taste, but just thinking about the fact that he was eating a top-tier devil fruit caused the corners of his mouth to involuntarily lift a bit. At this moment, Charlotte Linlin finally regained her senses and slowly straightened up. Her face darkened, the sun and clouds on her hand had transformed into raging flames and dazzling thunderclouds. "Kaido! You bastard! Die, you old hag!" The roar echoed through the warehouse, and endless flames and thunder erupted in an instant. Not far away, Horn, who had just arrived at the vicinity of the first warehouse and witnessed this scene of sibling affection, could not help but shake his head. Saya still came too late. The Azure Dragon fruit ultimately did not escape the clutches of that bastard Kaido. Since that's the case, Horn shifted his gaze towards the distant coastline. The Divine Knight Brigade was currently engaged in a game of chase with Uncle Rocks while Carp and Sengoku were temporarily occupied. In that case, does this mean that my appetizer is now laid bare for anyone to enjoy it well? On the shores of Shinji Valley, the celestial dragons, though grumbling and cursing incessantly, nonetheless obediently boarded the warship. The naval officer in charge of security finally let out a long, relieved sigh. He had been genuinely afraid that one of these insufferable nobles might be foolish enough to stay and watch the spectacle. Fortunately, the 5 elders had issued a compulsory order. Thus, despite some restless imbeciles among the celestial dragons, the few who dared to resist were swept along by the crowd and scolded by their elders, eventually boarding the ship. Really, I haven't had my fill of fun yet. What's all this about Rocks and Roger? The Holy Knights are protecting us. Are we supposed to be afraid of them? Exactly. Lord Garling is so powerful that the Rocks pirates would be nothing but lambs to the slaughter if they came here. Why let them die? Isn't this the perfect hunting ground? We could add a few more SR prey. And what about Shaki? Why didn't the Navy take her along? A group of celestial dragons chattered among themselves while the naval soldiers standing guard were equally perplexed by the situation on the island. What's going on? The battle at the island's center seems to have ended. Yet there's been no movement for a long time. What's the situation now? What about Vice Admiral Garp? I heard someone say he came. I didn't notice. He's probably gone after the Roger. But no one noticed a faint azure spike suddenly emerging on the warship's deck. Then a plump, translucent round head materialized. The head's large eyes swept across the surroundings, soon gleaming with a glint of greed. Just then, a female celestial dragon who had been swooning over a photo of Lord Garling suddenly slipped and fell flat on the deck. Staring at the massive eyes that had abruptly appeared before her, the female celestial dragon's pupils constricted. What in the world is this? In astonishment, the round, puffy head gradually revealed its entire form. It was a miniature version. It grinned at the female celestial dragon, then suddenly lunged forward, diving straight into her forehead, like a swimmer plunging into water. In the blink of an eye, Jengar emerged from behind the female celestial dragon. At that moment, the hapless woman's body, previously lying on the deck, went limp, her eyes rolled back, and she ceased to breathe. Meanwhile, Jengar's once translucent body became slightly more distinct. This eerie scene naturally drew the attention of many. A scream rang out, and a commotion erupted around the deceased female celestial dragon. The naval soldiers who spotted the phenomenon immediately raised their guns and fired at the airborne Jengar. But every bullet merely created ripples across Jengar's form, clearly inflicting no harm. The security officer could no longer remain still. He dashed forward with a Soru's step, his fist coated in armament hockey poised to strike. But the floating Jengar suddenly made a funny face, dodged the officer's attack, and swiftly pounced on another unfortunate victim nearby. Soon a second victim fell. The entire deck erupted into chaos, with countless celestial dragons wailing and scattering in all directions. Some fled toward the lifeboats while others hid in the cabins. But none of these measures proved effective. Within just a dozen breaths, nearly 100 Jengars, each about the size of the one before, slowly drifted out. They grinned malevolently, as if indulging in a gluttonous feast, madly pursuing every morsel of prey. At that moment, the mastermind behind it all, Hua In, sat leisurely on the crow's nest atop the warship's mast, a faint smile playing on his lips as he watched his handiwork below. Tisk tisk tsk. Truly the dregs of the world's evil. After consuming these bastards, the soul strength of this batch of Jengars will undoubtedly reach a new level. The celestial dragons, as the wealthiest nobles in the world of pirates, possess souls that even tasted more delectable than ordinary fallen souls when eaten. To be precise, Hua In had come to Shinji Valley with only 3 ultimate goals: amass wealth and enhance his power. The wealth-gathering part had gone smoothly, amassing his first pot of gold for future ventures. Thus he now focused on enhancing his power. In the world of One Piece, methods to improve strength could be categorized succinctly. They fell into 3 main categories: first, physical techniques, including swordsmanship; second, hockey; and third, abilities. The first 2 required painstaking long-term cultivation. Therefore, to ascend in one leap, one had to concentrate on the third category. And as it happened, Shinji Valley was an ideal experience pool for Hua In's spirit fruit. Whether it was the prey slaughtered by the celestial dragons or the hunters themselves, those swine, they were all delicious delicacies for Hua In's spectral senses. Before this, he could materialize about 50 spirits. After a recent period of intense absorption, the number of spirits stored in Hua In's shadow had doubled, and their strength had been vastly enhanced. Tisk tisk tsk. I thought I was already quite inhumane with my wicked rogue battle royale on Beehive Island. But you celestial dragons are even more monstrous than I am. According to the fallen souls absorbed by his spirits, this so-called hunting competition had already resulted in over 8,000 casualties in just a few short hours. Don't think 8,000 is a small number. According to the memories of Mariewa, only about 200 celestial dragons directly participated in this murderous contest. On average, each of those bastards had at least 40 lives on their hands. And this murderous contest lasted for 3 entire weeks. Its sole purpose was to leave no survivors. Honestly, I don't really care how much evil you celestial dragons have committed. After all, I'm not a marine. I have no moral shackles or idealistic constraints. But since you're useful to me, and besides, caging civilians, murder competitions, slaughtering children, abducting women. This familiar scene was exactly like the despicable atrocities committed by certain devils in his past life. In his previous life, Hua In lacked the power to do anything about it. Now facing these memories that evoked such unpleasant recollections. Virtual enemy targeting self. Since there was still some time before the appearance of that spider-like creature with a pointed head and limited edition skin, Hua In had plenty of ways to clear his mind. If you think about it, using your filthy souls as stepping stones is the last contribution you can make to this world. Just as Hua In was enjoying his delicious lunch, the Valley of the Gods, Shenjigu, had already been torn into several interlaced threads of fate. Deep in the dense forest on the northern side of the island, Duo Lagu carried the still unconscious Xiang Kasi and swiftly moved toward the coastline. Meanwhile, at the opposite end, under the cover of Luo Kusi, Xiao Di Qi and Ai Li Si successfully escaped from the encirclement of the Shun Ji Jin Sudai. Gazing at the great pirate who had suddenly stopped ahead, Jia Lin Sheng's lips curled into a sinister smile. Have you finally abandoned your wife and child? He spurred his horse forward, unable to hide the anticipation in his expression. Then what will you do next? Luo Kasi did not reply, but gripped the hilt of his sword with both hands and swung it fiercely forward. Boom! A massive slash cut across the island, causing the canyons of the gods, Zhu Shen Xiagu, to tremble. In Jia Linshang's abruptly constricting pupils, Luo Kusi's explosive attack came straight at him, impossible to avoid. Don't even think about taking another step forward. Bring it on, you monsters, losers. At the same time, the door of Warehouse No. 2 was violently blasted open. Countless treasures of gold and silver were thus exposed under the firelight, instantly attracting covetous gazes. The Luo Jia pirates were the first to rush and quickly packing up all kinds of treasures. However, the next second, the Luo Kusi pirates also charged in. The two sides quickly reached a consensus on the ownership of the treasures through fighting. At first, the two sides fought with restraint, at least primarily aiming to plunder the treasures. But then a certain yellow-haired man who had completed the hero-saving beauty mission, holding a shy Xia Qi in his arms, burst onto the battlefield. Everyone engaged in the battle changed expression. Damn it. So jealous. Lately, where are you putting your dog paws? Shoot him down. Take Xia Qi. But soon, the pirate who tried to raise his cannon to aim let out a scream as he was kicked flying by a huge foot. Bastards, you idiots. What if you hurt Xia Qi? Sure, Jia's roar made the surrounding pirates who were about to take advantage of the chaos freeze in place. Just then, Niu Gaite carrying the Zhong Yun Xia proposed a solution. Alright, since Xia Qi has been rescued, we can fight over her final choice later. Now let's hurry up and grab all the treasures except Xia Qi. Hearing this, the pirates paused briefly and then let out a frenzy of wild roars. Right. Let's grab the treasures first. Anyway, Miss Xia Qi would never be interested in that guy. The remaining Marines also arrived at the treasure vault and began to fight anew, with the pirates contending for this. The three forces clashed into a chaotic melee, and for a time Warehouse No. 2 unknowingly became the center of the entire battlefield of Shunjigu. On a certain hill, Sa Tansheng, who had just exchanged verbal barbs with the escaped Xiong only to let him slip away before his eyes, was now sitting on a patch of grass, leaning on his cane with both hands, overlooking the entire Shunjigu. The chaos everywhere was incredibly clear in his observation hockey perception. Just then a vague voice echoed in his mind. Satan, is Luo Kusi dead? Sa Tansheng was silent for a long moment, a flash of uncertainty in his eyes. No, he hasn't. On the contrary, everything has completely exceeded expectations. and this excessively violent destruction even gives off a dangerous aura of something new being about to be born. Hearing this, the mysterious voice in Sa Tensheng's mind hesitated for a moment. Since that's the case, black flames erupted from Sa Tensheng's body, and the sky above the entire Shun Ji Gu suddenly churned. Just as everyone was wondering why the sky had become so strange, a huge dragon-shaped figure spiraled up. What is that? A dragon. The next second, an indescribable pressure descended without warning on every inch of the Shun Ji Gu. The invisible pressure swept over like a tsunami. Those with weak wills didn't even have time to scream before their eyes rolled back, and they collapsed to the ground. Kapu, who was in the middle of a call with Zhang, stared at the suddenly disconnected Din Mushi in his hand, his fists unconsciously clenching, his already somber expression darkening further. Luo Jie, who was busy packing vast amounts of treasure, slowly let his smile fade, his gaze becoming unprecedentedly serious. On the other side, Luo Kasi, who had personally dealt with his demonized family members, slowly straightened up and looked ahead with a grave expression. Not far from him, the barrier Jiao Linsheng and the Knights of the Gods lay in the ruins, completely losing their ability to fight. Just then a tall figure slowly walked up behind Luo Kusi. Niu Gaite planted the Tsong Yunxia on the ground and stood side by side with Luo Kusi, frowning. Are you going to help me too? There's no profit to be made here. Niu Gaite grinned and said in a relaxed tone, don't worry about it. I've leached off your wine plenty of times. Hearing this, Luo Kusi burst into hearty laughter. At the same time, a huge figure suddenly appeared in the sky. An indigo-blue dragon covered in lightning coils twisted its body and came to hover above the two. Urororo. Hey, you two, look. I've got a power too. The dragon's voice carried a hint of ecstasy. Luo Kusi looked up, his tone rare with emotion. Not bad at all, Kaiduo. This is the first time I've seen you so happy. TSK, tis congratulations on your dream come true, big brother Kaiduo. A voice drifted from the clouds above the dragon's head. The next second, Hua En appeared in their sight, stepping on. But that swing of yours just now will probably be nagged about by Sister Ling Ling for a lifetime. TCH, it's just that whoever gets it keeps it. That old hag didn't hold on tight. How can I be blamed? After gaining the power, this horned gorilla spoke much more confidently than before. But it would be more convincing if he didn't keep glancing back from time to time. Glancing at the two brats in the sky, and Niu Gaite shifted his gaze, gripping the Tsong Yunxia, and looked ahead with a grave expression. We can chat later. What I really want to know now is, what exactly is that thing ahead? Luo Kusi's forming group. It is no wonder that Newgate was so astonished, for not far away stood a figure of an extraordinarily bizarre ability user. His lower body was that of a massive spider torso. The thick, dark claws of its limbs dug deeply into the ground, each movement leaving deep gouges on the surface. Despite retaining some human form in its upper body, it was shrouded in a dark shadow, rendering its specific appearance completely unrecognizable. Yet this peculiar being emanated an overwhelming pressure that was suffocating. Rox stared intently at the monster, his smile completely vanished, replaced by an overwhelming seriousness and anger. You just asked what is that, didn't you? If you were to ask me, that thing is the world. Meanwhile, beneath the monster's feet, a group of Navy soldiers stood frozen, unsure of what to do. Is this Saint Satan? Is it the form of an ability user? The shadowy monster looked down at them, an impatient voice squeezed out. Annoying. In the next moment, the enormous spider leg sweeping forward caused chaos among the Navy, who were still unaware of what was happening. Seeing this, the squad leader in charge immediately ordered everyone fall back at once, increase the distance, clear the way for Lord Gorsei, and prohibit any attacks. The Navy complied, hurriedly retreating to the side, leaving behind a group of pirates clutching treasures who exchanged glances in confusion. The shadow made no further remarks, and the spider leg began to move again. The pirates blocking its path were crushed like insects beneath its feet. Roger, seeing his companions caught in the fray, had a grave expression. He firmly held back Jabba, his face serious as he said, "You take the treasure and those injured fools and leave first. I will hold them off here." Jabba frowned. "Are you really going to get involved? You better not mess this up. Rest assured I will be cautious. Your words have no credibility at all." On another side, Karp, who had just arrived at the battlefield through Roger's radar, grabbed the retreating Navy squad leader and pointed at the shadowy figure in the distance, asking loudly, "Hey, why is there such a monster?" The squad leader's face was pale, looking terrified as he stammered, "I don't know." Suddenly Saint Satan transformed. Hearing this, Karp looked up in confusion and exclaimed, "So that is the Gorsei. The first time seeing the Worm King. Indeed, it has a fitting appearance." The Navy. Vice Admiral Karp, mind your words. The enormous spider monster crushed everything in its path and quickly arrived before Rox. Looking at the towering shadow before him, Rox shouted without fear, "Hey, King of the Sewer Rats. Did you come specifically to kill me?" David Jones. Before the shadow could finish speaking, Rox ruthlessly interrupted, I say you've got the wrong. I've never even met that guy, but some agreements still must be kept. That's why I must eliminate you all, to erase you completely from history. My world is not yet complete. Watching the two engage in a fierce battle below, Horn, who was posing in the sky with Kaido, couldn't help but that in character is truly consistently bad with faces typically only recognizing abilities and not people. Tisk tisk, but it's no wonder after all he's an old man of 800 years of poor memory is quite normal. On the other side, the Navy, observing the battle between Rocks and him, hesitated. Should we go up to assist? But we can't intervene in such a battle. But that is Lord Gorosei. If we do not take action, will we be judged guilty later? Amidst their hesitation, a rough voice exploded in the Navy's ears. Is that even a question? Of course we must go support. Carp stepped forward, his expression dark and filled with a longing for battle. The familiar character of Carp caused the Navy's faces to change dramatically. A dozen soldiers instinctively jumped in, grabbing hold of Carp's arms and waist. Vice Admiral, no, calm down. That's the Gorosei. Carp twisted his body with a look of disdain and said unhappily, you guys let go. Don't you trust me at all? Meanwhile, Kaido, who had just gained abilities and wanted to show off, was also becoming. He yelled down at Rocks, battling, let me join the fight too, Rocks. Just as he finished speaking, a stunning figure stepping on a cloud rushed over from the distance. Kaido, you bastard, wait for me. I'm going to kill you. The forceful might was building up on Napoleon's blade. Elbaf Spearwagwa. Old hag, aren't you envious of me right now? Let me show you my ability. Kaido twisted his body, boundless flames gathering in his mouth. Dragon, below, Newgate took a deep breath, a transparent light wave appearing on his right fist, breaking the air. Not far away, Carp shouted angrily, breaking free from the grasp of dozens of Navy and shot forward like a cannonball. Fistbone impact. Roger, seeing this scene, grinned and immediately followed suit without hesitation. Carp, that's my prey. Divine avoidance. Just then, Rocks, who was fighting against Saint Satan, wore an exceptionally fierce and fanatical expression, raising his long knife high. Abyss curse. Watching the six top experts below swiftly coordinate, Horn, standing on a ghostly platform in midair, brightened his eyes. Looks like it's time to unleash my ultimate move. In that case, I can't back down. A Jengar crawled out from his shadow, playfully merging into Horn's body. Using 20 times the equivalent of chi, that should be enough. Earthlord Fist, secret battle protection fist, activate. After guiding the chi stored within Jengar into his own body and fusing it with armed color hockey, Horn swiftly infused this energy into a new ghostly body. 20-fold ghost bomb. Go. Don't mock the name I gave it, because I really couldn't come up with a better one. The ghost dove into the ground at an extreme speed, while the remaining 6 supreme attacks tore through space, crushing everything around into oblivion. The colossal shadow spider that blotted out the sky didn't even have time to dodge. In an instant, it was reduced to a wisp of black smoke. The next moment, a massive Jengar had burst forth from the earth, opening its gaping maw to swallow the black smoke in one gulp. Something along those lines. Soon a brilliant white light flared up within the azure Jengar head. A violent explosion erupted, and at the same time the shockwave from the collision of Conqueror's hockey began to spread outward like a frenzy. The earth crumbled, the sky fell, and the air let out a strained, tearing wail. Countless Marines and pirates struck by this overwhelming, peerless force rolled their eyes and foamed at the mouth. A simple soul impact had no effect at all. At the very epicenter of the shockwave, Horn sensed the changes in the surrounding air, a glimmer of comprehension flashing in his eyes. Could it be that only pure Conqueror's hockey can inflict damage on that thing? Conqueror's hockey is a power reserved for the chosen ones. It cannot be strengthened through active training, but must be cultivated through one's life experiences. Simply put, it is the tangible manifestation of pursuing one's ideals and self-realization. Because of his 2 lifetimes and his Bodhi's extraordinary digestive power, any force that invaded Horn's body could not crush his will. Thus, no matter how intense the surrounding Conqueror's hockey, Horn felt no great pressure. Instead, under these circumstances, he could savor the extreme spirit and the beliefs each person sought to convey. What is it that I seek? At that moment, scenes from his past years flashed through Horn's mind like a lantern. The panic and secret joy of arriving in this world, the harshness of orphan life, the drive that forced him to keep growing, the sights he had seen along the way, and the powerful foes he had fought. Shiki, Kaido, Charlotte, Lean, Newgate, Rocks, Loki. From a helpless brat to standing on this stage fighting shoulder to shoulder with several top-tier masters. The scenes of the past seemed to come alive again. Horn could feel something stirring within him, roaring to be unleashed. But it wasn't enough. Still a little short. At that moment, the several powerhouses who had just executed a brilliant combined attack began bickering over trivial matters. Garp, my strike was already enough. Roger, clearly I dealt the most damage. Kaido, say what you will, but I'm not spitting out what I've swallowed. Charlotte, Lean, then pay up. 50 billion berries. Watching the noisy crowd, Newgate furrowed his brow, about to say something. but the next second a look of surprise crept onto his face. This is... He looked up at the sky. Horn standing quietly on the ghostly pedal had his eyes tightly shut, emanating a strange fluctuation. This brat. Newgate grinned, and an overwhelming domineering aura burst from him, pressing directly toward Horn. Don't forget to buy me a drink next time. This sudden move immediately drew everyone's attention. Kaido, who had been arguing with Charlotte Linlin for a while, looked at Horn trembling in the air and teased, "Euro, old hag, look at that guy. Looks like he's having a hard time holding it in." Charlotte Linlin shot a furious glance at the horned gorilla and grumbled, "Stop changing the subject, Kaido. No money. My life is right here. Take it if you can." "You bastard." Their conqueror's haki collided instantly, and the shockwave spread all the way to Horn's side. Below, Rox, who had been staring at the wisp of black smoke, sensed the entertainment above, and a smirk tugged at the corner of his mouth. "Wahaha, King's demeanor. What a terrifying brat. No wonder you're the intern I took a liking to. Since we've come this far, I'll lend you a hand too." An extremely powerful aura rose from him, crashing directly into the conqueror's haki of the previous three. The focal point of these several fierce auras was Horn standing motionless in the air. Buzz. A grating friction sound squeezed the space around Horn, the air screamed, and the seas around God Valley were affected by this top-tier power, churning up waves. These waves quickly converged, colliding into chaotic currents and violent tsunamis that spread in all directions, wave after wave. At the same time, the clouds in the sky were torn open by the clash of Conqueror's haki, as if the heavens themselves were split into four pieces. Amid this terrifying, earth-shattering might, Horn, who had been tightly shutting his eyes, finally let out a hearty laugh. "Ha ha ha, so that's it. The path I seek, the dream I pursue. How boring and arrogant." As his words fell, the power that had been waiting within him finally broke free and erupted. Conqueror's haki often represents the embodiment of one's personal conviction, and at this moment everyone present could sense the pure pursuit behind Horn's Conqueror's haki. To turn the world upside down, to make everyone remember your name. That is indeed a boring and arrogant dream. But before Rox could finish his lament, a strange voice suddenly emerged. "Moo. I see. Through the forest running, a new Davy." Rox's breath hitched instantly, his heart seized by an invisible... "You bastard, shut up." He leaped into the air, charging toward the regenerating black smoke. And at that moment, a barely perceptible shadow tentacle shot out from the side, piercing through his body without warning. The spiraling eyes of the black smoke flickered with unmistakable delight for the first time. "Moo. Do nothing. You will naturally slaughter your own wife and child." A hint of confusion crossed Rox's face, then his pupils contracted sharply. "What are the Marines doing? If anything happens to us, you'll all be hanged." The reputation of the Rox pirates was above the sky of Divine Valley. Gazing down at the rampaging giant demon below, Hua-in sat cross-legged, a trace of melancholy flickering in his eyes. So it has come to this after all. Ever since Luo Kusi turned dark, the situation in Divine Valley had shifted abruptly. Perhaps due to the immense energy consumed, Saten Shang, possessed by Imu after unleashing his ultimate move, returned to the warship without a word and began organizing the Navy's retreat. Yet before leaving, Imu still ordered Luo Kusi to massacre the entire island. On the other side, having plundered the treasure, the pirates naturally harbored thoughts of retreat. After a fierce contest, Shirji emerged as the ultimate victor, flying away with 5 or 6 After exchanging a few blows with the demonized Luo Kusi, Kai duo, Charlotte Linlin, and Nyogai, Tay also hurriedly left Divine Valley with their respective gains. Indeed, the Rox pirates ultimately could not escape the fate of collapse. "It seems my youth has faded away with it." Well, saying that seems a bit off. I'm only 9 years old this year. However, just as Hua-in was lost in melancholy, 2 roars from below directly interrupted his fire of Kagetsuchi. I see. Infinite fist bones. Deep within the ruins, Luo Kusi lay covered in wounds, his chest rising and falling faintly. He felt each breath unbearably heavy, yet his consciousness slowly returned amid the stinging pain. The curse finally lifted. He turned his gaze with difficulty. Not far away, Luo Jia leaned against a rock, holding AIC unconscious on the ground. On the other side, a bit farther, Ka Pu lay amidst a pile of rubble, his fists still half clenched, even in Seeing these two, Luo Kusi's eyes widened abruptly. I'm still alive after all. Just then, through the blurry curtain of rain, 3 figures slowly approached. As their outlines grew clearer, the familiar ornate attire caught Luo Kusi's sight. Those vermin. 3 members of the Knights quickly walked up to the 3 unconscious figures, their faces revealing undisguised killing intent. Luo Kusi's throat moved. He wanted to say something, but no sound could escape. Still no good. "Hey, Luo Jia. Ka Pu. Run." Staring at the gloomy sky above, Luo Kusi's consciousness began to sink. "Almost forgot. Thank you for stopping my rampage." Jia Linsheng halted before Luo Kusi, raindrops sliding slowly along his blade. The longsword was raised high, and just as the blade was about to fall, bang! Two figures darted out instantly, sending the knights standing beside Ka Pu and Luo Jie flying with a single kick. Who? Jia Lin Sheng turned, sweeping his sword forward. Your grandpa. Thunder roared in the sky, blinding lightning illuminating the ruined Divine Valley in a ghastly white. In the flash of light, Jia Lin Sheng saw the intruders clearly. It was Lei Li and Jia Ba of the Roger Pirates. After a sharp retort, they each scooped up one person, hoisted them on their shoulders, and began sprinting backward through the torrential rain. The knockdown knights rose from the rubble, and at Jia Lin Sheng's signal immediately chased after the retreat. Watching Luo Jie and Ka Pu being rescued, a flicker of joy appeared in Luo Kusi's eyes. Seeing this, Jia Lin Sheng, already irritated, grew even more furious. What are you so happy about? Do you think someone will come to save you like they did? Luo Kusi, your pirate crew is finished, and you won't leave Divine Valley alive today. The long sword was raised again, its cold, gleaming tip aimed directly at Luo Kusi's brow. Yet the next second, a massive blue glowing mouth suddenly emerged from the ground, swallowing Luo Kusi whole. Accompanying the mouth was a swift and savage straight kick. Ground fist, battle fist, 20-fold explosive flying kick. Bang! Jia Lin Sheng, caught completely off guard, was sent flying by the kick, his body hurtling like a broken string and crashing into the nearby rubble. Amid the rain, a familiar voice slowly sounded. Yo, Captain Uncle. Why are you still lying here? Luo Kusi turned abruptly, and Hua N's small figure drifted down with the rain. Is something wrong with your body? I happen to be a ship's doctor. Let me check you out, how about that? On the other side, Jia Lin Sheng, completely unharmed, quickly stood up from the rubble, his face burning with rage as he stared at the unexpected visitor. You little brat. Do you think you can save Luo Kusi? He swept his sword forward, and a three-headed giant dog wreathed in green flames leaped from the blade. Gazing at the colossal beast, Hua N shook his head with a smile. I told you I'm a ship's doctor. So why do you think you can win? Speed bump, boss. What? In Jia Lin Sheng's astonished eyes, Luo Kusi, who had been lying on the ground, rose effortlessly to his feet. The next moment, an overwhelming, domineering aura erupted from within him. Witnessing this, Jia Lin Sheng's pupils constricted sharply. In his mind, the terror of being brutally dominated by this man before him resurfaced. At that moment, a blue glowing Jengar shot out from behind Jia Lin Sheng, darting into his body. Instantly, Luo Kusi's horror magnified in the mind of the god's knight. Icy fear engulfed his entire being. Indeed, you bastards relying on your immortality are nothing but weaklings who only bully the weak. Hua N's voice echoed in Jia Lin Sheng's ear. From now on, whenever you so-called god's knights encounter me, the first thing you should do is kowtow and call me daddy. Oh, but telling you this is useless since you won't be returning to Mary Geos. Oh whoa, feast time. 2 days after the Battle of Shinji Valley. In a suburban cottage somewhere in the Leluxia Kingdom West Sea, the warm fire crackled and burned, the air mingled with the scent of herbs and blood. Beside the fireplace, a tall figure lay quietly on the carpet, snoring loudly. His upper body was wrapped in bandages, his breathing weak but extremely steady. Creak. With the sound of the door opening, Lachesis' tightly shut eyes snapped open. In the end, I lost. Looking at the unfamiliar ceiling, he let out a long sigh, murmuring with reluctance. What's with winning or losing? Uncle Luo Kusi, shouldn't you be thinking about being hungry right now? A casual voice came from the door, accompanied by waves of rich aroma. Here, I just asked someone to buy roasted meat in town. As for alcohol, it's not that I don't want to buy it for you, but I really can't get any. I don't know what's wrong with this world. Why has it become a consensus that children can't drink? Hearing this familiar complaint, Luo Kusi turned his head to look at the door. Shouldn't you have been used to this kind of thing in Fengshao Island? Really? I thought it was an excuse made up by the adults. Luo Kusi sat up, reached out to take the roasted meat from Huan, and began to wolf it down without caring about his image. After a while, he slowed down his chewing, gently shook his head, and whispered, Huan. At this point, Lachesis' tone paused noticeably. About Shinji Valley. Huan swallowed the food in his mouth and casually replied, according to the newspaper, Shinji Valley has sunk to the bottom of the sea, and that area is now engulfed in thick fog. Also, the newspaper reported that the Luo Kusi pirates have disbanded and credited the entire Shinji Valley incident to Ka Pu. Oh, I also had that guy Mojinsi report your death. You should have noticed your current body. Hearing this, Lachesis' eating action stopped instantly. Is that so? He was silent for a few seconds, looking at the bandages on his body, a bitter smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. Indeed. I feel like I'm no different from a cripple right now. The combined attack of Luojia and Ka Pu was not easy to withstand. Coupled with the life-draining effect of the black transformation domination, Lachesis' body was now like a sieve leaking everywhere. Especially when Huan forcibly pulled him up using the last remnants of his haki to bluff Jia Lin Sheng, a speed bump who had never been in a high-level battle. Therefore now Luokisi, not to mention Haki, even his strength was only slightly higher than an ordinary person. Alright Uncle Luokisi, although I can't help you fully recover, I can still manage to improve your injuries a bit. And even if it's not possible now, it doesn't mean it won't be in the future. The sea is vast, can't we find some devil fruits specifically for healing? At worst, after I awaken my fruit, I might be able to help you. Seeing the smile on Huan's face, Luokisi's originally gloomy expression gradually softened. After a long while, as if he had made up his mind, he spoke. I rarely say thank you to others, but this time I really have to thank you, Huan. Huan raised an eyebrow upon hearing this, waved his hand, and said, Don't be so polite, Uncle Luokisi. I've been under your care a lot in Fengchao Island. This time I'm just repaying a little of your kindness. One thing is one thing. I know you're never a pushover kid. Tell me, what exactly do you want from me? Luokisi asked with a look of having seen through him. Huan thought to himself, do I have to tell you that I'm actually coveting your body, hoping to gain all your lifetime's cultivation experience through continuous treatment? Such a thing definitely cannot be said directly. Therefore, after thinking, Huan spoke very firmly, I want to become your disciple. Disciple? Luokisi was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. Interesting. I thought of many reasons, but I never expected you to think this way. It's simple. You are the strongest man I've ever seen. I want to learn everything from you, then take you as my benchmark and surpass you completely. Pausing slightly, Huan continued without concealment. My dream is to turn this world upside down, so I must become the man standing at the top. And to achieve this dream, you are the first target I need to trample. Wahaha, this reason. Aren't you afraid? I'll refuse. Luokisi laughed loudly. It doesn't matter, you don't have a choice anyway. Huan said very confidently. After all, your wife and children are still alive. Uncle Luokisi, you wouldn't want anything to happen to them, would you? Threatening me before even entering the sect. You're a really unruly disciple. Luokisi snorted. Regardless, you should at least show some respect to me. But soon a hint of appreciative smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Learn from me, challenge me, and finally surpass me. You're issuing a challenge to me. So as a pirate overlord, you wouldn't be afraid of such a challenge, would you? Huan chuckled softly. Luokisi looked into Huan's eyes, and the gray gloom that had been lingering in his pupils due to the defeat at Shinji Valley gradually dissipated. He stood up from the ground, an extremely serious expression appearing on his arrogant face. You're right. I've never been afraid of any challenge. Huan, I accept your request. From today on, you are my only disciple, and I will give you everything I have. As for how far you can go, that depends on your own ability. But contrary to Luokisi's expectation, Huan slowly shook his head. Uncle Luokisi, I said I want to become your disciple, but I didn't say you should only teach me. After all, herding one sheep is the same as herding a flock. It shouldn't be too much for me to recruit some junior brothers and sisters for myself. At the Navy headquarters in Marineford, Garp leaned against the hospital bed, his body wrapped in bandages, his expression fluctuating as he gazed at the newspaper in his hand. In the next second, sizzle. Paper scraps flew everywhere as his furious roar shook the entire hospital room. Bring that Morgan's guy to me. What kind of nonsense has he written? I want to wake him up. A nearby nurse was startled by Garp's violent demeanor and hurried over to calm him down, saying, Vice Admiral Garp, please calm down, or your wounds will reopen. Footsteps echoed from the door, and soon the door to the hospital room was gently pushed open. Sengoku looked at the enraged Garp, his eyes weary as he sighed. Let it go. Morgans wrote this under the government's directive in the end. He waved his hand, signaling the nurse to step outside for a moment before continuing. The casualties at God Valley were extremely severe. Not only did our navy suffer, but nearly 100 celestial dragons were also killed, among which 3 members of the God Knights are still missing. How could such reports appear in the newspapers? Hearing this, Garp gritted his teeth and slammed his fist onto the edge of the bed. There's no need to place all the credit on my shoulders. I have no interest in such a disgusting title. Plus, it was me and Roger who dealt with rocks in the end. Garp. Sengoku crossed his arms and spoke sternly. Do you still want to help a pirate with publicity? This? Garp realized his earlier complaints were somewhat thoughtless, yet his frown deepened. Sengoku, tell me honestly, did you know about what happened at God Valley beforehand? Sengoku did not answer immediately, but turned away, allowing the light reflecting off his glasses to dance in his eyes. The world government, the navy, the affiliated countries. In such a vast system with soldiers numbering in the millions, even if I could sense some of their crazy actions, all I could do was turn a blind eye. Hearing this, Garp shot up. Do you even realize what you're saying? He dashed to Sengoku's front, and the two immediately began to grapple. Why do you still have this old habit? Sengoku, you ambitious bastard. Sengoku did not back down, shouting back as he retaliated, shut up. What can change without a matching position? Crack. In the end, both were panting, heavily bloodied and bruised. Garp leaned forward, speaking with a fierce tone. If you get tainted too, I'll definitely take you down. Sengoku paused for a moment in silence before chuckling softly. Sure, I'm ready anytime. In the North Sea, it is a chaotic region where one can sit and chat with the West Sea in the four great knobs. Here, evil gangs abound, and the atmosphere is extremely poor. However, unlike the West Sea, the baddies in the North Sea are even more rampant and unrestrained. According to the West Sea Mafia, the North Sea is basically filled with illiterate bumpkins, each one just causing chaos without any decorum. For instance, like Don Quixote da Flamingo in the original story. That guy would blow up the entire street if he tripped on a pebble while walking. In comparison, the Mafia in the West Sea considers itself very elegant. However, in Hoen's view, such regional discrimination is pure nonsense. They are all just scoundrels full of evil intentions regardless of their status. What elegance? As if they don't kill people. During his time traveling from the West Sea to the North Sea, Hoen had been gathering information, trying to see how the world government would react to the uproar this time. In the end, neither Morgans nor Dewfield managed to gather any useful information. It was as if the celestial dragons he had killed and those few members of the God Knights were insignificant nameless characters. At first, Hoen found it a bit strange. Logically, it shouldn't be this way. It wasn't until later, after chatting with Rox about the matter, that he discovered it was this cheap teacher and scout commander before him who took the blame. However, speaking of Rox, Hoen suddenly remembered an unresolved matter that he must discuss with him. Hey, Uncle Rox. Hoen shouted from the deck, calling out towards the side of the ship. This medium-sized three-masted sailing ship was specifically dispatched by Lao Ji from the North Sea, stationed as a pickup ship for the Kingdom of Lulusia. The ship was outfitted with outer wheels for navigation in windless areas. At that moment, Rox was sitting not far from the outer wheel, fishing, accompanied by that little brat Wilford. The height difference between the two was striking. One might mistakenly think that the little lowly beside him was a bait for Rox to catch sea beasts. Hearing Hoen's shout, Rox turned with an impatient expression. What is it? What is it? You're always so bothersome. I finally have a moment of peace, and you can't let me rest properly. Wilford beside him nodded repeatedly, saying, Lord Hoen, Master Rox is currently teaching me fishing techniques. Today I must catch a sea beast to treat everyone. Enough already, a sea beast. Can you two have some self-awareness? Hoen rolled his eyes and shot a. Rox's fishing skills were not lacking, in fact they were excellent. However, he was still recovering from injuries, and beside him was just a little lowly with hardly any combat capability. If they were to reel in a big fish, it would be fortunate if they didn't end up being dragged down themselves. Buzz. Before Hoen could finish his thoughts, the fishing rod in Rox's hand suddenly straightened. The expression of the pirate boss brightened instantly as he pulled with all his might. Then he nearly lost his balance. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and lend a hand, you ungrateful disciple. Hey, I told you to take it easy. Hoen complained, then stepped forward and grabbed the fishing rod with one hand. With a powerful kick, he directly yanked up a strangely shaped big fish, slamming it onto the deck. If it weren't for the fact that I'm still injured, I would. Rox huffed in discontent, then stepped forward to examine. Hoen leaned against the ship's railing, frowning as he asked, So are you going to eat that devil fruit, or not? If it could extend my life, I would definitely eat it without hesitation, but since it only heals injuries, you should let me think it over. Rox pulled out a small knife, skillfully dissecting the fish while responding. Hearing his words, Hoen's face fell, and he cursed, still thinking. This is the mythical Zoan type. You really are a big shot. Hoen was quite attentive to the matter of restoring Luokisi. The two men not only had no conflicts of interest, but even complemented each other in certain aspects. Moreover, Huan had saved Luokisi's life, and now the latter had become both his teacher and his most valuable source of experience. After the devastating defeat at Shinji Valley and a thorough review of the battle, Hoen could clearly sense that Luokisi had become far more cautious than before. Such a capable and intelligent trump card. Not that he intended to keep it forever, but at least he couldn't let it go to waste. After all, in this world, one's standing depended on background and influence. With Luokisi backing him, Huan could even afford to be more arrogant in his stride. But now Luokisi was severely injured, and ordinary treatments were of little use. Hence, the simplest and most effective method was to turn him into a devil fruit user. In Huan's view, the bird fruit mythical Zoan model Phoenix was perfectly suited. Besides granting the ability to fly and enhancing physical constitution, its most important attribute was bestowing the user with the power to create azure flames. Azure flames were mediocre for burning opponents. Their true brilliance lay in healing wounds at an astonishing speed. In other words, as long as the user didn't court death, they could rely on the Phoenix fruit to live peacefully until the end of their natural lifespan. If it meant restoring this Himalayan mountain behind him as soon as possible, what was a single Phoenix fruit worth? Yet despite such a formidable ability, Luokisi still hesitated. As a top-tier powerhouse of the seas, the Phoenix fruit offered little enhancement to his combat strength. Its greatest value was in repairing physical injuries. But compared to his wounds, the lifespan issue caused by the Blackrot domination was a far greater ticking bomb. After all, who would want to die young, especially when he had a wife and child? Thus, even though Huan told him he possessed the phoenix fruit, Luo Qixi didn't blindly consume it. And even if he allowed someone else under Huan's command to eat it, couldn't that person still use the azure flames to heal him? Why unnecessarily add a weakness to himself? Considering Luo Qixi's concerns, Huan thought it over and didn't insist. Devil fruits were sometimes quite subjective. If Luo Qixi didn't feel drawn to the phoenix fruit, perhaps they truly had no affinity. But devil fruits that extend lifespan, those are hard to find. I only know of two types. One is the Paramecia op fruit, and the other is the Zoan bat fruit mythical model vampire. Hearing this, Luo Qixi raised an eyebrow in surprise. Only two? When did you become such an expert on devil fruits? Seeing his astonished expression, Huan tilted his head back, striking an incredibly awesome pose. Come on, if I weren't on Fengshao Island, but in some world government member country, I'd probably be a proper devil fruit scholar instead of a pirate. He wasn't exaggerating. Over the years, the devil fruit users devoured by the ghost, no less than 100, perhaps 80, had been recorded. Their experiences in developing devil fruit abilities and their research on devil fruit capabilities, useful or not, were more or less documented by Huan. Therefore, while he couldn't claim expertise in other fields in terms of theoretical foundation and practical experience, calling himself a devil fruit scholar was perfectly accurate. Let's not discuss the op fruit first, finding that would be like searching for a needle in the ocean. But the second one, the vampire fruit. I do have some clues. Huan paused, recalling information from his past life and fragments obtained from a certain pirate's memories in this life. If I'm not mistaken, this fruit should be on a religious island called Shuegu Town. But the exact details and location require further exploration. If we want to be sure, we might head to Aohara to look up some literature. Hearing this, Luo Qixi wasn't impatient. Instead, he said calmly, "All right, I'm not dying tomorrow. We'll come to the Shihai again later, and we can ask around then." With that, he looked Huan up and down, and said with some emotion, "I just never expected you to be willing to part with a mythical Zoan to save me." He was now thoroughly satisfied with Huan. This rascal had been so troublesome before, but when it truly mattered, he was loyal and righteous. Most people, let alone a mythical Zoan, wouldn't even spare a single berry if their own biological father suffered such a disaster. But Huan, not only did he offer the phoenix fruit, but when Luo Qixi was reluctant, he even planned to acquire another mythical Zoan for him. Such a bond alone made Luo Qixi feel that this disciple was definitely worth taking. No, he had to cultivate. Seeing Luo Qixi's gaze suddenly soften, Huan frowned instinctively. What kind of look was that? It was so creepy. Just then Luo Qixi spoke again. "If I'm not mistaken, you must have gained a lot in Shinji Valley this time, right?" Not bad. Huan scratched his head with a silly grin. Besides the phoenix fruit, he had also obtained the mythical Zoan Yamada no Orochi fruit, 4 Logia, 5 top-tier Paramecia, and 3 ancient Zoan. Such a harvest could hardly be described simply as not bad. Alright, I don't want to pry into your secrets, but I'll warn you now, it's best not to let those cadets eat the devil fruits you got from Shinji Valley. Huan blinked in confusion. Isn't it better to develop devil fruit abilities as early as possible? No, only those without proper training do that. Luo Qixi shook his head and continued, during youth, unless you have a physique as monstrous as yours Lingling's or Kaid, was the safest and most reliable method is always to build a solid foundation first. I recall you practiced the 6 powers of the Navy before. That's a good fit for your cadets. Let them master the life return state first, then consume the devil fruits. In the new world on the island of Sadhea. As a remote island near the calm belt, Sadhea had long been developed by the constant flow of smugglers into a little-known, but moderately famous replenishment stop. Whether traveling from the New World to the West Blue or returning from the West Blue to the New World, Sadhea Island was the perfect resting point after crossing the calm belt. Today, a 3-masted schooner flying the banner of the New World Development Bank slowly sailed toward the port of Sadhea Island. As soon as the ship came to a halt, a burly man wearing a sable fur over his shoulders and a gold chain around his neck stepped down the gangway, shielded by a group of bodyguards. The burly man held a din mushy in his hand, seemingly engaged in a heated argument. "Damn it, before I took those 2 things, didn't I tell you they were a hot potato? If you don't have the ability, don't attempt such high-risk operations. Now you're stuck with them idiots." At these words, the already low voice on the other end of the din mushy grew significantly quieter. But the burly man pressed on, "Beg me. Begging won't help. You can just wait for bankruptcy, you moron." Bang. After cursing, the burly man hung up decisively. Just then a voice came from ahead. Well, if it isn't our wealth-radiating, billion-approachable dark superboss, Mr. Dewfield. What's the trouble? Spill it out, and give your bro a laugh. Just some sordid family affairs. Dewfield pulled a cigar from his pocket, lit it, and irritably stuffed it into his mouth. As for you, I thought you the brat and Ganshui had all died at God Valley. Never expected you to end up in this backwater. TSK Tisk, only a capital shark like you could call Sadhya Island a countryside. Horn clicked his tongue with a smile, stepped forward, and threw an arm around Dewfield's shoulders, pulling him along as they walked. All right, we're brothers, no need to be formal. If there's anything you want me to help with, just say the word. Your bro here just came into some windfall, got plenty of cash. Plenty of cash. Dewfield squinted, not hiding his sarcasm. Come off it. That investment of yours, the World Economy newspaper, has been making a killing lately, and at this rate it's bound to become the top dog in the news world sooner or later. But to really make it big, you'll probably need to pour in tens of billions of berries. Where are you going to get that much money? Just from your North Blue munitions factory. Horn smiled mysteriously and pulled Dewfield onto another three-masted schooner. Bro, have I ever lied to you? If I had any financial talent under me, and if we weren't so tight, I wouldn't even bother with you. Entering the cabin, he pulled out a chair and sat down, then grinned at Dewfield while holding up 3 fingers. Seeing that his expression didn't seem fake, Dewfield now turned serious. 30 billion berries. I heard you Rocks Pirates remnants all made a nice little fortune at God Valley, but I didn't expect a mere apprentice like you to rake in so much. Horn shook his head with a smile and wiggled his 3 fingers again. And you call yourself the boss of the New World Development Bank? Why so stingy? 30 billion berries is nothing. The goods I have now are worth 300 billion. All this time during the voyage, Horn had been racking his brain over what to do with the hundreds of billions of berries and treasure he had. Carrying it around everywhere was far from safe. Using it directly was too risky, since many items bore the mark of the celestial dragons. The cipher pole under the world government wasn't idle, and burying it somewhere was even more absurd. So after much deliberation, Horn had a brief discussion with Rocks and decided to entrust this colossal fortune to Dewfield for management. This was also the most common transaction mode in the world of pirates and the underworld. Put simply, it could be seen as a kind of fund operation. Dewfield was the fund manager Horn had chosen. The New World Development Bank behind Dewfield was quite renowned in the dark financial industry and could certainly handle such a massive sum. Such a huge cash flow would bring tremendous benefits to Dewfield. Horn didn't care how the other party managed it. He only hoped that when he needed money in the future, this god of wealth of the underworld could act as a settlement unit and pay up. To some extent, this was also a peculiar form of investment in Dewfield. When Horn claimed to have 300 billion, Dewfield didn't believe it at first. But when he saw crates upon crates of treasure laid before him by the boy soldiers, his expression shifted from shock to amazement. Although the scale of my bank's business is much larger than this, such a massive cash flow is truly a first for me in my life. He paused for a moment, then continued, are you really comfortable leaving all this treasure with me? Horn chuckled at his words. What? You think you could embezzle it? Dewfield shook his head gently. To be honest, these things are valuable, but for me money has long been just a number. What I value more is you the person. But, he paused then added, on this sea, there are countless stars stronger than you. Horn, if one day you fall on this sea, they'll accept this money without a second thought. No problem. We're brothers, how could I not trust you? Horn patted Dewfield on the shoulder lightly and pulled him over to the cabin window. But if you ever get any funny ideas, the one who comes to talk to you won't be me, but him. As Dewfield stared in bewilderment, Horn waved at the tall figure in a black cloak who was instructing the boy soldiers. The figure turned around, revealing a familiar face. Row. What? You know who it is. Horn closed the window and spoke seriously. Old dude, to be honest, this money is in my name, but you just saw who it really belongs to. So you wouldn't want to see your hard-earned bank get blown to smithereens, would you? After sending off Dewfield, the fleet sailed northward, quickly heading towards the north windless zone. During this journey, under the guidance of Locks, the ship's Boy Scouts were not idle, occasionally going out to eliminate some third-rate pirates to validate their newly learned powers. This also revealed Locks' little secret to Horn. This affordable teacher had indeed concealed many things during their previous training sessions. His teaching level was not as low as Horn had imagined. In fact, it could be said to be unexpectedly good. However, this did not significantly impact matters. Occasionally, after copying some techniques from Locks, Horn would join the Boy Scouts in battling the autumn wind, using practical experience to help himself integrate the knowledge, while catching some unfortunate souls to supplement the ghost's nourishment. Throughout this journey, not only had his strength increased significantly, but his pockets had also swelled once again. Meanwhile, during this time together, the master and disciple discussed many matters beyond cultivation. For instance, Locke's romantic debts, Teach's childhood, embarrassing stories, Alice's personality, and so on. They pretty much talked about everything under the sun. However, what impressed Horn the most was Locke's unreliable future plans. Or rather, this guy's thoughts on the path to hegemony were somewhat too superficial. Becoming the king of the world was indeed his goal, but he had not considered what to do after achieving it. In other words, he had not thought about how to establish an orderly system or regime. According to Horn's perspective, if Locke's method truly succeeded, there would be nothing to say while he was alive. But if one day he were to pass away, everything would vanish into thin air. Yet Horn did not directly criticize his teacher's shortcomings. After all, being a pirate, it was normal to have a limited understanding. What serious pirate would think about establishing a set of orderly governance and ruling for a long time? Is that what pirates are supposed to do? It's already quite impressive if one learns from Charlotte Linlin and manages to create a pirate nation. Moreover, if we count it, this guy could only be considered a failed entrepreneur. This splendid ocean should be grasped by a young fellow like me. Of course, Horn did not say these words directly in front of Locke. After all, he was already quite injured. Stimulating him like this could lead to significant losses if he couldn't handle it. Thus, many times when they interacted, it was Locke who envisioned the future. Horn, on the other hand, acted like a well-behaved child, gazing at his companion with a look of longing while internally mocking this guy's childish thinking. The climate in the New World is quite abnormal. Sometimes it is sunny one moment, but the next moment the wind howls and rain pours. Like now, the glaring sun still hung overhead, but a thick layer of snow had already covered the deck. Amidst the vast white snow, Horn was dressed in black pants, completely bare above the waist, performing a one-handed handstand on the deck. He balanced his entire body on a single finger, continuously lowering and raising himself. This was the training for the 6 Styles finger gun. Ever since acquiring the Navy's 6 Styles, Horn had consistently pursued mastery of this system. Hard work pays off. As he gradually developed his body, both his strength and hockey had indeed been steadily. After completing 1,000 one-handed finger pull-ups, Horn's warm-up for the day was finished. Turning around and standing firm on the deck, he took a deep breath, tightening his whole body, and shouted, "Iron block." Upon speaking, his entire body instantly stiffened in the snow, transforming into a vividly lifelike statue. Feeling the solid rigidity of his muscles, Horn immediately sank his consciousness deep into his body, intending to force his body to move while in the iron block state. His current sensation was akin to trying to break free from a kind of bondage and shackles. Yet ironically, this shackle was something he had imposed upon himself. It was essentially a struggle against his own power. Both obstinate and extremely uncomfortable. Horn aimed to find a critical point in this state to break through the iron law of immobility when using the iron block. His eyes were tightly shut, and the originally tense muscles seemed to show some signs of movement. But the next second, Horn's face suddenly turned pale, followed by a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. Cough, cough, cough. Still not working. Although the muscles can move, the internal organs are met with a strong repulsion. Horn wiped the corner of his mouth and shook his head slightly. No wonder that the so-called strongest genius of CP9 in hundreds of years, Rob Lucci, could not move freely in the iron block state. What kind of luck did that werewolf Gabra have to pull off such fancy moves? Just as Horn was pondering how to improve these issues, he suddenly heard a sound from his ears. Then he exerted force with his feet, and his figure instantly disappeared from the spot, as if walking on air, flying straight up into the sky. In the next moment, a gunshot rang out, and a bullet had already passed through where Horn had just been. Following that, a cheerful voice echoed over. "Not bad, this black flame has much greater power and firing speed than ordinary firearms, yet the noise when fired is quite low. It seems your observation hockey training has made good progress." Looking at Locke leaning against the cabin door holding an exquisite shotgun, Horn, while stepping on air, cursed, "Uncle Locke, how many times has this been already? What if I accidentally got shot? Don't worry, I wasn't aiming for your head, and with your current physical condition you can take a few shots without issue. Moreover, what I'm doing is indeed beneficial for your training in observation hockey, isn't it?" Before Horn could respond, Locke suddenly raised his hand and fired another shot. In a hurry, Horn activated iron block and immediately felt a slight tingling in his chest. "You bastard. If I hadn't used iron block in time, I would have really gotten hurt. Oh, this little thing, can't you just use a ghost to heal yourself?" Just at this moment of beautiful master-disciple affection, a report suddenly came from the lookout. "Lord Horn, we have spotted a child who has fallen overboard ahead. Everyone can guess who this is. The answer will be revealed in the next chapter." A child overboard. What? And frowned. "Why bother? Let's go." On the sea surface, Moria, clutching a wooden plank, gazed at the large ship approaching before him, his excitement nearly bringing him to tears. Nothing had gone smoothly for him throughout this entire journey. First, the merchant caravan he was with encountered a Sea King attack in the calm belt. After barely escaping the calm belt, they soon ran into pirates. If not for him hiding inside a barrel at the critical moment, he might have been hacked into pieces or captured as a slave. And even during these 2 days of drifting, the heavens did not grant him any respite. Hail, scorching sunstorms, all took turns assailing him. The barrel that had sheltered Moria after enduring this relentless onslaught finally shattered into wooden planks. Phew, finally a ship. Looks like fate hasn't abandoned me yet. Moria kicked his feet and pushed the plank toward the direction of the approaching vessel. So many kids on board. Lucky me doesn't seem like a pirate ship. Hua N's three-masted ship bore no pirate flag at the top. Instead, it used the name of Du Feared's Dark Bank. But not flying a pirate flag wasn't a definitive indicator. After all, in the New World, there were plenty of tricksters who liked to pull a flag-raising at the last-moment stunt to lower others' guard than swindle or ambush. However, just as Moria swam to the ship's side with great anticipation, he saw not a single rope ladder. Looking around, all he saw were the sea and sky, and the only things left for him were the indifferent gazes from the ship's rail and the waves endlessly churned by the vessel's hull. Moria. What? Can't you see a living person this big? Hey, don't leave. Don't abandon me. Are you even human, leaving me to die? On the deck, watching Moria desperately chasing after them with a plank wire, Luada turned to look at Hua N. Lord Hua N, that kid is following us. Don't bother with him. In the New World, kindness is the most Hua N, using paper drawing to dodge the bullets fired by Luo Kisi, replied, without turning his head. That was how cruel the pirate world was. You might think he's just a drowning child, but in reality, it could be a carefully orchestrated farce by another pirate. Their aim was to gather detailed information about the ship for future plunder. If Hua N had already achieved ultimate power and feared no challenge, he wouldn't have hesitated. A mere kid, could he turn the world upside down? But as it stood, the ship was filled with the wounded, the young, and a treasure trove of priceless goods, with the strongest combatant being a 9-year-old child. Only if Hua N were mentally ill would he invite trouble. Oh, hearing his captain's order, wire Lawton, but when she looked back at the sea, she let out a soft exclamation. Huh, that kid is gone. Beneath the chain hoisted at the ship's stern, a pale small hand gripped the chain's gaps tightly, pulling the body below upward bit by bit. These chains were used for dragging large cargo. Usually Luo Kisi would hang unwanted flesh on them to bait large sea beasts. But today this very thing became Moria's last lifeline. Huff, huff. These cold-hearted bastards. Despite his young age, Moria was a seasoned sailor with a year or two of navigation experience. He understood the rules of rescuing drowning victims in the New World. However, while he could comprehend the ship's decision, becoming the victim himself left a bitter taste in his mouth. Once I climb up, I'll be sure to extort some caviar marinade from you. But soon such thoughts of luxury vanished, as several dark gun muzzles were now aimed at him. A pufferfish wearing clothes. Wire Loada, when did you haul up such a sea beast? Staring at the monster thrown before him tied up tightly, Hua N's eyes held a trace of confusion. It wasn't really his fault for not recognizing Moria. After 2 days soaking in seawater, the kid's body was bloated with a receding hairline, horns on his forehead, and a mouthful of sharp teeth. Calling him a pufferfish in clothes wouldn't be an exaggeration. Who are you calling a kid, you little brat? Moria glared, his face twisting into a fierce expression. If you can't see, well, donate your eyes. When have I, Moria, ever looked like a pufferfish? You're the pufferfish. Your whole family is. Bang! A gunshot rang out. Seeing the bullet hole suddenly appear on the deck beside his foot, Moria's voice died in his throat, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Watch your attitude. Do not offend Lord Hua N, or the next shot won't hit the deck. It'll hit your head. Wire Luo's lesson was highly effective. As the gun muzzle slowly rose, Moria instantly became docile. The look he gave the little girl was like a homeless stray puppy encountering some ferocious wild beast. Moria, hearing the pufferfish monster's self-introduction, looking at his pale skin and the purplish red hair soaked and drooping behind his head. Hua N scanned him from head to toe, gradually overlaying this bloated kid with the image of a certain Shichibukai in his memory. Aside from the enlarged head, the body was quite fitting. In the original story, Moria was loyal and righteous, the first warrior of the Guanyue family. Now, judging by his appearance, if Hua N hadn't intervened, the kid would have continued his maritime adventure for a few more days, drifting all the way to Haji, being rescued by the people, and thus embarking on a path of no return. But now that he had been saved by Hua N, Moria's fate would surely change. That was fine. As long as he didn't get tangled with that bunch of fools from Guanyue, Moria would remain pure. Moreover, since he had been drifting in the sea without incident, it proved that Moria had not yet eaten the shadow. A kid with good aptitude, loyalty, and no shady history. He was the ideal underling. On the other side, watching Hua N's shifting expression, Moria's heart tightened. What kind of ship had he boarded exactly? At the center of the deck, Hua N and Luo Kisi reclined on lounge chairs, the massive umbrella casting a shadow that completely blocked the sunlight around them. All the scouts except for those on watch had gathered here. At the center of the crowd was a table laden with juice, milk, fruit, and dishes of food, resembling a team-building event at first glance. Mo Leah, clad in a waiter's uniform he had somehow acquired, stood by to serve his face a clear picture of. But the moment he saw Wei Erluo's right hand rise occasionally, Mo Leah's originally defiant expression instantly transformed into a beaming smile. Hua N, however, was oblivious to the subtle movements around him, his attention entirely captivated by a list in his hand. It was a roster he had hastily written after discovering Mo Leah. The list was marked with names of illustrious figures he knew from his past life, and at the top was Ben Beekman. This lad was from the North Sea, about 13 or 14 years old. According to the information sent by Dufeard, he was currently a part-time navigator for the Umit Armed Transport Group. This profession genuinely surprised Huan. He had never imagined that Beekman would be a navigator by trade. In Huan's memory, the Red Hair Pirates seemed to have their own dedicated navigator, someone named Sinik. Nevertheless, Huan was pleasantly surprised by Beekman's credentials. After all, even before the Luo Keisai pirates disbanded, he had set himself a goal. He had to find 2 essential companions before setting sail: a navigator and a chef. Long before the God Valley incident, Huan had asked Mo Jinsi to search for traces of La Fight, but the result was that no one by that name could be found. He had to find 2 essential companions before setting sail: a navigator and a chef. Long before the God Valley incident, Huan had asked Mo Jinsi to search. Originally, Huan had planned to find a second-rate navigator to make do, since his future focus would be mainly on the North Sea and his activity in the New World would likely diminish. But it turned out that Ben Beekman was actually a navigator. Tisk tisk tisk, what a coincidence. If he could truly recruit this legitimate yellow vice-level fighter under his command, and then equip him with a powerful devil fruit, then perhaps he could really make Bo Luzalinu unable to move. Apart from Beekman, the list bore many marks of revision. For instance, names like Mo Lia Balete and Basiumio Xiong all had crosses drawn after them. Mo Lia and Balete were crossed because Huan had already secured them. What you say, Mo Lia hasn't agreed yet. Did he even have a choice in the matter? As for Basiumio Xiong, that man's mindset was problematic. Clearly, he couldn't see eye to eye with Huan. After all, a forced melon, but whether as a backup option for Luo Case's recovery or for finding the whereabouts of Di Chi and his mother Basiumio Xiong was an unavoidable point. Considering this factor, Huan frowned, then had the ghost draw a small check mark after the big bear's name. Apart from these names like Han Kyuk, Du Q Jiaku Ba Shaisai Luo Buluchi La Ji Lu and Dai Peng all had large crosses after them. No choice. They hadn't even been born yet. As for prodigies like Mi Huakashi Lu and Keloakitier, who were several years older, Huan had sent people to search for them, but the sea was too vast. Before they made a name for themselves, they were just ordinary kids. Trying to pinpoint their locations was like searching for a needle in a haystack. However, while searching for Keloakitier, Huan heard a rather interesting piece of news from emergency. The current Sansan fruit user had apparently arrogantly declared on the Grand Line that he intended to challenge Nyo. This guy wanted Mo Jinsi to publish a challenge in the newspaper, essentially telling Nyo Gate to prepare his last words, as he would turn him into a mummy and send it to the Alabasta National Museum for exhibition. Who knows if Nyo Gate had already killed him? If not, Huan wouldn't mind capturing him for some experiments. After all, the ghost had mutated when he devoured the previous Flame fruit user. Maybe this Logia ability could really produce something new. Besides these famous figures, Huan thought of several other talented individuals, but most were also not found. Sigh, if only I had been born a few years earlier. With my persuasive skills, I could have gone to the North Sea to recruit Sakasiji and Bo Luzalinu, and maybe they would have set sail with me. Forget it. A bird in the hand is worth 2 in the bush. They'll focus on securing Beekman first. With that thought, Huan picked up the Den Den Mushi beside him and dialed Dufeard. Hey old Du, what exactly is the Umit Armed Transport Group? The line was silent for a moment, then Dufeard's weary voice soon came through. The Umit Armed Transport Group is a newly registered shipping company. Its boss Umit is also a second-generation gangster like me. That kid recently got 50 billion berries from his old man specifically for running smuggling operations between the North Sea and the New World. Hearing Dufeard's description, Huan was struck by a sudden memory. Umit. No wonder the name sounded familiar. Wasn't he the guy who would later be called the king of shipping decades from now? Just then Dufeard's voice rang out again. By the way, I have a lot of business dealings with him. So do you want to get to know him, or would you like to sit down and have a talk? Getting to know meant resolving mutual conflicts, while sitting down for a talk meant discussing cooperation. Huan laughed heartily, then said in a relaxed tone, so you two have a pretty good relationship. Don't worry, I just want to discuss something with him. No problem. Smuggling is a business of hard work, but Umit as a boss is quite idle. Arranging a meeting between you two shouldn't require much coordination. Dufeard nodded, then seemed to think of something and continued. Oh, do you remember that giant chef I asked you to keep an eye on? He seems to be in big trouble lately. If you still want him, you'll need to make a decision quickly. You mean that pansy Fulai? That's right. He recently provoked your old acquaintance, the pirate patriarch Wang Ji, and he's probably been captured by the Wang Ji pirates and taken to Beehive Island. Wang Ji. Huan was somewhat stunned. Pansy Fillet was just a cook. Why would Wang Ji bother to capture him and take him to Fengchao Island? Could it be that he wanted to personally taste the famous volcanic cuisine? He had never noticed Wang Ji being so gluttonous before. Originally, Huan had planned to convince Pansy Fillet to join his crew before this trip to the North Sea. As a result, someone snatched him away halfway. Old do you know exactly what happened? The Den Mushy was silent for a moment, then Do Feared sigh came through. Actually, that giant getting captured also has something to do with me. There's your involvement in this as well. While Huan was puzzled, Do Feared continued, my old man runs some underground broker businesses. Recently he's been in poor health and wants to hand those businesses over to me. But my two worthless brothers, for some inexplicable reason, insisted on proving themselves, jumped in, and snatched the business away. Hearing Do Feared's description, Huan raised an eyebrow. Damn, there could even be such a cliché plot of noble family grudges involved. Huan unconsciously put down the Den Mushy, picked up a piece of watermelon from beside him, and stuffed it into his mouth. Meanwhile, Do Feared on the other end of the line was still continuing his story with great anguish. A while ago, most of your rocks pirates went to Shinji Valley, leaving only Wang Ji to guard Fengchao Island in the New World. But during this time, Wang Ji made a deal with the world government, selling 2 Logia-type devil fruits in his possession at the high price of 5 billion berries. Without waiting for Do Feared to continue, Huan immediately interrupted. I can understand Wang Ji selling the fruits. After all, he is a devil fruit user himself, so devil fruits are indeed useless to him. And given his character, he would never allow a subordinate to become stronger than him. But I'm just purely curious what Logia-type devil fruit could be worth 5 billion berries. According to current market prices, an ordinary Zoan-type devil fruit is worth about 60 to 70 million berries. A better ancient Zoan costs around 300 million berries. As for Paramecia-type, the prices fluctuate quite a bit. The cheap ones are similar to ordinary Zoan, while the expensive ones can reach 5 or 600 million berries. As for Logia-type devil fruits, although they are rare, their overall value is around 1.2 to 1.3 billion berries. Of course, although the listed price is this high, in many cases devil fruits have a price, but no market. But a fruit that could sell for a sky-high price of 2.5 billion berries. Huan had never even heard of such a thing, let alone seen one. Did you think everything was like the op fruit? Moreover, considering the inflation rate of berries, these 2 Logia-type devil fruits, when converted, might even be more expensive than the op fruit. Seeing Huan's thirst for knowledge, Do Feared didn't hold back and directly revealed the answer. Those 2 fruits. One is the Logia-type magma fruit, and the other is the Logia-type glint fruit. Upon hearing this answer, Huan was instantly stunned, and the watermelon in his mouth almost sprayed out. Wait, you mean that bastard Wang Ji actually had such good stuff all along? Damn, that bastard really hit it deep. Those were the magma fruit and the glint fruit. A mere 5 billion berries. You sold them to the world government, why not sell them to me? Your uncle Aidenace now has hundreds of billions of berries in hand. Of course, Huan could also understand why Wang Ji would do that. That guy didn't want his subordinates to become stronger than him, and likewise he didn't want other pirates to have such abilities either. So the world government became his most ideal buyer, didn't it? Moreover, if he added some additional conditions when selling the fruits, such as the Navy not attacking his pirate crews at will, etc. Now that I think about it, this guy could still occupy Fengchao Island with its gold mines in the New World during the later era of the 4 emperors. He might have really become the world government's black glove. So where did those 2 fruits go? Sakasiji and Borsalino obtaining these 2 abilities could not possibly be, because they performed well, caught the world government's attention, and were rewarded for the sake of winning people's hearts. The Navy doesn't have that much influence. Therefore, for these 2 fruit abilities to end up with them, there must have been some changes in the middle. That's the crux of the problem. Do Feared sighed. Generally, for such large-scale underground transactions, a third party is often used as an intermediary. The items and money are first placed with the intermediary, and then each party takes what they need. This is also a tacit understanding in dark dealings. Finding a relatively weak third party can both avoid black and minimize the changes in the transaction. But now it seems. This time the intermediary was my 2 worthless brothers. But when they were inspecting the warehouse one time, they found that the 2 devil fruits had vanished without a trace. Later, through tracking, they discovered that the person who stole the 2 fruits was captured by a Navy patrol at sea. But by the time my 2 brothers went to negotiate, it was too late. The 2 fruits had already been eaten by someone. When Wang Ji learned of this, he was furious. He directly sent people to smash the 2 little bastards' shops and arrested all their company employees. Later, he even put out a statement demanding my 2 brothers compensate him with 5 billion berries. And at that time, the scene was chaotic. The giant you mentioned happened to be invited to cook, and then he was mistakenly arrested along with the others. After listening to Do Feared's description, Huan's expression immediately twisted together, vaguely forming the word absurd. How could he feel that the biggest victim in all this seemed to be Wang Ji? And now if he still wanted to recruit Pansy Foulée, he would have to continue persecuting the other party. At the Navy headquarters in Marineford, Garp leaned against the hospital bed, his body wrapped in bandages, his expression fluctuating as he deserved this calamity. Within a certain sea area of the New World, a naval warship drifted across the vast ocean. In the warship's cabin, a figure sat silently on a chair wearing a peaked cap, a cigar clamped between his teeth, and a cloak of justice draped over his shoulders as he studied the bounty posters in his hand. Bighorn Bowen's former captain of the Bighorn Pirates under the Rocks Pirates with a bounty of 97 million berries. After a brief glance, the figure tossed the bounty poster into the trash bin beside him. He then pulled out a notebook from his pocket, flipped through it, until he found Bowen's name, picked up a pen, and casually The notebook was densely filled with names, nearly half of which had met the same fate as Bowen's. Setting down the pen, the figure turned to the front of the notebook, his gaze fixed intently on a single name. Demon Child Adnith Horn, bounty 120 million berries. That brat. He exhaled a puff of smoke, then picked up the den mushy that had been ringing incessantly from. You'd better have some useful information this time. Oh, don't be so impatient, Sakazuki. A frivolous voice came through the den mushy. Sakazuki. This figure was the one hailed as a monster rookie within Marine Headquarters. Sakazuki. The one speaking with him was none other than Borsalino, also known as a monster. Do you know how boring it is for me alone on Beehive Island? The people here are all terrifying. Kawaii. Hearing Borsalino's complaints, Sakazuki paid no heed, and simply urged, if you called just to say nonsense, don't blame me for hanging up. TSK. How heartless of you. Borsalino clicked his tongue in annoyance. Don't worry, I've successfully located the exact positions of the government officials captured by Wang Ji. You can start heading this way. After learning that the two devil fruits had been consumed by the Marines, Wang Ji, while pressuring the Duffleton family, swiftly detained all the government officials who had previously discussed the deal with him. From Wang Ji's perspective, he hadn't received the money, yet the fruits were already in the other party's pockets. Moreover, they had the audacity to claim, it wasn't me who took the fruits, it was my son who hid them secretly. If you want them, go ask him. This was a blatant attempt to treat him like a fool from Wano. If Wang Ji didn't make a move, how could he continue to operate in the new world? Thus, when negotiators from the world government arrived to discuss the aftermath, Wang Ji immediately flew into a rage. Sakazuki and Borsalino were sent to rescue the hostages. Whether there was also an ulterior motive to strike at the heart of the matter remained unknown. Upon hearing Borsalino's description, Sakazuki's frown deepened. With your speed, pulling a few people out of a prison shouldn't be difficult. Why do you need my support? Boss, easier said than done. Borsalino's voice came through, tinged with exasperation. Do you know what Beehive Island is, Ellie? This was once the stronghold of the Rocks Pirates. Do you think breaking into the dungeon here is a piece of cake? If we alert Wang Ji, I might be fine, but we can forget about rescuing those people. Hearing this, Sakazuki snorted coldly and said sternly, in that case, don't make any rash moves before. With that, Sakazuki hung up the receiver, leaving Borsalino no chance to speak. On Beehive Island, Borsalino stared at the now silent Den mushy and shook his head helplessly. That guy, who does he think I am? I would never act rashly. He looked up at the bustling bar ahead. Now that the mission is done, I'm going to relax. This place is way more fun than Marineford. Truly worthy of Beehive Island. Truly worthy of Gazing at the vacation island that looked exactly as he remembered, Horn couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, pirates are all. Wang Ji's management skills were hardly any better than Rock's. These two geniuses managed to turn such excellent resources into a mess. Truly a unique talent. Kid, I keep feeling like you're thinking something bad again, Rock said, turning to glare at Horn from the ship's railing, sensing something amiss. Old Rocks, can you stop being so sensitive? I'm your dearest disciple. How could I ever speak ill of you in my heart? Horn replied with a sincere look, spouting nonsense. In their recent time together, his relationship with Rocks had grown much closer. Now when Horn was in a good mood, he would call him Old Rocks or Uncle Rocks. But when he was upset, he would blurt out Old Man or Blue-White Porcupine. Since Rocks was ailing and couldn't beat the kid in a fight, the former pirate overlord could only fume in silence. Unbeknownst to Horn, however, someone was already brewing a plan to discipline his disciple. Speaking of which, you really intend to fight Wang Ji? Rocks leaned on the railing, a puzzled look on his face. I think you should know that with your current strength, even with those strange tricks, you'd have less than a 30% chance of winning in a direct confrontation. What's the big deal? It's just a Logia user. I've fought them before. Horn raised his chin, a look of disdain on his face. Just a swamp monster. I'm going to rescue people, not to fight. If I can't win, can I just run? Indeed, Wang Ji was a Logia user of the swamp fruit, the same ability as the later wet hair caribou, a notorious supernova. Coincidentally, the two even looked somewhat alike. Perhaps there was a blood relation. Besides, Old Rocks, have you really seen my full power? The dungeon of Fengshao Island was not situated in some remote corner. Its location was directly beneath the massive skull. Within the dungeon, in a particular cell reserved for colossal beings. Pan's Fry lay on his side in a disgruntled mood on the cold stone floor, a trace of frustration flickering in his eyes. He never expected that merely being invited to cook a meal would land him here, imprisoned without reason. I wonder how Wang Ji will deal with me. As a chef who actively plundered food from various factions to cook for the hungry, adhering to the creed of providing food for the starving, Pan's Fry had conflicts with many forces. Naturally, Wang Ji was among them. However, Pan's Fry had always been highly vigilant. Whenever he sensed anything amiss, he would retreat to Elbath to lie low, thus avoiding any trouble so far. But he simply could not fathom why this time, before he had even stirred up trouble, Wang Ji had cornered him on the island and beaten him. Some great pirate he was. Could his heart be that petty? Just as Pan's Fry was lost in thought, a figure suddenly appeared outside his cell. Seeing the newcomer, the guard outside immediately approached with a sycophantic expression. Mr. Takeshi, may I ask what business brings you here? Pan's Fry recognized the sudden arrival. He was an executive of Wang Ji's pirate crew, standing beside Wang Ji when Pan's was captured. The captain wishes to see him. Open the cell door and remove all the chains from this big fellow. Takeshi's tone brooked no refusal. The two cell guards dared not question him and promptly followed his order. After removing the final shackles, the two guards glanced at Pan's Fry's massive frame, swallowed nervously, and quickly returned to Takeshi's side. Good work. Deekshire patted the guard's shoulder. The next moment, two streaks of cold light silently shot out from his sleeve. Poochie. Before the guards could react, the cold light had already swept across their necks. Staring at the two lifeless bodies before him, Pan's Fry's eyes widened in shock. He watched Deekshire warily, his limbs instinctively shifting into a defensive stance. What do you want? But just then, Takeshi, who had so cleanly dispatched the two guards, began to twist his body in an eerie manner. In an instant, a little girl he had never seen before appeared in his sight. Hello, Mr. Pan's Fry. I am here on the orders of my boss, Lord Adonai Huan, to rescue you. Please follow me. Hearing Wirelord's words, Pan's Fry was bewildered. Adonai Huan. He had never heard that name. A vague impression surfaced in Pan's Fry's mind. Adonai Huan. The demon child who made Prince Lo. But wasn't he also a former member of the Luokisi pirates, just like Wang Ji? Why would he suddenly think of As Pan's Fry was pondering, Wirelord had already resumed Takeshi's appearance and walked toward the dungeon entrance. Lord Huan said that the giants are the most honorable race on this sea. She pointed toward the dark entrance of the dungeon. So instead of hesitating here, why not go ask my boss yourself, Mr. Pan's Fry? Hearing this, Pan's Fry let out a hearty laugh. You're right. We giants are the most honorable race under. Since Mr. Adonai risked sending you to rescue me, I must at least thank him in person. Meanwhile, as Wirelord infiltrated the dungeon, a series of violent explosions erupted at the port of Fengshan. It was a simple diversionary tactic meant to confuse Wang Ji's crew and cover the rescue operation. However, this very simplicity directly doomed a certain CP agent who was anxiously awaiting reinforcements. What did you say? All our men are wiped out. Spandine, clad in a suit and wearing a half-mask, hid in a small room on Fengshan Island, speaking to a Den Mushi in a terrified tone. That's right, sir. I saw it with my own eyes. Our men had just disembarked when they were blasted to pieces by an unknown attack on the dock. The explosive power was far beyond ordinary bombs. In a secluded corner near the port, Fuzikayer glanced at the chaotic crowd and whispered, I suspect our intelligence was leaked. Hearing this, Spandine's already grim expression turned ashen. What do you mean? Sir, we are not the only ones conducting this rescue mission. The Navy is also involved. If the Navy deliberately sent someone to obstruct us. Before Fuzikayer could finish, Spandine cut him off. Do not speak such divisive words again. He paused, his tone darkening. Since our men are gone, abort the rescue plan immediately. Care, pack up now and meet me at the backup ship. Fuzikayer was momentarily stunned. Sir, we're withdrawing already. What else would we do here? Do you think the two of us can rescue the hostage right under Wang Ji's nose? Spandine grew more agitated, his voice tinged with irritation. Those CP8 idiots couldn't even steal a fruit properly and cause such a mess. I've lost so many men cleaning up after them this time. Even if we return, headquarters won't blame us. He had never wanted to get involved in this mess anyway, and now with an excuse he was more than ready to slip away. But neither Spandine nor Fuzikayer noticed that during their conversation a faint blue glimmer flashed across the ground not far away. Huan, sitting in a courtyard waiting, had retrieved his exploring ghost. A grim smile gradually spread across his otherwise placid face. Tisk tisk tsk. Wang Ji's management skills are even worse than old Luo's. It's only been a short while and Fengshan Island has become a sieve leaking on all sides. The courtyard he now occupied was a place where Huan had lived for several years, yet Wang Ji had given it to some obscure villain. Confiscating my subordinates, seizing my property, bullying my brother's brother, desecrating my teacher's legacy, and hoarding good things without sharing them with me. These grievances piled up. Wang Ji, you deserve to die. I didn't expect that even without the Luokisi pirates, the villains here would still be the same. This is fine. I recall that back when the Luo Kisi pirates still existed, I kept trying to persuade old Luo to let me host another Fengchao Island all-people sports festival, but he absolutely refused. But today my long-cherished wish might finally come true. One by one Gung Gue emerged from Huan's shadow. In moments the entire courtyard transformed into a veritable haunted house. Go forth 100 ghosts. With a wave of his hand the Gung Gue let out a chorus of sinister cackles and sank into the earth in an orderly fashion. Now let's turn this entire island into our playground. Peony Tavern. During the Rocks era the owner of this tavern was named Xiachi. After the God Valley incident the Rocks pirates disbanded and Xiachi fell into Rayleigh's clutches. Consequently the Peony Tavern was taken over by a pirate under Wang Zhi's command. That guy was a fervent admirer of Xiachi. Every day except for occasionally serving customers, he would sit at the counter hugging various drinking vessels that Xiachi had once used acting lovesick. The villains who came to drink knew about this quirk of his, so whenever the bar owner was in a daze the tavern's business would become unusually bustling. After all, who doesn't enjoy a free shopping spree? And Borsellino, witnessing this scene for the first time, was utterly astounded. Wait, is this the pirate-infested Beehive Island? Drinking at a bar without paying. Though he didn't understand, Borsellino quickly adapted to local customs. He mimicked the others, pulling a bottle of sherry from the liquor cabinet and casually grabbing some snacks. He sat at a table drinking while eavesdropping on a few thug-like pirates chatting nearby. Haha, you newcomers don't know this, but the seats we're sitting on now have been occupied by many big shots. A red-faced, big-nosed pirate raised his cup and boasted with drunken eyes, I was fortunate enough to witness with my own eyes. John, right where you are now, Rocks had that demon brat by the neck while drilling the other guy's forehead with his other hand. The big-nosed pirate gestured with his body as he spoke as if he were the infamous super criminal who had once dominated the seas. Seeing the big-nosed pirate like this, the drinking companions burst into laughter. Someone directly mocked, come on, according to your gestures, how tall could that demon brat be? That guy is at most a few years old, a mere brat. Could he be taller than me? The big-nosed pirate squinted, sizing up the speaker, then nodded. If you really want to compare, he does seem taller than you. As soon as he finished speaking, the onlookers burst into laughter. Ha ha, the dwarf brought humiliation upon himself again. Can't even beat an 80-year-old kid flow. You might as well die. Various taunts were uttered by the drinking companions in strange tones. The one who had mocked earlier turned pale with anger. A murderous glint flashed in his eyes, and he leaped over the table, charging straight at the big-nosed pirate. You're talking nonsense. Although the big-nosed pirate was drunk as a veteran who had roamed Beehive Island for years, he was no pushover. Dodging the attack with a swift sidestep, he immediately counterattacked. Bang, bang, bang. Watching the two brawling, Borsellino's mood soured considerably. He had come here to relax. Wouldn't it be better to quietly drink some wine and listen to gossip? Fighting over this was simply idiotic. However, just as Borsellino was feeling frustrated, a sudden sense of panic flashed through his heart. Without a moment's hesitation, he leaped into the air, still holding his glass. The next second, a ghostly blue figure suddenly emerged from the spot where Borsellino had just been sitting. What the hell is that? Borsellino midair was momentarily stunned, but just then a terrified scream came from the side. This is a ghost. The big-nosed pirate slumped on the ground, stared in horror at the continuously emerging blue figures, his lips trembling uncontrollably. Demon brat. As an old-timer of Beehive Island, the moment he saw the ghost, he immediately recalled the terrifying Battle Royale game from a few years ago. And at this moment, just like that moment, on the other side, sensing a figure approaching, Horn, who was in the small courtyard, had a gleam of excitement in his eyes. Indeed, though you are cunning and not very bright, your strength is still undeniable. Now that I've made such a big commotion, if you still didn't react at all, I would start to wonder if Uncle Rocks made a mistake in choosing you as an officer back then. Right, Wangji? A dark figure quickly stood on the wall of the courtyard. Wangji, known as the Pope of Pirates, stared at Horn's relaxed expression, his eyes full of gloom. So it's you, brat. You didn't die in God Valley like that bastard Rocks. Come on, I'm not the only one who is. What, after all, we were colleagues for a few years. Is this how you welcome me? As he spoke, Horn had already released his observation hockey to the maximum, firmly locking onto Wang Zhi's. After all, that guy was not a good man who plays by the rules. Sure enough, Wang Zhi's next move directly proved that Horn's caution was not without reason. The moment his words fell, Wang Zhi didn't reply at all. He simply vanished from Horn's sight. Completely different from the previous battles. Wang Zhi's movement made no sound at all. Even the wall beneath his feet didn't stir a speck of dust. But Horn's observation hockey had already sensed it. An extremely strong threat appeared before him in the blink. An instant later, a huge fist wrapped in mud coated in hockey hurtled straight toward his head. But at this moment, the speed of Horn's pupil dilation seemed so sluggish. He saw it, heard it, but his body simply couldn't keep up. So fast. This guy's speed was simply incredible. In the nick of time at this critical moment, a powerful aura suddenly burst forth from Horn's body. The sudden pressure caused the fist's trajectory to halt instantly. Conqueror's Haki. Wang Ji felt a flicker of surprise. He truly didn't know when Horn had awakened, but even the eruption of Conqueror's Haki was a bit too late. The lightning-fast punch before him was impossible for Horn to dodge at his current speed. However, since he couldn't dodge, there was no need to dodge. Seizing the momentary gap when the fist stalled, a surge of armament Haki instantly blackened Horn's forehead. Bang! The moment the headbutt and fist collided, the clash of Haki erupted immediately. Then a figure was sent flying like a cannonball. It was Horn. No help for it. Though he had protected his head with Haki in time, it only lessened the force and impact. Horn still couldn't directly withstand Wang Ji's punch with his head. After gaining the upper hand, Wang Ji had no intention of stopping to chat. He stomped his foot and moved his tall, powerful figure, vanishing from the spot. When he reappeared, he was directly above Horn. Horn hadn't yet fully absorbed the impact. His entire body was flying backwards, skimming the ground. The moment Wang Ji appeared, he reached out with one hand, immediately grabbing Horn's body and forcefully pressing him into the ground. His other hand was raised high, a fist filled with Haki, smashing down violently. This posture was clearly intended to pound Horn into the ground. Bang! As the ground burst open, a massive cloud of dust erupted instantly. However, seeing everything he had caused, Wang Ji's expression showed a hint of surprise. He had actually missed with that punch. What happened? Where was that kid? Wang Ji's peripheral vision swept around, and at that moment numerous azure blue light spheres flew out from beneath his hand. Unsurprisingly, this was Hua In utilizing the power of the spirit fruit. The moment that punch landed, Hua In's body directly shattered on its own, abruptly transforming into numerous small ghosts breaking apart to evade Wang Ji's grasp. Soon the dust cleared, and Wang Ji stood up to look into the distance. There the ghosts regrouped and quickly merged into a human form. This was a new ability Hua In had developed after absorbing a vast amount of soul energy in the Valley of the Gods, ghostification. Ever since consuming the fruit, Hua In had been contemplating the relationship between his soul and body. In the original story, the little girl Perona was able to use some ghostly traits like floating without employing her ghostly clones. This meant that the spirit fruit's ability could affect not only ghosts, but also the user themselves. Over the years, perhaps due to his own body being too robust, Hua In's progress in developing this aspect had not been smooth. But after a feast in the Valley of the Gods, both he and his underling Gung Gui had greatly increased their. These days, Hua In tried developing the ghostification skill again. As a result, he suddenly discovered that the previously difficult bottleneck had been naturally overcome. And this was not the limit of ghostification. According to Hua In's conception, this skill could not only turn his body into a ghost to evade attacks, but also if he used this technique while escaping, as long as one ghost remained alive, Hua In would not die. However, achieving such a realm was no overnight task. Conservatively, it would require awakening this spirit fruit. I didn't expect your ability to be so strange, kid. A paramecia-type fruit, yet you've developed it to this. That guy rocks. Really didn't misjudge you back then. Wang Ji looked at Hua In with curiosity and admiration. Hearing this, Hua In had no intention of explaining. Nonsense, explaining one's own ability during a fight. That's not showing off its stupidity. Seeing that Hua In had no intention of boasting, Wang Ji said nothing more. The two were silent for a moment, staring at each other. After an unknown time, Hua In moved first. From the previous exchange, he had determined that if he let Wang Ji strike first again, he would have great difficulty countering. Therefore, it seemed he had to use some of his trump cards. Battle Fist, tenfold amplification, activate. A Gung Gui leaped out from Hua In's shadow and directly drilled into his body. Soon a surge of qi imbued with powerful life force instantly filled Hua In's entire body. Unlike the previous instant burst attack of the 20-fold ghost bomb, this operation of filling the entire body with accumulated qi to rapidly boost physical abilities was something Hua In dared not take lightly. Tenfold amplification was already the maximum his current body could withstand. In the next instant, Hua In exerted force from his feet and swiftly appeared before Wang Ji, thrusting the soul blade in his hand directly at his throat. Meanwhile, Wang Ji's observation Haki had been locked onto Hua In. Thus, the moment Hua In acted, Wang Ji raised his palm, and viscous mud instantly enveloped the blade. His free fist swung forward, striking straight at Hua In's chest. However, Hua In had no intention of confronting Wang Ji hidden. Seeing his own attack restrained, a sinister smile curled at the corner of his mouth. The next second, another Hua In, glowing with blue light, emerged directly from the ground behind Wang Ji. At this moment, Wang Ji, who had been extremely calm, showed a look of panic on his face. He quickly retracted his fist and leaped upward, dodging Hua In's attack from below. You little brat. How despicable. Watching Wang Ji in midair, this clone of Hua In calmly withdrew his 1,000 years of death hand gesture. What despicable. I'm still a kid. Isn't it normal for kids to be a little mischievous? If that old man had dared to use elementalization to dodge his 1,000 years of death, this Gung clone of Hua, and would have self-destructed on the spot, making him taste the pain of a flower's ruin. Believe it or not, hearing Hua N's shameless words, Wang Ji was left speechless, all his curses stuck. Damn it, sharp-tongued little brat. Just as Wang Ji landed from the air, Hua and charged at him again. Tricks were only surprise tactics. The real determinant of victory was heat-in confrontation. And so the two clashed again in a flurry of blows. However, it was clear that Hua N was far inferior to Wang Ji in this direct confrontation. Almost every few minutes Wang Ji would blow up Hua N, but it was only because Gung Gue kept merging into Hua N's body, providing an endless supply of qi and soul energy that Hua N hadn't been knocked down long ago. Yet Wang Ji didn't feel at ease due to Hua N's weakness. In just half an hour, he could clearly feel that the kid's rhythm was gradually becoming more troublesome. As a master, Wang Ji naturally understood what this meant. It meant that while Hua N's strength was indeed considerable, his combat experience, especially life-or-death duels with top experts on the sea, was severely lacking. Thus, no matter how strong Hua N was facing a seasoned veteran like himself, he couldn't fully utilize his power. But at this moment, this kid, relying on his strong resilience and recovery ability, was incorporating those life-or-death combat experiences into his body at an incredible speed. And Wang Ji was an excellent whetstone. Bang! Another punch landed, and this time Hua N couldn't dodge. His entire left arm was crippled, hanging limply by his side. But the next second, a new ghost swiftly drilled into Hua N's body, devouring the damaged state of his left arm, and then rapidly releasing the vast life force accumulated over time. Watching Hua N once again full of vigor, Wang Ji felt a toothache. How could there be such a cheap ability? And seeing Wang Ji's pained expression and the tiny wound on his shoulder, Hua N's grimacing face suddenly turned into a kind smile. Finally managed to hurt you. Since that's the case, you'd better hold back your tears from now on, Wang Ji. Watching Horn's excited expression, Wang Ji felt a mix of confusion. What are you so smug about? I only got a scratch, yet you act as if you've disemboweled me. But before Wang Ji could taunt him, a ghost suddenly emerged from the ground, launching an attack. Wang Ji smirked, and armament hockey instantly enveloped his body. Still playing such childish tricks, brat, you. Before he could finish, the attacking ghost suddenly burst with a bang right in front of Wang Ji. Dust scattered in all directions. Under the cover of the explosion, a miniature Gung Gue stealthily slipped out of the smoke and darted into the wound that Wang Ji had previously dismissed. Ghost fire. At that moment, Horn seized the opportunity and clenched his hand forcefully. Instantly, a cerulean flame erupted from the miniature Gung Gue that had burrowed into Wang Ji's wound. Yet surprisingly, the flame only left a faint scorch mark on the wound on Wang Ji's shoulder. Gazing at the harmless flicker on his shoulder, Wang Ji maintained his aloof demeanor, but inwardly, he was far from careless. As an old acquaintance, Wang Ji knew well that the brat across from him was no easy target. At such a moment, the opponent would never do anything pointless. However, before Wang Ji could use armament hockey to forcibly expel the burning flame from his body, nearby Horn's tightly clenched right fist suddenly opened wide. He stretched his 5 slender fingers toward the empty air and yanked back fiercely. Flames of Avicii. In the next instant, an unbearable agony erupted on Wang Ji's shoulder. His soul seemed to tremble, his face paled involuntarily, and cold sweat beaded on his forehead. This was a new technique Horn had recently devised from his ghosts. The flames of Avicii utilized the ghost's ability to amplify emotions, specially stacking the faint soul-burning sensation from ghostly flames. Before it erupted, the enemy would pay no heed to this mild pain. But once the torment was concentrated and unleashed, even if Old Man Emu stood before him, Horn was confident he could make him tremble. As everyone knows, when pain reaches a critical threshold, one's perception of it should gradually become numb. To prevent this flaw, Horn deliberately manipulated the ghost to keep the pain of the flames of Avicii below the threshold, making it like a bone-gnawing maggot, causing unbearable suffering. Judging by Wang Ji's agonized expression, the skill had been developed quite successfully. At that moment, though the flames of Avicii were domineering, if one endured the pain and used armament hockey, most of its effects could be neutralized. Therefore, he had to act fast. Strike while the enemy was weak. Take his life. A cerulean soul light blade was firmly gripped in Horn's hand, its tip gradually glowing with a dark light. Clearly, it was now coated with armament hockey, specifically designed to capture Logia users. If this strike landed, the scales of victory would tip in his favor. But just as Horn accelerated for his decisive blow, bang! A sudden black shadow blocked his path. This is... Staring at the half-meter thick steel plate that had emerged from the ground, Horn was taken aback. Yet after glancing at the softened earth around, a flicker of understanding crossed his eyes. You've buried various defensive items in your body beforehand. Wang Ji, how afraid of death are you? The swamp fruit might lack an offensive power, but its ability to conceal things was unparalleled. Horn never expected Wang Ji to have such a trick up his sleeve. After all, he was a top-tier expert in the world. Though caught off guard by Horn's scheme, he immediately employed the correct countermeasure. With the steel plate blocking the way, Wang Ji finally managed to catch his breath amidst the pain. Seeing his opponent regain composure, Horn knew he had lost the chance for a single decisive strike and refrained from reckless assault. He quickly retreated, creating distance from Wang Ji, and transformed the soul light blade into a great longbow while pondering new strategies. Should he use the sea stone tactic again? No, that won't work. Wang Ji was an old acquaintance. He would surely be wary of such methods. Run. Pan's fillet had already been taken to a specially crafted raft by Weiluo Da. Leaving now was indeed feasible. After all, Horn's initial intention was only to divert attention for Weiluo Da and his crew. But Wang Ji was petty. After such a commotion, he would certainly be furious and personally lead a pursuit. The ship now had the weak and the wounded, and it wasn't a legendary vessel. Once entangled by that man, who knew how many twists would arise? If only there were someone to hold off Wang Ji, allowing him to escape smoothly. As Horn sighed inwardly, a familiar figure appeared in his line of sight. Bolusali Nuo felt terribly unlucky. He had finally seized a rare moment away from the workaholic Sakasiji, enjoying some wine and gossip. Then the place was literally wrecked. And the culprit was that damned brat who had nearly ruined his handsome face. With old grudges and new hatreds, even Bolusali Nuo, as lazy as a salted fish, couldn't help but feel angry. Thus, sensing the violent battle on the island, he abandoned his usual indolence and came to investigate. But to his surprise, the moment he showed his face at the battlefield's edge, that wicked little brat's eyes lit up, and he sprinted straight toward him. Moreover, as he ran, he wore an expression of "Why are you so late?" and shouted, "Quick, Bolusali, no! Use your glint fruit ability to cooperate with me. According to the original plan, you'll harass and distract him while I assist your attack." What cooperation? What possible cooperation could a marine have with a pirate? As for assisting his attack, that was even more absurd. Right now, Bolusali Nuo wanted nothing more than to stab him. The Tian Songyuan sword formed of photons was instinctively drawn. But Horn had no intention of fighting him. He merely sidestepped Bolusali Nuo's attack and darted behind it. At that moment, Bolusali Nuo felt a slight tremor beneath his feet. Turning around, he saw a monster formed of mud rapidly bursting from the ground. The monster's eyes locked onto him, burning with intense hatred and murderous intent. "This is the glint fruit. So it was you who stole my devil fruit. Die, you shameless thief." As he gazed at the mud giant's fist hurtling toward him, Borsalino's face turned green. "What have I done to provoke you? A thief? I just came here to watch the show." Borsalino was well aware of his. With the glint fruit, he had become a second-tier powerhouse in the Navy. Even across the entire sea, only a handful could threaten him. But the furious mud creature behind him was certainly not one he could handle. Therefore, after using his elemental form to evade the incoming fist, Borsalino didn't hesitate for a moment. He turned and fled. Seeing that Borsalino had no intention of taking the blame, and even slipped away more smoothly than himself, Horn yelled, "Hey, as a marine, turning your back on a pirate and running away, doesn't that betray the justice you carry?" If it were Sakazuki with his fiery temper, he might have stopped and faced Wang Ji heated. But who was Borsalino? The master of slacking off in the Navy. Insult all you want to, I won't look back. Yet Borsalino didn't realize that once a hat was placed on his head, running away wouldn't solve it. Although Horn had thrown the Beehive Island into chaos and misery, in Wang Ji's eyes their conflict was far less significant than his lost 5 billion berries. Especially recalling how foolishly he had made a deal with the world government, led around like a fool, and ended up, Wang Ji's anger never subsided. Mud swamp. A strange ripple spread from the mud giant's feet, and in an instant Borsalino, who had turned into light and was blindly running, felt as if he had crashed into a sticky wall. When he reverted from his elemental form and saw the mud walls suddenly surrounding him, Borsalino was stunned. "What are you, blind? The one causing chaos in Beehive Island is that brat, so why keep targeting me? Did you too rekindle old feelings from your time on the Rocks Pirates?" But after the shock, he still had to escape. Given Borsalino's current vulnerability, if Wang Ji caught him, he would be finished. Frowning at the closing mud walls, he quickly scanned the sky. "There's still a gap above. Oh, with my speed, I should make it." With that thought, Borsalino turned into light again and shot toward the unsealed opening. Undeniably, the glint fruit was a top-tier Logia. Wang Ji wanted to create an enclosed space to limit its power, but the mud walls closed a bit too slowly. Just seconds before the roof sealed, a golden light flickered at the top. Barring any mishap, the mud prison would lose its effect. Flying in the air, watching the surging mud below, Borsalino felt a chill of fear. If he had been trapped inside and forced into an unknown duel with Wang Ji, the thought was terrifying. That was, boom. Under the impact of the tenfold ghost bomb, Borsalino's body jolted backward. That was, boom. Under the impact of the tenfold ghost bomb, Borsellino's body jolted backward. Staring at the closing mud wall above, he finally cursed, "Adney's horn. Damn you." Hearing his faint echoes in the air, Horn nodded in satisfaction. "Indeed, better you than me. The best way to resolve a conflict is to divert it." With this superb marine rookie as company, Wang Ji would surely have no time to bother him. Now he had harvested Beehive Island, saved the designated chef, gained practical experience, and avenged and Wang Ji had a good punching bag. Everyone has a bright future. Just as Horn was humming a tune and flying toward his ship anchored nearby, the Den Mushy in his pocket. "Hey old Luo, what's up?" "What? Do I need your help?" "Come on, Amir Wang Ji. Can I handle him? You with your injuries still not healed, even if your hands are itching, stay on the ship." Hearing Horn's disrespectful tone, Rox raised an eyebrow and smiled oddly. "Fine, I'll listen to you. But don't be too cocky. A Logia user can't hold off Wang Ji for long. How come? Come on, we won't be staying in the new world much longer. Can he abandon his hard-won Beehive Island and chase me to the north?" Horn snorted scornfully. "Not that I look down on him, but next time we meet, who knows who'll be the one getting beaten. You and your boasting." Rox laughed it off, but he had confidence in Horn. Just then the ship's lookout shouted something unclear. Horn asked Rox again. "Nothing much. The guys spotted a naval ship on the sea. Probably the backup for the marine you tricked. I've already asked them to avoid it when appropriate." Hearing this, Horn was displeased. "Old Luo, who do we think we are? Why avoid it? Just sail over and sink them." "Are you sure?" Rox frowned. "But I sense a strong presence on that ship." Just as Horn was about to say something, the sky above him suddenly turned crimson. Several massive magma fists broke through the clouds and slammed down onto Beehive Island. In the new world there lies Siliku Island. In truth, it is not far from Fengchao Island. A mere day or two of sailing would suffice to arrive. Yet due to the island's diminutive expanse, its dearth of significant resources, and the frequent volcanic eruptions, it has become a rather commonplace barren islet. Having just departed from Fengchao Island, a place fraught with turmoil, Hua In and his companions were now all resting on the island. In the end, Hua In did not become the first-generation ship king by leaning on the shore. Times have changed. Previously, he could deliver a chest expansion exercise to Saka CG, mainly due to the element of surprise. But the lethality of the magma fruit is incomparable to that of the glint fruit or the swamp fruit. Should he be caught by that mad dog Saka CG, and once Wang Ji, who had pounded Bo Lu Sali Nua, freed his hands? The very thought of that scene is thrilling. Therefore, to avoid disturbing a certain marine who was enjoying the pleasure of rescuing his comrades, Hua In, upon seeing fists of fire continuously raining down from the sky, decisively chose to make a swift escape. On the island, Luo Kasi, holding a wine glass, gazed at Pan Zi-Fu Lai, who was crouched beside a small volcano, waving a spatula vigorously. He turned to Hua In with a bewildered expression. "Is this the volcanic cuisine you've been yearning for? It seems so, though I wonder about its taste." Volcanic cuisine, as the name suggests, harnesses the volcano's high heat to cook food. Such exacting conditions naturally demand an extraordinary mastery of heat control from the chef. During the journey to Siliku Island, after some conversation, Pan Zi-Fu Lai accepted Hua In's invitation to join. Recruiting a giant was not as difficult as imagined. It was mainly Luo Kusi's poor example that gave Hua In the misconception that giants were hard to acquire. In reality, due to the vast difference in time perception between giants and humans, a human's lifetime of effort might only span a third of a giant's life. Therefore, any giant who sets sail is not averse to serving humans. However, watching Pan Zi-Fu Lai cook, a rather comical scene emerged in Hua In's mind. If he ever encountered Saka CG again after defeating him, he could stand with his hands on his hips, chin raised, and arrogantly declare, "What magma fruit? My chef handles it more deftly than you do when cooking. Tisk tisk tsk. That would surely kill and wound the heart-shatter armor and defense." "Speaking of which, you've become quite famous lately," Luo Kasi said with a chuckle, taking a light sip of wine. The battle at Fengchao Island had stirred up no small waves across the entire world. Wang Ji was no ordinary figure. As a renowned great pirate of this world, those who could stand against him were few and far between, even across the vast seas. Yet now a half-grown brat had rampaged through Fengchao Island, causing havoc, and then swaggered away unscathed. Truly audacious. The World Economic newspaper devoted an entire issue to detailing the full course of the Fengchao Island. That fellow Mo Gen C did not hesitate to lavish praise on Hua In the newspaper. Terms like ultimate weapon of the Luo Kusi pirates, peerless prodigy, who spans the ages, the man who became a great pirate at 9, were thrown around. The flattery was so shameless that even Hua In, who had seen much of the world, felt his face flush slightly. Moreover, to boost newspaper sales, Mo Gen C used the common identity of both Wang Ji and Hua In as remnants of the Luo Kusi pirates as a springboard, giving prominent introductions to the current developments of Nyo Gai Te Shi Ji and Xia Luo Te Ling Ling. This instantly revived many people's memories of the terror of the Luo Kusi pirates. As for Kai Duo, he also got some space, but more as a description of the cause and effect of his third failed attempt to establish a pirate crew. Towards the end of the newspaper, it also briefly mentioned the two marine monster rookies, Bo Lu Sa Li Nuo and Sa Ka Si. Bo Lu Sa Li Nuo still had some fate on his side. Facing Wang Ji's ferocious onslaught, he managed to hold out until Sa Ka Si's rescue thanks to the mobility of the glint fruit. And facing the magma that could dry up, engulf, and cover the swamp, Wang Ji, whose ability was countered, could only watch helplessly as Sa Ka Si rescued Bo Lu Sa Li Nuo onto the warship and sailed away. If not for someone else's dazzling performance, these two marine supernovas would have caused quite a stir. But now all eyes were fixed on the more explosive Huayan. Along with the newspaper, Huayan's latest wanted poster spread across the seas. Dead or alive demon child Adonasi Huayan bounty. 23700 berries. The portrait on the wanted poster was a snapshot of Huayan during his battle with Wang Ji. In the photo, Huayan wore a sinister smile, with Gung Gue floating around him, giving off an unmistakably villainous aura. However, Huayan felt the photo was decent. It did not defame his handsome image. The only thing that displeased him was his epithet. Demon child. No matter how he heard it, it felt somewhat off. Meanwhile, in the Topland Sea, a certain companion now forgotten by Huayan was also reading the newspaper. That guy has really made a big splash this time. Kata coolly looking at the string of zeros on Huayan's wanted poster honestly felt a bit crushed. He knew his former friend was talented, but to such a monstrous extent was indeed excessive. Kata coolly knew all too well what kind of person Wang Ji was. Ever since Wang Ji's underling ambushed Boulay, Kata coolly had frequently caused trouble for Wang Ji's men on Fengchao Island. But the results were only slightly better than average, not enough to be impressive. And Huayan, how long had it been since then? And he was already directly crossing swords with Wang Ji. And, is this Lord Adonasi? He's so handsome. The speaker with hearts floating in her eyes was the sixth daughter of the Charlotte family, Ka Sitada. Ka Sitada, don't cling to Lord Adonasi's wanted poster. Let me see it too. Another girl tugging at Ka Sitada was the ninth daughter of the Charlotte family, Buluo Huayi. Don't fight, oh Lord Adonasi's wanted poster will be torn. I think it's better to leave it in my care. No, it's mine. No, it's mine. Watching his sisters squabble over a wanted poster, Ka Takuli felt his fists involuntarily clench, and a surge of extraordinary motivation began to emanate from him. That guy is too inhuman. In the year 1486 of the Haiyuan calendar autumn, Beihai Sisyphus Island, as a newly emerging entertainment island over the past 2 years, has gained quite a reputation in Beihai, with some even beginning to call it the second Nimi Island. Do not mistake this for a compliment. Nimi Island does not enjoy a good reputation in Beihai. Rather, comparing Sisyphus Island to Nimi Island is akin to likening it to the largest, most complete, and chaotic den of iniquity in the entire sea. This is not a good thing in itself. Sisyphus Island is a territory of a member nation of the world government known for its emerald jewels, the Jida's Walui Kingdom. However, 2 years ago, Sisyphus Island was still a small island reliant on fish trade. The true transformation of this place came from a group of mysterious individuals of unknown origin. They bribed the king of the Jida's Walui Kingdom and directly purchased the entire island for 100 million. Over the next 2 years, this group of mysterious individuals undertook extensive construction on the island, turning it into the largest smuggling hub and the most diverse den of vice in Beihai. Now, within the port of Sisyphus Island, one can often spot a fleet belonging to some noble from Beihai. And this group of well-connected mysterious individuals calls themselves the Adenase family. Indeed, the Adenase family is a force that has gradually developed since Hoenn arrived from the New World. This is not the era of great pirates of a decade later. As someone who has been through it, Hoenn knows that the life of a pirate is not easy in the present. The tide of the times has not yet arrived. Entering now means not only is there little meat to eat, but one might also attract the Navy's special attention. Just look at that guy Kaido. He has failed to form a crew for the 32nd time. Hoenn sometimes wonders if that guy nicknamed the Beast has assembled 100 different animal pirate crews under various names. Thus, rather than living a life of uncertainty, drifting endlessly at sea while being relentlessly pursued by the Navy, he prefers to deal with those in the dark world who have higher professional ethics, more cash in hand, and softer punches. With the various information scavenged by the ghost, the Adenase family quickly established a complex web of relationships in Beihai that spans both black and white. In Beihai, one could say that what the Navy and the King can accomplish, the Adenase family can also achieve. Conversely, for matters that the Navy and the King cannot handle, the Adenase family can still help you obtain them smoothly. Even from the Beihai Admiral's office to any minister's office in the CP organization, the Adenase family has connections. Do not underestimate such connections. In this feudal noble world where information is relatively delayed and social systems lack civil rights, gaining intelligence a step ahead can increase the success rate of any endeavor by at least 30%. Achieving all this relies of course on the strength and financial power in Hoen's hands. In the port, a massive warship slowly approached the dock. Wow, is that a giant? This is my first time seeing someone so tall. On the dock, a little bald man smoking a cigarette gazed from a distance at a giant whose feet were taller than others, unable to suppress his astonishment. Beside the little bald man, a small-time gang leader with a tattooed face followed his gaze into the distance and quickly scolded, "That's a cadre of the Aidenace family, Lord Pan's Fry. Our boss Scorpio has been looking for opportunities to join the Aidenace family recently, so you better not cause any trouble." Although Sisyphus Island is the stronghold of the Aidenace family, not everyone here is a family member. Many gangs at the dock have their own factions. The only commonality is that each year they must pay a significant tribute to the Aidenace family to ensure their survival on Sisyphus Island. At the same time, these criminals struggling in the dark mire are constantly thinking about joining the Aidenace family. Even if it costs them everything, they are willing as long as they can hang the banner of an affiliated force. Pan's Fry took a deep breath at the port, feeling the familiar atmosphere around him, and could not help but smile as he said, "Indeed, this familiar scent of the underworld is the most reassuring." On his shoulder, a little girl with green hair also took a few breaths of air, then curiously tugged at Pan's Fry's ear. "Daddy, why can't I smell it? I don't feel like this place is any different from others." Willard beside the girl tugged at his sleeve, pointed to the densely packed crowd below, and smiled. "Lily, after you hang out with us underworld folks for a few more years, you'll be able to smell it out." Willard may not always be able to accurately judge someone's character. However, with her years of experience, she can discern whether a person is good or bad at a glance. Even while sitting on Pan's Fry's shoulder, Willard could still sense the entirely different atmosphere below. "All right, Lily, stop worrying about whether they are underworld types or not. We should hurry and pay our respects to Brother Hoen. The reason for urgently summoning you two over is that the family recently found a devil fruit suitable for Uncle Pan. Don't you want to try the dishes made with Uncle Pan's new abilities as soon as possible?" Hearing this, Lily's eyes instantly lit up. She quickly cast aside the previous topic, clapped her hands excitedly, and said, "Great, I must have a feast today." Just then, a magnificent bird engulfed in flames suddenly flew in from the center of the island. The bird flew over the heads of Pan's Fry and the others, its flapping wings momentarily pausing before gradually transforming into a girl with wings. "Uncle Pan's." The girl smiled and greeted Pan's Fry. "I thought you wouldn't arrive until tomorrow." "Hey, didn't you say you were going to Elbath to pick up your daughter? Where is she?" Hearing this, Pan's Fry pointed to Lily Instermark, who was standing on his shoulder. "Browning, this is my daughter. She just ate the mini fruit from the paramecia category, which is why she looks like this." Mini fruit. Browning was taken aback. "Isn't that the fruit that allows switching between several different sizes? Wow, for you giants, that's quite a convenient ability." "Indeed, but don't be fooled by Lily's smaller size. Her appetite hasn't shrunk at all." "But why are you in such a hurry? Did something happen in the family?" "Oh, that guy Barrett received 2 important figures, and they are likely to arrive at the port soon. I'm going over to greet those guys at the dock in advance to prevent them from causing trouble." "Haha, guess who these two are? I don't believe anyone can take me out this time." Sisyphus Island's central castle, the residence of the Aidenace family, also serves as the ruling center of the entire island. Horn and his friends now live here. After years of illegal activities in the North Sea, the Aidenace family now has no shortage of money, so when it's time to enjoy, there's no need to be overly strict about trivial matters. For example, this central castle was built to a high standard with its interior furnishings and decorations extremely luxurious. Xiao La, the artistic matron from the Tangjide family. She is the designer of this central castle and also a member of the current Aidenace family. Xiao La's joining was recommended by Lao Ji, who said they met at a card table, and Lao Ji thought her card-playing character was good, so he recommended her to Horn. But Horn always felt that old guy Lao Ji had ulterior motives. However, Xiao La's artistic talent had not yet reached the absurd level. She was quite reliable and pragmatic. Therefore, Horn did not reject Lao Ji's little scheme, and after a brief test, he promptly took this person under his command. Horn didn't expect Xiao La to be of much help in combat, but she was good at art smuggling. Do not underestimate this small branch. Art smuggling was a major business within the Aidenace family, and since the clients were mostly wealthy merchants and nobles, the profits were truly enormous. In addition to Xiao La, Horn had also picked up several people with significant connections in the North Sea over the past 2 years. The original 4 members of the Tangjide family, Diamante, Treble, Virgo, and Pica. These 4 half-grown kids had previously formed a small gang at the docks of Sisyphus Island, making a living by running errands for sailors. Then, as expected, they were subjected to various torments and exploitation by the dock bullies. A group of lonely kids trying to make money in this chaotic place through their own efforts. You must be dreaming. However, the bullies didn't kill them all, instead they enthusiastically recruited them, turning the four into dogs. If not for Horn hearing someone shouting those guys' names, when he returned one time the four might have endured many. Horn took them in mainly because of their performance in the original story. Leaving aside combat strength in terms of loyalty, the officers of the Tangjide family were indeed beyond reproach. Moreover, the reason Duofu Langming was able to become a major power in the underworld was not only due to his own strength, but also the great efforts of these subordinate officers. Furthermore, in terms of strength, Virgo and Diamante actually had some potential for development. As for Pika and Treble, these two guys really weren't worth spending much effort on. Especially Treble, he was like a sickly skeleton. Without his sticky fruit ability, he would have no intimidation at all. Although the season had already turned to autumn, the air around was still as sweltering as summer. In the huge courtyard at a corner of the central castle, Horn lay on a sun lounger, wearing a pair of swim trunks with a cool and comfortable swimming pool beside him. At the same time, a large group of bikini-clad beauties were frolicking in the pool. Horn was not interested in this kind of flashy enjoyment. His main purpose in arranging all this was to provide these homeless girls with a reliable and stable job. But humans are inherently insatiable. Some of the bolder ones would often splash cold water on him, their boss, as they swam past Horn. Just as Horn was thinking about whether to find a quieter place to rest, the tall figure of Luo Keisai slowly walked into the courtyard. This guy was also wearing only a pair of swim trunks, holding a glass of chilled whiskey. I heard that Flea has returned for— How is the situation there? Oh, it's Lord Marshal. Mr. Jibek. To avoid unnecessary trouble, Luo Keisai changed his name to Marshal D. Jibek on Horn's advice. Luo Keisai didn't resist much about changing his surname again. After all, Luo Keisai D. Jibek was originally a fake name he made up for convenience at sea, but now changing to his wife Monsieur Ai Li Sis' surname Luo Keisai felt a strange sense of familiarity. As for his appearance, Horn asked the barber to give him a slightly different hairstyle and also trimmed his beard and facial tattoos. Given the blind-eyed guys in the pirate world, probably few could recognize him. It must be said that after this makeover, Luo Keisai, though older, had not decreased but increased in charm. As soon as he reached the poolside, many beauties in the water were shouting at him, looking as if they couldn't wait to pull him into the water. But facing these chirping birds around him, Luo Keisai paid them little attention and hurriedly walked over to Horn. His mind was full of his friendship's severed best buddy Harold, and he had no mood for romantic dalliances. This time Pansy Fulai returned to Elbaf not only to pick up his daughter, but also because Luo Keisai gave him a task to learn about Harold's recent situation. Earlier, Luo Keisai had seen in the newspaper that Guy had gone to Ma Lin Fan Duo to cut off his own horns. If not for his injuries not having healed, he would have already gone to Elbaf to fight Harold again. In Luo Keisai's words, that idiot Harold had been brainwashed by the world government, and only fists could make him come to his senses. But unfortunately, Luo Keisai was unable to do so at the time. Now, under the treatment of the Phoenix Flames and Horn's ghost devouring, this guy's injuries had mostly healed, so his hands began to itch uncontrollably. Alright, old Luo, I think it's best if you don't go anywhere recently. I have a major task that needs you to handle. Sipping his juice beside him, Horn narrowed his eyes slightly. Besides, as a king, Harold is not a real fool. There are things you can't judge clearly unless you stand in his position. Do you think everyone is like you, alone and unburdened? And you have a disciple as good as me, so you don't have to do anything every day, just enjoy life leisurely. Luo Keisai was speechless. Although Horn's words were a bit shameless, they were indeed the truth. Over the past 2 years he had indeed been too slack. Just then a flicker of figures appeared outside the courtyard. Sensing this, Horn suddenly changed his tone, looking pained as he said to Luo Keisai, for example, this pool party. I said I didn't want to come, but you insist on dragging me here every time. And you call it showing me the world. Old Luo, is this what you call seeing the world? You clearly have ulterior motives towards these girls. Do you have the conscience to face Aunt Alice, who has been waiting for you, and my little brother Teach, whom I've never met? Horn's sudden change left Luo Keisai stunned. Did you take the wrong pills? What do you mean I started this pool party? This is not. But before Luo Keisai could speak, a voice that haunted his dreams came from the courtyard entrance. Dear. Horn, old Luo, surprised. Unexpected. Luo Keisai, traitorous disciple. While someone was frantically defending their own crimes, Horn ignored the murderous glare from rocks and hummed a tune as he walked into the Adnest family's collection room. At that moment, Pans Fry was sitting in the main hall of the collection room with 3 devil fruits placed before him, while Wilrod stood by offering various mischievous suggestions. Uncle Pans, if you ask me, since Brother Horn has already spoken, why are you still hesitating? Just pick a Logia. When Jola designed the castle, the factors of the giant tribe had already been taken into account, so there were many places in this central castle that allowed Pans Fry to move freely. Not only that, considering the future development of the family, the castle also had special residences built for the minks and the fishmen. Such deliberate care, though perhaps inconspicuous, was indeed a good way to win people's hearts. Hearing Wilrod's blatant remark, Browning, who had come to watch the fun after finishing his work, immediately gave her a thump on the head. Stop talking nonsense. With devil fruits, the most important thing is what suits you. Who told you that paramecia is necessarily weaker than logia? Isn't Lord Horn also a paramecia? Suppressed Wilrod rubbed her forehead and retorted with some defiance. But generally speaking, logia abilities are superior to paramecia abilities. Normally what Wilrod said is indeed correct. Horn walked in from the entrance, gestured to stop the others from bowing, and quickly approached Pan's Fry. However, the giant tribe is already renowned for its physical prowess. This also means that if they obtain a Zoan ability, the combat effectiveness will see a significant boost due to their racial advantage. Additionally, there are paramecia abilities. Paramecia abilities are incredibly diverse, offering a wide range of possibilities. For example, the young lady beside you. Horn pointed at Lily Instamark, who was about the same height as Browning. Didn't you say she ate the mini fruit? With proper development allowing her to retain the strength and abilities of a giant, even when her body shrinks, she will become truly outstanding. So in fact, the straightforward and crude energy output of Logia is not the best fit for your giant tribe. Hearing this, the others pondered and felt that Horn's words made some sense. Moreover, I think you're not really interested in the Yuki no Mi in front of you, are you? Horn pointed at the crystalline fruit on the far right and smiled. How could a chef who studied volcanic cuisine ever like a fruit with ice abilities? Now in the north blue, most devil fruits circulating on the market passed through the hands of the Adnest family. This Yuki no Mi was the only Logia fruit the family had managed to find in the north blue over the past. The strength of this fruit was indeed somewhat lacking. Of course, the strength of an ability ultimately depends on the user. There is no strongest devil fruit, only the strongest user of a devil fruit. After listening to Horn's analysis, Pan's Fry nodded and quickly began to examine the remaining two fruits. Zoan Ox fruit, model rhinoceros. Paramecia, heat fruit. The former grants immense defensive and offensive power. The previous user of the rhinoceros fruit even had a bounty of over 500 million berries. If not for encountering that monster garp, he might have roamed the new world for a while longer. As for the paramecia, heat fruit. This ability belonged to Charlotte Oven, the fourth son of the Charlotte family in the original story. Its main characteristic is the ability to transfer heat to any object it touches, instantly heating it. Additionally, it can heat the user's body to burn anyone who comes into direct or indirect contact. This heat fruit was the one Horn had initially favored. A giant engulfed in flames, even if unable to fight, could simply roll through a crowd with his ability, causing instant death by touch. Moreover, this ability was a perfect match for volcanic cuisine. If Pan's Fry could develop the fruit's power to the point of awakening, he could then use it to restrain a Kainu, saying something like, your magma doesn't even reach the heat level needed. The effect would be explosive. However, if Pan's Fry ended up favoring the rhinoceros fruit, Horn would not interfere with his choice. After all, devil fruits are quite subjective. To fully unleash their power, one must first acknowledge, and while waiting for Pan's Fry to make his choice, the den mushy in Horn's pocket suddenly rang. Picking up the receiver, a sticky, syrupy voice came from the other end. Lord Horn, tone down that sticky attitude treble. What do you want? Although used to the other's speech habits, Horn couldn't help but complain every time he heard this voice. Treble might be mediocre in combat, but he was quite capable when it came to handling sundry matters in the underworld. Especially in organizing smuggling and threatening important figures, he managed things very well, saving Horn a lot of trouble. The Adnest family was no longer a purely violent organization. Therefore, when appointing personnel, one could not simply measure their value by combat strength. So over the years, Horn had been constantly adjusting positions and testing the abilities of his subordinates in other areas. Judging by the current progress, things were going quite well. Just among the former child soldiers he had recruited, several had emerged who were comparable to Treble. Letting them help manage the intricate web of relationships within the family allowed Horn more time for cultivation and enjoyment of life. Otherwise, all sorts of trivial matters would drown him. Lord Horn, news from Seagull Island. The person you've been keeping an eye on has finally returned recently. Oh, that wanderer finally decided to come home. A sudden flash of warning from his constantly active observation Haki made Horn's eyes sharpen. His tone became unusually serious. In that case, prepare a fast ship at the port immediately. I'm heading to Seagull Island now. Now, exactly. Sensing the approaching footsteps in the distance, Horn stood up directly and left the collection room. The sooner the better. Moments later, rocks carrying the famous sword Cerberus that contained the ability of the Hellhound stormed in with a menacing aura. Where's that brat? Where did he go? In the North Sea, on Haiyu Island. As a renowned commercial hub within these waters, the island was crowded with ships coming and going from all corners of the North Sea. Today, however, an unusually conspicuous small three-masted schooner had arrived at the bustling dock. The hull was painted in red and black, and atop the bow rampart stood a statue of a gung-gui laughing heartily. The ship had no gun ports on its deck. Instead, two bulging protrusions were attached to the lower part of the hull on the starboard side. This vessel was none other than Horn's personal ship, the Xiaogui Hao. As for the flagship of the Adnese family, it was still sitting in the shipyard of Chishui capital. On the dock, a young laborer set down a bundle and pointed at the Xiaogui Hao, which was slowly approaching the shore. Turning to his companion, he chuckled and said, "Hey, look over there. What's that thing on the bow of that ship? It looks utterly ridiculous." His companion glanced in the direction of the pointing finger, and his expression instantly stiffened. He quickly slapped down the young laborer's raised hand, pulled him into his embrace, and whispered, "You reckless fool, do you have a death wish? Don't you know this is your first time in the North Sea?" "Huh. Well, yes. I've been working for the Eastern firm in the East Sea, just arrived here last month," the young laborer stammered, bewildered. "In that case, let me teach you a rule today. The North Sea is not like the East Sea you're used to. When you see an unfamiliar ship, never point at it. Especially that ship just now. Do you know what that ridiculous thing you mentioned actually is? It's the emblem of the Adnese. In the North Sea, if you offend the Adnese family, not only you but your company, and even me, none of us will have a favorable outcome. Got it, rookie?" Hearing this, the young laborer swallowed hard, then glanced at the Navy warship anchored nearby. "Is it that arrogant? Isn't there any law here?" "Law? I don't know about other places, but in the North Sea the Adnese family is the law." His companion grumbled, no longer bothering to engage with the naive young laborer. Let reality teach this foolish greenhorn a lesson. Meanwhile, Horn stepped off the ship. He cast a brief glance at the Navy warship moored beside him, said nothing, and walked straight toward the island's town. Aboard the warship, a Navy soldier frowned and turned to the officer draped in a justice cloak. "Major, are we really going to do nothing? Are we just going to let a villain with a bounty of over 200 million berries walk into such a bustling city? What about the safety of the citizens?" The Navy officer wearing the insignia of a branch major glared back at the soldier and said irritably, "Are you suggesting I go fight him? Then after I die gloriously you can take my seat. Is that it?" The soldier's face flushed with embarrassment, but before he could respond the major continued, "Enough. Inform the crew, weigh anchor immediately. Let's get out of here before we stir up any trouble." "What? Set sail?" the soldier cried out in surprise. "But our supplies haven't." "What's the point of worrying about supplies now? We'll buy what we need elsewhere." The major kicked the soldier's rear and cursing under his breath. Honestly, in the entire North Sea, which Navy branch hadn't accepted bribes from the Adnese family? Which high-ranking officer in any branch didn't have a weakness in the hands of the Adnese family? The major would bet his life that if he clashed with the Adnese family here today, within 3 days, he'd be shipped off to Sisyphus Island in disgrace. In this network of benighted interests, who would dare to cross the Adnese family? But the major was overthinking. Horn had no intention of playing games with him today. He had come to Haiyu Island simply to find someone. Of course, lying low for a while also played a part. The Lantern Rose Bar. Horn rubbed his chin, then turned to the burly man beside him. "Gatling, this is the—" "Yes, Brother Horn. According to Old York's information, this is the spot." Gatling nodded slowly, his eyes scanning the surroundings warily. Seeing the man's caution, Horn reached out and patted Gatling's forearm. "Relax, you don't have to be so tense, kid. This is Haiyu Island. Almost half our territory. No one foolish enough to lay a hand on me here." This lad, despite being a year younger than him, had shot up in height over the past 2 years. Had never heard of a mythical zoan fruit that could make you grow taller. Look at Browning. That little girl was still a dwarf. But this guy, an 11-year-old youth, already stood over 3 meters tall. Fortunately, the bar's entrance was wide enough. After Horn pushed the door open and stepped inside, Gatling ducked his head slightly and slipped in with ease. It was midday, so the bar wasn't very busy. The place was mostly filled with drowsy old drunks, giving it a somewhat chilly atmosphere. But at a table in the corner, the mood was particularly lively. A man sat with his legs crossed, a glass before him, and a lit cigarette dangling from his lips, regaling the women around him with some tale. The women crowding around him were dressed in scant, daring outfits, their entire wardrobes held together by a few strings, their bodies almost pressed against the man. Unsurprisingly, these were the bar's hostesses. Judging by their beaming smiles, they were completely enchanted by the man's charm. The room was dimly lit, but Horn could still make out the man's features clearly. Black hair tied in a small ponytail at the back of his head, not particularly handsome, yet exuding an air of rakish elegance. He wore a black short-sleeved shirt and brown cargo pants with a long-barreled flintlock pistol tucked into his belt. Moreover, his hands and feet weren't exactly still. As he spoke, his arm naturally draped over the hostess' shoulder, his large hands resting on her chest, completely covering the fabric-saving top. Sometimes when he grew excited, he would subtly squeeze his palms. Yes, whether it was his appearance, demeanor, or the playboy style. It was unmistakably Ben Beckman. It was indeed Ben Beckman. Not to brag, but in that situation I raised my gun and blew that guy's head off. Later I was afraid Beckman was speaking when he suddenly noticed two figures beside him. He took another look. Damn. As a native of Beihai and a navigator who frequently traveled with fleets, Beckman couldn't possibly be unfamiliar with Huan's appearance. But unlike the common folk who feared the Adenese family's influence, Beckman only felt that trouble had arrived once he recognized Huan. Alright ladies, today's story session ends here. I have a guest coming. Could you please step aside for a moment? Who is it? The hostesses belatedly turned to follow Beckman's gaze. Then, seeing Huan's face, they all turned pale and hurriedly left without a moment's delay. Working in a bar where news traveled fast, how could they not recognize the head of the Adenese family? For those who truly didn't know, a few steps forward would reveal Huan's wanted poster still pinned to the bar's notice board. Seeing the crowd disperse, Huan smiled lightly and sat down unceremoniously beside Beckman. Sorry, it seems I came at a bad time and interrupted your fun. Beckman said nothing but stood up, fetched a bottle of wine and a glass from the counter, and placed them on the table. Care for a drink? But I must warn you, this is cheap stuff. Might not suit your taste. He flicked his thumb and the sealed bottle cap popped off with a bang. Watching the murky liquid flow, Huan raised an eyebrow. You know, you're the second person to invite me. He picked up the glass and downed it in one gulp. Frowning, he shook his head. Still that damn taste. Nothing's changed. Beckman laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, indeed. Wine is sour and bitter. It's not good at all. Speaking of which, I almost forgot. You're still underage, aren't you? Noticing the cigarette, but about to burn out in Beckman's mouth, Huan pulled an exquisitely packaged box of cigarettes from his pocket and tossed it over. In terms of age, I suppose I am, but would you treat me like a kid? Beckman caught the cigarettes, about to refuse, but when he saw the Luaka Kingdom emblem on the box, a grin spread across his face. Luaka brand. Top shelf stuff. He was a heavy smoker. Others might have a cigarette in hand, but Beckman always had one literally glued to his lips. He was always puffing on something. It was precisely because of this shared hobby that he knew the value of Luaka brand cigarettes. These were tributes specially supplied to the Tianlong people. Possessing them as a commoner was a serious offense. But seeing how casually Huan treats it, the Adenese family really has far-reaching connections. Let's not talk about me. In Beihai now, who would dare treat you like a child? Still, the Adenese family is thriving and you haven't run into any trouble. Coming to me today must mean there's something you need my help to resolve. Beckman pulled out a cigarette, lit it, exhaled, and continued. So it's not about a matter. It must be about a person. You're being this generous and showing such a friendly attitude. Seems you're quite interested in me. Hearing Beckman's analysis, Huan nodded immediately. That's right. I came here for you. As for the purpose, I think you've already guessed. I want to invite you to become a member of the Adenese family. Tisk tisk, nice gesture, but I refuse. Beckman shook his head without hesitation. Seeing the other's decisive attitude, Huan couldn't help rolling his eyes. Aren't you going to at least hear my turn? I've never shown any special abilities, but since you, the head of the Adenese family, came to find me personally, it means you've already noticed something different about me. So, what are you planning to use to invite me? Do I look like someone who's short on money? Beckman asked calmly. Huan glanced at his clothes and the cheap drinks on the table, then squinted. You do, or rather you are. Beckman's face twitched, and he quickly retorted, you can't judge a person's wealth by their clothes and food alone. You have to consider all aspects. I know your hobby is beautiful women, but the women you find are mostly hostesses. To be honest, they're a bit low class. Hearing Huan's blunt tone, Beckman fell silent. Low class. He wanted to argue, but rationality told him the other had a point. In the end, Beckman shook his head again. Forget it, don't bother with the benefits. I simply have no interest in your Adenese family. Whether you want to become the overlord of Beihai or a big shot in the underworld, none of that appeals to me. Beihai. Huan looked at Beckman's slightly bored expression and waved his hand. Sorry, do you have a misunderstanding about our Adenese family? Beihai may be vast, but it's just a corner of the world. The overlord of Beihai, the king of darkness. Those are just things I do on the side while chasing my dreams. Hearing this, Beckman seemed somewhat intrigued. What exactly do you want? The world, of course. Beckman paused, then shook his head again. Boring. In that case, let me put it another way. Huan stood up, spreading his arms. I want to turn this sea upside down. I want everyone to remember my name. I want to see the most beautiful scenery at the end of the world. I want to fight the strongest opponents until the very last moment. And I want to drink whatever wine I fancy, eat whatever delicious food I crave. Sleep with whatever beauty. Ahem, we'll discuss that later. Everything I just said. If you agree to join the Adenese family, I'm willing to share it all with you. Of course, when it comes to women, it's every man for himself. Now what do you think? Beckman rolled his eyes and laughed. You're making it hard for me to work for you. Because the reason I care about most is the women. But since it's every man for himself, don't blame me if you end up without a wife. Don't talk as if you're a sea succubus. I'm just not grown up yet. Huan shot back without hesitation. Ha ha ha. Beckman laughed heartily, picked up his glass from the table, and clinked it gently with Hewins. Then I look forward to working with you, Mr. Huan. After saying that, Beckman hesitated for a moment, then couldn't help asking, by the way, I've heard that the family often holds pool parties. They say all the famous models and beauty queens from Beihai are invited. Get to the point. Ahem, I was just wondering if a new member like me could also attend the family's special activities. After chatting for a little while longer, they both stood up and prepared to leave the tavern. Do you need to submit a resignation to your fleet? Huan asked with some doubt. Don't worry with me stepping in, that guy Wu Mi Tae is easy to talk to. No need. If I don't want to work, I just quit. It's not like I'm joining some pirate crew, there aren't so many rules. When we get to the harbor, I'll just tell the foreman. Bei Command said nonchalantly. Pushing open the tavern door and looking at the burly man who had been standing guard at the entrance, Hua In solemnly introduced, This is a Denai Si Jia Tae Lin, my good brother. A Denai Si? Bei Command looked at Jia Tae Lin, a flicker of doubt in his eyes. Is this your blood brother? How come I feel you two don't look alike at all? Not blood brothers, but close enough. Hua In smiled and patted Jia Tae Lin's forearm, saying, Although I have no blood relation with this kid, I've long regarded him as my own younger brother. Of course, after you join the family, we'll be one family too. You two can interact more and get close. Younger brother, could it be? That's right. Don't let his towering size fool you. He's still a minor, just like. Although this kid is a bit introverted, I dare say that at present you might not be a match for him. Upon hearing this, Jia Tae Lin, who had remained silent, gently nodded at Bei Command and gave a shy smile. The group walked and chatted and soon arrived near the harbor. Clearly Hua In had no intention of lingering there. Seeing his demeanor, Bei Command was puzzled. After you found me, you've been eager to leave this island. It seems you have other things to attend to. Can you tell me what the next stop is? Not to brag, but when it comes to navigation, I think I have some ability. Haha, our destination is absolutely beyond your imagination. Huan raised his index finger and pointed upward. In all your years as a navigator, have you ever seen clouds that can make a ship float smoothly in the sky? What do you mean? Of course. The legendary Kong Dao. Hearing this, Bei Command was first stunned, then asked in surprise, Does the Kong Dao really exist in this world? I can tell you very responsibly that this is absolutely true. Back when he was on the Luo Ku Sea pirates, that guy Shiji once transformed a Kong Dao into a warship. Huan had not only seen it, but was often captured by that guy to serve as forced labor for building warships. Looking at Hua In's assured gaze, the corner of Bei Command's mouth, holding a cigarette, gradually curled up. I didn't expect that right after joining the family I'd get such a big surprise. Indeed, agreeing to you just now was the right choice. As soon as he joined, he was going on an adventure to the legendary Kong Dao. Bei Command felt very sad. After thinking for a moment, he continued to ask, Judging by your eagerness, your trip to the Kong Dao is probably not just for exploration or to satisfy your curiosity, right? Of course, the Kong Dao is nothing new to me. This time I'm going to a special Kong Dao. In the pirate world, there are two Kong Daos that are must-visit spots for transmigrators. One is the location of the legendary Golden Land, the Divine Kingdom A Pa Yaduo, which holds vast wealth. The other is by Ka, which is suspected to have the strongest Logia devil fruit, the Rumble Rumble fruit. And Hua In naturally must inherit the fine tradition of his transmigrator predecessors and thoroughly visit those two places. After successfully recruiting Bei Command, Hua In actually had an idea in mind. If he could let this guy eat the so-called invincible Rumble Rumble fruit, perhaps he could really beat Bo Lu Sali Nual until he couldn't move. However, in the original story, Bei Command has always been a non-devil fruit user. Logically speaking, given the status of the red hair pirates, obtaining a decent ability should not be a difficult matter. So does this guy remain without a devil fruit ability deliberately, or has he simply never found one that suits his taste? Bei Command, I haven't asked you yet. What is your view on devil fruit abilities? How should I put it? This matter is very complicated. Bei Command was silent for a moment, then gently exhaled a puff of smoke. On one hand, I'm actually very curious about devil fruits that can grant people strange abilities, and am interested in trying one. But considering that I would become a landlubber from then on. You know I'm a navigator. If I can't swim, that would be too troublesome. And, seeing his hesitant demeanor, Hua In instantly understood. And once you become a landlubber, you can't freely attend pool parties, right? Hey, you really understand me. Bei Command grinned. Come on, are you going to pool parties to swim? I'm too embarrassed to call you out. Can't you broaden your horizons a bit? The reason you're agonizing over this is mainly because you don't have enough money. With enough money, never mind being a landlubber, even if you had no hands or feet, you could still have all kinds of beautiful women hanging around you. Trust me, what do you know, a minor? Alright, damn it. You're also a devil fruit user, yet the newspapers report your parties more times than I've set sail. Looking at Bei Command's pained expression, Hua and rolled his eyes and shook his head. This old lech. So based on what you just said, you want me to accompany you to the Kong Dao and then eat a devil fruit there? Bei Command stroked his chin, a look of difficulty on his face. Although I appreciate your kindness, I'm somewhat picky in this regard. Picky. Bei Command didn't explicitly refuse, but his words and tone still set a limit for Huan. Bei Command didn't mind becoming a devil fruit user, but he cared very much about the quality of the devil fruit. If it was some trash ability, then please don't bother him. Huan, however, didn't mind the hint of arrogance in Bei Command's demeanor and immediately smiled. Picky. Then I wonder if the Logia Rumble fruit suits your taste. Beckman was momentarily taken aback, then glanced at Gatling beside him, and then at Horn, asking in confusion, is there really no one in the Odd-Eyes family interested in this fruit? Without waiting for Horn to explain, Gatling immediately interjected, how could that be? The thunder fruit is the most elite of the devil fruit abilities. Not to mention others, even I find myself quite tempted by it. His tone paused for a moment before he continued, but Brother Horn said that it must be eaten by someone truly worthy to not dishonor the fruit. Although I do not know why Brother Horn chose you, I hope you do not let this trust go to waste. Upon hearing this, Beckman looked at Gatling, then turned to Horn with utmost seriousness and said, if I truly eat the thunderfruit, I will prove to you that this trust will absolutely not be betrayed. Beautiful. Gatling, it's not in vain that I've made you memorize those lines on the way here. A perfect assist. Look at how moved Beckman is. It would be strange for someone like him to easily submit to Horn. However, after this incident, as long as Horn does not mess things up, winning over Beckman will surely be just a matter of time. Indeed, sometimes genuine feelings are one aspect, but tactics are equally essential. Not hiding his upward curving lips, Horn patted Beckman on the shoulder and laughed. All right, now that you have joined the Odd-Eyes family, let's not speak as two separate families. A hero deserves a treasured sword, and in my eyes only you can unleash the full potential of the Thunderfruit. Currently, the Odd-Eyes family still has 5 nature-type fruits stored in their treasury. While the Thunderfruit is powerful, it is not that critical. At the Marine headquarters Marineford, in a quiet courtyard of the living area, Sakazuki, who was on vacation, sat at the entrance. Ever since consuming the magma fruit, Sakazuki felt that his temper had become even more explosive than before. He knew this was a side effect of the fruit. Therefore, Sakazuki began to consciously exercise his control in this regard, especially after learning through intelligence that the one he most wanted to eliminate had the ability to amplify emotions. Sakazuki placed even more importance on practicing emotional control, and the best way to control his temper was through self-cultivation. Thus, this quiet courtyard served not only as his residence, but also as his training ground. Moreover, Sakazuki actively cultivated a hobby, gardening and bonsai. Every green plant seen upon entering this courtyard was personally planted and nurtured by Sakazuki. However, this guy's aesthetic sense is somewhat skewed. Many originally graceful bonsais have been trimmed into... Of course, how Sakazuki prunes is his own business, but certain uninvited observers couldn't help but comment on, "Hey Sakazuki, the beauty of bonsai lies in shaping it according to its natural form, especially for those bending plants, which is an essential characteristic of plant growth. Why would you insist on trimming it into a square? That looks so ugly." Hearing the suddenly raised peculiar tone, Sakazuki didn't lift his head, still focused on his work with the gardening shears. The visitors, seeing him like this, couldn't help but sigh, then sat down nearby, casually took a teacup from the table, and poured himself some tea. It was at this moment that Sakazuki suddenly spoke. "If I remember correctly, you should be on duty today, right? Why are you here at this hour? Did you skip work again, Borsellino?" Hey, don't falsely accuse me." Borsellino's face fell. "I have perfect attendance this month, all right. You? Perfect attendance." Setting down his gardening shears, Sakazuki slowly sat up. "You took 6 sick leaves this month, and you still have the audacity to say you have perfect attendance. Am not well, do you expect me to come to work sick?" Borsellino spoke with a tone full of justification. "Besides, recently Marineford has been busy holding the succession ceremony for the fleet admiral, and there's no time to keep an eye on me. By the way, a special envoy from Mariewa has come over." Mentioning Mariewa, Sakazuki seemed to show some interest, looking towards Borsellino with a questioning gaze. The latter did not keep him in suspense and directly said, "During the last World Conference, the West Blue Kingdom of Prolos proposed allowing the Angela Kingdom to join the world government as a member state. Do you remember this?" "Angela Kingdom? I remember, it's the kingdom on Sky Island, right? Aren't its citizens those who have a pair of small wings behind them, but cannot fly?" "Exactly, that's them." Borsellino nodded. "The world government is very aware of the existence of Sky Island. All along, the world government has hoped to extend its influence to the Sky Islands, as the various resources within the Sky Islands are often not found in the Dead Sea. Once the trade barriers between the two sides are completely broken, the world government will undoubtedly monopolize the channels for exchanging these resources. At that time, the profits generated will be immense. However, due to the geographical advantages of the Sky Islands, the world government cannot use overwhelming force to conquer them completely. Therefore, for a long time, the world government has adopted a strategy of persuasion regarding the Sky Islands. What kind of connection can there be between the Angela Kingdom and the world government's special envoy? I remember that the Angela Kingdom clearly opposed joining the world government after the last meeting, right? Facing Sakazuki's confusion, Borsellino quickly explained, the focus is not on the Angela Kingdom, but on this special envoy from Mariewa. That guy is preparing to set off from the top of the sky and visit the Sky Islands, stopping by many Sky Island kingdoms along the way to persuade them to attend this year's World Conference. But you also know that this journey is bound to be filled with danger, so Mariewa needs us at the Marine headquarters to send enough escort forces. As he said this, Borsellino chuckled, carefully straightening his body while subtly leaning towards the door. You know how busy we are in Marineford right now. Admiral Sengoku and Vice Admiral Tsuru are preparing for the succession ceremony of the Fleet Admiral, while Teacher Zephyr is stationed in the New World and Captain Garp. He's currently searching the world for Roger's whereabouts. And as for me, to be honest, I have absolutely no interest in tasks that require overtime pay, but are time-consuming and thankless so. Borsellino grinned. So I took the liberty of recommending you to the Military Affairs Office. Admiral Sengoku asked me to inform you to prepare for the voyage today. Before Borsellino could finish his words, a surge of fiery red magma erupted right in front of him. Damn it, I just had one day off.